Hello and welcome to Legalbytes. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel, we explain the law one bite at a time. We don't give legal advice, but we do talk about how the law works and try to look into our crystal ball to see how things might turn out. If you're enjoying this on YouTube, we'd love it if you could like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with friends, all the great YouTube-y stuff. And if you want to listen while out and about, we're now offering our live streams in podcast form where you can leave a rating and review. Links are in the description below, as well as to our clips channel where you can find some of the best clips taken from our live streams. Otherwise, if you want to catch me elsewhere, you can find me on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And if you want to support the channel, you can do so on Locals, Patreon, or by becoming a YouTube member, or by buying some really awesome Legalbytes merch. Again, all links are in the description below. And with that said, let's get into it. Hello and welcome everybody. Good morning. How is everybody doing? Are you having a good morning? Are we feeling rested and ready for day 10? It's day 10, right? Of course it is. It is day 10. It is Wednesday. We're halfway through our trial week, right? Because we're only going Monday through Thursday, and Friday is kind of a catch-up day. So hopefully you guys you're feeling good. We're working through it. Things are going well. I don't know if maybe you caught the recap that we put out a few hours ago. Things we're moving ahead. And I see from people, congrats on the 100K plus subscribers. Thank you guys. Very, very kind of you. Yesterday was super exciting. I don't know if you were there for the lunch break, but we broke 100K on the live stream during lunch. It was fun. It was fun for it to happen at that moment, right? Because, then we had a break. We could kind of sit and talk about it instead of like silently watch it happen while listening to testimony and trying not to talk over it, right? So it was great. I saw a comment in the chat about the tulips. Of course, Mr. Bites brought those for me. That was very, very sweet of him. So very, very wonderful to have them. Although, of course, like right after the stream ended, Holmes came over and decided he wanted to smell all the flowers and knock it all over. So thankfully they survived, but hopefully he won't be trying that again. But anyhow, let's get some super chats. I'm also hopefully I'll get somebody on here to kind of help me manage the conversation, because I'm also this is one of the most frustrating parts of my day is trying to find the stream that I'm looking for, and it's always one in particular. It's there's all kinds of stuff when you type in Depp v. Heard trial day 10. I want to find the right one so that it's the one that is working best for me. But we'll see. We'll see as we as we continue on this. But let's get some super chats, shall we? We've already got quite a few in here. People want to be talking about this trial. Oh, here we go. Okay, I found it. Give me just 1 second and then I'll get super chats. Talk amongst yourselves. Okay, there we go. Just one more second here. Okay, that's a little bit. I try to position these just right. Okay, there we go. All right. See? Boom. Done. Okay. Now I can focus on everybody. Okay. Let's take a look at some super chats. Kaya K says, do you know anything about Winona Ryder hiring a lawyer to withdraw her testimony declaration about Johnny? I have not heard anything about that. Have you guys? Possibly? Interesting. I don't know that I've seen any written declarations or any written statements by Winona Ryder. But I haven't. But thanks for pointing that out. That is definitely very interesting if that's the case. Have I caught that one? I have. All righty. Kathleen Sessions. Hey, welcome. Welcome to YouTube memberships. Brooke Cormier says, our LB is all grown up. I remember when she was little and had only 10K subs. Now look at her on her way to 150K. That's incredible. I mean, the thought of going anywhere near 150K is incredible. David Helm, welcome. Gracie Jones Art Channel says, IME used to show Amber Heard she needs help. So yeah, I mean, there are multiple ways to interpret yesterday's testimony, right? Because we've got the expert who testified, and I have my first guest. Give me just 1 second. Let me make sure that I've got the volume adjusted here. All right, because I've got to get everybody adjusted for the court feed. Ian, welcome.
Hey, I just wanted to say congratulations on 100,000. Sorry,
Thank you.
My audio is probably terrible here because I'm away and about, but
yeah, you're on vacation, aren't you?
Yeah. So, but I thought I'd pop in because that's fantastic.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, thank you. It's crazy, but it's a lot of people are very interested in this trial, and for good reason, right? Because we've got this trial with a particular media narrative, and we've been looking at some of the headlines on this. I don't know if you've seen any of the headlines, while you've been out and about. And I mean, I don't know if you've been able to catch any of the testimony in the last couple of days since you've been traveling and whatnot, but some of the headlines have continued to be just ridiculous, just like what we saw in the Rittenhouse trial.
Oh yeah,
when it's like, I'm not sure if they're watching the same testimony that I am.
It's just been bizarre. Like, you get something where it's just so bad for Amber, and then they come out with this headline like she had a great day. I think some of the news organizations really like this idea that if they spin it one way and then the verdict goes the other, that then they can come back and say, "Oh, this is such an injustice," when really it was just the expected result.
Yeah. So, that's a good point too. And yeah, I see people in the chat. Somebody in the chat is saying volume low. I have turned down our volume because when the court feed comes in, it's going to be a low volume. So just bring up your overall volume. I'm sorry, guys. That's basically what I kind of have to do with these court feeds. I can't control how loud they are as they come in. So sorry, guys. Looking into some possible solutions, but it may have to be over the weekend that I figure that out. But no, I agree. That's an interesting point that you've mentioned, that they could be basically just saying, all right, well, if it goes this other way, we don't really care. We're already running with our narrative, and we'll just say that this is shocking. This is horrible. That the whole American justice system needs to be reformed because the way that things are happening is not working.
Yeah, and I mean, the news organizations, they're news organizations, but what they're actually selling, of course, is advertising. And if people are upset, then they tune in for that. The wonderful things about the internet is that you can shop around for different takes on things, and you can go and find a place like this where it's actually you're going to get a take that's people who deal with these kinds of issues and actually know things, and actually good commentary, as opposed to just stuff that's aimed to make you angry. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Hey Nate, how's it going?
Hey, the LawTube guys, what's going on, guys?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing okay. I gotta say, I got to thank the crowd out there. Thank you guys for subscribing to the channel. I just got like 3,000 more subs all of a sudden. So I'm like,
awesome.
I'm like so thankful to everybody. Thank you for those who like this. But it's not like Legalbytes. Legalbytes is like exploding like an atomic bomb. But
but it's well deserved. Come on.
Oh my God, you don't know. I'm extremely ecstatic for. I'm just happy about the people who have come over. So I'm going to thank everybody. Extremely generous. So it's amazing, but. It's what Legalbytes keeps saying, rising tide raises all ships. So we're all rising too. We're all rising together.
Yes. Everyone rising together. And that reminds me, as you guys are watching, we've got a wonderful panel of so many great legal minds and also other people in other areas of expertise. We've had Nurse Liz, we've had Spidey, the behavioral analyst, come on, and they give such different perspectives. coming from a non-legal perspective, but a different kind of professional expertise that is so, so helpful. So if you want to support this channel, super chats are wonderful and appreciated. Liking the video is wonderful and appreciated. But one of the best ways that you can do it is by going to everyone's channels, checking out their stuff, subscribing to their channels, watching their content, because especially if you see these headlines coming out and you see that they're not representing this trial the way that we see them for ourselves, number one, great reason to have live streaming of trials, right? Especially these high profile ones that people have a lot of vested interest in, or just are curious about, for example. One of the best things that you can do is to subscribe so that this whole community can grow, and that we can put the resources into dedicating our time and attention and energy into these trials. So if you want to support this kind of content for the future, for future trials, there's other ones that are coming up that are, hopefully can be live streamed. Support the channel by going and checking out all of these people that are showing up. So yeah, let me get some super chats here.
Already? We just got here.
I know. They came in as they started coming in actually as soon as I made the video live. However many hours ago, like 6 hours ago or whatever, I was like, oh yeah, I need to make this public, because I try to set everything up ahead of time, and then so that like the night before I can just kind of make it public and run with it. Less time overnight, right? In the middle of the haze. But it was like, as soon as I made it public, I was like, there were like super chats on there. I was like, oh, I need to capture these, because otherwise they'll disappear.
Yeah, when you go live, that's sure. Oh my God.
Yeah. So Gracie Jones Art Channel says, IME used to show Amber Heard needs help. That is one way that it can be interpreted. I think that their particular purpose was to set a framework so that when the jury is listening to all the things that Amber is saying on the witness stand, that they can kind of look at it through a particular lens, rather than kind of taking her word for her account of things. So it's yeah. Go ahead.
After reflecting on last night's, on yesterday's cross-examination of the doctor, I'm going to say Amber Heard's team missed a real opportunity to change the way this trial is thought of. And the opportunity was, you have a doctor there who's already admitted that abuse could be physical, things that could be non-physical, something like accusing your spouse of unverified or about cheating on you without any evidence. And the doctor specifically said that. And then we've already heard the testimony of Johnny Depp accusing Amber of sleeping with Billy Bob, accusing them of these unfounded infidelity allegations. Mm-hmm. I think if you focus in on that doctor expanding the term of abuse and then take it back to what she's suing over. She's suing over her saying, I was a victim of domestic abuse, and the two statements were all about abuse. I think you could have used this witness to expand the definition of abuse so broad, because she had made it so broad, that at the end of it, yes, this witness was great for Johnny's facts, but when it comes to the legal argument of whether Amber was a survivor of abuse, well, this doctor would have co-signed that, right? Well, when Johnny also did this, when he said that she was sleeping with Billy Bob Thornton, that fits under your definition of abuse, as you just said, unfounded claims of infidelity. That's kind of where I would go if I was Amber Heard's team. And I think they missed a great opportunity for that. And I think Johnny Depp is glad to survive that type of questioning. And that witness is glad to get off the stand without being challenged that way.
Yeah, that's an excellent point, because abuse can be broader than that, and really they only need to put her in the category of abused in some fashion.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, that is a very good point, and I was kind of thinking about that too. I mean, they really, Johnny's team still very much needs to have that evidence in about his concerns about her cheating, about the infidelity aspect. I mean, one thing that we did see on that first day, when we had very, very, very boring testimony from the the manager of the Eastern Columbia building, he brought in a lot of video evidence. And one of those, it looked like there was no comments on it. So it was if you're paying attention or not. There was one that looked like it was like a hallway from a service elevator or something. And at first there's like nothing in there. And then you see a flash that looks like amber. And then you see a flash of a man, a tall man in a suit, kind of behind her. And it's just in the bottom corner of the screen. Looks like it could be Elon Musk. So the question there is, if they can put this in front of, well, they have put it in front of the jury, but if they can put it in front of the jury while talking about it, is that enough? With this kind of a flash, with these various questions, Isaac Baruch has talked about how he saw Elon Musk in the penthouse during the marriage. Is that something that could potentially be enough without a smoking gun, so to speak, to prove that he had suspicions that were reasonable about her cheating?
But now, if it's the wrong person, does that count too? Because I understand what you mean. She's cheating on, because I saw the elevator video with her cheating with Elon. So, and I think that's true. So now with the, it's once a cheater, always a cheater, or just because you got I agree. It may not be abuse, but I think the fact that we're talking about it is the issue for the Depp team, because I understand a lot of people, Depp is winning on the facts, no doubt about it. But the law is what he's really trying to win, if he's trying to win the case. So I think Depp has won the public relations case, but the case in itself is a defamation case about certain statements. Now, some people are saying the sexual abuse statement was on the title. But as you noted yesterday, the title about, sexual abuse, that wasn't Amber. That was the Washington Post. So that's not really something that they're challenging. It's the two statements specifically about abuse. So I think you're right. I think you can get over that, but then you still expanded it. Violent outbursts. Violent, all these things also count as this doctor said. And so my line of questioning would have been all to this doctor, would have been anything about any of this other crap. Let's flush out abuse and let's talk about what that means in this context, what the different forms of abuses. I'm having that jury come out of there saying, well, damn, if I sneeze too loud, it's abuse, right? And that's what I want, because then you can hate my client. You can hate everything about her. But she was a victim of abuse, even if it happened one time. And that's what I'm talking about. So I know the chat is all pro Johnny and don't want to hear this, but this is just a legal,
when you say even if it happened
analysis.
one time, that's when you say even if it happened one time, what you're saying, to clarify, what you're saying is that's what Amber's team wants them to think. That's what they want. Correct. That's how they want to. You're not necessarily putting that forward that you believe that. I just want to clarify.
No.
People can hear that and say like, wait, what? That's ridiculous.
No. I think Amber's. I honestly, based on evidence, we all know who Amber is. She's a horrible person. But I like to keep people. I like to let people understand there's a public relations piece of it, but then there's an actual legal piece of it that we're trying to overcome. And I think in that sphere, I think there's a lot here that Amber's team can play with. And I think a lot of people have, because we've all been watching Johnny's side, and I think we're all pro Johnny. But the problem is that if we back up just a second and just understand the legal aspect of it, I think this abuse thing is an Achilles heel that can really hurt this case for Johnny. But I think he's already won in the eyes of the public.
Yeah, it could. It is definitely something that could play either way. I think I do agree with you on that. Let me get some more super chats. Alan Walsh says, I was surprised you guys found the officer's testimony so dull. I thought it was clear, credible, emphatic, and most of all, easy to listen to. And maybe the jury's with you on that. I don't know. I mean, maybe for us, it was like after this point in the day of so much streaming and commenting that maybe we got a little bit worn down and you didn't, and maybe the jury is, because they're sitting on their own. They're not putting forward any kind of, commentary for anybody else. Maybe they found it like you did. I hope so. I honestly do, because, go ahead.
No, I'm agreeing with you 110%. I think the officer was extremely credible. She sounded credible, but you're right. It was just boring.
Credible, yes. It was just the testimony got very repetitive for me personally. Ian, did you catch any of that?
Only a little bit, but I think it's probably too early to say that Johnny's won the PR battle at this point, because we haven't seen what else we're gonna get. And when we see these very slanted headlines, when Amber gets up to testify, even if she gets slaughtered on cross, we're going to see a lot of headlines that just repeat her claims without any sort of analysis and without any criticism. And so she could say something that just gets destroyed on cross, and we're still going to see headline after headline with these claims made. And so that's, he may end up getting a lot more battered and bruised in the public eye than he has been so far.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, I'm hopeful for him because so far it looks like he's been through a hell of a lot.
Hell.
But
and you're right. The headlines aren't favorable to him now. I'm very surprised that a lot of the conservative headlines too. They're not even favorable to him. But I think they're caught up in the Me Too kind of wrap up too. Like Fox News, those headlines were like, and even last night they were still kind of crazy. It's like, are we watching two different trials? One thing I also want to point out with the cop, I think Johnny's teams, their big hurrah in this whole case is if they can prove that she manufactured those bruises, which that officer laid the foundation for that, right? When she said, we looked at her and she had no bruises, right? She was okay. Mm-hmm. That lays a foundation to show that Amber is a liar. And and now when you have the doctor's evidence and all that just, I think it's enough. If that's found to be fraudulent, that destroys all her credibility. And I think that's the way Johnny can overcome all of this abuse thing, because now it's like, we can't believe anything you're saying because you're manufacturing everything. And the only other person who is here talking is Johnny, and he's saying it didn't happen. So let's believe him. I think that's where they're going with this. And I think if what's happening is true, I got to say allegedly because I want to get sued by Amber's team. So if it's allegedly, if these were fake and they can prove they're fake, and I think Johnny's doing a great job at that, then I think he definitely can win.
Yeah, I think so. We got some questions in the chat about where's Hogue. He said that he's going to be late today, but he will be here. He is a ride or die on this. Do you think he's going to miss a day? by hell or high water, right? By hook or by crook. He's been one of the real MVPs of this live stream for sure. David Helm said, "Do you know the Muffin Man?" I love it.
It's Curry's wife.
I love the Muffin
Curry's
memes.
husband, I should say.
Yes. Keela said, question, do you mean by each side running down time? What do you mean by each side running down time? How's it calculated and what happens if they run out of time? Yeah. They both have a designated amount of time. And by the way, I really appreciate you putting this in this format. Question. So if you guys specifically want something to be answered, please do that. Right question. Somebody recommended that yesterday, that Emily D. Baker does that. I think that'll be really helpful for today to kind of figure out which ones we should comment on and which ones should just be shown on the screen. So, if you want to indicate question or read only, or like show only or something like that, then that would be super helpful so that I can continue to manage these.
I did this before, but the problem is right now question gives you up too many characters because you know how you got the character.
Or you can do
Q,
yes.
Q or Q or A or something like that. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, exactly. So what do you mean by running by each side running down time? They are both given a certain number of minutes for to put on their case in chief and to run their cross examinations of the various witnesses. So the clerk is counting down per side. So even when it's Johnny's witness and it's Elaine or it's Ben Rottenborn who are doing the cross-examination, that is running down on, depending on who is doing the examination, it's running down against their individual sides. So it's a 6-week trial. I mean, it seems at first when you hear it's a 6-week trial that it's like, oh, this is insane. Like how can anybody fill that amount of time? That's way too much. But we are definitely seeing that there are a lot of witnesses. There's a lot of detail to go over because there are a lot of allegations in this case, right? So the time is flying by. We're almost to the halfway point of this trial already. And we've got a decent picture of what this all looks like, but there's still plenty more to come. So so that's what we mean, because they're eating away at their time. They have to judiciously decide how they're going to use it. It's up to each side to figure out how they use it. All right, next one. Britt Cormier says, LB learned how to tell time in law school, not from her military hubby, because she is late. But like all lawyers, she will bill us for the full hour. Boo, lawyers suck. Also, I think I started like right at 5:30, maybe not like 5:30:00, but I think I was pretty close to Judge
You
Oscar.
were right on time.
Oh wait, this one first. Nick Wilson says the PTSD fighter for 14 years is in the house for now. Alrighty. Killer Sloth says, I hate to ask, but can you turn up the court volume? It can be really hard for me to hear sometimes, even with my speaker on max volume. I am really sorry. I can't do anything for the court volume. People have talked about Chrome plugins and whatnot. I will be looking into that as soon as I have a chance, but it's really tough between Monday and Thursday to find time because, I mean, as you guys know, we're live streaming for like 8 to 12 hours, and then doing a recap on top of it. I haven't found time to find one that's going to work. So maybe over this weekend I will do, but hopefully it's going to be manageable enough. I'm going to try to, keep everybody's volumes down on their microphones while we do it, while we listen. Yeah. So hopefully, yeah.
Because StreamYard has to do something because you can do everybody else's volume, but you can't do the stupid streams volume. So
there are some limitations with StreamYard, unfortunately. Yeah. Simply Simple says, question: will you be adding the YouTube applaud feature so viewers can support previously recorded videos? Is that something that I can do?
Yes. If you go into your, I did it. If you go into your
monetization,
your analytics and monetization, and you see something that says applause. So when people comment, well, they can do an applause, but then they can do a super chat in the comment section. So it's not like, so if they watch it later, like you'll see in my comments, you'll see like $5, $10 people who like the video and want to support it.
I had seen something like that before, but I heard that it was in beta and only certain people get access to it. So I hadn't seen that function around on my channel, so I kind of assumed that they just like added it, but okay, I'll have to check in on that. Thank you. It's a really great recommendation. Flying Goatman says, would you mind if I post your channel on my subreddit R Quality YouTube? Yeah, I mean I don't mind. Thank you. Please do.
I mind.
Don't share the stream.
No, don't do that. These streams are monster views though. I'm talking about, it's crazy. 35,000 people yesterday. I think you might be at like Rittenhouse, 100 grand at the end of this thing. It's gonna be crazy.
Who knows? And also I see in the chat, Gromax says our Legalbytes. There is a Reddit thread for Legalbytes. I created it when I first created the channel and actually kind of forgot that it existed because I'm much less well versed on Reddit. So, but I have seen that some people are putting some memes up there. So if you guys want to do that, throw some memes in there, I will be checking in from time to time to see if maybe we'll do a meme review at the end of this, kind of like what we did at the end of Rittenhouse with Natalie Wisco. That was really fun. Yeah, Sarah Ramos said, after hearing the muffin explanation made me think this is another exaggeration from Amber Heard, allowing she's self-centered, further supporting the doctor's claims. It kind of felt that way. It kind of did.
Yeah. But again, see, the problem is that, and I think this is one of those classic legal examples of one side has the facts and the other side has the law. And I think, these facts are so damning. Yesterday, that doctor's testimony was so damning because she tied together. I'm talking about the first 2 weeks. It was like an aha moment. Oh my God, that's exactly what Amber was doing. So yeah, it was so crazy.
Yeah. Couch Crew Chief says, am I allowed to buy muffins for my wife without Elaine coming after me? Apparently not.
No.
Faith Moore says, how are Amber Heard's audio recordings admissible in court? And when JD was not aware of them, she knew she was recording and could control herself to be a victim. It's because of the fact that they apparently have an agreement. So they stipulated to it, which basically means the stipulation is where the two parties agree to something. So on this, they stipulated to allow all the recordings in so long as it was only Amber and Johnny. So no one else on the recordings here. And we've got
that makes sense to be able to get those recordings in anyway. It's just a matter of saving the time of having to go through all that hassle.
Yes, exactly. So guys, and by the way, with these super chats, if there are some that are, I kind of touched on this earlier, but if there are some that are just kind of comments or just a super chat or a super sticker, I'll try to show them on the screen as we go, so that I can kind of like manage this fairly well while we're going through. So just so you guys know, I'll be trying to do that. Yesterday it worked fairly well. It still ended up with a long stream, but I think overall it was pretty good.
Yeah.
LP Mina says Miss Heard is the PTSD in the room with us right now. Rhiannon Adams said emoji merch. Funky Anouk, welcome. Celtic Commando says congrats on 100K, calling 250 by next Friday now. Oh, I don't know about next Friday.
Boom.
That is, oh my gosh, that's completely unexpected.
No, I'm thinking 250 is possible. Only reason why, because you know how YouTube does it. It's what's it called? It's kind of like compound interest, where the more you get, the more. So eventually, yeah, I think 200K or 250 is possible. By the end of this trial, I think you should be over 200 easy.
I think it's deserved. So let's see it happen.
Thank you. Imagine Drakes. This looks like this was maybe a portion of a chat. I know sometimes when you accidentally hit enter a little bit too soon. Let me capture these real quick, and then okay.
Well, there's one for me about this is Muffin Country.
So. Oh yeah, let me see if I can find that. Well,
that's before, all right. I'll scream it out for him. I got to do it low because I want to blow people's ears. Muffin Country. Nigerian voice there, right?
I love it. This is Muffin Country. Fantastic.
Muffin Country.
That is such a perfect mashup of those two cases, right? Jussie Smollett and Amber Heard. Amber Pink says great commentary. Congratulations on the 100K. Thank you. GD says greetings from Holland, land of the tulips. Thanks for coming to the trial. Yes, wonderful. Thank you for joining us. This is awesome. Logolus, hello. LawTube D&D when?
I mean, I could run it.
Yeah. I've never played Dungeons and Dragons, but I'm not against that. I like all kinds of board games and other, deck building games, all kinds of games. Capture these real quick.
We'll have to talk. Set that up.
Okay, sounds good. Let's do it. Imagine Drakes is not familiar with the U.S. court system. Is there any chance of Amber Heard being found guilty of abuse, like she might be punished for it, fines or jail? No. It's the consequences for her are either winning or losing this case.
For Amber?
Right.
Yep.
What's that?
Yeah. For Amber, right?
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Amber.
Yeah. Tony KHZ says, why aren't we seeing Amber Heard's phone records? Well, one reason is those kind of records probably would come in through Amber. So when we get her testimony, we'll probably get all kinds of different pieces of evidence. But if it's not, necessary to show, I mean, it can also be, not really needed for her testimony or for her case. I mean, if it shows that she has messages between her and someone like Elon Musk, that could just show that she's in communication with them, not necessarily, what those communications were. Although there are text messages that they have compelled from her as well.
Bets on whether they try to tender the makeup kit?
Ooh, yeah, could be.
Because if I was them, I would just let that. We're not tendering that. That's.
Although it's apparently in evidence. Michael 33145 says, I have heard Johnny has a collection of toads or something like that. Does that have any legal weight? Thanks for the stream. I have not heard that, and I don't know that is relevant, but unless they try to bring in like toad acid or something, I feel like they would have brought it in by now if they were going to.
My
Gonzalez says, oh, go ahead.
No, read that because they started.
Oh, okay. Muffin Gate helps JD's team because it clearly showed Amber Heard made the muffins about her, goes with what the doctor diagnosed.
Good morning,
Thoughts?
ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Be seated.
Yeah.
All right, your next witness.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Depp calls Officer Tyler Hadden.
Ooh, okay, that's the other officer that was there.
The first part of the testimony you will hear is questioning by Ms. Heard's counsel, and then we'll let you know when Mr. Depp's counsel takes over the question.
All right, thank you. By deposition. Thank you.
So these all right. So these are the cops because they couldn't get the cops into Virginia because they're in California. Where they at? They were in California.
They're
right?
LAPD. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Please state your name and your business address.
Tyler Hadden, 1546 West Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, Los Angeles, California.
Sir, what is your occupation?
I'm a police officer for the city of Los Angeles.
And how long have you been a police officer with the city of Los Angeles?
Approximately 5.5 years.
Did you serve in any law enforcement capacity prior to coming to the LAPD?
No,
When you said approximately 5.5 years, do you recall approximately you started employment with the LAPD?
approximately November of 2015.
Did you attend the police academy prior to November 2015, or did you attend it after you became employed by the LAPD
Your
in
Honor,
November of 2015?
could we turn
I
that
began the
volume?
academy in 2015, that November.
That volume's a little loud.
Is he alone in a
No,
room?
are you-
It seems
you
weird
kidding
that
me?
they're
Have a mask on.
that they've got a
And
mask
how
on. If
long
he's
were
alone
you
in a
with
room,
the academy?
normally you'd want to see the witness.
Approximately 6 months.
And when did you start as a patrol officer with the LAPD?
6 months after November.
Oh wait, they said this is from his deposition, so no,
Do you
he's not
recall
alone.
your date when you started patrol?
I don't recall the exact date, no.
And that would be end of May of 2016?
Correct.
And was the first training officer that you worked with on patrol Melissa Syons?
Yes.
Question, when did you first have body-worn video assigned to you?
I'm not sure of the exact date.
Approximately when?
Approximately 3 months into working patrol. So maybe during the summertime.
The summer of 2016?
Correct.
When you started working with Melissa Syons as your training officer, did Officer Syons have body-worn video?
Not at the time I worked with her.
How much training did you have on domestic violence while you were at the academy?
I don't recall the exact amount of time.
Approximately how much?
20 hours, approximately.
So just to make sure that I understand, because we had a few disjointed questions and answers. So it was your understanding as of May 2016 that if you answered a call for domestic violence and there was evidence of a crime, even if the victim did not want to press charges, that you had to take a report. Is that correct?
If there's evidence of a crime, yes.
So your best recollection today is that you had been on patrol as a probationary officer somewhere between a week and 3 weeks before answering the May 21, 2016 domestic violence call at Eastern Columbia building. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you recall any of the other incidents that you reported to that evening of May 21st, 2016?
No.
At all? Any part of them?
Nope.
So this was new for you working with Officer Syons, is that correct?
Correct.
And as the probationary officer, then you would defer to Officer Syons, is that fair?
Correct.
And if you could just describe to me what your understanding of Officer Syons' role was to you as your training officer in May 2016.
To teach me and guide me in how to become complete the duties of being a law enforcement officer.
Officer Hadden, under your understanding of the LAPD rules in 2016, if a victim of domestic violence said that the altercation was only verbal, would that require you to write a report?
No.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you to take a look at the first page of what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 1. It's Hadden it's actually number 3, my apologies. And this is an incident recall. What is your understanding of what this document is, Officer Hadden?
It's essentially what is given to us on our computer.
And what do you mean is given to us on our computer?
In our car.
Right, so what happens?
So when we're assigned a radio call, the radio call comes to our computer in our car, and this is what we see on our screen, but in a different format.
Now, how was this particular call characterized by the dispatch, at least initially?
Initially, it was dispatched as a domestic radio call.
Okay. And what does domestic radio call mean to you?
That there's some type of, whether it's disagreement all the way up to a violent crime that's occurred between two people that are in some type of relationship or have some children in common.
So, Officer Hadden, this comes out into the system and it's accessible by all of the LAPD black and whites that are on patrol that night, correct?
Yes, whoever is logged in and working that night, I could look up any division's radio calls if I wanted to.
And then it has a DS and then ER after stat. What does that mean?
DS means dispatched. ER means we're en route.
So at 8:46 and 37 seconds p.m., your vehicle was en route to 849 South Broadway, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall how far away you were?
I do not recall.
And then it says primary unit PD 1A1-W3. What is that?
That's my call assignment. So the PD is police department. 1A1 is my car assignment. W3 means I work watch 3.
Okay. Then we have at 20:57, which is 8:57 p.m. That is AS. What does that mean?
At scene. Like we're there.
All right. So you arrived at the scene at 8:57 p.m. Correct?
Correct.
What did you do then?
We walked to the location.
Do you recall anything that you did before you went up to the penthouse?
We walked in and met with security who showed us where the elevator was.
Did you do anything else?
Not that I recall.
But your best recollection is that you went in, you talked to security, and then you went on an elevator, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall what time you arrived at the apartment, the penthouse?
No, I don't.
All right. Then your next entry here is 21:22. So that would be 9:22 p.m. and 57 seconds?
Yeah.
I see
Met with victim,
happy about his
check locked,
This
verified
really what a
last
professional
location,
testifies like.
victim advised verbal. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Who wrote that?
That's what we write when we put the comments of the call of what happened in the radio call. That's what we wrote.
So do you recall whether that was you that wrote that or Officer Science?
I don't recall who wrote it.
All right. And so you were back in your vehicle by 9:22, is that correct?
Approximately, yeah.
Well, if you wrote this at 9:22, would it be fair to say you were back in your vehicle writing this?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you take a report?
We issued a business card.
I asked, did you take a report?
No,
Why not?
because the victim didn't request a report, and during our investigation, didn't reveal that we need to take a report.
So who decided to use the words victim advised verbal dispute?
Whoever created the comments of the call used the word victim. Whoever gave the comments of the call used the word victim. So I don't know who that was.
And I'm even more specifically asking who chose the language advised verbal dispute.
It was either my partner or I. I don't recall who.
Now, what is the significance of writing down verbal dispute?
We're writing what happened, what we believe is happening, what our investigation revealed.
But you were not present at any time when Ms. Heard discussed whether there was any type of verbal argument. Is that correct?
Was I there? Yes. Was I speaking to her? No.
Was there any discussion of verbal argument in your presence when you were up in the penthouse investigating?
Not that I recall.
You did not hear Ms. Heard say that it was only a verbal dispute, correct?
I did not.
Now, I asked you a little earlier if it's a verbal dispute, whether that triggers having to write a report. And you indicated that it does not. Am I accurately characterizing that?
Correct.
Okay. Now, here, in addition to the victim advised verbal dispute, says and refused to give any further information. You see that?
Yes.
Question, okay, so if the victim does not want to press charges and advises that it's a verbal dispute, then that would not trigger you writing a report. Is that your understanding of LAPD?
Policies and procedures on domestic violence at that time.
Correct. There were other circumstances that were also within this incident as well.
What do you mean by that?
During our investigation, we had other reasons to believe that this was true.
I'm sorry, during your investigation, you had other reasons to believe what was true.
That it was a verbal dispute.
And what did you have during your investigation that created in your mind evidence that it was only a verbal dispute?
After discussing the investigation with my partner at the scene, Ms. Heard refused any medical treatment and had no visible injuries. There was no sign of struggle, and the the witness that was there that I spoke with was uncooperative as well.
Anything else?
At this time, that's all.
Okay. Now, you recall seeing that Ms. Heard was in tears and was crying and red-faced. Would you agree?
Correct. From a distance.
Well, from a distance, Ms. Heard was in tears, crying, and had a red face, correct?
Correct.
Why did you issue a business card?
It's part of our policy. We're supposed to issue a business card, and it shows that we are there and completed an investigation. And if she would like us to come back, we offered that assistance that we can come back at another time if she feels like she needs us to come back.
Did you take any notes at all?
Note of what?
Notes during the time that you were investigating this call?
No.
Did you take any notes after you got back down to your car about the call?
No.
Did you take any pictures?
No.
Did you record anything?
No.
Would it be fair to say that on 5/21/2016 at 9:22 p.m., you and your training officer, Science, considered this incident closed?
I said, yes, that is correct. At that time, we pressed enter and the call went off my screen, meaning it was completed.
Did you ever have anything come up on your screen again relating to this incident that evening?
Not that I recall.
All right. At the time that you closed out this incident on your screen at 9:22 on 5/21/2016, did you know that this call involved Johnny Depp?
No.
Did you?
Just so everybody
at the time
understands,
that you
what we see is the
closed this out on your
computer-aided
screen,
dispatch. We don't. That's not the police report
did
they're
you
showing.
recognize Amber Heard?
No, I had no idea who she was.
And is it fair to say that you considered these people to be, quote, just citizens, end of quote?
That's correct.
Do you have any communications at all with Officer Gatlin or his patrol partner the night of May 21st, 2016?
No, not that I recall.
So the next thing we're going to go to is
So what you're looking at is that when officers get called on calls,
page 12 of
these
exhibit
reports
number.
come out. It's called computer-aided dispatch.
And this is a
So it
CAD
tells you when the
summary
officer got
report,
there
and
and
it
so
also
forth.
has the name DFAR report at the top, and it's for 5/21/2016, and says specifically Officers Hadden and Officer Symes. Do you see that?
Yes.
Typically, when you would arrive for your shift,
Mm-hmm.
was there a period of time that you would do things maybe at the precinct or whatever before you get into your vehicle and log on and go forward?
Yes.
All right. What typically would you do back in 2016?
I would change, put on my uniform,
Check the vehicle.
and then I would have a roll call
Yeah.
where we'd be given our assignments. And then we would stand in line and check out our equipment and check out our car. And then we have to go put our equipment in the car
Mm-hmm.
and then wash the car, vacuum the car, gas
Dude,
the car,
I used to hate that shit.
and then go and find out if there's
No,
any
because
radio
like
calls pending.
it happened to me before, where somebody left some
Okay.
fucking cocaine in the
So-
fucking back of the car, and I'm like, what? I'm
How
like,
long would it typically take for you to do all those things?
Like, who left
from
this
putting your
here?
Uniform on through the time you start checking for radio calls.
For anybody that doesn't know, Nate also used to be a cop before he was a lawyer.
I'm not sure, approximately an hour.
So it wasn't his
How many
personal car.
people?
yeah, it wasn't my
police
personal car,
officers,
right? Who left
patrol
this coke in my
officers
car?
Were part of that roll call.
My clients say that all the time.
I don't know the
No, but
exact number,
that's
I
why
would
you have to-
say
That's why for cops, you got to check
Approximately
your
30.
car, because I've been given
When you
it's,
say
whatever
you
can
had to
happen with a
stand
car,
in
you'll
line
get
to
it.
check out your equipment, was it all 30 of those
Officer
patrol
not
officers that would get in line and check out their equipment?
Or not
Yes,
having
and
done.
supervisors.
So
Okay. And what equipment were you checking out that night?
A shotgun, a less lethal shotgun,
Less lethal shot- I love the
mics
less lethal
for our
shotguns.
cameras inside the car, pouches for
Cameras.
our mics, batteries for our radios, keys for the cars, taser.
But I'm gonna but shock everybody.
I think
He
that's
didn't
about
check
it
all
right now.
this crap. He's just you're
Do
supposed
you
to
have
check
a
it, but most people
recollection
don't
of
check
there
all that
being
crap.
cameras
It's
inside
true.
your car back
You'll be
on
there all
May
day. You
21,
can't check it all.
2016?
Yes, I believe so.
Now,
I'm sorry, I can't turn it up.
you
I can only turn us
arrived
down.
at the penthouse.
We can do
You
ASMR
saw
law.
that there was a female holding and embracing Ms. Heard, correct?
I believe it was when I was leaving the location, when we were getting ready to leave.
Okay.
No, the cocaine was in the special box. Answer
Now-
the chat.
You believed that Ms. Heard was uncooperative because she was being emotional, crying, was refusing that she was hurt, and she didn't know initially whether she wanted to file a report or not. And then she didn't want to file a report, correct?
Correct.
Now, you said that Officer Science told you later that Ms. Heard called the number on the business card. Do you recall when Officer Science told you that Ms. Heard called the number on the card?
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall approximately how much time you spent at the penthouse speaking with either the male or with Ms. Heard or looking at the premises that night?
I don't recall right now.
Do you recall roughly whether it was 15 minutes, a half hour, hour?
I don't recall.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 17. I'll just scroll down so you can see that. Hold on. Do you recognize the person in this photo?
I believe that's Ms. Heard.
All right. Is this the same person you saw on the night of May 21st, 2016, when you arrived sometime after 9:04 p.m.? And do you recall seeing the red marks that are reflected on this exhibit number 17 on Ms. Heard?
No, I was never this close to be able to examine her face.
You were never close enough to Ms. Heard to be able to examine her face. Is that what you said?
Correct.
Okay. If you had seen this mark close enough to be able to see it, would you have believed you had an obligation to prepare a report?
Yes,
No, because I don't know what this is from.
you have to. If you have a
that's not
physical
good.
injury, that's not good.
Would you agree it's a red mark on her face? I'll
Yeah,
ask you.
from what I saw was red from her crying. There was no red marks from
Okay, that makes
any other
sense.
thing that was consistent with her crying.
So everybody understands, if someone says someone's
Does
hit
this
them and they
look
got a
like
mark,
red mark
you
that's
have probable
from
cause and
crying?
you would arrest
Officer
that person
Hadden,
and fill out a report.
um,
He's saying he saw
would-
the mark, but he wasn't sure it was from
in
some type of physical
reviewing
violence.
this
So that's why he didn't
picture,
write a report.
Does it
And
appear that
she
there's an
said as
injury
well that it was
on
just a
Ms.
verbal.
Heard's face in this picture?
No,
Yeah, because that's
You would
that's
say
what
that
gives you
doesn't
probable cause to
evidence
write
an
the report
injury?
and make the arrest.
Why not?
because I don't see an injury.
See, and so if you don't see an
I'm gonna show
injury, he
you what
doesn't
has
write a
been
report.
marked as deposition exhibit number 18. And do you recognize this carpeting?
No,
Officer Hadden, what do you see in this picture?
They
I
froze.
see stripes with some type of stains on the possible flooring.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of seeing stains on the flooring outside of Ms. Heard's penthouse that night of May 21st, 2016?
At this point, not that I recall.
Wow.
And when you say at this point, not that you can recall, what do you mean by that?
It's 5 years ago. I don't remember.
Mr. Hadden, I'm gonna show
But
you
yeah,
what's in
but-
Marcus Hadden exhibit number
Honest answer.
19. Do you recognize the business card?
Yes,
And tell me what you can recall of that.
I will be right back. I
well,
got a
that's
quick meeting.
my handwriting,
Alrighty.
and those are our LAPD business cards.
All right, the next thing on there is refuse report. Do you see that?
Yes,
Okay. Was it your understanding that Ms. Heard did not want to press charges?
she spoke with my partner, and that's what my partner advised me.
Okay. Were you ever in the room when Ms. Heard either, quote, refused report or refused to press charges?
I believe we offered her one final chance before we gave her the business card if she needed medical treatment or a report, and she declined at that time, and that's when we issued this business card.
And what did you mean by report?
An official investigative report.
Is that the victim's choice to write, whether you write an official investigative report?
Yes. A citizen can ask for a report for anything, essentially, with LAPD.
But do you have an obligation as an LAPD patrol officer to write a report if you see injuries or property damage?
If there's evidence of a crime, yes.
And when you say if there's evidence of a crime, would injuries and property damage constitute evidence of a crime?
If there's evidence of a crime, yeah.
Okay.
If it's exactly what I
Is
just
there
said.
something different about what you're saying? than
This
what I'm
is the difference between like Johnny Depp and a
I
professional
understand
witness.
when I say if you see evidence of injuries and
Answer
property
only,
damage,
what is
is
that?
that evidence of a
Yeah,
crime in your
yeah.
mind?
Yes, if the person didn't do it themselves. I mean, I can damage my own property and it's not a crime.
Did you have any reason to believe that Amber Heard created any injuries to herself or to the property at the time you were there on May 21st, 2016?
No, because I don't recall seeing any damaged property or her obtaining any injuries or having visible injuries that I saw.
Now, it says advised can call at later time if changes mind. What, if any, discussion did you have with Officer Symes about what that meant?
Well, that goes with what I said earlier was a citizen can make a report about anything at any time. It's called an investigative report or just an incident report. So if she wanted a report, then she would call us back and we'll take a report.
But at that point, you have already written into your system that the victim advised verbal dispute only, correct?
Correct.
And you did not write a report or take pictures or create any kind of record, did you, of anything that transpired there?
Just the business part.
I'm going to ask you, Officer Hadden, to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 24. Do you recognize the person in this picture?
Miss Heard?
Well, do you recognize her as Ms. Heard?
No, I had no idea who she was.
Do you
I had
recognize
no idea who she
the
was.
person in this picture on Hadden exhibit number 24 as the person who was the subject of your and Officer Symes reporting to the Eastern Columbia building that evening?
Correct.
All right, so let's go to exhibit number 24. And what do you see in this picture with respect to whether there is any injury depicted on Ms. Heard?
I see a female white, fair skin with pink cheek.
I'm sorry, with a what?
Pink cheek and pink eyes.
All right. Do you recognize that as a potential injury on her face?
Knowing what our investigation revealed, no, it's that pink's consistent with Brian.
What do you mean by what your investigation revealed?
That it was a verbal dispute. And she refused that she had any injury.
And just so we're clear again, you were never in the presence of Ms. Heard when she at any time said it was only a verbal dispute, correct?
Correct.
Now, would you as a police officer investigating, if you saw this, what's depicted in this picture, would you believe that you need to investigate further?
Yeah, I would need additional information. Just because I see a female with pink cheeks and pink eyes doesn't mean that something happened.
There you go.
They could they should be sad and crying that their dog died.
Did you engage in any further investigation?
No, the only investigation I did was part of speaking with my partner and then speaking with the witness. With the witness, the next door neighbor.
And what did you discuss with the witness, the next door neighbor?
I tried to obtain information of what occurred.
What did you ask?
Who, what, when, where, why.
And what did he say?
I don't remember his exact words, but he wasn't very coming with the information. I had very vague information as far as what he was telling me.
What do you specifically recall the witness telling you?
I don't recall.
You don't recall at all?
I don't recall specific words or sentences.
Do you recall the witness taking you around and showing you property damage in the penthouse?
No, I recall my partner and I doing a protective sweep, and that's it.
You don't recall Josh Drew being with you and taking you through?
I don't recall. I don't recall if someone else was with us or not.
Do you recall one way or the other?
I don't recall.
All right. Now, you have a recollection of you and Officer Science going through the entire penthouse, is that correct?
We did a protective sweep of the location that she was at.
And tell me what you mean by protective sweep.
We walked through the general housing area that she is at to make sure that there's no one else in it that shouldn't be there, or there's no one hurt.
Do you recall how many rooms you went through?
No, I don't.
I'm going to ask you, the Officer Hadden, to take a look at number 25. Do you recognize this as Ms. Ford?
Yes.
All right. And do you see any injuries depicted on this picture?
No.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 26. Do you recognize this as Ms. Ford?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see any injuries in this picture?
No.
I'm going to ask you the same question. Exhibit number 27. Do you recognize this as Ms. Ford?
Yes.
And do you see any injuries in this picture on Ms. Ford?
No.
I'm going to ask the same questions. Officer Hadden, I'm going to ask you to look at Hadden exhibit number 28. Do you recognize this as Ms. Ford?
Yes.
And do you see any injuries depicted on Ms. Ford's face in this picture?
No.
I'll show you exhibit number 29. Do you recognize this as Ms. Ford?
Yes.
Do you see any injuries on Ms. Ford in this picture?
No.
Now, you indicated that you and Officer Sines went through the apartment, correct?
Correct. We did a protective sweep.
Protective sweep. And in doing the protective sweep, you did go in the room, correct?
Well, I mean, I don't know exactly where we went, but we walked around what she claimed was her living quarters.
Would you agree that if Ms. Ford displayed injuries at the time that you reported to her residence after the domestic violence call, that you would have had an obligation to prepare a report?
If there was injuries or a complaint of pain, yes.
I'm sorry, injuries or what?
Complaint of pain?
Would you agree that if Ms. Heard displayed injuries that you perceived to be injuries at the time you reported to Ms. Heard's residence after the domestic violence call on May 21st, 2016, you had an obligation to prepare a report?
If I perceived them to be injuries, then yes.
Okay. Would you agree that if there was property damage present at the time you reported to Ms. Heard's residence after the domestic violence calls, you had an obligation to prepare a report?
No, because if she's living there, that's her property, and she's being uncooperative and doesn't say that someone else did it or anyone else did it, then I have no other information to go off of. She could have broken it herself.
Isn't this
Officer Hadden, did you provide any
lawyer?
pamphlets to Ms. Heard, you or Officer Sines?
Yeah, this is Amber's
relating to
attorney that's
domestic
asking the
violence?
questions here.
Oh, she's doing a terrible
I
job.
personally did not.
Setting the.
Well, it's
Do you know whether Officer
it's a
Sines did?
deposition,
I
so we'll talk about it when we have
And
a
ladies
a
and gentlemen,
second.
at this point, counsel for Mr. Depp takes over the question.
Okay. Yeah, it's a weird thing that's been happening with these video depositions, because during a deposition, when you depose someone, you want to get as much info as possible.
2016.
Yes.
On how many occasions did you see her face?
I believe 2.
And the first time you saw her face, how close to her were you?
I don't recall exactly. I think it was approximately 10 feet.
Did you perceive any, did you have any problems with your eyesight at that time?
Objection.
No.
Did you have 20/20 vision as of May 21, 2016?
No, I wear contacts though, so I can't see perfectly fine.
Were you wearing your contacts that evening?
Yes.
Did you have any trouble seeing the contours of her face the first time you saw her that evening?
No.
Did you perceive any signs of injury on her face or anywhere else on her body that was visible to you?
No.
For how long a period did you view her face the first time you saw her that night?
A few seconds, not very long.
And how much later was the second time you saw Miss Heard?
Right before we left.
And how close to her were you when you observed her face?
Approximately 10 feet.
Did you have a clear view of her face?
Yes.
Did you still have your contacts in at the time?
Yes.
Was there sufficient light that enabled you to actually see her face?
I believe so. I believe it was the light was a little dimmer, but it was still lit.
Did you perceive any signs of injury to her face on that second occasion?
No.
Did you see any swelling of any kind on her face, either during the first time you saw her or the second time you saw her that night?
No.
Did you see any marks on her face, either the first time you observed her that night or the second time you observed her?
Just the redness, which was consistent with her crying.
Did you see any time that night any indication of any bruising on her face?
No.
Did you see at any time that evening any indication or any sign whatsoever of any injury to her face?
No.
And going to your, was it the security, what was the term you used? The security sweep, is that correct?
The protective suite?
Protective sweep. During your protective sweep, was your access barred to any part of the penthouse?
My access what? Sorry.
Did you have free access to the penthouse?
The witness that was there, he kind of, I believe he guided us kind of through the place. I don't know, wherever he guided us through.
Did you see any broken glass anywhere in the penthouse where you did the protective sweep?
Not that I remember.
Were you looking for any signs of a disturbance?
Yes.
Why were you looking for signs of a possible disturbance?
Signs of or any evidence that a crime has occurred.
Is that standard procedure, a police procedure?
Yes.
And why do you look for potential signs of vandalism or disturbance to property in the course of a domestic violence allegation or possibility?
Just because that tends to happen when some type of domestic altercation occurs between two people.
Did you see any sign of any kind of property damage or vandalism that evening?
Not that I recall.
Did you see any signs of spilled wine on the floor?
Not that I recall. If they were visible or a complaint of pain.
Do you recall some questioning from Ms. Heard's counsel, Ms. Bredehoft, about a man who led you through the penthouses on the evening of May 21, 2016?
Yes.
Did you describe him as uncooperative?
Yes.
Let me ask another question. Was he cooperative with your inquiries that evening?
No.
What do you mean by that?
I attempted to gather information of who the husband was, and what occurred, and where he possibly went, so we could interview kind of all the different parties. And he wouldn't even give me a name of who the husband was.
And how long did you interact with that person who in fact is Josh Drew?
I'd say approximately 5 to 10 minutes.
Did he report to you in words or substance that any domestic violence had occurred?
I don't recall any exact verbiage he said.
Did he report to you in words or substance any vandalism?
No, not that I recall.
On the evening that you and your partner got a call to the penthouse on May 21, 2016, were you and your partner in a particular hurry to close out this incident?
No.
Were you willing to stay as long as was necessary to resolve the matter?
Yes.
Would you generally take notes for a verbal dispute only?
When we disable the call and we get rid of the call, we leave our comments of what occurred and what we did in that call.
Would you generally write a report for a verbal dispute only?
No, unless it's at the request of one of the parties.
When you were typing in your computer to add text to a call, is it common to refer to the focus individual in the call as a victim, whether a crime has been committed or not?
Yes, because that's how the call was broadcasted and created.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, counsel for Ms. Hurd completes the questioning.
Now, there was another woman that was present as well, correct, that night?
I believe so, yes.
Do you remember testifying earlier that at the end she was holding and embracing Ms. Hurd?
Yeah, I believe she's sitting on the couch with her when we left.
Did you interview that woman?
No, she was with Miss Hurd when my partner was speaking with her, I believe. I had never spoke to her. Did you ever attempt to interview that woman that was on the couch who was embracing Ms. Hurd? No, because I was speaking with the gentleman outside.
Do you know whether Officer Science ever attempted to interview that woman who was sitting on the couch?
I'm unaware.
Okay. Now, let's go back to the description that you gave, and you responded again to it with Mr. Chu, that she was crying and had a red face, and you said the redness was consistent with crying. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Why was she crying?
I don't know. That's a great question. I don't know why she was crying.
Did you ask her?
I personally did not, because my partner interviewed her.
Then when you downloaded with your partner later, did you ask Officer Science why Amber Heard was crying?
No, my partner never advised me. She spoke with her while I was speaking with the gentleman.
Do you recall that you testified that there was another woman who was embracing Ms. Heard on the sofa at the end of your visit?
Yes.
Do you recall asking why she was embracing and holding Ms. Heard? Why did you not ask either the other woman or Ms. Heard why the woman was embracing and holding Ms. Heard?
Why I did not is because we were trained in the academy to separate the parties and to try and attempt to build a rapport with the individual we're speaking with. Therefore, it was two females and my partner was female. So therefore, my partner spoke with the female.
That makes sense.
Would it be fair to say you deferred to Officer Sines to conduct any type of investigation with both Ms. Heard and the other woman who was embracing her?
As a
I
defense
know
lawyer.
my partner spoke with Ms. Heard. I am unaware. I cannot testify if she spoke with the other female.
Makes sense. That would be
When you said
speculating.
you learned at the academy to divide up the parties, was it your understanding that parties meant the victim and the suspect?
All parties.
Do you know whether anyone made an attempt to divide up the woman from Ms. Heard, the woman that was embracing her?
I'm unaware.
Okay. Now, the redness that you said was on Ms. Heard's face when she was crying and emotional, could it also have been consistent with injury?
I do not think so. I perceived it as redness from crying.
Did you consider whether the redness on the face might be from something in addition to crying?
No, I did not.
And you had never met Ms. Heard before, correct?
Never even seen her.
And would it be fair to say that you don't know what Ms. Heard's, what her characteristics are for swelling, bruising, redness, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to ask you, Officer Hadden, to look at what has been marked as Hadden Exhibit number 8, and it's from the Office of the Chief of Police, and it's dated November 24, 2014, and the subject is Domestic Violence Supplemental Report, Form 15.40.02 revised. You see that?
I do.
This was provided to us by the LAPD in response to our document requests. Did you have an understanding that there was a domestic violence supplemental report form that was in place as of May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what is exhibit number 9. And this is called Domestic Violence Supplemental Report. And it is something, is it your understanding that the police officer fills this out?
Yes, we filled out.
Okay. Do you recall whether you had filled out this supplemental report at any time prior to May 21st, 2016?
I don't recall.
Now, if we look at the first column on the domestic violence supplemental report, it has a column that says victim. And then there are a number of descriptive words underneath with boxes. Do you see that?
I do.
All right. Now, the first one is shaking. What, if any, observations did you make of Ms. Heard shaking?
No, I don't recall.
All right. What, if any, observations did you make about Ms. Heard being unresponsive?
The little time I dealt with her, yeah, she was unresponsive and crying.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the first part. She was unresponsive and crying, did you say?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess you've answered the third one here, that she was crying, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what, if any, observations did you make whether Amber Heard was scared?
I didn't.
You didn't what?
I did not observe.
I'm sorry. Are you finished with that answer? It sounded like it was a half. I just want to make sure you were.
Yeah, I did not observe her being fearful.
Okay, but Ms. Heard did not want to file a report, correct?
Correct.
She did not want to press charges, correct?
Correct.
And she did not want to tell you the name of her husband, correct?
I don't know because I didn't talk to her.
Well, do you recall testifying earlier that Ms. Heard was uncooperative?
Yes, she was uncooperative with my partner.
All right. And do you recall testifying that Ms. Heard was uncooperative because she was emotional, she was crying, She wasn't sure whether she wanted to file a report or not.
That's a
and
compound
she
question if
was
there ever
not-
was.
Then she said she did not want to.
Yes, that's
Seven.
what she had spoken with my partner.
Yeah.
Do you know why Ms. Heard did not want to file a report? Did not want to press charges?
No, I did not.
Officer Hadden, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 10. And I'm going to have you looked at it. It starts out with field notebook divider, domestic violence laws, LAPD form 18.30.02. And it has the date. This is date of January 31, 2010 at the bottom with the footnote. I'm going to just direct your attention here to case preparation, and this is relating to domestic violence laws. Case preparation says, note the complainant's emotional and physical condition. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then ensure all evidence is gathered and preserved, e.g. bloodied clothing, damaged bones, damaged property. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you or Officer Sines provide any kind of notes relating to Ms. Heard's emotional and physical condition on May 21, 2016?
No.
Did you or Officer Sines ensure all the evidence was gathered and preserved, including the damaged property?
I said no, and all these things would have been documented if there was a report.
All right, let's go to the next bullet point. It says, ensure photographs are taken of injuries or lack of injury to complainant and accused, both the day of and day after. Did you take any photographs to show a lack of injury?
No.
Why would he do that?
Did you take any photos to show a lack of
Not-
damage?
Yeah.
You take
No.
photos of injuries. You don't take photos of uninjured parties.
And then this next one is
Because otherwise
ensure
they'd be taking
photographs
photos all
are
the
taken
time
the
of everything.
scene and damaged property, etc. So I've already asked you that one, so let's go to the next one. Canvass location and interview all witnesses, including children, neighbors, law enforcement. Did you do that in this instance?
Yes.
Who did you interview?
I spoke with the gentleman.
All right, anyone else?
No, that's it.
Now, there were 2 females present in addition to Ms. Heard, were there not?
Yes. Including her, I believe there's 2.
You don't recall the 3rd woman there?
No, I don't recall a third woman being there.
All right. Did you ask if there was anybody else that was present who had witnessed any aspect of this?
I don't recall exactly, but
I should head out. Sorry about the bad audio, but
Let's go to
sort of
exhibit number 11.
Cad maybe somewhere 11.
So what did you determine this call was after your
Oh,
investigation?
that's all righty. And I understand
dispute.
you're in an Airbnb or
a
whatever.
verbal dispute.
All right, and
It's not against the law to argue. I argue in my life.
So
sure.
you decided that
All right.
there was only
Thanks,
a
Ian.
verbal dispute, therefore it didn't constitute domestic violence?
From the information or lack of information I was able to receive from the witness and the information my partner gathered, yes.
Is it your understanding that a police officer can be brought up on charges of misconduct if they engage in neglect of duty?
Yes.
Right. Is it also your understanding that a police officer can be brought up on misconduct charges at the LAPD if they violate department policies, rules, or procedures?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that a police officer can be brought up on charges of misconduct if they engage in conduct which may tend to reflect unfavorably upon the employee or the department?
Yes.
He's like, yeah, that's why I did my job right.
All right. Thank you. Your next witness is by deposition also. I assume you need a few minutes to
All
switch
right.
that out, or are you ready to?
We're ready.
Who is the next witness?
Oh, I think that's right.
Okay, well, we go ahead and it's early, but let's go ahead and take a morning recess for 15 minutes so we can take care of that and get it set up with the next deposition, okay? So don't talk to anybody, don't do any outside research, all right?
Alrighty. Morning recess, a little bit of an early one, but we're getting it in. So that was another video deposition, not particularly fun, but we got through it, right? It was actually a bit shorter than I think the other one was. Let me just capture these here, and we're gonna go through some super chats here.
All right, which exhibit did you? Okay, who's the next? Which deposition is next?
Officer William Gatlin, Your Honor.
Officer Gatlin.
Officer Gatlin.
Okay.
I haven't seen it yet, so I
All
just
right,
need
why
to
don't I go ahead
confirm.
and take the 15 minutes, and when I come back, we can figure it out. So. Okay, and how long is this deposition?
I believe it's around 35 minutes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll be able to start the next one right after
We should be
that.
able to, yes.
So why don't you go ahead and get the exhibits for the next one after that as well, and I'll come back at 11:20 and we can do both of them, okay? All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Alrighty. Let me just capture these super chats here as they're coming in. Okay, and let's get some more here, shall we? Mostly Dead says, regarding Winona, she didn't withdraw. She was set to testify in the UK via live link, but they couldn't fit them in. Oh, interesting. Okay, good context. Thank you. Dark Lord 0529 says, what's up with Howard Stern? I have seen some kind of comments about him talking about Johnny being some kind of a narcissist or something. I don't really know. I don't know. Joe brought that up the other day. Good Logic. He brought that up the other day. It's a very strange thing going on over there. I haven't been able to pay too much attention to it though, but maybe somebody else can come in and comment on it if they've seen it. Melker's Folly says 11 p.m. in Australia. Wonder how long I can stay up. Thank you to everyone in the panel and LB. When did you finish your recap video? #Bites Club. I'm not sure exactly because I'm just so you guys know, I'm absolutely putting in quite a bit of work here. But I'm not doing everything by myself. I have a fantastic editor, kind of all around sort of handyman guy behind the scenes that's really helping me with a lot of this content, including editing those recap videos. So when you guys see them come out, it's basically getting pretty much published like right away as soon as that editing process is over. So we're always trying to get those out before we go live the next day, and hopefully with a little bit of time so people can actually watch it in case they missed the day before. But I appreciate you showing some support here. Lauren Puddick says, why Amber Heard's lawyers asked the doctor about being bipolar. Her diagnosis was BPD, a different disorder. Did Amber Heard's life get confused or remember? I think that they were getting confused a little bit because that was, I mean, it happened when we were talking about it too, right? When we saw BPD, we were like, oh, bipolar disorder. I think that was just a little bit of a slip up there. I don't think that was anything intentional. As Nate says, this is MAGA country. Maybe I'm gonna have to save that for when he comes back. Emma Rain says, I see Muffingate is still alive. Are the people in the audience sitting behind each side there to support that side or any seat available? I think they're just going for any seat available. If you ask people that are in there, you probably are, if you were to take a poll of the people in there, you probably would see a lot of people that are supportive of Johnny Depp or just random people from Virginia that just know that there's a high profile case and are just kind of curious to go and check out the process and sort of see it for themselves, But yeah, people are just kind of sitting in there. Cake says, JD's team assigned a pleading where Dr. Curry would testify to BPD's symptoms. It was submitted before the doctor tested Amber. Defense implied fraud. Is it? No. And this is what Dr. Curry was trying to respond yesterday, was that she was saying, hey, I don't really know what that, what that filing was about, because that's written by the lawyers. It's not written by me. I didn't see it. I don't know what kind of language they would use. And this is kind of typically what would be in that kind of a report. As a lawyer, it kind of felt a little, I don't know if it was dirty. I mean, maybe someone else would have a different perspective, but to me, it felt a little bit off to try to assign that language to her when Elaine would know that this was written by the attorneys on the other side, that, you know, when you have an expert that's going to be testifying, you're going to write something about what you expect them to testify to based on conversations that you've had, you know, with this person. And they may not have officially reached some kind of a conclusion, but they may be thinking, you know, they may have said, you know, if A, then B, then C, this would potentially be what I would testify to, or, you know, what I would conclude in this thing. So I don't know. I wouldn't say that this would be fraudulent. Ashton Ollie says, as someone with BPD, I wanted to thank you for being respectful about it yesterday. Great stream. What did you make of yesterday's disaster cross? Thank you so much. And I do want to continue to point out that, you know, we don't want to be stigmatizing people with BPD. It's, you know, just because somebody has it doesn't make them Amber Heard, doesn't make them, you know, doesn't mean that they've done the things that Amber is alleged to have done. That's what we're trying to find out, is whether or not she did that, whether or not a jury will find that she did all of these things that Johnny has alleged. But, you know, we want to make sure that we're not using too broad of brushstrokes. And I understand that there are also people that will say, you know, they've said in the comments in the chat elsewhere, you know, hey, I have an ex-girlfriend, or, you know, some kind of an ex that had BPD and I had a really hard time with it. And this, you know, is very consistent with my, you know, my experiences with this person. Completely understand that. Those experiences are 100% valid and valuable and maybe I don't know, meaningful, but they are valid and valuable, right? So I don't want to discount that either, but I just want to caution people that if they aren't familiar with it, you know, maybe read up on it, get an understanding of it, get an understanding of what people go through with it, but don't, let's try not to demonize people that have it too. So thank you for the super chat. Stephanie says, wouldn't you emphasize that through the photos and bruises and TRO, Amber Heard's intent was physical abuse, not psychological, regardless of the legal definition of abuse? If you mean Amber Heard's intent in her abuse of Johnny, or do you mean the reverse? I mean, you know, either way. So either way, of course, it is much easier to convince a jury of physical abuse if you see evidence of physical harm, you know, whether we're talking about Johnny or Amber. So I would agree that the emphasis would be, you know, if you have decent evidence of it showing these physical injuries, yeah, you definitely would be wanting to hit. You would be wanting to hit on that pretty hard, because that's something that you can see with your own eyes. Whereas to convince someone about emotional harm, then we get into a lot of these discussions that we've had on the panel too, right? Like, okay, so somebody yelled at her, you know, or she yelled at him. Is that enough? Is that enough for abuse? Or you know, somebody is banging on you know, kitchen cabinets one time because they're particularly upset. I don't know, you know, is that enough? Or you know, looking at the whole context of everything, you know, is it enough seeing what Johnny has done? Is it enough seeing what Amber has done? I don't know, maybe, but I do agree that it is a much easier sell when you have evidence of a physical injury. P-Dub says, but she retweeted the sexual violence title. Isn't that publishing it? I think Johnny's side will probably try to use that. The question is whether or not the jury, whether or not the jury would be convinced, because I do agree that could be considered, that could be construed as consent of that particular title, but maybe not. I mean, maybe you know, she's her intent in retweeting it is, this is getting my message out there regardless of the headline. Maybe, possibly. It's up to the jury. Not really certain, but it could absolutely be construed that way. Sarah Rowan says, in my experience, psychological abuse is so much worse than the physical. A lot of people have been saying this. A lot of people have been reaching out by DM and by email, etc., and through the comments and whatnot. And this is what a lot of people have said. And oh, and Nurse Liz, I see you in the chat. If you want to come and join, I'm pretty sure I emailed you the link to today. So yeah, feel free to jump on in and join me in the discussion. But yes, this is what people have been saying is that the emotional is much harder than the physical for a lot of people. Josie wanted to know, how do I join as a member? So underneath this box here where you see me right now, it should be down here where you can see the subscribe button. There is, let me see if I can see it here. There should be there should be a join button right by the subscribe button. If not, I mean, you can also go to my page, the channel page in general, and I think that there's a join button there that will allow you to join as a member, and then you pay like a monthly thing to support the channel and whatnot. And I'll be trying to put out some exclusive content as well for that. Alrighty. Nora says, what happens in this case if the jury can't reach a verdict? Then you have a mistrial. But what is going to happen is the judge is going to try to give as many opportunities as possible for them to reach a verdict, giving them time if they are still working through things, if there are certain discussions that they're having about various incidents. There are various ways that the judge can either give them some space to breathe, to figure this stuff out, or to start to put some pressure on them to say, okay, well, maybe you want to go home, but maybe we'll keep you for an extra hour or something like that. There are certain things that the judge can do, but otherwise, if they absolutely cannot, then the judge will have to rule a mistrial. Sandra Ziomara Jones says, I thought Amber specified the abuse as physical by way of TRO and then 2 years ago reference. Yeah, I mean, that's what she was going for, right? Because when she filed for the TRO, she submitted photo evidence which she alleges shows her injuries from these various instances. So yeah, she did, but she's expanded that. She's also expanded the number of incidents that she alleges have occurred. Let me catch these here. Some new super chats coming in. All right. Jared Vester says, do you believe there could be a big bombshell of evidence from Amber Heard's team that could change the public's opinion on Johnny? Honestly, anything is possible. I would not discount the possibility that there could be some evidence that we don't know about, because a lot has been leaked over the years, but I wouldn't say that everything has. There's a lot of evidence here in this case. There is like 1,500 exhibits. That's a lot. That's a lot. So I would venture to guess that there could very well be something that is some kind of a bombshell testimony, or not testimony, but a bombshell piece of evidence, I could say. Although I would also kind of expect that would have come up during his cross-examination, most likely, because they really tried to throw a lot of damaging stuff there at him. Anyway, hey, Nurse Liz, how's it going?
Hello, it's good. I did want to come on really briefly and say yesterday, after I looked at it, I was like, oh, yesterday I was real mad that they were bringing mental health into it, because I didn't get that she was alleging PTSD. So I did just want to come on and say that I thought they were just like randomly throwing her under the bus, and I was like, what are you doing? But that makes a lot more sense. Because once again, I don't know anything legally.
Yeah, no, but that's a it still is a great thing to get your reaction on that, because I mean, as lawyers, we can kind of understand that a little bit more quickly, to be like, oh, I mean, somebody's put this at issue, but for someone else who understands mental health, but maybe not so much the legal side of it,
exactly,
that could be the reaction from some of the jurors. Someone on the jury may be like, oh my God, why are you going into this? Like, I don't understand, like this is so horrible. Why you guys are being dirty?
Exactly. Cause I don't, did they introduce it beforehand and say, hey, we're targeting the PTSD claim, or are you supposed to put that together? Kind of.
They did. She did talk early on about the fact that PTSD was a reason why she was going into it. That did come out in testimony.
Okay, perfect. So it was just a total failure on my part. I was like, what is happening? So I did want to just come on and clarify.
Yeah, well, no worries.
My paranoid freak out yesterday. I was like, what is going on?
But it's still though. I mean, some of the conclusions that she was making were very strong conclusions though. So, I mean, I also understand, being concerned about that too. Like, starting with a diagnosis and then reaching some factual conclusions about that person's behavior based on the fact that they have a diagnosis.
Yeah.
I can understand that.
And I was surprised I would have thought they would have just stopped at like, oh, hey, you don't have PTSD. Cause I could totally see how that's, normal, but
and that is also I mean that's another point too, is that Amber Heard's attorneys also could have limited that, right? They could have said, okay, the whole purpose of this was to analyze for PTSD. And so she has gone way far outside of the scope of the requirements of this court order.
Mm-hmm.
And so none of that should come in. Like it's not, well, not to say that that's not relevant, because it is kind of relevant here.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But it
exactly.
is highly, highly prejudicial. But, you know, maybe they didn't know when they were going through the process of the court ordered, you know, medical examination, that they maybe had no idea that Amber was going to have this kind of a diagnosis possibly come out of it. But
yeah,
you know, to ahead of time, you know, limit the bounds of this examination to say, like, you are only here to determine whether or not there's PTSD, and that is it.
Yeah. Versus she was probably like, oh, you want me to do an evaluation? Like, no, you don't have this, you have this. Exactly. Versus saying like, hey, you're kind of here to rule this out. So I just thought that was interesting that.
Yeah.
That's how they went. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Of course.
I was like, oh no, I looked real mad for it. And I realized now that I was like, oh, that makes a lot more sense. That's good.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let me see if there might be some questions here that have to do with some of the testimony from yesterday. We'll see. But I mean, hang out anyway. You can ask me questions too if you want.
I'll do the non-legal.
Yeah, exactly. Give some nurse reactions, some medical professional reactions. R says, as attorneys, do you hope to see the letter of law upheld, or as people do, you hope to see common sense prevail? Makes for interesting discussion either way. That's a really interesting point. I mean, generally speaking, I do like to see that a jury is basically following the letter of the law. I mean, maybe not necessarily to such a strict degree always, but I mean, yeah, like if a jury, you know, varies very vastly from the requirements there, you know, from the elements of defamation. If it becomes very, very clear that this is not even a borderline case, that this is very much in Amber Heard's favor, and then the jury just decides to decide very, very emotionally and says, no, I'm siding with Johnny Depp, that would make me feel very uneasy, because it should be have at least some logic, at least some tie-in to the requirements of the law for the elements of defamation, and in particular in this case. So, yeah. Caitlin Ebert says, question, answer, how long is this trial expected to be? 6 weeks. Shirin Yavari says, question, do you think that Amber's lawyers have anything from Johnny's cross-examination that they can use against him? If so, what? So from Johnny's cross-examination, I mean, yeah, there's quite a bit there. There's they played some audio of him, you know, yelling pretty intensely at Amber. That was pretty hard to listen to. There were quite a few audio tapes that were very short, and they, you know, after redirect, it seems like those were maybe taken a little bit out of context. They were maybe clipped a little bit too small. But I mean, yeah, there were pieces here and there. And there's also the contention that if he was on drugs and alcohol all the time, how could he have remembered whether or not he hit her, as one thing? You know, it's you could say that on the one hand could have caused his behavior to become much more erratic than what you see of Johnny on the stand right now. And on the other hand, it can also impact his perception and his memory of all of this stuff. So it's still stuff that they have to contend with. Even if we feel like that has been overall rehabilitated, the jury might see it differently, right? Imagine Drakes says, question, is there any chance that Amber Heard is actually found guilty of abuse? Like, can she be punished with jail or fines or anything? Not familiar with U.S. court. No fines, no jail. This is not a criminal case. There are separate requirements for a criminal case, and all of this is outside of the statute of limitations, I believe, anyway, for that, going back to 2016, 2015, 2014. But basically, this is just the impact, the legal impact on this for the parties here is going to be whether or not either side will win, and whether or not they will be found to be held liable for something because they both have claims against each other, or whether they win on their claims. Paulina Lara says, question, can the Australia tapes come in as impeachment when she denies cutting his finger even with third parties on it. I think for purposes of impeachment, maybe. I'm not exactly sure because I haven't seen the actual, like, the motions in limine that they have filed on this issue, or any of their back and forth, or the court's actual final opinion on it. But what we've put together based on what they've said in court is that if it's just Amber and Johnny, then you can get it admitted as evidence. But as for impeachment, it might be, maybe. I'm not certain on that. Alrighty. Yug Thaguri says, question, can recon Amber will dress weak when testifying? It could be. It could be that she will dress.
Which evidence do we have?
Very
Yeah,
differently.
okay.
But we'll see. EL444 says, question, is the Australian audio of Amber Heard admitting to severing his finger coming in? Thanks for the endless coverage. Congrats on 100K. Yeah, those kind of admissions are probably going to be coming in during her cross-examination.
That would not be good.
Yes.
For her.
Paulette yeah, I know, right? Paulette Poirier says, question, will they get an expert on Heard showing pictures of her bruises and that she used makeup to look like a bruise? They could, possibly, but most likely I think that what they're going to do, at least on a couple instances, is get some people that saw her afterwards and testified that they would know whether or not she was wearing makeup and did not appear to be having any injuries and didn't appear to be wearing any makeup. But they could possibly get an expert showing, you know what they would probably do is get a medical expert to talk about what bruises generally look like at a certain point after a fight, how things progress, how things may move or not move, that kind of thing. Deanna Montoya, thank you. Let me see, I'm trying to capture these at the same time that I'm reading through. Okay.
And I did see some things in the chat asking about the red face and like, would that indicate, could that happen with emotion? And I've definitely seen it. I mean, I'm sure most people have probably seen, you get red in the face, you get red around the eyes. When you get upset, that would not be abnormal at all.
Yeah.
You can even get red in the face when you're just mad.
Exactly.
I'm sure
Sage
mine was
says,
yesterday.
Sage says, question, why does the jury have to be unanimous in its decision for Johnny to win this case? I'm in Australia, so I always miss the live chat. I made it in time today. Much love to you, Hogue, Nate, and Joe especially. Thank you so much. So the reason is because those are the rules in Virginia. Every state kind of has their own rules about how many jurors you need on a jury panel, whether it needs to be unanimous or whether it needs to be a majority. This is just, it's the local rules. For some reason, Virginia is a little bit wonky on that. Dash D says, as a Canadian, it seems the judge is letting a lot of comments from Mr. Depp. Is this normal in the US? Thank you. Every judge has their own style. But generally speaking, you do try to limit that to the extent that you can. But at the same time, I think she also doesn't want to look like she's reprimanding one side or another too much. She's really trying to look impartial and fair. And I think she's doing a great job of it. But yeah, I mean, some judges will be much more strict about just answer the question and that's it. Others will be a little bit more flexible on that kind of thing. And I think that her style is although she's very meticulous about the time and about following the rules and kind of keeping things moving, she gave a lot of leeway in especially in the beginning and towards the end of his testimony. She was, sustaining some objections about his answers to say like, all right, just answer the question and move on. Alexis Albert says, if it's proven that she lied, can she get charged with lying under oath, filing a false restraining order, or anything else? Thanks and congrats on 100K. Thank you. So I guess technically she could, but I highly doubt it. It's such a high burden to prove something like perjury. And there's a lot of leeway for testifying that if you're in kind of a gray area, or if there's any reason to believe that somebody actually believes what they're saying is true, but it ends up not being convincing to a jury, that's the kind of thing that is not going to do much for allowing allowing a perjury charge or allowing much success on a perjury charge, I should say. Capturing these. Just Jenna says, is the witness list available to the public? Where at? There is a witness list for both parties. I'm going to see if I can put that in the chat and in the description so that you guys can check it out, because both sides have named witnesses that they intend to call. It doesn't mean that they are going to be calling everyone from that list, but it's just people that they have reserved the right to call. So those lists are up. I'm going to see if I can, like I said, I'm going to see if I can get the link out to everybody so you guys can do that for yourselves. Thugfat says, question, yesterday defense stated the psychologist wasn't board certified because she's not a psychiatrist. Correct me if I'm wrong, but does Amber Heard's team have a board certified psychiatrist witness? That I don't know. Probably because they may be calling her actual doctor who has been seeing her, because there was some talk about that possible testimony, right?
And really, like she was an expert in her field. You know what I mean? There would be, if you're really getting down to that nitty gritty, like that's just being kind of semantic to say it's not a psychiatrist. Like, yeah, she was an expert.
And that's just one of those things that they're going to do with any expert witness. It's going to be like, oh, this person was published 20 times, but you were only published 15. Yeah, exactly. Like it's just they try to stack them up next to one another to sort of bolster the credibility of one over the other.
Call it an alphabet competition at the end of your name.
Yes,
how many letters can you
Are we ready for the jury then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Chloe says, did I hear correctly? Is Elon Musk possibly testifying on Amber's behalf? He's on the witness list, but he has not been served a subpoena for even a deposition. So I don't think so. They can't compel him to come to court. And even if he did at this point, there might be some objection because he hasn't sat for a deposition. So, yeah. Shani Agadi says, question, where can we see the witness list? Are Amber's friends Rocky and Io on it? What witnesses should we expect from the defense? Rocky and Io are on it, but they are only on it through a video deposition. So make of that what you will about their testimony. But yes, I'm going to try to get links in the description and in the chat about that. Nicholas Tan says, how do you guys find the time to live stream as lawyers? Aren't lawyers busy? We are. And what I'm doing is I'm clearing my schedule for this particular live stream. Romy Eugenie Cecil says, do you know who is on the stand today? Well, we had Officer Hadden, and now we've got, who do we have?
Okay. Officer Gatlin. Can you spell the last name for me for the court reporter?
Gatlin.
Okay, thank you.
There we go. And other than that, I don't know yet because it's hard to get that information from where I'm sitting.
Name and business address for the record.
William Gatlin, business address 251 East 6th Street in Los Angeles, California, 90014.
How long have you been an officer with the LAPD?
8 years.
And what is your rank?
Police officer 2.
Now, your partner on May 21, 2016 was Officer Diener, is that correct?
Yes.
You were wearing your body cam on
Yep.
May 21, 2016?
Yes.
When were you first assigned body cams?
Sometime in 2015, I think. I don't remember.
Officer Gatlin, I'm going to show you what has been marked as defendant's exhibit number 6. And I'm going to go ahead and go down to the second page. And this is the incident recall for you and Officer Diener for May 21, 2016, in connection with the call at the Eastern Columbia Building, 849 South Broadway. Now, Officer Diener indicated that he believed that he was driving that night. Is that your recollection as well?
Yes.
When Officer Diener is driving, what does that mean you're doing?
It means I handle the computer.
Based on the incident recall, when did you arrive at the scene, you and Officer Diener?
We arrived at scene, it looks like at 22:24.
And that is 10:24?
Correct.
So when you arrived, do you recall whether there were any other police officers that were on the scene?
I do not believe there was.
Do you recall whether there was any press on the scene?
I do not believe there was.
Do you recall whether there was any type of public gathering involved?
No.
So he's part of the second group of police officers that arrived the night of May 21st.
For my recollection, yes.
2016.
Did you see very many people in the lobby when you came through?
Not that I remember.
Okay. And then tell me what you recall of this incident once you got there and you were shown to the elevator.
I remember we went up the elevator, exited the elevator, walked down the hallway till we found the unit number, knocked on the door, a male answered the door. And at that point, I really didn't know whether this guy is potentially the suspect, if this guy is involved in the altercation, or who this guy was. So we kind of talked to him for a second, and he advised us that the police had already been there. He had a business card from them. And we told him that we still needed to step inside to check on the subject or potential victim, just to make sure that she's okay and that this is indeed related to the previous incident and not a new incident where the suspect had potentially returned and caused there's another new issue at hand.
So do you recall that you already knew that that another officer had answered the call, or other officers had answered the call before you got there?
Yes, I already knew there was a previous caller.
And how did you know that?
Just kind of keeping track. When you're on the computer, you kind of are able to keep track of the calls throughout the night and where they're at and what's going on.
And did you know that Officer Sines and Hadden had been the ones who had answered the call earlier?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you speak with Officer Sines or Officer Hadden before you went to the Eastern Columbia building?
No.
I'm going to take you down to the same exhibit. The page that's Bates stamp numbered LAPD 11. And I'm going to ask you, this is a TOMSG data log. Do you recognize this document?
I've never seen this before. I've never seen one of these documents before.
All right. Do you have a recollection of receiving an administrative message at 22:22:30, which would be 10:22:30, saying incident 4756 is the same incident as yours, 1A1 handled earlier. Doubt she called back, probably just delayed response?
I do not recall getting that message.
Right below it, at 22:23:22, which is 10:23 and change, it shows that your unit responded with ROG, in other words, Roger, to that message. Do you see that?
Yes.
Would that have been you that did that, or would that have been Officer Deeney?
Probably me.
Okay. And is that because you weren't driving and Officer Diener was?
Yes.
Okay. So does this refresh your recollection of what had been communicated to you and why you knew that someone had already answered this call earlier?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the term cycle of violence?
Yes.
Well, typically, do you make arrests on domestic abuse calls?
Sometimes we do, and sometimes the other party is no longer at scene, and we would just take a report.
Okay. Are there times where they just refuse to cooperate and you just left?
Yeah, there are times like that.
You were going to say, but what?
I guess like the totality of the circumstance based on just because someone's uncooperative doesn't automatically mean that we'll just leave. If we're, observe some kind of injuries, or if there's a third party witness that's cooperative, that could lean in, where even if the victim's uncooperative, that we would still take some sort of action.
Now I'm going to ask you to turn to page 13 here. And this is the Cad Summary Report. What, if any, involvement did you have in this?
I would be the one that kind of closes out the incidents on the computer. So the writings over to the right of the screen would be what I would type into the computer to close out the call.
And so you would have typed in related to previous incident, verbal argument only, checked residence?
Yes.
Who told you that it was a verbal argument only?
Based on the knowledge I had of the previous call, I'm able to see potentially how they closed out the call, and I could have seen it from there.
So you could have gotten this from A1A.
1A1.
1A1, yeah, their report, Officer Science and Officer Hadden, and then just repeated it here.
Yes.
Do you have any recollection of anyone in the apartment up in Penthouse 3 saying that there had been a verbal argument only?
Not to my recollection.
Well, let me just jump back to the events of May 21 for a moment. Were you aware that that was the apartment of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard?
No.
When did you first become aware of that?
I don't remember.
Are we talking months, days, hours?
I think it was a couple days.
And do you remember how you learned of it?
No, I don't.
And did you know who Johnny Depp was at that time?
Yeah.
And were you a fan of Johnny Depp's as of May 21, 2016?
I guess I liked a couple of his movies. I don't know. I'm not like rushing out to go see him or anything. I don't know.
Are you a fan of Johnny Depp today?
I can remember the last movie I saw of his.
Did you know who Amber Heard was as of May 21, 2016?
I was aware that there was an actress by the name of Amber Heard, but I was not totally familiar with her or any of her work.
When you saw the name Amber Heard on the incident,
none of the cops know who Amber is, huh? They all say that she's a nobody. We don't know her.
She was an actress.
Yikes.
No.
Did you recognize Amber Heard when you came to the
background noises
on May 21, 2016?
No.
How close did you come to Amber Heard while you were in the apartment?
I'd have to say probably between 10 and 15 feet.
And what was the lighting like where Amber Heard was sitting?
It's pretty dim.
Did you ask to see Amber Heard's face in the light?
No.
Did you ask Amber Heard whether she had any injuries?
No.
Did you interview any of the persons present about what had taken place earlier that night?
No.
Why not?
Because I was aware that there's a previous call regarding the incident, and the male that answered the door kind of made it clear to us that this is still left over from that same incident, and a new incident had not occurred. So I didn't feel the need to at that time.
Did you go through and search the entire apartment, including bedrooms, offices, and other areas?
You can't search the house. Yeah, you can't search.
Then why not?
Same as I explained earlier, and they were all adamant that her husband was no longer at scene.
Did you go into any of the other adjoining apartments?
No.
You asked where the husband was. Why did you ask where the husband was?
Because in the comments of the call, it stated the husband and wife were arguing.
And it was also a domestic violence.
Yeah, it's a domestic violence call, and it wouldn't be uncommon for, the male to answer the door to tell us that he's not the husband, and later it turns out that he is.
He's the husband, yeah.
We kind of have to talk to the other party involved to make sure that that's not the male that's involved in the argument.
Did any of the four people that were in the apartment identify Johnny Depp as that male?
No.
Yeah, a lot of
Was
the time
there
the
any
abuser
effort
answers the
by
door.
any of the people in that apartment to get you to press charges or investigate further?
No.
Would you say the people were reluctant to even have you come into the apartment?
It felt that way.
And what occurred that made it feel like that to you? That they didn't want to be they didn't want you in the apartment.
Just the way that the male was acting to answer the door. He kind of just said, "Oh, let me just go grab the business card from the previous call." And then even still, when we had went inside, it didn't seem like anybody was particularly eager to talk to us.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at Exhibit 1, Defendant's Exhibit 1.
Oh, we're going to see something here on the other side of the screen.
So people understand cops can't just go searching all the apartments and stuff without a warrant or some probable cause. Right?
Yes.
So
Or
her
consent.
asking these
Or
yeah,
consent by the people.
or
Yeah.
consent. So
July 3rd,
her asking these
2020.
questions, she knows that they
Going to
can't
go
do that. I don't know why
down
she's even
to
asking these
the
questions.
10th page. What, if any, evidence
Just for completeness, I guess. It's
did
discovery.
you observe when you went to the penthouse on May 21, 2016, that Amber Heard and her friends were attempting to concoct an abuse hoax to set up Johnny Depp to be accused of domestic violence?
None that I can recall.
What, if any, evidence did you see of Amber and her friends spilling wine and roughing the place up?
None.
And what, if any, evidence did you see that Amber and her friends had concocted and gotten their story straight and were relaying them to you when you arrived?
None.
Did Amber or her friends at any time while you were at the apartment on May 21, 2016, claim that Johnny Depp had committed domestic violence of Amber?
Not to me, they didn't.
Did you see them do that to Officer Diener?
No.
What, if any, efforts did Amber Heard make to come over and to show you any evidence of injuries?
None.
And what, if any, effort did Amber Heard or her friends make to try to show you any type of property damage?
None.
And what, if any, evidence do you have that Amber or her friends placed a second call to 911?
I don't have any evidence that it was one of her friends. I just know that there was a second call placed. Well, actually, if I can recall, I think it said that her friend was on the phone with her and heard her arguing with her husband.
Who said that?
I believe that's what the incident recall said.
Did you ever provide a sworn deposition saying that you saw no evidence of a crime at the penthouse before today?
No.
Are you aware of whether Officer Diener provided a sworn deposition saying he saw no evidence of a crime?
He has not.
Now this call came in at 20:30, which is approximately 8:30 regular time, PM, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then a little bit further down, just 7 minutes later, comes a duplicate call that appears to come from the New York Police Department. So
Yes.
there was roughly 7 minutes of each other, correct?
Yes.
Did you see that when you were looking back at trying to look at the history?
I believe I saw all of this.
Did you see in any of the incident recalls or any of the documentation that you reviewed that the officers, Officer Simonton Hadden, reported to the scene, left the scene, closed out, and then another call was made to come to 849 South Broadway?
Yes.
What did you see?
The second call created was the one that we had received.
And it says, this is 2209, which would be 1009, right, roughly?
Yes.
It says teletype from NYPD ICAP. Female stated she was on the phone with her friend. She began screaming at her husband. Subject Amber Heard, husband Johnny Heard, male, 53 years old, 5'11", NFD, NF5. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. But that's New York Police Department, and back here, it says New York Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But after you communicated down here,
Both calls are made to
On the
NYPD. That means
administrative
IO made the call. Both of
text
them.
messages, and
She
I'm
was in
now
New-
on
he was-
LAPD
Sorry,
11.
IO was in New York. I don't want to misgender IO. I'm sorry.
This is 2222. You now know it's the same incident as yours and 1A1 handled earlier. Doubt she called back, probably just delayed response, correct?
Yeah, this is just a message from another unit. So, I mean, just because they're basically just sending me a message that it's related, you know, it doesn't mean that it's exactly the same call.
By the time you showed up at the door of Penthouse 3 at the Eastern Columbia building, you already knew that Officer Science had handled this call, and you were just double checking to make sure that the perpetrator wasn't there and that everybody was okay, correct?
I was aware that Officer Science had handled a call at that location earlier, but it doesn't mean that I treat it as if it's handled already. We still have to get there and speak to them and make that determination that it's not a completely new incident.
Yeah.
Okay. And you did that, right?
Yes.
And you put in the system for this call.
Is this the 911 dispatch or is this the
This is the
CAD
officer
report?
that actually showed up.
20,
No, the report that we're looking at.
2122. Met with Vic.
Oh, yes.
Check
Yeah. I think
location,
this is
verified
the
husband left location. Victim advised.
same as
verbal
before,
dispute, and
dispatch
refused to
report.
give any further information. Actually, that was Hadden and Sons, right?
That wasn't me. I didn't put that in.
And then what you put in, that was why I couldn't find it. You put in 2217, and I'm sure you weren't there till 301, but we talked after some dates about that. You put in related to previous incident, verbal argument only, checked residence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your putting verbal argument only was based on what you had reviewed with Science and Hadden, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as defendant's exhibit number 2, and it's a picture, it's a portion of a video clip from the ECD building, and it has 5/21/2016, and the time is 22/28/14. Do you recognize the person in this picture?
Yes.
And who is in this picture?
Officer Diener.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at defendant's exhibit number 3, and that's reflecting a video clip again, and it's dated 5/21/2016 and says 22.
Let's watch this well, we'll get some body cam footage
Do
too,
you
but
recognize the person in this?
Yeah, that's me and Officer Diener.
I'm going to show you now the video cam footage. I've got the 2 from yours and from Officer Diener, so I'm going to go through and show those to you.
are we not going to see it? There we
There it is.
go. Okay, so yeah, this is body cam footage here. Going in the elevator from the lobby level.
Coffee's hot. Burning up. Word around Penthouse 3. Be advised, we're stepping out onto the penthouse floor.
So you can see that striped carpeting there.
officers. How you doing? Doing all right.
The generic white male.
Yes, we did. Okay. I can't remember their names offhand. We have the card inside. Diane, maybe? Yeah, we got another call. I don't know if it's related to the same call from earlier or if somebody called again. Probably. We just did the check. One of you guys know someone in New York or something? Yeah, she probably called twice. Okay. Yeah. You just talk to your wife just to make sure it's not. Oh, it's not my wife. Okay. Different conversation. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, whoever it is, step out.
But we need to talk to him.
Make sure they're all good. I'll go get the business card from the cops.
You're gonna keeping the door closed.
We don't need the business card. We need to speak to her. Yeah.
Yeah. We need to know that you're not the abuser.
Yeah.
We'll just come in and just check. We just need to make sure
We'll just come in. Just come in and take a look. That's all. It's no big deal.
Well, when you get a call, this is unfortunately how domestics go. A lot of the time.
I don't know if she called twice or whoever called, but we just got another notification.
Because the person who's the abuser is going to make everything seems okay. Yeah, don't worry, everything's all right. They were here before.
Make sure that everybody's okay.
Yeah.
They're all good. Nobody else is in here.
No. The other officers came by and checked the apartment and the other apartments as well.
Yeah.
It must have been like a double call.
Okay.
Yeah, the dogs. Those are the criminals who take poops on the bed.
I know. Somehow disproportionately sized poops.
Arrest those dogs.
Yeah.
Public defecators.
All good then? All right.
There's the kitchen that they're passing by, the island there. Nothing on the floor.
No, if she was injured, you saw some, there was.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get nothing there. And especially if you're injured, you have EMS
no damage on the walls, no wine stains on the walls.
Yeah.
Expect the jury to watch this several times during deliberations.
Yeah. Doesn't seem like anything even happened in there.
Also, no evidence of muffins. Where are the muffins?
Exhibit number 4.
Muffin! Look at Johnny.
Coffee's hot. Burning up. We're around Penthouse 3.
Johnny's like, I need a muffin.
To you to show you now, you're putting verbatim and says 22, 28, 15. Do you recognize the person in this?
Yeah, that's me and Officer Diener.
I'm going to show you now the video cam footage. I've got the two from yours and from Officer Diener. So I'm going to go through and show those to you as well. Okay. So this one is defendant's exhibit number 4.
This is really good for Johnny. 2 groups of cops came in and saw no injuries.
Coffee's
Yep.
hot.
No injuries, no damage to the apartment.
We're around Penthouse 3. Be advised, we're stepping on onto the penthouse.
Officer Gatlin, did you eat the muffins when you arrived?
He's like, I'm looking at the muffins right now. They're good.
Did you steal a mega pint of wine from them?
This guy's put away a couple of muffins too. You can tell this guy's.
Before we go further, can you tell
be
whether
nice,
this
be
one
nice.
is
Arrested
your
those muffins.
video
I'm a muffin
footage or
arrestor
it is
too.
Officer Diener's?
This appears to be Officer Diener's.
And so that's you over here.
Yes.
Can you tell whether it's you or Officer Diener that's saying Officer Signs?
I cannot tell.
Okay. How did you know that it was Officer Signs who'd been there?
Because I was aware which unit had responded to the call there, and I knew that she was working that unit.
I don't know if it's related to the same call from earlier or if somebody called again. Probably. We just need to check. One of you guys know someone in New York or something? Yeah, she probably called twice. Okay. Yeah. You just talk to your wife and make sure it's not my wife. Different conversation.
I do want to mention one thing. Look at that TV behind them. How old is that TV? That's like a tube TV behind them, right? Am I the only person that noticed that?
You're not. Mr. Bites texted me about that too yesterday during the previous
Now, would you
deposition
say,
testimony.
and I'll represent this as Josh Drew, and he's already provided testimony. Would you say that Josh Drew was discouraging you from even coming into the apartment or seeing Amber Heard?
Yes.
I don't know if she called twice or whoever called, but we just got another notification. So
It must have been today.
we just figured I'd come in to make sure that everybody's okay.
Yeah,
They're all good. Nobody else is in here.
no, the other officer came by.
All right.
Now, because of the
Officer
calling,
Gatlin, can you tell which one of these people is doing the talking, of these three girls, women?
I can't tell for certain, but it appears to me it's the girl in the middle. That's the one that's leaning forward with the white shirt.
Do you know which one of these is Amber Heard?
From this view, I can't tell.
All right. Do you know what color hair the person that's the most forward, that's in the middle, has?
I can't tell from this.
Okay. Can you tell what color hair the woman, the furthest right is, that's in front?
I can't tell. It looks like her head is in a shadow.
Okay. Can you tell what color hair the person that's middle but in the back?
No, same. Everything looks like the tops of their heads are in shadows.
All right. And you believe that the one to the left is Amber Heard?
No, I believe that that's the one that's doing most of the talking.
I had checked the apartment and the other apartments as well.
Yeah. Okay.
It must have been like a double call.
Okay. Who's Amber? Okay. And Johnny is.
Did you see anybody acknowledge that they identify themselves as Amber?
It looks like it was the girl sitting furthest away from me, or furthest away from the camera.
Okay. And how would you describe the lighting in there?
Pretty dim and dark.
You said earlier you thought you were 10 to 15 feet away. How much would you estimate now that you are looking at this on body cam? How far away are you from the three women?
I would still say it's in that range.
Did you get a clear look at any of these three women?
I can't remember.
And did you ask to have any of them come out into the lighting so that you could take a better look at them to see if potentially they might have injuries?
No.
What perception did you have about the level of cooperation of these four individuals with your answering this call?
Pretty low level of cooperation.
Okay. Now can we bring up exhibit number 5? It's the other video. I just want to run through both of them because there's a little bit of a different angle in the two.
Did you see any amica cream on the walls?
Nate,
Amica cream.
in law enforcement, is it kind of like healthcare where if they're not a vulnerable population and they say, no, I'm fine, you kind of have to take them at like, no, I'm fine?
It all depends. And this is where it becomes to, like, say, if you go there, a lot of times in domestic situations, the abused will say, I'm fine, I'm fine. But if an officer sees injuries and those type of things, then you have to assume that the person isn't fine and you can take measures there. Because you guys know how it was in the past. You go in, the husband says she's fine, and next thing you know, she winds up dead. So I know most jurisdictions now, if you do see physical injuries, somebody has to go, generally.
Got it.
So if you go there
Thanks.
and physical injuries, somebody has to come with you. But one of the interesting pieces of this is that if anyone has physical injury, when I was going to scenes, if somebody had physical injuries, you get EMS. You call them EMS, and they'd have to deny EMS. They have to say, refuse medical attention. And we notate that because we don't want people to say, oh, they never called EMS. So if this cop would have saw physical injuries, he would have asked her, do you need EMS? And the fact that he didn't do that shows that he probably didn't see any injuries. Or she probably said, I am not injured.
That's helpful.
And also, there's a probable cause aspect of this, which I think a lot of people don't understand. If a police officer goes to a domestic violence situation and sees bruises on somebody and someone says they hit me and I have bruises, that person's going to go to jail. You're going to arrest that person on the spot because that gives you enough probable cause. You have a complaining witness saying that this person hit me and you have a visible bruise. That's enough to make an arrest based on those circumstances. Even if you're not sure if that person hit that person, but if you have a complaining witness saying, he hit me, here's the bruise, you make the arrest.
Great points, Nate. Great points.
Somebody come out here earlier? Okay, I can't remember their names offhand with the card. Yeah, we got another call. I don't know if it's related to the same call from earlier or if somebody called again. We just need to check. When you guys know someone in New York or something? Yeah, she's calling also. I'm just talking to her wife to make sure it's not my line or okay, different conversation. Okay, yeah. Whoever it is, you gotta get on. I'll go get the business card from the cops. I don't know, just because we got another call and we came again, we still don't make sure.
And this two call thing happens a lot too, where somebody will call, help me. Then the cops are coming, there's nothing. Then you'll have a second call because things just, sometimes the person get mad. You call the cops on me now, and they ain't do nothing. And then you get the other. So, so that's why the cops have to kind of go through that same full process again, because you just don't know. And you want to be sure because you don't want a lawsuit or lose your job. So.
Yeah. But again, you can see everything looks pretty boring here, right? In this video.
Yeah, but I would also say the cops, if you have someone who's saying that they were injured, the cops should then, can you come over here, ma'am? Is everything all right? Because you don't want, you want to make sure, and a lot of times you want to bring the victim into what's a so-called safe place, so they can feel comfortable to tell you what really happened, even though sometimes they don't. But because right now she may not feel safe. Those may be Johnny's friends for all we know.
Officer Hadden earlier testified that Officer Sands was the one to do that. She had a conversation personally with Amber because she's the woman. Both of the women that were explaining things were women. So so they did that, and so they had information about what had happened in the first call, but he said that we still needed to go in and check to make sure has anything changed. Based on the responses that we're getting, nothing has changed. So they didn't do as maybe as thorough of a check. They didn't go into the rooms, but they still looked and had to look themselves to see, has anything changed? No? Okay.
Yeah, if nothing's changed, then there's nothing to do. And the was one important piece here. The reason why they didn't do a police report is because they didn't have probable cause to do anything. So that's the reason why you don't have a police report. There was really no crime or anything to report. So.
Yes. Yeah, there was a question. There was a funny question of like, did you take any photos to prove no injuries and no damage to the apartment? No, they don't do that.
Yes.
You only take evidence of crimes. So if there was evidence of a crime, you take the picture.
Coffee's hot. Burn it up. We're around Penthouse 3.
Someone asked if the genders were different. If it was a man hurt versus a woman in New York, yes. If a man is hurt and they says a woman hit him and there's a bruise, she will be going to jail.
Actually, Nate, maybe you can answer this right now. Is there a reason the body cams are pointed slightly down, or is that just how they are?
It all depends on placement. Some place them right here so you can see, and they have those bubble lenses to try to give that wide view. So
keep in mind they've got all kinds of body armor under everything too. So that's why it sounds like very noisy as they're walking. They've got a lot of stuff on them.
Oh yeah. I think I still have my bulletproof vest here. It's a lot to put under. Like you have a bulletproof vest. It's crazy. It's a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Those are the dogs that allegedly dropped the Grumpy. Oh, you're muted, Nate.
I'm holding up a bulletproof vest, but this is what you have to wear under it.
Well, that's cool.
And then this, and then you have. Oh yeah, I have all my.
All your gear.
Bulletproof vest, yeah, from back in the day because I bought it, so it's mine. But
different conversations. Whoever it is, I'll go get the business card from the cops. I don't know. Just because we got another call and we came again, we still got to make sure. We don't think. Back up. We just come in and just check. We need to make sure everything here is.
Exactly, Britt. Exactly. That would be a ridiculous line of questions, and it was.
So I'm just stopping here again on these three women. You had indicated before the woman that's leaning forward here that she's in the middle. Is that correct?
It appears that way.
And you think she's the one who did most of the talking, correct?
Yeah, right now she was the one talking.
Okay. And you believe that Amber is the one in the back behind her?
Yes.
Are you able to see the right side of Amber's face?
From this camera view, it looks like she's kind of facing straight towards me. So I would have been able to see the right side of her face from there.
Would you have been able to see it clearly?
Due to the low lighting, probably not very clearly.
Okay.
Johnny is definitely not here. He's not here? Okay.
Probably like 2 hours.
Okay. All right, cool.
While we're still there, can you tell how much hair Amber has covering the right side of her face in these pictures?
No, it looks like from this camera view, most of the time, like half of her head is blocked from the woman in front of her.
Can you tell whether she's wearing any makeup?
No.
Oh, there was a makeup question. Somebody in super chat that a minute ago.
All right. If you guys need anything else, just call us back. Have a good night.
Do you recall looking for any injuries in the faces of the three women?
No.
This is the same day. All of these cops showed up on May 21st, 2016 to answer this question.
Now, Officer Gatlin, do you recall seeing two dogs in the house?
Yes.
Did
those dogs poop on the bed?
Yes.
And when you say that, would you be able to, sitting here today, say that the person in these three photos, defendants 7, 8, and 9, is the same person that was sitting on that sofa in the back? Are you able to draw that connection?
No, I don't recall.
Do you disagree with my description of what's in this picture?
No, I was stating that I didn't observe that when I was inside the apartment.
Are you able to testify whether Amber Heard was the victim of domestic violence by Mr. Depp on May 21, 2016?
Based on our investigation, it appeared as if she was not.
Your investigation of what?
Based on her refusing to give any statement on what had occurred. And at the time, we did not observe any any visible or verifiable injuries to her.
Anything else?
Not that I can recall.
Right. So did you interview any of the three other individuals in the apartment?
No.
Did you ask any of the individuals to give you a statement about what transpired?
I believe the female that was sitting in the middle of the three told us that everything was fine and that the other officers had already conducted an investigation on the incident prior to our arrival.
Did you ask that individual to give you a statement?
Outside of that, no.
Did you take that individual aside and try to interview her without the others present?
No.
Why not?
As I just stated, everybody there had told us that the officers who had responded a couple hours before us had conducted the investigation, and this is our call is still stemming from that incident, and there had been no change in the circumstance since then.
Do you know whether Officer Sines and Officer Hadden took any of the individuals aside and interviewed them?
No.
Did you at any point ask Amber Heard to come forward and examine her in the light to see if she had any injuries?
No.
Did you take a flashlight just to see if she had any visible injuries to her face or her body?
No.
Did you ask Amber Heard if she had any injuries?
No.
I'm asking whether you're in a position as a police officer to testify under oath that Johnny Depp did not commit any abuse of Amber Heard on May 21, 2016.
I don't believe I'm in the position to testify whether he did or did not because I was not there when the incident potentially occurred.
Good answer.
Okay.
Appropriate.
And you didn't conduct your own independent investigation, correct?
Outside of the female telling us that everything was fine and the male that answered the door that told us that the other officers had already came and talked to everybody, and she told us they checked both the two apartments. So I felt at that time sufficient that, as I stated, there's no change in the circumstance from the previous call. So we did not go further into investigation.
And that's the extent of your investigation, correct?
Correct.
Did you do that night on May 21, 2016? Did you do anything other than what we have looked at on the video camera in connection with investigating whether Johnny Depp committed domestic violence with Amber Heard on May 21, 2016?
No.
Do you know whether Johnny Depp committed domestic violence of Amber Heard?
I think he just
on
said
May 21,
he can't testify to that.
No.
Sorry, your
I
next
feel like
witness. Alejandro Romero. Alejandro Romero.
She got to having a point was that he didn't pull Amber away, and then she just kept hammering on it, and it made everyone annoyed again.
And if I might, Your Honor, this is another one that begins with questioning by counsel for Ms. Heard and later on switches to questioning by counsel for Mr. Depp.
Okay, thank you.
Romero, will you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Alejandro Romero. I go by Alex.
What is your current occupation?
I work at the front desk of the Eastern Columbia building.
And is that for the Action Property Management Company?
That's correct.
How long have you been employed at the Eastern Columbia building?
Approximately 13 years.
And could you please describe what kind of work you do for the Eastern Columbia building?
Most of it is just access control, and I deal with a lot of residents regarding their packages and food deliveries.
Okay. And have you done that pretty much the whole 10 years?
That's correct.
I'm going to take you back to 2015 and 2016 for a moment. How many people would you say would go through the building on any particular day in that time? I'm talking tenants and visitors.
I cannot say a number because there's 147 units in the building, and there are visitors, guests, friends. Actually, we used to send delivery people out. We don't send it anymore because of the COVID. But I cannot tell you a number. There's thousands of people probably.
Have you ever met Johnny Depp?
I saw him a couple of times.
Okay. Do you remember what Mr. Depp was wearing on any of those occasions?
Nope.
Do you remember what jewelry he had on?
Nope.
Do you remember what headgear he was wearing? If he was wearing a scarf or a hat?
No.
Do you remember whether Mr. Depp was wearing any makeup or eyeliner?
Nope, I don't remember. Nope.
Was he dressed up as
right?
Captain Jack Sparrow?
No.
Do you know whether Mr. Depp had ever been physically violent with Amber Heard? And by this, I mean hitting, punching, throwing objects at her, kicking her, headbutting her. Do you know one way or the other whether Mr. Depp ever did that to Ms. Heard?
Nope.
Did you ever
He like muffins.
seen Mr. Depp slam things around or be angry?
No, I have never seen him like that.
I'm going to ask you some questions now about Amber Heard. When did you first meet Amber Heard?
I believe she was dancing on the lobby. I met her at the front desk. I interact more with her sister, Whitney, I believe that's her name, and her good friend Rocky. And but Amber, I only see him like once in a while when she was sometimes used to get packages.
Do you recall whether Ms. Heard became a resident sometime around March 2016?
Don't remember.
Could you tell me one way or the other?
I just can't remember. Like I said, it's been so long, I just don't remember. And like, I know you guys sent me the papers to review, and I'm gonna be honest, I didn't want to review them because it's been so long. It's like, just don't want to deal with this anymore.
Very honest.
Yes, I went through the witness statement, and it's everything that
Look
is
at
written
Johnny
there. That's
smiling.
what I said.
Okay. And
That was
can tell he
correct.
really
That
likes it.
was accurate.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I signed it.
Interesting that he
So during
knows
the
Whitney
time
and Rocky
between
more than Amber.
2015 and 2016, how many times would you say total that you interacted with Amber Heard?
For a whole year, I can give you a number. Because it could be like probably I probably saw Amber for 3 times in one day. Probably I'll see like 5 times, or probably I will never see him for a whole week. So I don't have there's never been a routine.
Okay. How would you describe Amber Heard's interactions with you? Were they friendly? Did she smile at you? Did she talk with you?
No, she was the
She was
worst.
really friendly. She always smiled. But we never had like a interaction as really close relationship, like I do with some of the other residents. She never told me any of her problems. She never stopped by and talk about her personal life. She never did that.
They're asking you about a date that you recall seeing Amber Heard on May 25th, 2016. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
You said, probably, I just can't remember the days. I've got a really bad memory for dates. Did you see that?
Yep.
So, Mr. Romero, would you at any time be able to remember what type of clothing Amber Heard was wearing from one of her events?
Nope, I don't remember.
Did she look like an
Would
underwater
you
sea
remember
creature?
on any daily basis what type of hairstyle she was wearing?
Nope.
Would you remember on any type of basis what type of bag Amber Heard was carrying?
No.
Would you be able to say whether Amber Heard was dressed up or casual on any given day?
No.
Would you be able to say whether what type of makeup Amber Heard was wearing on any given day?
No.
Would you be able to say, for example, whether Amber Heard had on concealer or foundation on any given day?
Come on.
No.
Would you be able to say whether Amber Heard had on blush or powder on any given day?
How about Amica cream?
No.
Would you be able to say whether Amber Heard had mascara or eyeliner on any given day?
No.
How about eyebrow pencil?
Even Johnny's
or
smiling.
lip pencil?
Trying not to laugh.
No.
Do you have any memories of Amber Heard
They need to
wearing
make a
a
meme of like a
particular type of
celebrity
makeup
problem.
with
Like
a
that's what this
type
guy's
of
thinking.
outfit?
Like,
No.
If you were asked to describe any characteristics of Amber Heard from 2 days earlier without knowing you were going to be asked, would you be able to testify to any of those? What she was wearing, what her makeup was, what her hairstyle was?
No, I probably won't remember.
when is the first time that you recall anyone saying anything to you about the police being called at the EC building because of the domestic dispute between Mr. Depp and Amber Heard?
Well, to answer your question, whatever happened, it happened on a Saturday. I don't work Saturdays. When I got there on Monday, they asked me, "Oh, you heard what happened?" And I said, "No, what happened?" So that's how I find out. Then I went to the cameras and see what was going on. Then as soon as I saw Johnny Depp on the camera on the elevator, just walking back and forward on the camera in the elevator, I said, "Okay, I know that was Tim," and that's all I knew. But I was not there on that Saturday when that happened. I believe that whatever that happened, they say it happened, and when they called the police, I believe it wasn't a Saturday, and I was not there.
Okay. Do you recall who told you that on that Monday following the Saturday?
Okay, Don, as a matter of fact, I think it was one of the residents that they approached to me, and they said there was a lot of noise because the person was working out on the gym that's next to the penthouse. They heard a bunch of noise, and that's it. And that's why I checked the camera. And when I looked at the cameras and I saw Johnny, like I said, was just walking back and forward in the elevator, I said, like, okay, all right, okay, no, I'll try to figure it out. And I didn't say anything more. I turned off the camera, and that's it.
So the first part of that, somebody was working out and heard noise?
Someone was working out on the gym and heard the noise. They heard a lot of noise on the hallway. Because it's really rare to hear anything because most of the time the penthouse level is really quiet.
Okay. Do you remember who the person was in the gym that heard a lot of noise in the penthouse that night?
That's correct. I do remember the person.
Who is it?
I remember the person. It has been a resident in the building for a long time. I just don't remember. I don't remember her name.
And where is the gym in comparison to the penthouse that's owned by Mr. Depp?
Like I said, Johnny Depp owns all the penthouse on below the clock. The gym of the Eastern Columbia building is just in front of one of the penthouses. You actually can see it through the window.
You can see the gym through a window of the penthouse, or you can see the penthouse through a window of the gym?
You can see the gym through one of the windows to the penthouse, and it has a patio that leads to the gym. Penthouse has a patio that leads to the gym.
Okay. And this tenant, if you think of her name while you're, even if we're asking other questions, please let me know. This tenant, this is a resident there, right? That saw this?
Yeah, I believe her name is Shauna.
And so she told you she heard a lot of noise.
That's correct.
Did she describe anything, voices, any objects, anything like that?
No, she just said it was a noise. Just noise. And she was just surprised because, like I said, it's always really quiet.
Okay. And so she wanted to know what happened. And so you went to the video cameras to look at video. How did you know when to look for them?
Because she got the time. She got the time that she was working out. That's what I figured out to track the time on the camera and looked. And then when as soon as I saw, like I said, Johnny Depp walking back and forth in the elevator, I turned off the camera and I figured out, okay, this is what happened. I figured out if we wanted to together, so I was okay.
When you said you figured out what happened after you saw Johnny Depp in the elevator, what did you figure out had happened?
I figured out that's why they call the cops, the police.
Because why?
Because of the noise that was on the penthouse level.
Mr. Romero, I'm going to ask you to look at, this is a video clip marked as Romero Exhibit number 8.
Hey, y'all.
Yeah. Hey, Mark, how's it going? So just a quick comment. Some people are, you know, getting a little upset because they're seeing some fat comments or fat shaming or jokes or whatever. The comments about muffins are not about this guy or any kind of appearance or weight. That is a meme from yesterday's testimony that is carrying over. So I don't want anybody to get the wrong impression here.
That's a good clarification.
Yes. So, yes.
And neither are mega pints. That's an old
That as well. So, you know, asking if he was, you know, if he was asking for muffins, delivering muffins, it's not about, has nothing to do with him, has everything to do with Elaine's ridiculous questioning.
And going to the bathroom. All
Exactly. Maybe it's Amica cream. Oh man, that's so funny.
Which I saw some questions about that.
Date and timestamp near the bottom. Do you recognize this as the elevator at ECB building?
That's correct.
Mr. Romero, you're nodding. Is this the video that you remember looking at after Shauna told you that she heard the noise that night?
That's correct.
And that's Mr. Depp?
Correct.
Do you recognize the other two men in the elevator?
I recognize the guy in front of the elevator button. That's his personal bodyguard. The other guy, I've seen him before, but I never interact with him. If I did, I don't remember.
You said he looked agitated.
Yeah, he looked agitated. Like he was walking back and forward. He took his jacket. His body language was different than before. Most of the time, he's really calm. He's just like really happy person. Yeah, like this is the first time I saw him like that.
And then you go to
make a YouTube channel, Mark.
So then you say Wednesday, May 25th. At approximately 10:30, Ms. Heard walked into the lobby accompanied by Ms. Raquel Pennington. That's the person you called Rocky earlier. Do you remember her?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And you said that Ms. Heard approached you to ask you for the key to her unit, which you did. And you said we did not discuss anything else at that time.
Correct.
Ms. Heard stood approximately 3 feet away from you. I did not notice any bruises, cuts, swelling, red marks, or any other injuries of any kind on Ms. Heard's face. Do you see that?
Correct.
Okay. But you weren't looking for bruises, cuts, swelling, red marks, or any other injuries on Ms. Heard's face that night, were you?
I was not looking for any marks or bruises or anything. But something like that, it will be really noticeable. But I guess, you know, I wasn't not looking. I was more focusing on what my job duties was, like getting the key. And also this, I gave them the key and they were talking about, I told her, you know what, your dog, I was talking with Raquel because her dog got out of her unit. And that was one of my concerns. I would tell her, you know what, I saw your dog was outside. You didn't want me to get too close to it. So it's still out there. You know, on the penthouse area, their dog will be fine because it's not, like I said, it's always really quiet. And Mr. Depp owns everything up there, so it'll be fine. So that was one of my concerns. That was my job. I was just taking care of that. I was not trying to say, oh, let me see your face. No.
So, and that's where I'm going to follow up. Do you remember what Ms. Heard was wearing that night?
No.
Do you remember whether she was dressed up?
No.
Do you remember where she was coming from? That she was coming home at 10:30 at night with Miss Penny?
No, I don't remember. They didn't mention to me. She was on the phone. She was with Raquel in front of me. We were talking about it, and then she left to the lobby, where she was still on the phone.
So
I was focusing more on Raquel because I was telling about her dog.
Okay. Do you remember what hairstyle Ms. Heard had that night?
No.
Do you know what type of makeup Amber Heard was wearing that night?
No.
Can you tell me whether she was wearing concealer or foundation?
No.
Could you tell me whether she was wearing blush?
No.
Could you tell me whether she was wearing any kind of eye makeup?
No.
So who wrote the sentence, "I did not notice any bruises, cuts, swelling, red marks, or any other injuries of any kind in Ms. Heard's face"?
I'm pretty sure if I would have said something like that, I would have said something.
Mr. Romero,
I didn't saw any marks or bruises on her face. I don't recall. Just don't saw anything. She was just standing in front of me.
I'm asking specifically, I did not notice any bruises, cuts, swelling, red marks, or any other injuries of any kind to Ms. Heard's face. Who wrote that?
That's what I said. I didn't saw any marks or bruises on her face. That's what I said.
But
because they asked me if I remember seeing anything, and so I just don't recall seeing any marks or bruises because she was just sitting in front of me. I just don't remember seeing anything. Just don't remember. If it would have been so obvious, like someone had like a black eye, I would have like, whoa, I would have seen that and I would have remembered because it's something that you will see. Like so noticeable, like you will remember. But when I was there talking to her, she was like 3 feet away from me. She was right in front of me. I just don't remember seeing any marks, bruises, or anything.
But you don't know whether she was wearing makeup to cover it, do you?
No, I don't know. No. If she was wearing any makeup to cover it, probably, the probably would cover any bruise, but you cannot cover the swelling.
Were you looking for swelling?
No. Like I said, I was not looking for anything.
In fact, you were spending more time talking to Rocky about her dog, were you not?
That's correct. But I gotta have it. When I'm talking to someone, I look into their eyes. And when I was talking to Amber and Rocky, I always look into their eyes. Okay. And I wouldn't notice like any swelling or bruise. Like I said, I would notice.
It's fair to say, Mr. Romero, that you can't say that Amber Heard had injuries or did not have injuries that day on the 25th?
I don't remember.
Okay.
And like I said, I would probably remember the swelling, but I didn't saw anything. I just don't remember.
And you don't remember seeing anything, right? But do you remember even looking?
I remember. I'm really sorry, but I remember. I gotta tell the whole story how they got there. Before they went and get the keys. They come down. They say somebody tried to get into my unit. There's scratches on my door. And like, I'm really sorry, but who will think is gonna get into your unit because they saw some scratches on the door, like 4 inches above the door, because the dog was scratching the door, was trying to get in, and they thought about someone trying to break into the unit. I said, in my head, I was like, you think someone's trying to get into your unit? There's scratches like 4 inches above the floor and your door. That was the dog trying to get into the unit. And they were so afraid. Oh, someone's trying to get into my unit. They're like, oh, come on, really? And I actually went. They asked me to go inside the unit just to check room by room to make sure no one was there. So I did that, It's part of my job. Make sure they're safe. But I didn't understand why they want me to do that. Like, oh, I don't know.
Who was that witness the other day that we all loved? I feel like
because of this,
having
I just don't
torn
want to deal with
emotions.
this
Who I like
anymore.
more.
I'm tired. I don't want to deal with this court case. Everybody got problems.
Now the chat's gonna explode because Rick is back.
I don't want to deal with this no more.
We're missing you, Rick.
I don't want to put this.
That's nice to hear.
Yeah.
The interaction you just testified about with Amber Heard and Rocky Pennington, and talking about the dog and going up and checking out the penthouse, none of that was on video footage, correct?
That's correct. We don't have cameras in the videos. Sorry, we don't have cameras at the hallway. We don't have cameras on the hallway.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Romero Exhibit Number 1. It's a deposition that was taken of you on July 19, 2016. Now that's approximately 2 months after the May 21, 2016 incident. Do you recall giving that deposition?
16 probably did. I just don't remember.
Okay. I'm going to take you to page 35.
We'll answer that super chat later, but I wanted to thank you for it. Thank you.
You were asked.
Look at that look of amusement. Has he been like this all morning?
The same
Yes.
incident that you're talking about.
Well, at least with this witness.
Okay.
He likes this guy. You can
And
tell.
he's talking about,
Yeah.
okay, you spoke with Amber at the front desk, later saw her in the lobby, later went upstairs with her.
This is the desk guy at the building?
Question at line 6.
Yes.
I just want to go back for a second here. You said several times in answer to my questions that you didn't recall seeing any marks on Amber's face. When you say you didn't recall seeing any of those marks,
I'm in the
did you
super
mean
chat
that you
slot.
didn't see any
Cool.
marks on her face?
Sorry.
And your
Oh, please
answer
don't.
then was, I say that
I hate that it
because when
covers people
I saw
up.
Amber, I was not looking to see anything on her face.
Rick, what you're
I was
supposed to
not
do
looking
is you
to
make a
see-
face under the super
You
chat, so
recall
then when it
giving
goes
that
away,
testimony on
there's
the
this
road
like
back
surprising
at
thing
that
you're doing
time,
something
2
different.
months
see.
after the
Like
incident.
peekaboo.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, I remember because, like I said, I always make eye contact with someone that I'm talking to, but I'm not looking to find something like oh, your makeup is wrong, you haven't have changed your eyebrows, or your eyelashes are not even, or I'm not looking for anything. I'm just looking at their eyes, and I'm not looking for anything else. But if I see something, I will probably will remember.
If you saw something, right?
Yeah, I would have probably would see, like, if she had a swollen, like if she was wearing makeup, probably would have been seen the swollen. I probably would remember.
I have to
that.
say, I
But was not
quite
looking for
enjoy car
anything. I was like,
deposition.
Yeah.
How
This is the first time
swollen
I've
was
seen this
Amber
before.
On the 25th of May.
Interesting
How
style.
swollen was her cheek?
Well,
It's
with
literally
all
like on his
the
lunch break or
pictures
something.
I've been seeing
Yeah,
right
it kind of adds to his
now,
credibility,
that you're showing
honestly.
me,
Yeah,
it
it
was
does.
pretty swollen. I probably will remember that.
How many days later did you see her from that swelling?
That was on a Wednesday. That was from Saturday to Wednesday.
Right. How many
Right.
days would it be fair to say that you cannot testify one way or the other whether Amber Heard was domestically abused by Johnny Depp on May 21, 2016?
I cannot say that. I would not agree to testify against anyone of domestic violence because I was not there. I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. I was not there. I was never there. I was probably hundreds of miles away and got no idea what happened that day.
And do you remember that there was pictures of wine, a glass of wine and bottle of wine, wine stains on the floor outside of the, in the hallway of the penthouse from May 21st, 2016?
He wishes he was hundreds of miles away right now.
I remember talking to Mark. I'm not going to say it was wine.
All right. Well,
I'm not an expert.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next portion of this deposition contains questions asked by counsel for Mr. Depp.
You sit here today, when you saw her at the front desk on March 25th, you didn't see any bruising, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see that correct?
That's correct. I didn't see any marks or bruises.
You didn't see any swelling either, did you, Mr. Romero?
That's correct. No swelling
And
at
she was
all.
only 3 or 4 feet away from you, correct?
Correct.
And you were looking right into her face squarely, correct?
Correct.
You had good visibility, good lighting.
And the lighting was good at the front
You're
desk,
on it,
correct?
Alita. There we go.
Correct.
It was
that-
so good
that
that had she had
perception.
any bruises, swelling, or marks on her face, you would have noticed that, correct?
That's correct.
And then later that same day, and you testified to this already today, later that same day, you went up the elevator with Ms. Hurd and Ms. Pennington in connection with their request for you to check the penthouse, correct?
That's correct.
And during that entire period of time, taking them up to the penthouse, walking through the penthouse, and then finally you leaving and going back to your desk, you looked at Ms. Hurd during that time period, correct?
That's correct.
And you looked her in the face, squarely in the face, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't notice any swelling, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry?
Correct. I didn't saw anything.
Did you see any swelling?
Objection.
No.
Did you see any bruises?
Nope.
Did you see any marks on her face of any kind?
No marks at all.
And again, just to repeat, when you were front desk looking her in the face, did you see any swelling on her face?
Nope.
See any bruises on her?
Nope.
Did you see any marks of any kind on her face?
No marks at all.
And how was the light down when you were at the reception and you were looking at her and didn't see any of this? How was the lighting?
The lighting is actually pretty good. It's not
how far
dark
apart-
at all. She was
how
3
far
feet
away?
apart. Approximately like 3 to 4 feet apart.
Were you looking her square in the face?
Correct.
Okay.
I like that I can see how much longer the video is.
And when you were up in the penthouse
Yeah.
and you
Yeah.
Were looking her square in the face,
It's
how
kind of
far
nice
apart
to be able to tell, right?
you from her then?
We actually were pretty close to each other. She was probably just next to me. She was telling me like, go into this room, so I need to pass right in front of her.
And
to do a poll of everyone's favorite
recall-
witness. Who's your favorite?
seeing
Good idea.
any bruises,
Good idea.
swelling, redness, or any marks on Miss Hurd's face on May 24th, 2016?
Not seen anything.
But how can you not like the guy in his car on his lunch break?
Ladies
hitting
and
a
gentlemen,
vape-
at
hitting
this
a
point, the
vape pen
remainder
whenever
of
he's
this
off
deposition
camera?
of
Like
this
this
witness
guy's the
contains
best.
questions by
I
counsel for Ms.
feel
Hurd.
like he won my vote.
I'm going to talk a little bit about the video clips that Mr. Depp's attorney showed you.
Please.
I'm going to ask you, first of all, Mr. Presidio showed you a number of video clips from May 24th. Do you recall that?
May 24th.
Yes.
Yep. That's Tuesday.
But in fact, you don't recall seeing Amber Heard on May 24th, correct?
I don't remember. I don't even remember what I got for breakfast.
Okay. Well, let's pull up exhibit number 1. Let's stay on page 17. That's a good place. This is your deposition from July 19, 2016. Do you recall that?
19? Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
And
I
that's
can't control where the super chats go.
okay. And it said here, Did you work, so Saturday was the 21st. Did you work that day? No. Did you work Sunday, May 22nd? No. Did you work May 23rd? Yes. On May 23rd, while you were working, did you see Amber at any time? I don't recall seeing her. Question, did you work on Tuesday, May 24th? Yes, I did. And on Tuesday, May 24th, at any time, did you see Amber? I don't recall seeing her. Do you remember that being your testimony 2 months after the events?
Yeah. I just don't recall. I just don't
He does
remember.
appear to be vaping.
Okay. And then while we're here,
Oh, yeah.
now, Mr. Presidio had
thought he was
you
chatting with
go
people
through a
walking by
number
his
of
car.
video clips and asked you a bunch of questions about whether you saw swelling, whether you saw red marks, whether you saw all kinds of other things. But in fact,
but I might feel tempted during.
I'm
if
going
I
to
was
ask
to.
you, and tell me if you need me to bring up the videos and replay them. Can you tell me what type of makeup Amber Heard was
the
wearing
vaping-
in any of those videos?
The vaping isn't a source of impeachment,
I
so
can't
he's
I
fine.
can tell you.
It's just very
Can you
I
casual.
didn't even know she was wearing any lipstick.
Can you
I
tell
don't
me?
know.
Can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing concealer in any of those videos?
No.
Can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing any foundation in any of those videos?
No. I
Can
can't tell you.
Can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing any blush in any of those videos?
Yeah, and Amber
No.
Heard doesn't
Can you tell me whether
scientifically
Amber Heard was wearing any powder
to reduce
in
swelling.
any of those videos?
No. No, but she looks really pale.
Well, do you know what shade of concealer or foundation or powder Ms. Heard uses or used at that time?
No.
Compound as hell.
So you don't know whether Ms. Heard was wearing makeup in every one of those video clips, correct?
Correct.
I'm really
Yeah,
honestly looking forward to their makeup
So-
testimony when it comes swinging around.
It was May
Yeah.
21st,
Yeah,
2016. You saw her the night of May 25th, correct?
Correct.
You said that you saw Amber Heard hundreds of times while she was there. Amber Heard treat you well, and was she friendly to you in each of these hundreds of times?
Yes. Yes. I'm not going to say no because she was really always nice.
Oh, he's driving now.
His hour's up. He's got
Oh
to
my
go back
god,
to work.
he's actually
My
driving.
last question.
This
You
is the
testified in
craziest
response
deposition
to
I've ever
Mr.
seen.
Oh no, he's
Presidio
just like backing up. He's like moving the
that
car or
you
something. I think.
testified
okay.
truthfully in all of these occasions. Did you testify truthfully to everything that you
Are there any
testified
laws in
in
the books
response to
in
my
Los
questions
Angeles about
today?
being deposed while driving?
All right.
I did.
I believe so.
It's a good time to break for lunch. We'll just break a little early, so just don't talk to anybody, don't do
Okay.
any outside research, and we'll see you at 2:00, okay?
I feel like this could be a really good trend. In healthcare, you can compete for where you've had the craziest telehealth call, and you can do it for depositions. Like,
I know.
Where have they been when?
This is crazy.
I'm glad I came in to see the tail end of that.
Yes, I agree. Okay, hang on, I've got to slow down this chat. Okay, I love you so much. I'm getting instructions from multiple people here.
That was a first, I'm sorry. Okay, all right, I was just gonna say, I've just never seen that before. I've seen a lot of things, but I've just never seen that. Yeah, that did it. All right,
That did it.
so we will come back at 2. Is there anything preliminary before we get to the next deposition? You'll work through them, and then if I come back at 2, we should be able to take care of it pretty quickly?
Yes.
Okay.
So
all
it
right,
sounds like
come
that
back
was
at
the
2.
end of that deposition.
It sounded like another deposition video.
Well, yeah, but it sounded
Oh.
like this one is over. This witness is finished.
Yeah. One of the things that happens, I guess, when you're chopping up and re-editing these depo videos into like usable testimony is that like you don't necessarily have a clear ending necessarily either. You know, like what are you going to do? Add the ending? You know, maybe.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
like not like somebody comes up and says the end.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. Yeah. Oh.
It needs intros and extras. Oh, you are. Yes. That's right. You are Hope Law.
I love it.
Somebody in the chat called you Mike Wazowski, by the way. Rick?
Me?
Yeah, because every time in the movie, like he's supposed to be in the TV commercial, but he's covered
like
up
on
by the
cover
bar.
of the magazine, and it's
Oh,
like
that
the
is so
UPC.
funny.
Yeah.
Sure.
I love it. Okay, so I
was trying to
the
figure out. It's
chat-
like I don't feel like I sound a lot like Billy Crystal, but you
No,
never know.
and you have 2 eyes. Yeah, no.
I do have two eyes.
Or some would say 4.
Oh my
I'm just kidding.
gosh!
I'm kidding,
Insults. I'm
I
out of
know.
here.
Ah. So I'm trying to scroll. The chat was very, very active during that last one, and I couldn't quite slow it down soon enough. So I'm trying to make sure that I get all of these super chats.
Sure.
Like this one. Hey Hogue, say peekaboo. I may have caught that one earlier, but somebody. I mean, you guys are so funny. Yeah, you guys with these chats. I just. For me, it was a Tuesday.
Thank
So
you.
good.
And that's a Samuel L. Jackson quote, right? We can talk about that later if we want to.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah. Go right ahead. We are on a lunch break, so we can chit chat.
What I think that person was talking about is, obviously this person is a working class folk who is just being called in to mediate between 2 feuding rich people. And it's just like, and when the story is when they were shooting Django Unchained, and Leonardo DiCaprio was on set and trying to be okay with giving his big speech where he angrily says the N-word a lot and like is really kind of in between takes. Sam Jackson just came up to it and he's like, look, for you this is a hard thing for you to do. For me it's just Tuesday, dude. Like just keep going. And
now wait a minute. Did you just try to abscond with the "for me it was a Tuesday" to Django Unchained? Because that's a legendary Street Fighter story.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm not. I mean, unless you're talking Sonny Chiba, I'm not a Street Fighter guy, so I might have totally misappropriated that.
Okay, all right. Get in here, video game geeks. That's a Street Fighter reference. I gotta defend my video games here.
Well, maybe he got it from Street Fighter.
That's fair.
Yes,
totally fair.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it became a meme, right? Like half of the memes in the world come from wherever.
Yeah. Either way, if it's not StarCraft, man, I don't know what it is. So
sure,
we can talk StarCraft later for one.
Yes, we'll have a whole StarCraft break at some point, just to keep Alita from getting to her super chats.
So actually, I can stop covering Rick up here with these dang dag-nab super chats. I'm kidding. I love these guys. Keep them coming, of course. I really appreciate them. But yeah, it's just it's so funny because it's like when we have GTA 7 Alejandro edition or deposition. That's so funny. When we have a very fun witness, or that people are very reactive to. Obviously, everybody wants to comment, and I love it. I love the engagement. But then, as I'm trying to manage this, I'm like, oh no, things are escaping, and I don't want anyone to get upset about the the super chats not being read.
Chat would never get upset.
Yeah. Hogue is back. Bites and Hogue have the best commentary chemistry together. Keep pursuing that and keep collaborating. Yeah, thank you. And this one was this a question?
I had to pay some bills.
Yeah. That has to happen from time to time, right?
Clients take priority.
Yeah, of course. Unless
Legalbytes wants to start paying us to be on this panel.
Then she'd be a client. We'd have to work it out. Yeah.
Yeah. We'd have to work out a whole agreement and Dragon's Treasure. What the heck? Thank you so much. $100 for 100K subs. Thank you. This calls for a celebration. Where can people go to pick up some excellent, let's say, tea to celebrate? While you're enjoying the tea that's coming out of this trial, sip some tea from Dragon's Treasure. You can go to thedragonstreasure.com, enter the promo code AmberTurd, and you will get 10% off. I get a certain commission. You are also helping to support a small tea company that has legitimately delicious tea, for sure. All right. I know I'm trying to get caught up here. I'm almost there.
Okay.
But continue talking.
No, so if you're almost there, you can absolutely get your super chats. I'm not trying to stop that because I usually do, of course.
We just missed a Malignant reference too.
Yeah.
What, this one right here?
Malignant the movie?
Because I have this parasitic twin on my back that needs covering and I have a wedding to go to.
I see. Yes. Well, we could talk about whether or not Malignant's a good movie at some point. These are the late night chats we can have as I get more and more punchy. But no, I was hoping that at least I did miss the first 2.5 hours. We could at least have a summary of what happened. Maybe I'm a little selfish here.
Do you want the law talk summary of this situation?
Well, I just don't know. So just kind of the broadest summary of I saw coming in.
The Heard team is projecting incredible weakness. Incredible weakness. What they've sold out everything to maintain the story of that fake injury. All they do is try to exclude people who can discount it. All the witnesses are saying, I didn't see anything, and all they're doing is saying, yeah, but you weren't there alone with them. No kidding.
Right.
And you can't say she wasn't wearing makeup. If that is your focus, you do not believe yourself and you do not trust your client. It's unbelievable. I sat there. It took me like an hour to realize, well, I knew it was her attorney, but she's saying all these sorts of things. There was no evidence of a thing. You didn't think that there was domestic abuse. You didn't, to the police officers and everything else. All of this to sell out for the one point of you can't confirm that she wasn't abused.
Right. And proving a negative. We're well into proving a negative land, impossible, et cetera, et cetera. But how many witnesses spoke like this morning? Was Alejandro the only one?
No, we had several. We had 2 officers that responded on the night of May 21st, and then we had Alejandro, and I think that was it. That was all that we saw.
And were those officers in the second group?
One of them was from the first. He was Officer Hadden, who was with Officer Sands in the first group, and then the second one was Officer Gatlin, who was he introduced body cam footage, talked about the whole call and what they did, what they didn't do, the fact that he addressed the fact that they didn't do a full sweep of the whole apartment or the whole penthouse because he said that look, we were responding to a second call. Both of the calls came from NYPD, so someone in New York called 911 for this, and that we connect to Io. Io is one of Amber's friends. Io was on the phone with Amber during this fight, and so the testimony is that, or the story that seems to be coming out is that Io was on the phone. Io got concerned and then called 911 at some point.
Is that literally from New York, or is that a New York cell phone?
I don't know how that works with cell phones. My guess would be that they geolocate you.
So you're literally
for purposes of 911, even if your phone number is from a different location.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I do. It's that's the
what this tells me. What this tells me is that they don't have the Heard's team does not have a good witness to corroborate her story.
Yeah.
So all they're gonna, I don't know. We'll see in that case. Maybe they do, and if they do, then that changes this whole thing. But what it tells me from a guy who does this is they don't have anything to corroborate her story except her own testimony, or maybe her 2 best friends who aren't credible and incredibly biased that nobody's going to believe. Because if you have an independent witness saying yes, she was bruised and swollen, and this a doctor, something like that. Then you would say, I don't care. These people say, I didn't happen to see it, but you'd be sitting there thinking, I don't care because I know I'm going to call a witness later who's going to corroborate this whole thing, and they're very credible. And you wouldn't be spending all this time.
So I'm going to use words I've learned from LawTube, and you can tell me if they're wrong. What is the burden of proof for them to try to show, are they just, I know they're trying to undermine it and say, hey, we don't really have anything to show that she was injured, but you can't prove she was not. What do they actually
preponderance of the evidence? It's a civil case.
Right. Well, and that's Johnny's burden. Right?
And it's Johnny's.
So Johnny has to get you to 50% plus 1, basically, that she wasn't injured. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff going on there, but 50% plus 1 that you don't think she was actually injured. Give or take.
Okay. Did I use it correctly?
Yeah. Well, the plaintiff's got the burden. Yeah. Okay. So she gets the advantage of the non-burden, because 49% is such a lesser standard.
Okay. So just 50 plus 1, though. It doesn't have to be everyone.
No, preponderance is 50% plus 1. Literally preponderance.
Because we all use preponderance in our regular, non-legal parlance.
I feel called out. You know who feels attacked? Me. Because I've used preponderance in my client call before this stream. So
again, client call, that's fine. It's
Mark.
legal. You can use it in law context. We use it all the time. I'm just, when we're out at the bar.
The number of times my family has accused me of only using words that appear in the dictionary as arcane or otherwise obscure, I can't even tell you.
It's so frustrating to me as like the first person in my family to get like a secondary education and above, right? And they like work their asses off for me to be able to do that. And then I come home and they like yell at me for talking smart or whatever. It's like, no, this is what you wanted.
You did this.
Alita, we should have a word that we all try to incorporate into every day in our families and just see what happens.
Word of the day.
Like a word of the day on the stream, and today's can be preponderance that you should just drop on everyone around you.
Drop preponderance.
We should get a sponsor that agrees to a huge super chat if we can do it organically for all of the panelists. Sponsors, super chatters, this is an opportunity. DM us.
Oh, Nurse Liz, you have some love coming your way.
So Nurse Liz came onto my channel and left me the nicest comment. So I wanted to say thank you, Nurse Liz.
What did I do?
You left me the nicest comment on my channel. It was very nice.
I very much meant it. You made me seem very smart in a comment. My husband was shocked. He was like,
I love it.
What? You know about Elon Musk and the things? I was like, oh, yes, I
do. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, wait, actually, okay. I'm getting almost caught up here. I'm almost caught up. Okay. Okay.
I have no reference point. No.
Alrighty. I've got this one. My 3-month-old has been cooing, laughing, and squeaking with you guys for days now. At some point, I could swear that you laughed at Elaine yesterday. Could very well be. Could be.
LawTube as baby entertainment. We have to look into this.
I know, right?
That baby will be saying preponderance very quickly. It's first words.
You won't believe that baby's vernacular.
First words. Alrighty. Okay, almost there. Okay, and then we've got a bunch that we've got to get caught up on. Okay.
And it was Raul Julia in Street Fighter the movie. It wasn't even a video game. Yeah.
Well, you might not realize this, but Street Fighter the movie is based on Street Fighter the video game.
Oh, well, sure, but it's not like it was just a Tuesday quote came from, Guile in Street Fighter 2 Turbo.
No, when I said Street Fighter, I meant literally the movie.
Oh,
but yeah,
no,
he's playing M. Bison in it.
Yeah.
So he's talking to, I can't remember, Chun-Li maybe? That it's like, I destroyed your village. To me, it was a Tuesday, something like that. Yeah. So, but it became a meme. Like, I'm not calling you, I'm sure that your story is correct.
It's fine. But I think you're right. The chatter was probably referencing that and not my odd, obscure backstage stories about, about Leonardo
First of all, I love your backstage entertainment stories. So, keep them coming.
Yeah.
I love it.
You get me drunk enough, I'll start telling you stuff I shouldn't be.
All right, once again, chat, we
challenge
have
accepted. All right. So now we're basically caught up. All right. Sorry, guys. Thanks for bearing with me here. Here's a question from earlier. Will the jury be instructed that they can ignore the law? No, they will not.
Handing out
they'll be instructed to the contrary. I guarantee it.
Yeah. Joe Mendoza says, challenge to the panel. If you are the chief legal counsel in Amber Heard's team and had to use the terms amica cream and muffins, please give us your best 15 to 20 seconds of that close.
Well, Lisa, you like to do close.
I got it. This case is not about amica cream and muffins.
I mean, if it's a closing argument by Elaine, let's see here.
If you're wearing amica cream, it must be a dream. And if you're, damn. Trying to think of muffins.
You got to do it on Amber
All I can think of is
side,
puffins.
right?
It doesn't really work in a closing argument.
Puffins. Okay. Well, yeah. I don't know that I could rhyme anything, but basically, something along the lines of like you heard from the officers that came and saw on May 21st, 2016. You saw that they didn't see any amica cream, did they? Was there any testimony about whether they saw any amica cream on Amber's face? No, of course not. Of course not. You didn't hear that. You also didn't hear that they could see any muffins in that kitchen.
No.
No one saw any muffins in that kitchen. Where were those muffins?
No.
Absolutely no muffins. I rest my case.
It might come down to that level of logic. We don't know. We don't know what that closing statement's going to sound like.
I don't know. No idea. No idea. All right. Femalum says, if you were Head's defense, what would your strategy be when examining the psychologist yesterday? Hers defense. Sorry, I read that like exactly and didn't think about what I was reading.
You anchorman it. Yeah.
You should do that. Say, hey, you guys have to get your typos correct, all right? Alita's just going to read what you write.
Oh no, please don't.
Yeah, that's
a nightmare. I'm having a hard enough time with like people's abbreviations of words. I'm like, wait, what? Because I understand there's limited characters, so people are trying to like fit everything in.
Well, you all weren't in here for like the medical one. We could have used Nurse Liz yesterday. There was 40 acronyms in like just the space for a super chat.
We need a
very lazy,
signal.
you know.
We get
all sorts of stuff fit into tiny.
Yeah. So if we were Amber Heard's defense strategy about examining the psychologist yesterday, I mean, basically it was proper to say, you know, you're not board certified. It was proper to say, you know, you only saw her twice, you know, in 2 sessions. You didn't see her over a long period of time. You know, you're being paid that's another portion. You know, you're a hired gun.
Number out of her?
Witness.
I don't recall them getting a number out of her. Did they get a number out of her?
No, but they did indicate that, you know, and the thing is, I would also, you know, the whole questioning into the whole dinner thing, the dinner with Johnny Depp, she would have done so much better to just ask like 1 or 2 questions about that, to leave that in the mind of the jury, rather than like letting her be like, no, I'm sorry, this was an interview with the entire team and Johnny Depp happened to be there. Yes, it was at his house, but he's a high profile client, and so it's not incredibly unusual considering the privacy, the private nature of all of this, and blah 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 blah. Her explanation was great.
She said that she's never done that before, right? I mean, like, I would have hit her harder. I mean, you can't.
Well,
I thought it looked bad.
I would have stopped at bias because she was a good witness, and all you're doing is circling around and around and having repetitive events where Amber looks bad. I would have just stopped at bias. Everyone will forget about it, and at the end, just say that's a hired gun.
Yeah.
It's a hired gun. Who cares? We can all hire experts to call each other names. That literally, I would say that to a jury.
Look at our silly experts who called Johnny Depp names.
Yep.
Yeah. One of the common trends I've been seeing, I feel like over and over in this case with Amber Heard's attorneys, is they just keep trying to make each witness a bigger deal than they need to. You know, and they keep trying to make it be the haymaker. Like Alejandro is a great example this morning. It's just like she kept trying to get him to just say the words, no, I'm not sure if she was injured. I said that I didn't see any injury. That's what, like, all of those like repetitive questions were just trying to get him to say that phrase. But like, it's just why? Like that it's clear it wasn't going to happen. And so I feel like we've been seeing examples of that over and over again. They keep trying to, you know, make each witness a thing when that's not what you need to win the case, you know?
Yeah, you don't need to make fetch happen.
I felt the same as, first of all, I'm embarrassed that was the exact reference that I thought in my head when he said that. So yes, no, I felt the same way when they were doing the cross on the island manager yesterday. Like, she didn't offer a lot. She didn't change much of anything. She seemed like a nice enough lady, and Elaine came in like a house of hammers, just trying to change whatever she had said. And it's like, sometimes you can just let it go.
And especially with the length of this trial, that like each individual witness is not, you know, is not going to be the turning point. It's going to be the, you know, preponderance of the witnesses, we might say. So
I do think is the attention on the trial. I mean, they know we're sitting around here talking about this stuff, and they know it's like got a big profile. So like if nobody was watching this and this was just going down in a courtroom, no cameras, nobody cared. this will be a lot shorter. No two ways about it.
Oh no, you got clipped according to a super
I know.
chat.
I got clipped on. I would have hit her harder. I have to say that was rhetorical, as you well know. Don't Amber
It's like
Heard
you just got put on cross-exam. Now it's redirect. Explain yourself.
For Pete's sake. This is like, what do you mean when you say you're hitting the wall? I don't know. Sometimes we get tired. I don't.
Yeah. Or like going balls to the wall, maybe something along those lines.
There's nothing worse than taking an idiom out of context and then you like start thinking about the idiom and you're like, oh my God, really? It's terrible.
All right, I'm gonna go eat lunch. I don't know how all of you do this without food, but thanks for letting me
I have plates of food that are handed to me.
Okay.
Yeah. You can put turn off your camera for a second, scramble some food.
That's why you get it.
All right, I might pop back in later, but thanks for letting me hang out.
Sounds great. Yeah, feel free to come back. Raber Umfenor says, love you all. Ben King, the butler, offered to show more photos. Any sense of why it didn't happen? Is it too late? Seems important to the vodka bottle. Yeah, it's a little late now because all of that discovery has been requested ostensibly. Both sides have had a chance to do it. So if Amber Heard's side is now complaining that they didn't get, access to his photos, they also are able to request all of those. So if they try to argue to the judge, like, hey, we need these photos, I don't know how the judge is going to respond because the time for that has passed. Everybody has ample opportunity to do it.
Yeah. The other thing about the last witness, there's a subtext to it, which was really good. When they called the witness, the guy who delivers packages and stuff, Johnny's sitting there smiling, and it's because he likes the guy and he's fond of him and he knows him really well. Like, I know the doorman I have a good relationship with them. Same thing. I would do the same thing if they were testifying about me because I know them really well. Yeah. And then she's like, and then he doesn't dump on her, but he's like, oh, she was kind of distant and icy, which we all knew. But it just makes him look, it's no one specifically testifying to him, but it makes him look like a nice guy who has really good relationships with everybody, including the staff, and makes her look the way she does.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. And he also testified that he didn't really interact with Amber all that much. He interacted more with Whitney and with Rocky. He would interact with them quite a bit, but not with Amber. So she's just kind of this aloof person that has not really develop these personal relationships with other people and other staff. Sorry, Rick, I totally cut you off.
Not at all. No, it's your channel. I'm just visiting. Yeah, I only rolled in, saw the end, got kind of the gist. It's amazing how much of that you can get just from kind of, it's like, oh, okay. He didn't see anything. They're going to try to get her to say he saw something, didn't work. And I feel like I saw the whole 40 minutes. I did notice, that's when I asked if he was smiling, and he'd been smiling all morning, or at least for that witness, is my brain immediately goes, oh, he likes his staff. His staffers are on his side testifying for him. They like him, like in every instance. Yes, he pays a number of them, but they seem very sincere. And I just think about the old, the dating idioms is, see how they treat the waitress or what have you. And it really did pop into my head there being like every staff person, everybody that maybe he didn't need to be nice to seems to be on his side, and he seems to enjoy their testimony or presence. And that's not evidence in a court of law, but you do look at it and say, that's the impression I'm getting now after 3 weeks. Definitely.
Yeah.
So I agree completely with Mike.
Yeah. McGuffin Doe says, question/LawTube suggestion. You guys should host a constitutional law panel, fielding questions on con law and offering opinions on precedent. Example, is the NFA constitutional?
So Kurt isn't here.
He's usually our constitutional law guy.
Many of us dive into certain things when we have a chance to research and consider them. I mean, I'm ostensibly doing pop culture and things over at Hogue Law, but I have a Supreme Court video on SB 8. I mean, we talk about things. So I think generally speaking, all of us at LawTube talk about things. I don't know if
we'll touch on these subjects, but to say to do a strictly constitutional law session, I don't know. Maybe I think Kurt actually that seems most up Kurt's
my very first
wheelhouse.
thought.
Yeah. I was thinking the same
Kurt would have to
thing
lead
too.
That.
Ironically, it's kind of up my alley right now. I've been ensconced in. I'm doing a very large research project that I have to keep under wraps at the moment. But
okay.
But it's involving the Warren Court and the history of the Warren Court. So I've been like embroiled in nothing but constitutional law for a while. But like, I think we all know. Here's one of the things that happens. We all know as lawyers that somebody knows more than we do about a topic that is not our expertise, right? We know that. And so we are reticent to talk about topics that aren't our expertise. And guess what? Like 1% or less probably of working lawyers are required, are make their money off of constitutional law, unless you're in academia, for the most part. You know, there are obviously some exceptions. If you're in DC, if you're, you know, there are other things, but for the most part, so that's none of our specialty. At most, that's our hobby, you know, because we're interested in law and we like it. And so one of the reasons why you probably don't see these sort of things from non-con law professionals is because we all know that we're not giving the best opinion about it. We'll give our opinion about it. Absolutely. If you want it, we'll say it. But like, our opinion doesn't hold as much sway as the people who literally, quite frankly, I listen to every week. You know, when I'm catching up on those sort of things.
Yeah. Because the thing is, when you go through law school and when you study for the bar exam, you do go through constitutional law courses. You do have to study for the bar exam, but then afterwards, it's a lot like learning a language or learning some kind of a skill. If you don't use it, you lose it. So you'll even see some, you know, Bad Legal Takes, the account on Twitter. You'll see sometimes when they tweet out something that an attorney has said, that is always so painful to see, because, you know, and a lot of times it's some kind of constitutional law because you know it's they just are out of practice and they state their opinion on something and it happens to be wrong. And that's always my biggest fear in commenting.
I tell you, want a heart attack.
Anything.
They've said something. Bad Legal Takes said something nice to me, and tagged me in it. And all I first saw was Bad Legal Takes in the tag, and I'm like, okay,
oh no,
oh god, oh no. That's like that's the ultimate terror.
Something that was nice. It was
and
nice.
Especially because con law is so de rigueur right now in discussion that like if you say something stupid, you know, people will hear about it. At least people in your profession will hear about it. You know? But and look, you're talking to a guy right here. Brag, 10-year-old brag alert. This is the only Dean's Achievement Award I got all in law school. Is the highest grade in the class for Con Law 2, the First and Second Amendment. All right.
Ooh.
This is, I knew my con law, and I'm not going to get on a stream and talk
that's
about
a high achievement. I went to the same school as Mark at the same time, and I can tell you, we had some very, very brilliant people in our class that were not me.
Those are book awards. We called them book awards at Michigan.
Sure. Yeah.
No, it's interesting because actually you describe it that way. I probably talk more about constitutional issues and virtual legality than I'm giving myself credit for, because we're constantly talking about the First Amendment and platform interactions and how 230 works with respect to First Amendment. Now we're talking about defamation, which at fundamentally on this stream is a First Amendment kind of question. Because defamation law is narrowed specifically because of the First Amendment constraints in the United States. I mean, so you're always touching on it.
That's fair.
But yeah, that stuff is super interesting. And to be honest, you say it's academic, you're exactly right. So I worked in a big law firm for the bulk of my career before I started my own place. And I was the guy that was reading all of the major Supreme Court decisions coming out and then telling the office what just happened. So I remember coming in, and then that just became part of virtual legality because I'm doing it anyway and complaining about how Roberts writes and everything else. So it's a hobby, but it's a good one to have.
Yeah, that was me too. I'm a SCOTUS watcher. I've been such a SCOTUS watcher forever. And
I'm having you on the channel. You're coming over.
Invite me, man. Come on, let's go.
Do it.
We're gonna have you
and on that note, Mark,
go through
start your channel
one.
already. Start your channel. I need to tag you in the description below.
I want to thank everybody, and I know I've kind of been monopolizing this 10 minutes, and I recognize that. I want to thank everyone. A lot of people reached out via Twitter, via Instagram, and quite frankly, via email, which I find that was the most that I took to heart, because It wasn't like I was talking about my email. It wasn't like my website was barely mentioned. So the idea that y'all like went through, found my email, emailed me, and said, "Start your channel already, you jerk." It meant a lot. So thank you for everybody who did that.
That'll be less endearing after you get 50 emails on something that you said on a stream.
Oh yeah.
But yes,
you got to work them now. You got to get them, you got to get them primed to like you now.
I have some filters set up for Word.
Yeah.
Hungry Helmet says, can you please explain the potential sanctions for Amber Heard? I mean, it depends on what exactly we're talking about. In order for her to have to pay sanctions, there's got to be some kind of a motion that's been put at issue. So, for example, before the trial began, there was a motion for sanctions regarding evidence that was not being handed over fast enough over to Johnny's team so that they could do a forensic analysis on all the photos and videos and other stuff and text messages that were on Amber's phone. So there are potential financial dollars that could be paid over as a result of that, kind of as a punishment. Those are sanctions. But in terms of, if you're asking about the conclusion of this trial, if there's a verdict in Johnny's favor, then it's not sanctions, but there would be a compensatory award, which is up to $50 million, because that's what Johnny has requested. Angry Redhead says, what if JD wins, but AH doesn't have $50 million? Either he can't collect it, or there are things that can be done if she has any property. You could put a cloud on title there in case she ever wants to sell it, or they can do wage garnishments. There are several options that he could do to make her profoundly uncomfortable. And
I could
basically,
do 45 minutes on collection remedies, and you all could have lunch. The whole audience could just go to sleep.
I was going to say a siesta with collection law.
Yeah,
that was my first client ever was collections, and it was just like, oh my god, people do this forever. Oh my god.
Yeah, people don't understand. I mean, I've been doing it, but even if you get a judgment or a verdict, it's like, oh, okay. Now, I mean, you're just halfway there. Now we're into post judgment motions and collection remedies, appeals. It goes until the fight's over.
Well, and especially if the judgment is against like a dodgy company that you can't, that like locating the assets themselves is like part of the investigation. It's just like, oh my god. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I know she has setting up, but I don't think she has that much
to move assets around.
I really don't know her status, but I mean, I don't think she could satisfy $50 million judgment.
Doesn't sound like it.
I don't think he wants. I honestly think he'd be happy if he won and they awarded him $1. I think that'd be fine.
Yeah, I think
what he really wants is to be included in the next big project and sign a contract for a fresh $100 million.
Yeah,
I mean,
and honestly, for a jury of his peers, technically, even though it feels weird to say that normal people are his peers, but for a jury of 7 random people to say, yeah, you're right, you didn't abuse her, she abused you, and she lied about it.
Uh-huh.
So
I think that's what he wants. And yeah, I think anything that says win for Johnny Depp gives the studios the political cover they need, right? I mean, like that's a part of this whole story.
I think even with the loss, he's already cleared that hurdle.
Possibly.
Yeah, that's
but a win locks it up.
So far.
Yeah, a win does lock it up, especially because of the media coverage that has been coming out on this case, the headlines that have been like, oh, his island manager testified that she saw him face down in the sand. All kinds of fun stuff.
We'll get our daily New York Post headline up at the end of the day. Yeah, whatever they take away from this. Johnny Depp forces deposition attorney interview to drive while being questioned aggressively.
Well, the defense might have something fantastic, but there was prior litigation in England or something. Yeah, so I think if they had any super spectacular fireworks, we would have seen it there. Now, I didn't follow that case, but we would have seen it there. And if they had something that awesome, they would not have proceeded with this action.
Well, yeah, but I mean, they won, right?
Well, Amber Heard's not a defendant in that.
Well, no, but right, but that's what I'm right. Like the Sun won. The Sun and Johnny Depp had a hard case to win. So like it's and as Rick said, Amber was only a witness in that. So like maybe she could have brought out the big guns and dragged him through the mud more in something that she sees no personal benefit from. But I mean, but it's also possible it's not necessarily the case.
Yeah.
I agree with you that it certainly sounds of her not having much on her team.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's a fair assumption to be making sitting here, that you would have hoped in cross-examination or elsewhere, you would have started to see something that they had at this point in time. And it really is, I think, as you correctly summarized, she was wearing makeup. Like that's what they got.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things that's a problem for them is when she gets caught secretly recording him all the time.
Yep.
If you really want to set somebody up, but like literally, like if he's really wife beater, you could set up this. I mean, and he doesn't know you're recording. You could set up a circumstance where he hits you. Why doesn't she have that? Because he's not that guy.
Well, that's the same negative proof that they're trying to put on Johnny Depp.
I appreciate that. I mean, I know you can't really make that argument, but that's in my gut that sticks out to me. He doesn't know she's recording him all the time, but she still doesn't have that sort of evidence on him.
As I'm not sure how to phrase this. It's harder than you'd think. Okay. Sorry, whenever I pop up, I have to end up saying, like, I worked in domestic violence, a fair amount. I'm not an expert by any means, but, I feel like I end up being the expert on this panel because I have some level of,
yes. Yeah, very helpful.
And it is, sure, you can, like, if you want, you can record someone who you're afraid of and get them angry enough to, like, actually abuse you. That's a lot harder to do emotionally than I think that you're making it out to be. Now, I'm not saying that Johnny Depp did it, or I'm not saying that Amber isn't lying, but just the lack of evidence, even though she has done some clandestine recordings, I don't think is necessarily that she's recording 24/7, or that she even feels that she has that she wants to instigate the experiences that she feels like she has had off camera.
I think I'm jaded from another perspective. Way back in the day, I prosecuted some of it as a prosecutor, and there was no lack of evidence. I mean, if a guy's bad, they're repetitive, and it's like your problem was that the witness wouldn't cooperate with you because they kept going back, which I understand the dynamic there, but. I mean, it was like, I mean, they would walk out and like, all right, they're gonna be back here next week, and he's gonna done it again. It's obvious.
Yes.
So he's at least not that kind of guy. I mean, did he get mad once?
Agree.
Maybe.
I 100% agree. And physical abuse is the thing that makes everyone care. But I do not think, and I'll say it again, that is not the end all and be all of what domestic violence entails. Agreed. And is often for people not the worst part. We have this perception a lot. I know I'm getting on my high horse or whatever. But we have this
this isn't
of, like,
the issue though.
You're
absolutely right.
We think of domestic violence victims as like this wilting lily or whatever, or like, someone who's very demure and but like in my experience, domestic abuse survivors are tough as nails. And pardon me, I don't know if this is okay. Like, they know how to take physical violence. Like that is not often, with the people that I've experienced, often that is not the hardest part for them. And what is that coercive control that comes from the emotional abuse and consistent emotional abuse. And it's the physical barrier that you're really hoping, that they can finally hope so that somebody listens to them. So again, I don't know if I believe Amber in a lot of this stuff. And I don't think that Amber has put on a great case. But I really... I get a little defensive. I feel maybe a little attacked about just thank you. Just extending this to that sort of stuff, because I don't think that that's necessarily great evidence in other cases, even though in this case, you might be right.
I mean, it's we're making a point about that, making a point about mental health and personality disorders. We don't want people to run away and start using broad brushstrokes on all cases based on things that we have seen here in this case, right? Every single case needs to be looked at on its own, with its own fact pattern, its own analysis. So I think sounds like that's what you're getting at, Mark, is that you don't want to then run away and say, this is going to be, if you see it in this particular case, if it seems like in this case, the fact that there aren't any recordings, that she managed to get out of all of the recordings that show, him committing some kind of violent act or whatever, or exactly that kind of thing, that this would apply in every single case.
Yeah, I think, my last thing is on this case particularly, what it seems like to me, and nothing has really disabused me of this notion, is that they're both not great, and they have both physically abused, or at least abused the other person, maybe physically, maybe emotionally. They are volatile together. Now, does that add up to one of them prosecuting the other for domestic abuse and being convicted? I don't know. They're not great to each other, and I just and that's all. I'm done here. Sorry, apologies.
No, you're expressing what the problems are here that everyone's grappling with.
Yeah. It's and it is, and it's interesting because this is just a defamation case. Yes. This isn't about it, but the more we talk about it, the more we have our teams, and the more you look online and people oh, Johnny really looks good in this case. And so, well, not about the defamation aspect, not about what actually the case is about. Yeah, I mean, which is some of that defamation is but all I'm saying is we've resorted to tribalism in a lot of things, of picking one side wins or the other. And I just want to make sure that we're not forgetting that regardless of who is guilty of coercive control and abuse, this shit sucks. And the people living through this who don't have millions of dollars to be able to rehab their image and restart their life again are just are the ones who lose. And which is one of the reasons why I really liked that Alejandro as a witness. It's just a guy who's just what the hell am I doing here? Mm-hmm. Why am I here? Let me live my GD life, and and so
and he was credible as all get out.
Right.
Yes.
And so look,
didn't lean on anything,
It is very possible that one is worse than the other as far as the individual people here. One maybe not a victim at all. One may be. I am not 100% sure yet. I've been really trying to listen to the testimony, and it is very clear that Amber's charges are certainly not as strong, at least so far. But anyway, that's my piece, and I appreciate you letting me say it. So,
of course,
and shout out to all the chat. It sounds like a lot of people in the chat have either been through or are going through similar situations.
There are a lot of people. Yes,
there are a lot of resources for you guys if you feel like there's not a place for you to go. People are listening, and there are ways. And if you don't know where to reach out, I can help with that. If that's something. I mean, not as a client, I can refer you to to where you can look for those sort of things.
And on that note, Miss Opinionated wanted me to introduce the panel. So, if you guys are watching as people kind of come in and go out, we are updating the description down below for people so that you can find where they are on the interwebs. Most of the people here have a YouTube channel. Mark is one of those exceptions, even though we're trying to convince him to start one so that I can link him in the description below. But we do link to his Twitter profile.
Is this his game website you're linking?
Probably.
It's the Coming Soon to Kickstarter website.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's my game website. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. But you guys just introduce yourselves really quick for anybody that is relatively new to the stream that hasn't quite met you yet. What's your quick elevator pitch of who you are and what you're about? We'll start with you, Mike.
All right. My channel is called Law Talk with Mike. I'm here in Chicago. I mean, that's a green screen, of course, but
Chicago.
It's a green screen, but it basically is like a shot right from my neighborhood. You know what I mean? So I'm faking my actual reality. It's weird. And on my channel, I do a lot of court stuff. I guarantee you will not learn anything. It's mostly horrible court appearances, sovereign citizens, pro ses. I just really have fun with people going to court clueless.
I love it.
So if you like that, hop on over there.
You have any sov sits over there?
Oh yeah.
I've been getting into SovSit too.
SovSit is fun.
Yeah.
I had somebody come into my DMs and
SovSit.
tell me something I said was illegitimate because the fringe on the flag was wrong.
Oh yeah.
Or something.
Oh, they think maritime law. This gets back to that constitutional argument. They always get to I'll watch these things and I'll laugh, and then they say these obscure things like Supreme Court cases from the 1870s. I'm like, I'm not looking this up. You're just wrong. How's that? I'm not doing that.
It was, I was once on a 5-hour plane. And when someone found out, when he was talking to me and he found out I was a lawyer and he like launched into it and made me defend on the fly.
On a plane.
And, yeah.
Gosh.
And he was
You're
like talking about all these
Captain
clauses that I'm like, I don't know, dude, but I do know you're wrong.
If you're fighting the sovereign can change the rules. If you think you've tripped him up in a pothole, you have not.
Everybody's looking for relevance somewhere, and you know what? I appreciate the hustle. I appreciate the grind, man.
Yeah,
that's true.
Now,
that's true.
Mark, how about you? Introduce yourself. You talked a little bit about your background, but for anybody that doesn't know.
Yeah, I'm basically a recovering entertainment attorney, I guess. I keep trying to make it such that I don't have to be an attorney anymore, but it keeps sucking me back in because it's a very good profession, and I'm not
Every time
terrible
I
at
get
it.
out, bring me right back in.
I worked for Magic the Gathering, Wizards of the Coast, for about 12 years as a contractor, and then worked for WWE for a while. And I actually show I developed was on A&E last year and was one of their hit shows called WWE's Most Wanted Treasures. So it's about basically hunting down lost memorabilia, going on the road. It's kind of like a Pawn Stars but with wrestlers, and the actual wrestlers with the memorabilia is about like going out on the road and telling stories about it. Anyway, yeah, that's about it. And then I developed this game, I Feel Attacked. It's behind me right there. Everybody calls me a shill when I bring it up, but go to feelattack.com. It was bought recently by Indie Boards and Cards, and they'll be releasing it, I expect, this fall. It is a low stakes party game where you come together with different. Yeah, let's say you have a card that says people who drive white BMWs. Everyone else looks in their hand and they try and find the card that they think are also people who do that. So like, I don't know, people who don't use their turn signals, or people who, don't hold the door for you, and then we decide whether or not that we think people who don't hold the door for you are also people who drive white BMWs. That's my game. That's my thing.
It's
I'm
really
not
fun. Can vouch. It's a very fun game.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So that's my shtick, and I'm a SCOTUS watcher too. I'm a big SCOTUS nerd. So if you want to talk about obscure precedent from the Warren Court, I'm just reading books constantly. So
yeah. All right, Rick, how about you?
Well, I have no A&E shows. I'm not involved with entertainment law so much, but I do have a YouTube channel, and my primary show when I'm not post-morteming, Marvel movies or whatever, is Virtual Legality, where we talk about my background, which is venture capital, mergers and acquisitions, transactions, entrepreneurship, getting people together, making things, building businesses, realizing their dreams. And I analyze stuff that's in the news that you otherwise care about. So talking about Marvel, whether or not Spider-Man is going to come back to the MCU, we did a whole thing on that during that summer. And I was explaining to people how high stakes negotiations work, and that they shouldn't freak out just yet. And of course, that proved to be correct. But we cover video games, technology. Right now, we've got a series on Elon Musk and his pending takeover of Twitter. We went through the entire merger agreement this morning, talking about the first unconditional $1 billion guarantee I have ever seen in my career. So that's over at the channel. And if you're interested in that kind of stuff, I find that it helps you understand the news articles that you're seeing, why these things happen this way, exactly what's moving behind the scenes. Then come on over, check out the channel, because we talk about it all the time. Microsoft, Activision, Epic versus Apple, Elon Musk and Twitter, all good stuff, all interesting ways to hopefully better understand the news articles that you're otherwise reading because you're interested. And then I moonlight. I do some streaming on a channel called Legalbytes that you really should like and subscribe to, because she's working hard for you to get content out and streaming court cases all the time. And by the way, she's on a rocket ship to the moon. So you're going to want to subscribe right now, because by the time she's getting her profile in Fortune, it might be too late. She might not even be interested. We don't know. We don't know who should become. But
you have been so good at this. Rick, you've been so good at this.
You're
You've been
the number
throwing
one
it back
hype
to
man.
her. You're great.
Alita deserves it. Alita deserves it.
She does. She
Thank
absolutely
you.
does. I'm just saying you're the best at it. That's all.
Oh, thank you. But be sure to go and check out all of the people that have been showing up on this stream today and every single day since we started. We're on day 10. I mean, we've had 10 days of people coming in and volunteering their time. They don't benefit anything directly other than their own amusement, really. So it's the best thing that you can do to benefit the stream, other than, of course, liking and subscribing. And the super chats are wonderful too. But honestly, one of the best things that you can do is go and check out their stuff, check out their channels, subscribe, watch their stuff, like their stuff, check out Mark on Twitter, interact with him, follow him, yell at him about what the latest Supreme Court thing is, or about WWE. All of this stuff is totally fair game.
Combine them. That Roberts opinion was just like that wrestling move inserted here.
So since you guys have been telling me to start a channel, I've been thinking about what I would do. And one of the things I really wanted to do is I thought I could do summaries, video essay summaries on the best law review articles. Because nobody reads those articles because a lot of them are not interesting. But there are some that are really awesome. And one that I love is it's called WWE Taking a Chair to the Head of Employment Law. And it's all about why they think that WWE is in violation because all the performers, all the sports entertainers are independent contractors. And so this thing provides a reason why they're not independent contractors. But there's fun stuff. WWE
Mark,
and the law.
I swear,
yes,
if you decide
completely
that
agree.
you're not interested in a channel, too much work, you don't have the time or whatever, come on over. I will have you on Virtual Legality anytime you want. We did a long form review of Alston versus the NCAA. We looked at the law review articles that the court relied upon. You're always welcome, Mark.
It sounds like we're friends. That's what I'm getting here.
I believe so. I love it. I love it when great connections work out here. So let's get another super chat. Okay, if by the end of this trial, the cutting of Johnny's finger is elaborated to be committed by Amber, does it lead to a follow-up criminal trial for her? No, we're outside of the statute of limitations. That's also happened in Australia. I don't know what their statute of limitations are for these kind of things or what their requirements are, but
we're even outside 7 now. I mean, 7 is like the outside bound for most SOLs.
Yeah, I mean, those are the ones that are like.
I really don't see this happening, but she could theoretically get tagged for perjury or something if she lied about it. I mean, that's never going to happen in a million years, but you'd be within statute. I'm saying theoretically.
Because broadly, we want her to be able to defend herself.
Like that.
I mean, the fact that 7 people,
he knows how to get.
7 people decided against her. If they did, we still want her to be able to present a defense. And perjury is so dicey on this kind of stuff anyway.
Yeah. Robin Burns says, can someone recap what happened with yesterday's police officer testimony? I missed it and can't catch up due to time zone and work. Please. Actually, I have a perfect thing that you can do to watch the recap of yesterday.
She's grifting herself.
I am grifting myself. Here's some more content that you can check out on this channel. Every single day that we are streaming this trial, which is every day that there is trial, we are also putting out a recap of what happened on that day. And we're trying to keep it down to the longest one was 30 minutes. That was the longest, but we're trying to keep it below 20 so that it's as digestible as possible, right? We're talking about bites here. These are legal bites. So check it out. We can link it in the description.
They're really good, actually.
Thank you.
They have little pictures. It's like a weekend update or, a more professional news outlet. But,
I don't know. I don't know how you find the time. I looked at the stream yesterday because I was on it too. That thing was 12 hours long. I don't know how.
It was actually a little bit more. It was actually a little bit more than 12 hours, but YouTube apparently cuts it off at 12. So anything after that just doesn't get shown for the replay. Yeah. They're just no.
I got out at 91 super chats left last night. I was there from the beginning till 91 super chats left. It was 11 and a half hours. But you still went on.
It was about 10 minutes that got cut off. So,
wow.
So I have help. I'm not editing all of this by myself, but I do. I mean, generally speaking, it's like I shut everything down. I walk away. I take Indy outside because at that point she's like pawing at me, like I need to go outside. And then I come back in. I review my notes. I kind of maybe take a look at all of the tweets and stuff that I've missed. And then I sit down and I put everything from my notes into an outline and then go from there and film it and send it off to the editor. And then
in the remaining 4 hours, she preps for the next day's video stream. No, seriously, though. I know she's grifting for herself, but nobody on YouTube is doing this for you. All right? So if you're in the chat, if you're watching now, 25,000 of you, I see 7,000 likes. What is that about? Did you just hear what this woman goes through to put this content up? I want to see that number at 10,000, but in the next 10 minutes, this is ridiculous.
Otherwise, you're gonna have to clean your room.
Yeah, it's 4 days a week. Okay. And then I saw that you did like a hangout, like on the Friday or the Saturday,
was long,
like
man.
reviewing the week. And I said, she's got a problem. She needs therapy right now.
I have a serious addiction to this trial.
No, but you know what I love about her?
It went over great, but like I get it. You're just in.
You know what I love about this, honestly, and this is Alita, as best I can tell, to the core. There's something I love. The reason I got into entrepreneurial law is because I love that dream, and I love it when people say, "This is the chance. This is our opportunity. This is something to focus on. That I should really put everything I've got into it right now. Mortgage the house, go for broke." And Alita is doing that on this stream for you guys, and it is so impressive. Why am I on here? Grifting for her every day is because I think it's fantastic and we need more Alitas in the world. But right now we've got one, and you should subscribe and like right this second. Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you guys.
I'm not going to stop this for another 4 weeks, by the way.
The one thing I'm going to say, I think I don't think you expected Friday to be as long as it was. You were just trying to catch up on super chats. So like,
I literally, because on Thursday I thought I was going to have another appointment. I thought I was going to be on another channel. It ended up getting swapped out because of a timing issue. Not on my part, but the other part. But so it was actually kind of nice to be able to catch up on a bunch of super chats on Friday. But then, of course, Rick is wonderful and the best hype man that money could buy or not buy. Because he jumped in there and was like, "Hey guys, let's see how long we can make this. Send more super chats."
I did do that. I felt a little guilty. I mean, I know you're making money, but as I did it the third time, I reflected on exactly how much time I was committing for you on Friday. I didn't stop, you'll know, so I didn't reflect on it too much. But no, everybody is great in chat. Everybody that's subscribing, everybody that's doing these things. I see 9.4 thousand likes. We're still not there. So work on that.
Whoa! Don't keep negging chat. We were just at 7,000 like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah,
that was really nice.
I'm not negging.
You guys are great.
This is not some alpha bullshit. You
You
guys can do better. I know you can. I know you can. You're loving it here. It's not because of me. You want me to shut up, and the best way to make me shut up is to get that number to 10,000.
If there's one thing I know is that to get someone to shut up, just throw money in their face.
No, we love you.
Or a like.
It's such an honor to be able to talk with you about this kind of stuff online. Alita makes it possible for the rest of us, and I know she says we don't get anything out of it, but it's at bare minimum. I feel like this is useful to get out there into the world, and that's all because of Alita. So in all honesty, taking it down a notch, this is the more you know music should be playing in the back of your head at this point in time. It really is an honor that so many people are interested, and it's an honor to be invited here by Alita. So thank you.
Yeah, it is. It's just fun. I got sucked in because a bunch of my viewers said, "What are you going to do about the Johnny Depp case?" And I'm like, I don't know. So I look at it, and she pops up. I was already a subscriber. So I'm like, oh, she's doing the whole trial. So I email her. I'm like, dude, can I be in your stream because I'm not putting this thing together, please. And I thought I would do one, and then I could tell my viewers I did one.
You covered it.
But then it was fun, and I got sucked into it. So now I visit every day. You get your daily visit from Law Talk with Mike.
I promised I'd shut up, but I do want to thank chat for the 10,000. Very much appreciated.
No.
Did you get that done?
Yeah, we got it done. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Chat's fantastic. It's not me, it's chat.
Oh, thanks, guys. Thank you. Simply Simple says, "Can you please clarify how many times we can safely watch your previous videos to help your view time? I really enjoy watching on the weekend." Well, regardless of how many times you watch it, it's the hours that YouTube counts for ad revenue. So if you watch it a bunch of times, if you put everything in, I actually have multiple playlists for this trial. There's one I think that's just specifically on the trial streams. I think there's one for the recaps and one for maybe all of the above. So if you want to play the whole playlist throughout the weekend, you could do that. Not recommending that anybody do that and not pay attention, because that would be, trying to skirt YouTube's thing. I don't want to get, in trouble with YouTube for that. But if you legitimately want to be watching this stuff over the weekend, it does help me.
No. Sometimes you want to turn it on, maybe a long 10-hour stream while you're going to sleep. A lot of quiet court recordings, a lot of quiet depositions. You turn on the Eastern Columbia building manager. I've used that to sleep a little bit. And so, absolutely play those things.
You can do
in
what
terms of gaming the
I've never done
algorithm.
this, but
None of us are good enough at that.
You can do what other attorneys do for their CLE requirement and run that in their background there. I'm just saying.
Wow.
I've heard that.
That is true too.
What attorney would do
I've heard. I've never done it myself.
Yeah, not me. I
would
actually
never.
go to live events.
I'm working on getting virtual legalities certified for CLE in all states that require it in the United States. Watch out for that.
I have thought about doing this as well. I mean, because you guys know these CLEs can be super boring, right? So how awesome would it be if we could make our own content that is like in the same kind of style that we talk about this stuff on YouTube, but make it so that it meets the requirements of a formal CLE, a continuing legal education course for anyone who's not familiar.
We're just throwing out acronyms.
So that licensed attorneys who have to go through a certain amount of this kind of training over time just to make sure that we're current in our licensing. I mean, yeah, how great would that be to make it a bit more, entertaining for people? Give some good options.
Yeah, it's like in Austin, they have a driving school that's run by comedians. They're all like comedians at local Cap City, which I think just shut down, RIP. But yeah, that's what we would do. We would be the clowns of the CLE world. I'm in, guys.
That would be, yeah, I could do it. I'd be happy.
I did one
I'll
long
be a
before I
clown.
did YouTube on workers' compensation in Illinois. That thing was 3 hours long. It was brutal. But it got a ton of views because the people needed their stuff. I'm sure they weren't watching.
I've done the original way too. I did Jobs Act stuff. But yeah, it's keep your eyes on that. If you are a lawyer watching this and need CLE credits, we'll see. Working on that in virtual legality land.
Awesome. Quentin Smith says, why haven't any insurance claims been reviewed for the house damage? I work in insurance. Fair question.
Yeah, as soon as he said I had $50,000 worth of contractor bills, I'm like, why are those not in evidence? But
my guess with a lot of that stuff is they're just paying out of pocket and they don't want the paperwork and they don't want to go through it, and he's got the money and he doesn't care.
Yeah, they do have concierge medical services out there.
Island.
Yeah.
He just called his people and said, here, whatever, it's just $1,000, whatever, fix it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Ben called him for him. It seemed like they blew up a house and then his butler took care of it. It's like, well, that's a life, man.
Yeah. Also, it's an intentional act. It really isn't covered under a policy. I mean, it's not an accidental loss. It's an intent. I mean, I don't want to see there. I can just go down that route like by accident.
Well, I said the contractor bills, but yes, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, especially when you think about the fact that they have concierge medical services that Nurse Liz mentioned in one of the streams previously, that's one of the benefits of having concierge services is it's not they don't have to report to insurance, so that's kind of how they can get away with sort of a like wild west standards with those kind of doctors and nurses. Because they don't have insurance companies looking over their shoulder because they're just getting paid out of pocket. So my guess is he probably would have been doing the same thing with the house. What's $50,000 to Johnny Depp, right?
He probably didn't even need to get it separately approved. Ben's authorization goes to like $250 before you even have to mention it.
Yeah, exactly. Marie says, OMG, another tooth-pulling episode courtesy of Muffin Lady. This cop hates her. Any thoughts on any future consequences for Amber Heard, i.e. career, et cetera, et cetera? I mean, the media seems to still be kind of supporting her right now, so who knows, right?
Are they?
There are many headlines that are like Johnny Depp exposed, et cetera, et cetera. So it's interesting.
Yeah. It's National Populist says, has the 911 call been made public? They have not played the recording of it. However, I would assume that they have it. They have the clips. Maybe they'll play it when they get to Io's video deposition testimony. Perhaps that would be interesting to see. El Tigre Esquire says, why are these depositions being shown? Aren't Depp's attorneys still presenting? This is all defense questioning these depositions with plaintiff cross, right? Yeah, so it's a little bit confusing when it comes to the video depositions because it seems like the witnesses that we have seen so far were probably, now let me kind of explain a little bit on the process of depositions, because we also got some questions in the super chat after this about depositions. So what happens is when you are litigating a case and you're in the discovery phase. So you're in the process of getting information from each side. You're supposed to hand over information. They're supposed to give information, vice versa. You also have the process of depositions. So you have somebody that sits down, you say, okay, you have some kind of information that's relevant to this case, potentially relevant to this case. We're going to sit down with you with a court reporter, probably on camera, and ask you a bunch of questions about all of the events in this case and what you know and what you don't know, what you experienced, etc. So when you are doing that, you are just trying to get as much information as possible. Now, of course, when it comes to a case like this, we obviously have a lot of video depositions that are being brought into court at trial. As a civil litigator, generally speaking, I'm not thinking too much, at least, about that video deposition being entered into the record somehow for a trial, because the vast majority of civil cases settle. So usually, like, that's not one of your biggest concerns. But in this case, they may have been thinking about that while they were doing these depositions, especially the ones that were done in like March 2022, right? Sorry, what were you saying, Mike?
This is fascinating. What you're hitting on exactly the question that I had, because I wonder if it's different. In Illinois, you have discovery depositions and evidence depositions, and they're completely different animals in the sense that, one, you are trying to discover information. Two, when you're at an evidence deposition, you are taking that with the intention that this is going to be shown to a jury. So your approach is completely different. These look like discovery depositions that they just converted to evidence depositions.
They sure do.
That's the impression that I have.
Maybe the procedure in Virginia. I don't know.
It could be.
I don't know. That would be interesting to ask.
But it's
maybe
strange.
maybe if Rob comes back, he's got a link to today's stream, so maybe we will have a chance to ask him later.
Rob signal.
Could any of this, I haven't been. My spouse has been active in court since COVID, and I haven't been. But could some of this sort of be emergency protocol or whatever while they're getting the courts back up and running? It's since 2020,
or converted protocol.
Right, That's kind of what I'm
agreement. You could take a deposition and both and the parties agree. Fine, let's just use the discovery deposition in the trial. If both sides agree, fine.
Yeah.
Subject to rulings by the judge. Fine.
Yeah.
There was a reference to a delay that the psychologist made in her testimony. Do we know there was some pushback on when this trial was to take place?
I heard that too.
She referenced it. I was ready, and then there was a delay.
Yeah. I can't remember exactly what that was about. That's a question for Andrea Burkhardt if she can come
We need all sorts of signals. We need different symbols.
I know. Yeah, that's one that I when you mention it, I think there was a delay. I can't remember exactly.
That just could call into question schedules and availability in a way that maybe they were compensating for. I don't know.
And remember that there's so much evidence and there are so many witnesses here that they probably were like, hey, normally we should be doing a video deposition that is for the purposes of trials that would be structured in this way. However, we just don't have time. I mean, they were arguing over evidence right up to day one of the trial. So evidence that wasn't exactly handed over, at least not.
Well, we've seen some March 2022 depo tapes.
Yes.
That's like 6 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago.
Yes. Yeah. So, but usually, when you are doing a normal deposition in litigation, you have it's almost like the opposing party, the party that has interests that are opposing that witness is usually the one that's calling for the deposition because they want to get all of the damning evidence that they can possibly get out of this person. So, a lot of these questions that are being asked, the way that it's structured and the kind of questions that are being asked, it sounds a lot like when Elaine Bredehoft is asking these officers and asking Alejandro Romero these questions, it sounds like she's just trying to get information that they can then use. It doesn't sound directed towards the kinds of questions that they would be asking if this person were actually in the courtroom.
It's not a thesis. It's not. It's just question after question and that's why they got you these small variations that bore everybody to tears.
Even more than that. Okay, so if you disclose a witness, then your opposition can depose that person. So they're taking the deposition. It's their take. They're leading the thing. If it's your witness, you would generally call them yourself and give a direct examination. We're not getting direct examination of their own witnesses in Johnny's case, and whatever. I don't mean to bore everybody, but that's procedurally weird. That it's not what
Yeah,
you
I agree.
Yeah. So, but that's why, I mean, people have genuinely been kind of confused about whose witness is this? Why are certain people are able to, or people are able to detect the kinds of questions, and that just shows that people are really learning about this process too. You know, so I understand people's confusion over like whose witness is this.
Well, and I would bet that one of those Friday hearings or one of their agreements was to add in those little, now you're hearing this counsel talk, because it was the one question I had during that first week of depositions where you just couldn't, just a bunch of different voices. We hadn't even learned the parties really well. And it's like, well, okay, so now they appear to be trying to go this direction. That must be Heard's. You know, like you're doing that, and that's not quite fair to what you should have in terms of information. So they clearly made that change, because otherwise I'd ask for effectively like these super chat bars to say Heard or Depp. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Peter, how's it going?
What's up? It's going well.
Let me turn your mic down just a little bit. Oh, and Judge is
Just in
back.
time.
Yeah.
Perfect time.
All right.
Let's get to another
Perfect
video
timing.
depo.
Yeah, let's
Sit
sit back and relax. Myrna Powell, what does this have to do with the case? I think that was asking about the police officer and his testimony. Do the lawyers in this case make a lot of money? Yes, they do. They absolutely do. How many cops can we expect to testify today? We had 2 today, 1 yesterday. There could potentially be 1 more because there were 4 total that arrived the night of May 21st. And I'm sorry, Peter, that I'm covering you up. I wish that I could move these super chats.
Doesn't bother me one bit. People probably
all right.
appreciate it.
Hefty says, please explain depositions to the group, timing, etc. Yeah, so we just went over that. So Lindsay Chuday says, what is the relevance of asking the other officer about her body cam if she didn't have one? Is there going to be footage shown at some point? My understanding is that there's only that one set of body cam footage. So it's only coming from that second visit. And I think that, I mean, they're just trying to find out why she wouldn't have had it on her, any kind of explanations. And I think Elaine would have wanted it to appear that they weren't exactly doing what they were supposed to be doing.
Right.
At the very least, to say like, look, like officers are supposed to have their body cams on them, aren't they? Like, why didn't you? Isn't this suspect? Isn't this a little strange? So she at least would like to create that suspicion at the very least. Travis D9090 says, if you're Amber Heard's lawyer and she told you the pics of this incident / damage were real, how are you feeling about this clear evidence and testimony that she lied to you? I don't know. I mean, every attorney is going to have at least the thought at the back of their mind that their client might be not exactly representing things in the most honest way. When you have a client walk through the door, you kind of know, like, okay, this is the story that they're telling me right now, but what does the objective evidence kind of say? So that there's always going to be some level of skepticism, inherent in that anyhow. Glass half full says, if Officer Hadden for the plaintiff, why is Elaine's deposition being shown first and not portion of deposition from Depp's team? Love the channel. Yeah, so we talked about that just now in the deposition portion. Odd or AUD says, is it just me, or is it that the more Elaine digs and asks the questions, the more apparent it seems the jury that they are digging for nothing? I mean, could be, but it also could just be that she's digging for information because these are depositions, during the discovery phase. That's my suspicion anyway. Sandra Groth says, greetings from the Netherlands. Enjoying your channel. Will Britta Hoft ever get a chance to show her nice side, if she has one, that is? So far, her attitude is not doing Amber Heard any favors. Go, Johnny, go. I think that when they put their case in chief on, she's going to probably have a bit more of a kinder, more empathetic side come out as she's asking questions to witnesses that are friendlier to her case, is my guess.
Yeah, that's key, right? We haven't seen them do direct at all. And it's so easy. The cross-exes are the assholes and the direct are the sweethearts. And we'd expect it to reverse a little bit coming in when Amber presents her case.
Yeah. During a video deposition, can the other side object to questions such as compound? If so, how and when? Thanks for what you guys do. Yes, they can. But what happens in a deposition is you object just to put it on the record, and then they can continue answering, unless it's like truly egregious. But like for the most part, no. Like they're gonna continue testifying. Dash D says, where's the EMS report? Aren't they sent to domestic calls in the US? Not always. Nate was talking about this earlier, that sometimes they'll send EMS as well, but I can't remember exactly what he said about when that is. I don't know if you guys have any extra information on that, but sometimes, but not always. Not every police call has EMS arriving with it. I think they have to have been tipped off.
There's got to be reported injuries at least, and I think she wasn't reporting any injuries. So
yes, exactly.
Tax dollars.
Yeah. Tax dollars, all kinds of resources, time. Having employees being sent all over the place all the time. Southern LPS says, if JD doesn't get a unanimous verdict, can he relitigate? Is there a statute of limitations on defamation cases? No, that is called claim preclusion. When you have a final judgment or a final decision on a claim that you have, you can't just bring it again into court. You will be kicked right on out of court.
Did they say if he loses or if it was a hung jury?
Oh, I thought that was if he loses. If there is,
you said didn't get to unanimous.
Well, so if it's not unanimous and they decide that that he doesn't win because it's not unanimous, then that was my interpretation of that one. But if it's, if it ends with a hung jury, then sure, he can bring it again. Sorry, I didn't mean to show that one just yet. Just trying to capture these right here. Okay. Do you know, Cheyenne Patterson says, do you know if they will have an expert about JD's finger injury? Also missing Rick this morning. Thank you all for the amazing coverage. Mega pint on me. Well, Rick is back, so we're all happy.
Sweet people, I appreciate it.
Yeah, you had a lot of people missing you today. So yes, they're absolutely going to have a medical expert testifying. I think that would be a missed opportunity if they didn't. Robin Hauptfleisch says, is this not wasting the court's time? Is she asking the same questions over and over again? How is this allowed? Probably largely by stipulation. But, and also to be fair, they also, a lot of the questions that they were asking were like, they would ask a broad question and then they would go more narrow. And how she said, did you know if she was wearing makeup? No. Did you know if she was wearing foundation? No. Concealer, blush, eyeliner, etc. Those are it feels very nitpicky, but it feels it technically is proper at the very least going through a discovery deposition, because you want to get all of those kind of nitty-gritty details out on the record. Matthias Cicero says, can Amber be charged for domestic violence if enough evidence on a defamation trial? I don't think so. I think we're outside of the statute of limitations here. Mike Schlenkert says, does the order of questioning indicate who summoned the witness for the deposition? Yeah, that's kind of what we were talking about. Is it seems that the way in which it was framed, or at least the overall questioning was framed, was suggesting that these witnesses primarily were brought into a deposition by Amber Heard's attorneys. Because they were going first.
You usually don't depose your own friendly witnesses because you already know what they're going to say. So you depose the other side's witnesses because you want to find out what they're going to say. So you usually go first if you're the one that sets the depo.
Yes, exactly. Pulchritudinous says, didn't Isaac say he saw broken glass and liquid in the hallway that evening when he got off the elevator? He did. The question is, what time was that? I think that what Johnny's team is lining things up for is to say the cops came around an hour, 2 hours after the incident. They saw nothing. Isaac came around afterwards and all of a sudden there's all this damage.
I'd like to nominate pulchritudinous for our vernacular medley. That's one of my favorite words.
Pulchritudinous.
Yeah, it means exactly the opposite of what it sounds like. I love those words.
Well, give us a definition for people that are not familiar.
Unless I'm wrong, it means beautiful.
There you go.
I'm nonplussed by your response.
See, now nonplussed, that's one of those where it's like language is not prescriptive, it's descriptive. So what are we going to do with that? I could do a language channel. Sorry.
It's changing like Myriad, or Myriad's already changed, but same thing. We can talk about this too. Yeah, we're friends, man.
See, Mark, we're buddies. You got to come on over. We'll just talk random words.
I
words
love
with
it.
Mark and Rick.
I love it. Camilla X3 says, who made the call? The 911 calls appear to have been made by Io, who is Amber Heard's friend, or was Amber Heard's friend at the time, at the very least. Farrell Drake says, do you think ATP, at this point, Amber Heard's attorneys are trying to introduce that it can't be proven that abuse didn't happen rather than by trying to prove that it did? Yes. Yeah, I think that they're trying to say you were in no position to know whether or not this happened. And that's kind of the best that they can do, at least so far with the witnesses that we've seen. Katie No Pocket says, does the partner need to testify, or is it just to corroborate? Is it a strategy not having the Stepo because his partner had more XP and said the same thing? I think it's just to corroborate, just to say, like, because you had one person who, one person who questioned, the Officer Sands questioned Amber, the Officer Hadden didn't, and there's a reason why one of them did, one of them didn't, because they break things down in that respect. So one may have noticed something, one may have noticed something different. So that would be why. Nicole Sexton says, is Amber Heard's lawyer trying to elude that police did not follow policy? That is indeed what she was trying to imply there. Lisa Piazza says, I do not understand her lawyer's angle with continually asking the exact same questions that keep getting shot down, and why ask about the report again? It's not efficient. I'm not a fan, but I think that they're just trying to do it for completeness, I guess, if I'm trying to think about it from their perspective, I guess. FT says, is it defamatory to claim you were the innocent victim in a relationship with an abuser when the truth is you were an active participant in a mutually abusive relationship? I mean, that's ultimately what the jury has to decide, right? This is kind of the heart of the case. So
it's one of the major questions, certainly.
Maybe. It's up to the jury. Claire Barbier says, is Elaine's tone and overall demeanor during the officer's deposition normal? Seems unnecessarily aggressive. She does come across as somewhat aggressive. It seems like that may be normal for her, perhaps. Some attorneys are like that. I've never been quite like that when I'm litigating, when I'm arguing with opposing counsel or deposing anyone. I prefer the questions to kind of speak for themselves rather than to use a tone like that. But that's just my style. My style is not everybody else's. There are some that are incredibly aggressive, and they get their job done very, very well, much to my annoyance. But that's neither here nor there. Nala Bachet says, could this be interpreted by the jury as a police incompetence, especially with the abolition movement gaining notoriety? Yes, I think that's what they're trying to go for, is that they're not being competent, not exactly doing the jobs that they need to do. Crispy Leg Transport LLC says, why is he wearing a mask on video by himself? Well, we only see him on camera, but there could be other people that were in the room with him. There may have been some attorney that was LAPD in-house counsel that could have gone with him. I have deposed a police officer before, and he just came up on his own. He didn't have an attorney with him. He just kind of hung out until we had the deposition, and then he went home, and that was it. But there could very well be, in this kind of a case, because of how high profile it is, there could have been some attorney that went with him, or at the very least, you've got somebody that is in the room with him that is setting up this video feed, perhaps. Alex says, are expert witnesses like Curry in any way prepped by Depp's lawyers? Well, they are prepared with conversations. They definitely have a lot of conversations ahead of time to talk about the testimony and the claims and the facts and whatnot. So yeah, they are. Andrew Nichols says the thing she was reading was the procedure guide, which said for DV, you take photos to show injuries or lack thereof. That's what she's getting at. Yes. Funky Anouk said, did you see Elon's bruise on his face when dating Amber Heard? I did not. I did not see that. I don't know. Have you guys heard anything about that?
No. No, I've covered Elon a lot in the last couple of days, but I haven't seen any Amber bruises.
Yeah. Ashley Harrison says, hey, Alita, are Rocky, Josh, or Io testifying for Amber in this trial? They are on the witness list, but they are via video deposition, so not in person.
I feel like they have to. As many people have gotten up there and said how great Johnny Depp is and how horrible Amber is, she's got to have some people that come up and say the opposite.
Yeah, yeah. Or at least say how great Amber is and how she would never lie about things. She would never fabricate or exaggerate.
I got to believe that's coming, right? I mean, we do think she can present a defense of some kind.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Was the lawyer threatening that officer? I didn't detect any threats in there. I mean, maybe kind of implying some things about the propriety of their actions, perhaps, but I didn't see anything about threats.
It was worse than I've seen in a lot of criminal cases where they're trying to say, like, my client could go to jail for the rest of his life because of your investigation, and still some criminal lawyers wouldn't go as far as she said to say they could be reprimanded for negligent investigations. I mean, it was
really.
Yeah.
That was her question?
Okay.
She asked that? No kidding.
She asked some question like, you can be disciplined or reprimanded for a negligent investigation. And he was like, yeah. it was like, I mean, I didn't think
it didn't register as much for me because I was like, my reaction to that was like, and that's why I did everything properly, because I understand if
it sounds like that you understand you're under oath, right? I mean, it's
exactly.
like that type.
Yeah. So interesting though. She does have a very aggressive style, and maybe it works for her. Maybe it'll work in this case. Maybe not. Linus said, good night from Australia. Is there a way to make the stream louder? Really love this live stream during night shift. Makes it much more bearable. Thanks and congrats for the 100K plus followers. Thank you. Unfortunately, we cannot make the make the court feed any louder. I wish I could. I'm looking into some Chrome plugins. I will be looking into those over the weekend to try to make it louder, but otherwise I can only lower our volume so that you guys can just raise the overall volume of the overall live stream. Auntie Lissy says, glad I'm not in the jury. Had been offended at Amber's lawyer. They asked the same questions over again, just like the jury don't get it. Isn't that stupid? They can also take it that way too, that if they keep asking the same questions over and over again, is it because they don't trust the jury to understand what's going on? I don't know. That could be a thought on the jury, but it's hard to know, right? Steve Jones 313 says, did anyone else feel like the last question sounded like a threat? It may not legally be a threat, but it can't look good in the eyes of the jury. Yeah, we were just talking about that. Jaden Tokar Cat says, was Elaine not badgering that witness, and why does she have this strategy with every witness? It's a style thing, man.
I was going to say, it's more of a personality than a strategy.
Yeah, well, you got to go with what you got. I mean, you can't change who you are. You got to try to do what you think is strongest. I mean, the one thing I would say here, and this is coming from someone who doesn't like Elaine's style, and she does rub me the wrong way, the way she frames these questions, is that we do have to allow for the defense counsel to try to get information and try to present their case. And she's trying to do her job. I also tend to not like it, and I disagree with the way that she's done it. But it's not that she's awful. She's not trying to, threaten the witness. Just say, hey, maybe you need to make sure that you're telling the truth here, and that you didn't. So that's the one thing where I would caution folks, is that I understand where you're coming from. Johnny Depp's presented a strong case so far, but they have to have the ability to go and see if they can poke holes and ask questions like that. And Elaine, it's not the way I would run it, but. We've heard from Rob, we've heard from other people that there are things that they found to be effective in the way that she's doing what she's doing.
There's a reason that a lot of advertisers are like, aggressive attorneys for you. We'll be aggressive, because there are people that like that. There are people that look for that. And I assume there's going to be some jurors that like that and find authority in it for whatever reason. So, I mean, I think it can't be that universally nobody likes that, I would assume.
I've had clients call me up and say, I need you to be a bulldog and pound them until you get what we need from our transaction. And, I'm not a litigator. And it's still like, well, let's talk about what that means. And sometimes you say, I got somebody I can refer you to, but I'm not your guy. I mean, you have to line up your representative.
We all know a hammer.
Really good point. Yeah. And also keep in mind too, that these jurors, when they come in to to serve on a jury, they may have certain preconceptions as to what a lawyer should look and act like as well. So that's something that I hadn't really thought about until just now, is that they could very well be of the mind that when you are a lawyer representing a client, you should be aggressive. You should try to be on the attack. You should be the one that is trying to pound the table every single time. Be a bulldog. So
to me, it's not as much the aggressiveness as it is the like anger, and like I feel like you can be aggressive while still having like a kind disposition to these people that you don't know from Adam, that you're just asking questions for about the case. That's where I think it kind of misses with me, is I don't mind aggressive. I don't mind direct. I don't mind somebody that, likes to keep people in their place and where they need to be in trial, especially when you talk about a criminal defense lawyer going up against the big government, or a plaintiff going up against a big corporation, or in this case, Amber Heard is the Me Too victim going up against the strong, powerful, rich, famous Johnny Depp. So it's nice to have a bulldog in your corner in that situation. I mean, I would describe my lawyering as aggressive at times, but I think you can do it with a smile and you can be nice. And I feel like it comes across way better. Like we said, catch more flies with honey or bees with honey or whatever it is.
Yep.
Vinegar.
Yep.
Yes, exactly.
And go aggressive in response to a snarky witness or whatever. No, I agree with you completely. She opened hot. I really thought this was the most obvious with the island manager, where she was just full of lane and you're like, why? But yeah, no, I agree. Aggression is warranted. And that's what I was saying, is that Heard's team has to be able to go try to get that info. I don't like the way Elaine does it, but she's trying to do it.
I would use a different word for it. Aggression. I would say assertiveness. Having a lawyer that is assertive and not aggressive. Absolutely. Because aggressive implies that anger behind it, but being assertive and saying like, no, like I am directing my questions to get to the heart of the matter, to get the evidence that I need for my client. I would agree with that.
Yeah. And I think assertive is the right word. And and I think one of the reasons we're all kind of equivocating here and we're not trying to like really harp on her too much is because in our worst times as lawyers, when we're trying to be assertive, we're hoping that we don't come off as aggressive as she is coming off right now.
I've killed some folks.
Right, so, exactly. So we're all like, yes, we all like to be assertive, and we're hoping that we're coming off as assertive.
Absolutely.
And not coming off like he's coming off right now.
Yeah.
One of the worst deals I ever did. It worked great. Was I got the principals on the other side started crying for the terms that we were negotiating. And I will be frank, I didn't know what to do. Well, no, I didn't laugh. God, no. But it's like, if you're in your hard-nosed
Are we ready for the jury?
Millions of dollars.
Okay. We are.
And the other side starts crying when you're negotiating. I can't remember what it was, an indemnification provision, something. And I was one of the few times where I'm like, we should take a pause. And we came back the next day. But it was like you start thinking about it, like, did I do that? Are they overly sensitive? I mean, what did I say? Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, the indemnification clause bulldog.
Oh,
I have thoughts about third-party indemnification versus first-party. You know what? We could talk about it later.
Alicia L says, is there anything significant about Elaine and Amber sitting separately? Again, the lawyer next to Amber is distracting with trying to stay alert. I think it's just because of, I think the person that's sitting in the back is the one that's doing the direct examinations and cross examinations. That's what I've noticed. So that may be it. Mm-hmm. Isaac Bruch's Gabagool Art, Wholesome Gabagool Art says, copying Amber Heard with the brain. Just kidding.
All right, your next witness.
Plaintiff calls Christian Carino, Your Honor.
Christian Carino.
And as with a number of the other depositions, this one will start with
and
question by
a
Ms.
Canadian
Heard's
has entered the chat.
And at some point,
hey Viva, how's it going?
How you guys doing?
All right, and how do you spell the last name just for me?
I had a friend from Canada say, I saw you on Alita's channel yesterday.
Thank you.
Oh,
totally unconnected. I mean, it's a small world. Okay, how's everyone doing?
I mean, you're the ginormous
address for the
channel here, right? In law too. So that's a huge compliment. Thank you.
Christian Carino, and the work address is 2000 Avenue of the Stars in Century City.
And that is in California?
Correct.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm a talent agent.
Oh.
Yeah, it's Avenue of Stars.
He looks like one.
Could you give me just a very brief description of your educational background and work experience?
Sure. I have a BA from the University of Massachusetts, and my work background is I've been at CAA for approximately 16 years, and before that, I had a 12-year run with 2 different advertising agencies in New York.
And who were those advertising agencies in New York?
Ogilvy and Mather and McCann Erickson.
Right. Now you indicated that you were a talent agent. Can you please describe what that means?
I represent multiple clients and brands in transactions in the entertainment space.
Has anyone dissected Johnny's choice
And
of rings today?
when you say in the entertainment
Seems
space,
consistent
what are you
as
including?
before.
Just the different genres of entertainment, everything from motion picture to television to books to licensing to modeling, all the different areas that the agency operates in.
As a talent agent,
CAA does video
representing
games
multiple
now.
clients, what types of services do you perform for them, and what is the objective?
Okay. Yep. I conduct business transactions on behalf of clients and brands in the entertainment space.
And what does that mean?
It means
Nobody can describe what
organize,
agents
pitch,
do, especially versus managers. So it's really fun to make them do this.
in contractual agreements between talent and studios,
Bring
talent
people
and
together.
brands, entertainment platforms and individuals, brands and individuals.
Mark, do you happen to know, is he not the lawyer
Do
then?
you represent any actors?
Probably not.
Okay.
The lawyer would have probably said, I went to law school.
I would have
I
assumed.
do
He's
yeah.
like, got my
And-
BA
and-
from UMass.
When
When you're working with talent that big, they usually
talent within
have an
the
agent, a
agency.
manager, and a lawyer all
and
separate.
for each
It's split.
person, it's
Okay,
different.
thanks, Mark.
Usually when they're
Concierge
that big.
lawyer.
I
Probably.
personally oversee for them. So in some cases, I am negotiating contractual agreements for a music artist to go to Las Vegas. In some cases, I'm transacting an agreement for an artist to have a relationship with a brand. In some cases, it's
This guy's job is
an
to
artist
transact, man.
with a
Alita, you're going to have to
platform
hire this guy when it's all
Netflix.
done.
No.
It spans the general platform capabilities that the agency has overall.
Is one of the objectives of your representation to build the careers of the individuals you represent?
Yes.
Did you have any conversations with Mr. Waldman in which you expressed any thoughts or opinions on how you believed any litigation was having an effect on Mr. Depp's reputation or career?
Yes.
Sorry, guys, I can't move the super chats.
How many times?
It unfortunately covers up the
One
person in
that
the
I can
bottom
recall.
corner. I'm sorry.
And
Don't
when was
worry
that?
about it.
I have
Doesn't
no
bother
idea,
me.
years
Oh,
ago.
it's not me anymore. Haha.
If you expressed to Mr. Waldman that the sooner the litigation was over, the better for Mr. Depp, what were you thinking when you said that? Why did you think that?
Litigation is bad,
I
Elaine.
think anytime somebody is in litigation publicly,
Is there some construction
it
going on?
is at a
Not me.
minimum a distraction to
It's in the
that
feed.
person's
Yeah, it's in the feed.
career. And in a
He
lot
did
of
his depo
cases,
during some light reno.
it negatively impacts that person because there's attention drawn to them that it is outside of what people want to know about that person.
Right.
This is Amber Heard's attorney asking the questions for everyone in the chat.
Yes, they said Amber Heard's team starting.
Distracts from the career.
I mean,
why is litigation bad?
With somebody who is well known, people don't want to hear they're in a lawsuit with anybody about anything.
Why not?
Generally true.
Why not?
Because that's just not what they want to know or hear.
Why would you say pain is
about
bad?
People.
And why do you believe that?
Oh my God.
These questions are old questions. She can't take these questions.
Yeah.
This world.
But they can choose not to include them
I don't.
in the editing.
You couldn't have gotten so trapped into why is litigation bad, could you?
Why do you believe
And
that
when you
litigation
say
is
it
bad?
negatively impacts, what do you mean by that?
People don't want to hear that the people that they look up to are in litigation.
This guy's over it already, and he's only 45 minutes into his deposition.
I mean, he was over it when the camera turned on.
Career decisions by producers, directors, companies with brands, things of that nature.
Yes.
And in what way?
Because the general public doesn't want to hear that people that they look up to are in
Same thing.
litigation.
He's putting
How
in
many
his,
ways can I explain this to you, Elaine?
The more
his breathiness is,
oxygen
well,
it
once
picks up
again.
in
Someone in the chat said asked and
overall
answered, and in theory you
news
could object, but why object
or
to this
coverage
question?
of an individual,
Don't know.
and the less focused it is on that person's career, the less interested studios, brands, the general public becomes in that person.
The court takes it under advisement that litigation is bad.
And therefore less opportunities?
Yes.
That's why would she ask that question?
When you expressed to Adam Waldman that your opinion that the sooner the litigation is over for Mr. Depp, the better, what did Mr. Waldman say?
To be honest, I don't recall exactly what he said, but something like, we're gonna get this over with.
What's going on?
Hey, Nate,
I'm sorry, I gotta leave. Yo, my kids
Mr.
want
Carino,
to
I'm
say
going to
hello on
ask
the
you to
stream.
put
They were like,
the-
look,
and
we
what
want
is
to say
your
hello.
mark
Sorry, here.
as
Quick,
Carino
say hello.
exhibit number, we'll keep it labeled 4.
All right, now go to the wind.
Do
Okay.
you believe that the Mandel lawsuit
Before they allow me to come on stream, they're like, I
posed
want to
a
say hi so
distraction
before we
to
lose you.
Mr.
Who can blame him?
Yeah.
Elaine is trying to show that Johnny Depp ruined his own career
I
by
don't know.
instituting litigation.
I'm going to show you what
Yeah.
has been marked as Carino deposition exhibit number 5. And as you can see here, it's an article, June 21st, 2017, the Hollywood Gossip. Do you
Sounds
recall
legit.
that coming up during that time frame?
Legit as any of those trade rags.
Have
Okay.
you read or heard of the Rolling Stones?
Yes,
Have you read or heard of GQ?
yes.
Mr. Carino, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Carino deposition exhibit number 2. And it's Rolling Stone publication on June 21, 2018. Do you see that?
Yes,
Do you ever read this article?
parts of it.
This is lawyers doesn't like what's
You're
happening.
aware of whether this article in the Rolling Stone, June 2018.
Okay, his hat doesn't fit, right? I'm not crazy.
Exhibit
Maybe a
number
little
3.
bit.
You're not crazy.
I'm
It's
obsessed
fedora.
about,
Negative
I'm obsessed
style
about
these
the
days.
ceiling
Mr.
mirrors.
Depp's reputation or career.
Elaine, I don't think it's possible to ask anybody that question without having done research among the people who read a specific article. If you're asking my opinion about whether an article like this or this particular article, in my opinion, would have a positive or negative effect on somebody's, career, I could potentially answer that. But as to definitively whether an article has or has not had an impact on somebody's career, nobody can answer that question without research. Specifically.
Mr. Carino, I think we were just
15 minutes later
looking at the Carino exhibit.
That was from objecting to some
This is an
speculation, folks.
article that
Yeah.
was published in November of 2018. Do you recall reading this at some point?
What publication is that?
This is GQ.
I probably read part of it, but I don't remember.
You had any direct contact with Ed White or his company?
Yes.
What is the nature of your contact with Ed White and his company?
Payment on deals where Johnny was owed money. Bill collecting.
When you say bill collecting, was it collecting on your behalf, or was it trying to collect from studios or companies?
The latter.
And so what would your involvement be in those circumstances?
Ed, on occasion, reached out to me to ask about the timing of a payment that was owed to Johnny.
All right. And were you able to answer those questions?
I think in all cases, I just referred him to somebody who worked for me to find out what the payment schedule was.
Other than these occasions where Ed White would reach out to you to ask when time of payment, did you have any other connection or communication with Ed White or his company in connection with Johnny Depp?
No.
Were you familiar with Jake Bloom?
Yes.
Do you know whether Mr. Bloom ever represented Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of the nature of that representation?
He was his lawyer.
Did you ever talk to Jake Bloom?
Yes.
On how many occasions did you speak with Jake Bloom relating to Mr. Depp?
I have no idea.
Was it pretty frequently?
What does that mean?
Well, was it more than 10?
Are you asking me if I had approximately 10 conversations with Jake over the duration of our relationship?
Yes. I actually asked if you had more than 10. I wasn't asking you if it was exactly 10.
Okay. I mean, I'm guessing that it was probably less than 10 in total.
Was Mr. Bloom still representing Mr. Depp when you started representing Mr. Depp?
I believe so, but I'm not sure.
And when did you start representing Mr. Depp?
I believe it was in late 2016.
Mr. Carino, are you looking at something to be able to refresh your recollection?
I am.
What do you have in front of you?
A note that I made to myself of the date of when Johnny was a client, and I think I wrote down October 2016.
She's got him now. She's going to ask for a copy of that note.
Do you have a recollection of the context of your discussions with Mr. Bloom?
Yes. My recollection of the conversations I had with Jake were in regard to getting Johnny and Jake to meet and work out whatever the issues were around their disagreement.
Just quickly, shout out to the mods. You guys are doing an excellent job.
Yes. Thank you for the reminder.
So you were
They
trying
are doing a
to
phenomenal job.
broker, if you will, a discussion between them to try to resolve
30,000
their
people in the
issue?
chat. It's hard to mod, but you guys are doing a hell of a job out there.
Were you successful in that?
I don't remember whether they ever got together and met about it, to be honest.
Now, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Carino deposition exhibit number 7. And this is a lawsuit that was filed on October 17, 2017. Were you aware of this litigation being filed by Mr. Depp on his behalf against Bloom, Hergott, Demer, etc.?
Yes.
And were you involved in any way in this litigation?
No.
Do you know one way or the other whether the filing of and the ongoing litigation associated with this lawsuit had any negative impact on Mr. Depp's reputation and career?
I said no, Elaine.
Do you recall whether
Using her
there
name.
was any publicity surrounding this litigation that's reflected in the complaint that's Carino number 7?
Are you asking me if I'm aware if the Jake Bloom litigation was made public?
Yes.
Yes.
And in addition to being made public, do you recall whether there was publicity surrounding the Jake Bloom litigation?
Yes.
And do you recall whether there was publicity surrounding the Mandel litigation?
Yes.
Mr. Carino, I'm going to ask you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 10. And in this particular one, we have, this is the article that was written in the Sun Times that was the beginning, if you will, of the UK lawsuit. Do you have a recollection of seeing that?
No.
Did you ever read it?
I don't know. I'd have to, I don't know. I'm sure I read at least part of it if it's the original document that caused the Sun legal issues.
Now, the date on this one is April 27, 2018. You see that on there?
Yep.
Mr. Carino, I'm going to ask you what has been marked as Carino deposition exhibit number 11. And it's dated June 13, 2018. It's hard to see that little stamp there, but it was filed on June 13, 2018. And it's Mr. Depp filing the News Group Newspapers Limited, who owns the Sun, and Dan Wooten. Were you aware that Mr. Depp brought this lawsuit in the UK against the Sun and Mr. Wooten?
Yeah.
Mr. Carino, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked now as Carino exhibit number 12. This is published in the Washington Post on December 18, 2018.
That's the article.
Were you aware of this article?
Yes.
Op-ed.
Yes.
Mr. Carino, when I asked you whether you were aware one way or the other, whether this lawsuit that's reflected in exhibit number 11 had a negative impact on Mr. Depp's reputation and career, you answered no. What did you mean by that?
Why would you
I
ask that?
meant that there isn't a way for any individual to know whether the filing of a document had an impact on somebody's career, positive or negative, without specific research conducted in exactly that case.
The same as in facts that you, because you haven't researched it, you don't know whether it impacted Mr. Depp's reputation or career, correct?
I believe I stated that unless someone had done research specifically about the filing of this document and its impact one way or the other, it's impossible to answer the question.
To show you what has been
He's very
marked as
cautious, but it seems
Reno
right.
number 14. This is the lawsuit that Mr. Depp filed against Ms. Heard. Do you believe that the filing of this lawsuit reflected in Carino Deposition Exhibit number 14 and the attendant publicity has had a negative impact on the reputation and career of Mr. Depp?
Do you believe?
No.
Yeah.
And why not?
Because I've stated previously, it's not about the filing of a lawsuit, it's about the coverage. I mean, you're asking me what my opinion is of what Johnny's reputation is today. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yep.
My opinion of what Johnny's reputation today is one of the finest actors of his generation.
That's an agent.
Good
Yeah, it's an
agent.
agent.
Good job.
Has Mr. Depp's reputation changed at any point from October 2016 to the present?
If you're asking me if what I defined as his reputation has changed in terms of his being viewed as one of the best actors of his generation, I would say no.
This guy's a lot of mirrors behind him.
I think they're on the
So
ceiling.
just
Yeah, I
so
think
I'm
there's a
clear
ceiling.
that I understand your answer, in your
He's in a glass box.
opinion, Mr. Depp's reputation is that he is one of the finest actors of his generation, and that has been his reputation since you started representing him in October 2016. It still is today, and it hasn't changed during that time frame. Is that correct?
In his
The
opinion,
view on his acting ability has not changed.
He started representing him in
Well,
October
I'm taking your
2016.
definition of
That
reputation.
line.
and said
He
what they
narrowed
are
the answer to
known for.
the acting ability.
So I'm taking that specific definition, and I'm asking, is there anything other than that Mr. Depp is one of the finest actors of his generation that he is known for that has changed between October 2016 and the present?
The only way I can answer that is as it relates to his professional capabilities. That has not changed.
Is there
Why
something
does he want to say his
that has
reputation was
changed
harmed?
that doesn't relate to his
I don't
professional
know.
capabilities?
Well, because they're saying
I don't
the
know how to answer that
reputational
one.
harm would be.
Using your
I mean,
definition
well, never mind.
of reputation, which is what a person is known for.
I mean, he really wants to stick to narrow
Is
testimony.
there
and I
any
think that's-
aspect?
Yeah, I don't think he wants to expound.
Mr. Depp
Yeah.
is known for that has changed.
What's his reputation?
between
That's all she's
October
asking him, but he's refusing the
2016
answer. This is bad for
and the
Johnny, I
present.
think.
It's
I mean, it's neither here nor there for Johnny, right?
Stated what I think his reputation is. And
Well, he
I've
has to prove his
stated that,
reputation was harmed, right? And this
in
guy's
my
trying to say
opinion,
he's not saying it.
Well, Lane's
his
trying to establish that him
professional
bringing the lawsuit did it
reputation
itself.
as it relates to the quality of his acting abilities has remained unchanged.
And this guy's like, I'm an acting agent. That's what I'm going to talk about.
Do you
His acting
make any
abilities.
distinction between personal and professional reputation?
Elaine's doing yeoman's work to try to tease this out, by the way. I know you guys don't
going
like
on
the
for 3 hours
repetitiveness.
now in real time.
And what is that distinction?
The difference between what somebody does on screen and off screen.
What is your opinion of what Mr. Depp was known for off screen when you started representing him in October 2016?
What's his opinion?
I think what he was known for off screen was a shroud of mystery of who he was, because he was not visible to the public.
And that was back in October 2016?
I've got to run. I'll try to jump back on later.
See, Peter.
But when
Thanks,
you
Peter.
started representing him, that was your sense?
Yes.
Okay. Did that change over time?
Yes.
And in
All
what way
right.
did it change?
It changed with the exposure of that came with the lawsuits.
Okay. How?
And the lawsuits that we're talking about are the ones that we've already taken a look at. Exhibit 4, 7, 8, 9, 11, and 15. No, I mean 14.
I mean, I'm not talking about any one or two specifically, in general.
Do you believe that Mr. Depp is still a shroud of mystery, not visible to the public?
No.
And when did that change?
I don't know exactly when.
Would you say it was cumulative over the period of time as a result of all of the litigation and the publicity ensuing?
Probably. Agree with that.
Is there any one specific litigation that you believe most significantly impacted on Mr. Depp's personal reputation no longer being a shroud of mystery and not visible to the public?
My opinion is that Amber's accusations
There you go.
would have had the most dramatic impact on his.
That's what they
off-screen
No, it wasn't the lawsuits. It was the substance of the lawsuits,
I'm
which
not
was that he's a
talking
domestic
about
abuser.
Any
That's right.
one
Yeah.
specific.
You could see why
Accusation.
exactly why he's struggling though. He's an
Yeah.
agent. He's
Yeah.
in the spot that says, "I will say
When
nothing
you
that
say
hurts my
Amber's
client."
accusations,
Yeah.
what do you mean by that?
And now she's allowing him to clarify on a prejudicial answer to her. It's amazing.
I mean, the
Please
things
elaborate.
that she's accused Johnny of doing, both in that have been made public.
Now, those accusations were made public in the divorce back in 2016, correct?
There we go.
I don't know exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
how
this
or
is
when they were made public.
Certainly made public in the article
Given
in the
that
Sun.
you believe Amber's accusations would have had the most dramatic impact on Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation,
Yes.
would Amber have been filing the divorce action and obtaining a domestic violence restraining order have had a dramatic impact on Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation?
Why would she
I
ask
think
that?
the only way I can answer that is by saying I don't think filing for divorce would have any impact whatsoever
in Hollywood.
And I'm actually not familiar with the lawsuit to get the restraining order, so I don't know exactly what's in there. But if that was based on claims of or accusations of abuse, then that, in my opinion, would have a negative impact on Johnny's off-screen.
So yeah, she's trying to establish it's all before
Mr.
2018.
Carino,
Right, and so if
talking
he's saying,
about,
right, if she's saying his
Amber's
reputation wasn't harmed
accusations,
before the article,
and
but
you
it was
view
due to
that those
Amber's
would have the
accusations,
most
that doesn't make any
dramatic
sense. That's what she's
impact
trying to establish.
on Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation. And you were talking about her accusations of domestic abuse and violence, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that the Dan Wooten article published in The Sun included specific accusations by Amber Heard of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp?
The Sun case, is that what you're asking about?
Yeah. Well,
Yes.
first the article itself that was in the paper.
She's not so much allowed to ask about the Sun
J.K.
case.
Rowling genuinely happy about employing Mr. Depp, the wife beater.
Yes.
And you're aware that the litigation, the lawsuit, including the particulars of the claim brought by Mr. Depp, included the accusations by Amber Heard of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
Given that the Mandel lawsuit included accusations by Amber Heard of domestic violence by Mr. Depp against her, are you able to say how much of Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation was impacted by the Mandel lawsuit?
No.
Now, you were aware that the op-ed by Dan Wooten in The Sun included accusations by Amber of domestic violence against Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware, one way or the other, how much Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation was impacted by the complaint that was filed in this case that contained Amber Heard's accusations of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp?
No.
Are you aware of how much Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation was impacted as a result of the op-ed in the Washington Post from Amber Heard?
No.
Are you aware of how much Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation was impacted by the accusations included in the Waldman tweet on May 2020 of the op-ed?
No.
Are you aware of any role or opportunity that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the op-ed by Dan Wooten in The Sun?
No.
Are you aware of any role or, and when I'm saying opportunity, any kind of business opportunity that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the particulars of the claim that Mr. Depp filed?
No.
Are you aware of any role or business opportunities that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the op-ed by Amber Heard in the Washington Post?
Objection.
are you aware of any roles or business opportunities that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the Waldman tweet from May 2020 relating to Amber's op-ed?
No.
Is there any other role or business opportunity that Mr. Depp has lost since you started representing him in October 2016? And I'm saying,
I would say his, I would say yes.
what?
The Pirates, the next Pirates movie.
Do you remember which one that was?
Really, Lane?
6,
Really?
7.
The myth of the golden ship.
Like an agent's gonna know. I don't know. Pirates, whatever.
It was Disney. It was like 35 million. It was the next one.
Well, she's gonna ask him
What is your
why he thinks this.
understanding of why Mr. Depp lost Pirates 6?
Terrible question.
This is Johnny Depp's agent to answer this question.
My
Also,
opinion
a pinned comment on the
is
top of the chat
that
keeps
it was
current on who's
related to
testifying and
the
whether on cross or
accusations,
redirect.
Nice.
That Amber has made.
And what is your opinion based on?
Excuse me?
What is your opinion based on?
What is your opinion based on?
Knowledge, life experience.
The fact that I'm his agent.
Conversations with
Common
colleagues
sense.
and studio execs.
Sure.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you.
Conversations with studios and other executives, both internal and external.
I'm
They
sorry, I
indicated
wish
to me
I
they
didn't
wouldn't
hear
hire.
you.
When you say related to the accusations that were made by Amber Heard against Mr. Depp, are you talking about accusations of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp?
Yes.
How many conversations have you had with studio and other executives?
I have no idea.
More than one.
5, more than 10?
I don't know about more than 10, probably between 5 and 10.
Who do you recall speaking with at studios?
Please
Or other
complete your evidence here.
Jerry Bruckheimer,
Oh boy, specific names.
probably mostly Jerry, and then colleagues at CAA.
When did you first have any conversations with Jerry Bruckheimer about Pirates 6 and Mr. Depp?
Is Jerry Bruckheimer on the list, Alita?
Do you recall whether it was
I don't think so. He might. I mean, that's a legitimate question. He could be, but I don't think so. I think I remember looking for him.
I don't.
I want some Hollywood executives on the stand in
When did you
Virginia.
have any conversations with colleagues at CAA?
It would have been whenever the decisions were being made about how to cast that movie. I don't honestly, I don't know what year that was.
Do you recall who you spoke with at CAA?
I spoke with Jack Wiggum. I spoke with Brian Lord.
What do you recall Jerry Bruckheimer telling you?
You need to check out this header. I know he tweeted about it. I haven't seen it.
I don't recall the specific conversations, but the nature of it was that the studio was having difficulty employing him.
And did Mr. Bruckheimer tell you why the studio was having difficulty employing Mr. Depp?
No, not specifically, but it was understood.
Did you ask?
I didn't need to.
It's understood.
Why did you think you didn't need to?
Because
Lady, were you working in Hollywood at this time?
everyone was aware
We
of
all knew.
what was garnering the attention of the studios and determining whether or not it
Yes,
could
she will be
employed.
working after this.
when you say
She's not doing as bad a
everyone
job as a lot of
was
people think, I
aware,
think.
How do you know that?
No, I think she had some strong wins.
I don't know. I just knew.
We can talk about.
Can you tell me who everyone is? Can you tell me who anyone is?
The people who would have been involved in making that decision.
Well, if I'm understanding you correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the only person at Disney that you spoke with about pirates and employing Mr. Depp was Jerry Bruckheimer, correct?
Yes.
Right, and you spoke between 5 and 10 times with Mr. Bruckheimer, and he did not say in any of those conversations, the reason we're not employing Mr. Depp is because of Amber Heard's accusations of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp, correct?
That's good.
Mr. Carino, when we went off for the break, we were talking about
Let's get Hogue to
your
70K.
discussions with Jerry Bruckheimer
Very
and
nice,
other executives at CAA.
Let's do it. Let's do it, guys.
Respecting Mr. Depp not being employed further at Disney and likely not pirates. And I think a question came up right before the break. And so I just want to make sure that I have clear. Did you talk with anyone other than Jerry Bruckheimer at Disney about Mr. Depp not being employed again at Disney or Pirates?
No.
Okay. And was I correct that you, in a certain understanding, you had somewhere between 5 and 10 conversations with Mr. Bruckheimer relating to this topic?
Probably less than that. I talk to Jerry regularly, but probably not that many on this topic.
Okay.
He said he talked
And
to
was
colleagues at CAA.
anyone else at Disney?
Yeah,
that you
not naming
spoke
any of
with
them
at
by
any
name.
They can
point
get a feel for it.
about Johnny Depp being considered for pirates or not being employable by Disney?
No.
Okay. And is that true to the present?
Yes.
Okay. And the other discussions that you had, those
Yes,
were
this is
all
Johnny
with
Depp.
executives at CAA?
Yes.
And that was Brian Lord and Jack Whittle, correct?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Not that I can recall. No.
If there's any place you could know what the studios know, it's CAA.
You had indicated that you
least one of the big
believed that everyone was aware that the impact of Amber's allegations were at the heart of this.
It is very inception-y.
I just want to make sure that we're clear, since we were just talking about this before the break. Jerry Bruckheimer did not say specifically what it was that caused Disney to decide not to continue with Johnny Depp and Pirates 6 or in other matters, correct?
Correct.
Well, and I'm trying to reach that it was understood. I'm trying to discover any facts that would have led you to believe
It's valid.
it was
Elaine.
understood. And if I'm understanding, use the same word, Mr. Bruckheimer didn't tell you that, correct?
Again, it was understood. So I don't recall whether either of us ever said anything specific about why, but it is something within the industry that is understood.
Can you tell me whether any other actors did not receive roles or were unemployable because of the Me Too movement allegations?
Ooh. Relevance?
Other than Mr. Depp, I mean.
Not that I work with directly, no.
In any of your discussions with Mr. Bruckheimer, did you ask him what Mr. Depp could do to become employable by Disney again, or to be able to get any part of any Pirates franchise going forward?
No.
Why not?
She can't.
Because he wasn't admitting to why.
Because
to begin with.
There, in cases like this, there is nothing anybody can do. It is the directive of the studio and they have the sole right to make the judgment whether they can continue to employ somebody or not.
And your understanding from your discussions with Mr. Bruckheimer is that Disney had made the judgment to decide that they could no longer employ Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yes, but not solely based on conversations with Mr. Bruckheimer. It was cumulative with the internal and external conversations.
What did Mr. Lord say that led you to believe that? That Disney had made the decision, the judgment that they were not able to employ Mr. Depp at Disney.
Just that the decision had been made.
It's funny because legally you don't really want to commit too much to why you're not employing someone in general. So all of this makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Just that they made the decision.
Correct.
Were you aware of any problems on the set with Mr. Depp during the filming of Pirates 5? Were you aware of Mr. Depp engaging in alcohol and drug use?
So he partially got paid for that. Fantastic Beasts is a tough one.
During the filming of Pirates 5.
I'm aware of him being tardy, but he's been tardy on everything in his entire life.
Moment of levity.
Were you aware of whether that was troublesome to Disney?
He's late to all his meetings with me.
I think it's troublesome to everybody, but everyone has learned how to produce a film to deal with it.
Him being tardy is worth the billions of dollars he makes to the studio.
Yes.
Produce around it.
Right. They committed to those big numbers after they knew who he
Do you
was.
know
Right?
whether there was anyone on the set of Pirates 5 who wasn't willing to deal with it and was quite irritated by it?
Can you imagine? They're like trying to say he lost the contracts for
Were
cause.
you aware that the filming had to be shut down for a period of time after Mr. Depp injured his finger?
Yes.
After Amber
Were you
injured
aware of
his
any
finger.
disagreements between Mr.
Like the
Depp
attorney's
and
gonna say that.
Disney?
Come on now.
including
Lane
Mr.
isn't that silly,
Bailey and others who were on the project about artistic differences? In other words,
If I were the
when
witness, I
Mr.
would have
Depp
said that.
thought something should be this way or something should be that way, and they didn't.
He's
agree.
very minimalistic.
Yes.
He's nothing. He wants
What
to
is
say
your
nothing in this
understanding of that?
deposition.
There was a difference of opinion on how the film was edited.
And what is your understanding of what Mr. Depp thought it should be edited to?
I don't know how to describe the difference between the Disney edit and Johnny's preferred edit. I think Johnny told me about it, talked about it a little bit.
Do you know how well Pirates 5 did at the box office?
Not exactly.
Do you know whether it was more successful or less successful than earlier Pirates franchise movies?
I think it was slightly less than, it wasn't the most successful installment of that franchise.
But it was an expected
Do you
drop
know
off.
whether Mr.
Was it better
Depp
than 4? I
has
thought it was higher than
a
4. Is it not?
play clause that would pay him even if he was not in the subsequent Pirates 6?
In 6,
Yes.
I don't think he does.
Have you or anyone at CAA on behalf of Mr. Depp made any efforts with Disney to find any roles for Mr. Depp since he filmed Pirates 5?
My efforts were probably primarily around Houdini, which at one point was a film.
5 was worse.
Other people at CA for sure did, yes.
Who were they?
I would start with Jack Wigham.
For the record, Pirates 4 was about $1 billion.
We'll now play volume 2 of
Pirates
Mr.
5 was
Carino's deposition, at
800
which
mil.
Okay.
Thanks.
Maybe time for afternoon.
Sure.
Why don't we just close enough to it? So-
Absolutely, Your Honor.
All right, before we get to volume 2, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break. Please do not talk to anybody about the case and don't do any outside research. Thank you.
I do always think you pay for the sins of the fathers in franchise land, and 4 was crap.
Yeah.
Sorry, we don't have to get into movie reviews.
Can you, everyone appreciates it. That was an old deposition, but you could see the time lapsing on the bottom right. That was a 5-hour deposition.
Yep.
And from the condensed version, what did they get of that individual's testimony? I'd say a big bagel or a goose egg, depending on where you're from.
Well, I think they did some good work on establishing that damages are a real problem for this case. And Depp's team doesn't even seem focused on it so much. So you got a lot of no's in big sequence in the middle of that testimony about whether or not anything that he felt like it was hurting from 2018 on, and establishing that the accusations themselves were what did the damage. So I almost feel like the Depp team has given it up. That Johnny really is happy with $1 if he gets $1, because a lot of what Elaine was doing there was, this isn't about the Washington Post op-ed. Like, it's just not. And they've done, I think every time they've discussed it, it's been a win for Heard's team on the actual deposition and the actual op-ed.
I tend to agree. I mean, I see what you're saying, that like, especially because of the pace of it and the obfuscation, there was no real nice moments. It felt like Elaine got anything that she wanted to. But I think overall, you really get that picture of this muddy waters and time frame of like when he wasn't getting the jobs, and muddy discussions about whether or not it was. It's all based on this understanding, which is, I think any of those sort of lack of clarity damages are a good, are a win for Heard's team.
And this is his agent, right? I mean, like, nobody on Depp's side can actually say the phone turned off. I mean, Depp actually says that one sentence, but he also can't tell you what movies he was in for the prior 2 years and like what changed about his movie volume. So it just is so, and I actually find this a bit endearing about this case from him. He does not seem to care about that actual after 2018 stuff. So they have not, to my mind, they've not proved it. They haven't actually shown the damages that we kind of understand must have accrued, but you actually do have to establish them.
Yeah, it's a, I don't know how familiar you guys are with weird entertainment law precedent, but there's this famous case from the late 80s.
I was going to say, no, not much, no.
This famous case from the late 80s about Larry Cohen's movie The Stuff, which if you're a weird horror fan, you might know it. But basically, he didn't pay a special effects team, and the special effects team was suing. And they were like, well, do you have a contract? And I'm like, well, no, and so that was kind of the whole deal. And literally, there's a line that has been oft quoted in the industry since, which is, Hollywood doesn't do contracts, we do lunches. And really, I think I kept thinking about that line during this whole thing when he's talking about like, well, it was understood. Well, who was it? Well, with some colleagues and producers too. Well, which producers? Well, kind of just this one producer, and so like, it's just muddy. It's not like a slam dunk win by any means, but I don't think they came up empty as they've come up with in the past.
Right, we're bringing on a scale, Viva. That was an Elaine. That was an Elaine depot.
I've seen some of the other stuff, but no, this in my mind, like, I heard it for the first time today, as I guess a number of people did. Yeah, whether or not it comes from divorce proceedings in Hollywood, obviously not. Whether or not it comes from drug abuse in Hollywood, typically not. It's to me, she just made it clear. You don't have to specify why it is. It's the unspoken truth. Everybody knows when you get hit with #MeToo allegations, you become toxic, you become unemployable, and worse, more unemployable. And nobody says it because they don't have to. But it certainly wasn't the divorce. That's what I took away from it. It might have been the op-ed, but the op-ed is relaying the words that the specific accusations of domestic violence. I mean, to me, nobody can hear me. Hold on, I put my mic away, but I think they got absolutely nothing out of it other than the fact that his agent says it was unspoken. I understood it, and I quantify it. It's quite easy to quantify. 1 or 2 deals, that's $50 million.
But that's before 2018, right? And you've got Johnny Depp giving testimony that says he was first negatively impacted massively when the TRO is filed. So that combined with the agent saying, give or take, if that's what the TRO said, that's when it would have accrued, which the jury knows, I know. To me, that's pretty effective in the middle of that questioning to say, if this damage was done, It was done at the tail end of 2016 into 2017 and 2018. And again, I know people are saying, well, he wasn't pulled from Fantastic Beasts until years later. All I can tell you is they're not putting that in court. So, I mean, what we've got right now says to me that they're proving their case that 2018 was not a watershed. And so if this was accruing, it didn't actually do anything to him in 2018.
Yeah, I mean, unless the thing that I keep thinking about is, if Johnny's team is able to pull the facts for to prove the case about the 2018 article, they're able to pull the facts from 2016, 2014, all of these other incidents, right? By saying, that Amber is speaking from a place of authority, coming from her experience as a domestic violence survivor, and that the whole story about her being a domestic violence survivor is a farce. And here's why. So,
but I get you that.
But my point is that the jury might still be. Ooh, I don't know if I'm getting.
Who is that? Is that you?
I don't know who that was.
Might have been me.
The jury might be then saying, okay, well, if the facts for proving all of this can reach back to earlier than 2018, maybe the damages can also, because 2016 is when that lie came about.
But
I'm not saying that is proper. I'm not saying that is, but I'm just saying the jury might make that mirroring in their brain.
Man, I mean, like, we know that cannot be, right? Like, even if we give it defamation, it can't travel backwards in time, like Scott Bakula. It has to be forward from when it was actually published, right?
Hey, well, hold on 1 second. And is my audio better now, or is it still bad?
Yeah.
Okay, so I had to unplug it. I mean, they'll argue it. I mean, it's not going to come from this witness, but there'll be the cumulative effect of the damages as to when it becomes more more promoted or more publicized, the allegations. So it might have started slowly in 2016, but if it correlates to when was the article in the Sun? 2018.
But the Sun isn't what we're concerned about.
It was. Well, the Sun article was before hers. So hers was in December 2018. Theirs was either I want to say it's either April or July. I don't know why I'm not thinking May or June. But
yeah, because it's very you'll argue it, but this guy's saying it started slowly, but it certainly hit nobody knows what's in court proceedings more often than not. It takes someone to put them on blast, and it gets put on blast in 2018, and that's when the consequences really hit the fan. So I mean, the time frame works out there even by this guy's testimony, but I just can't get 5 freaking hours with that guy to get these highlights, and these highlights I don't think do very much.
It's fair. I mean, it's certainly not a lot for 5 hours. But I think even though you and I disagree, Rick, on this, I think we were agreeing that this was the first time that we were like really looking at Elaine's lawyering, being like, whew, like you're pulling teeth. You're trying to pull something out of this guy, and it's
there was some terrible Elaining at the top.
Yeah, sure was.
There was some good stuff in the middle. And then kind of not so great at the end is what I saw. I agree with you, Viva, by the way, that all of these depositions are so damn long. Oh, you actually watch the time, and it's like, who can blame any of these people for resenting this?
Well, the amount of time she asked the agent is there as a witness of fact, I presume, not as a witness of opinion, not as an expert. The amount of times she said, why do you believe this? Or in theory, someone could have objected, but when you ask a witness that, it's going to just allow him to substantiate his beliefs, and you're never going to get the answer that you want. He's not going to say something self-defeating in why he believes something.
Right, and we don't know quite why Johnny introduced him yet, right? This is Johnny's witness, and his questioning is coming up.
Yeah,
so did they indicate if we're done with this witness, or
we are not?
There's volume 2.
We are on a break. I see. Okay.
But I wasn't sure if volume 2 was continuing Elaine's deposition.
It's him.
Okay.
We haven't heard Johnny's team question him yet at all.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
The most important thing is that having that many mirrors in your house, you can easily, I mean, it gives more extension, but you can walk into a wall and really hurt yourself.
I think
I know from experience.
It's kind of funny. I got chat telling me he was engaged to Lady Gaga.
Yeah, that's what people are saying.
Yeah. Did you see the tattoo on his arm too? That it said
I couldn't read it.
First. It said "Love yourself first," which I find it funny with a guy who lives surrounded by mirrors. You know, you have to be reminded to love yourself first. but-
Hollywood.
It's just me.
Well,
yeah.
Very Hollywood.
I'm recovering LA. Yeah, that's.
Let's get some super chats. Alrighty. Okay.
You own
scrolling
stock
back
in
to the top.
Windex. Someone in the chat said. Yeah, he certainly has no kids and no dogs. I would predict that much.
Yes.
I've never been to people's houses and seen as many white leather couches as I have when I went to LA. And it's just like,
Yeah.
oh, you've got no responsibility. You've got no pets, no kids. You're not doing anything.
None of those things.
They have a great life.
Because that's insta dirty right there.
So I'm seeing April 2018 for the Sun. Does that sound
April.
right, Alita?
Yeah, that does sound right. I don't know why April and July both like stuck out in my brain, but I figured it was one of those.
Okay. But yeah, it's 2018, about 6 months plus earlier than when Amber Heard comes out in the Washington Post.
You see, I mean, and that's the issue. Is like, you know, the allegations may have been broadly out there, but it's the second something goes on blast and reaches millions of people that it, you know, ask Taylor Lorenz. I mean, that's when things become much more, you know, impactful. Where Hollywood says, I can't deny knowledge of this anymore, so we can't not act on it anymore.
Sure, but I mean, Elaine did good work there by bringing in the Sun, because the Sun isn't Amber Heard, and it's 6 months earlier.
That's a fair point. But then, who was the Sun? Who was the Sun relying on for the allegations?
Well, I mean, it's about the divorce, but it's an op-ed from their editor.
Okay, well, that would be a more interesting legal question. If it's the op-ed that's from the editor relying on false accusations from the TRO 2 years earlier, is that not six of one way, half a dozen the other? It wasn't Amber Heard who said it then, but they're certainly relying on her false accusations from 2 years prior.
Right, but I mean, this is the problem, right? We're talking about the Washington Post article in 2018 that's been allowed to go backwards in time to get falsity, but it can't be allowed to go backwards in time to establish damages for what effect it had.
All right. Cat 78 said, oh yeah, go ahead.
Another question. I didn't want to ask it in the chat when I was watching earlier. Some of the witnesses were wearing masks in the videos, in their depositions. Do we know why? Were they in rooms together, or
the one officer I saw was in a law firm, right? Like that was clearly a law firm deposition conference table. So I don't know.
It could, no, number one, it could be that there was somebody else in the room, and they may just have an LAPD wide policy at the time that this was done. Number two, Los Angeles has also been, as a city, been much more restrictive even than other parts of California. I know, having been in Los Angeles and Orange County relatively recently, and maybe not right now. I can't remember what the statewide mask mandate situation is, but at various points in time over the last couple of years, generally speaking, LA has been much more restrictive on masks than other parts of Southern California. So there could be multiple things going on there.
Unless they didn't have the option. I mean, I would have insisted they remove the mask. Trying to read someone's face, you may as well be like interrogating an avatar, like a Doomcock avatar with a voiceover distortion.
That would be an interesting depo.
Yeah.
That would keep the jurors awake.
It would. KitKat78 says, would it still be considered abuse if JD injured Amber Heard while attempting to physically remove himself during a physical argument? It would be if a woman hit a man in order to flee the same, wouldn't it?
Facts and circumstances.
Yeah.
Hate to lawyer on you.
And also the word abuse too here. I mean, like, do we mean that can this person be whatever for physical assault? Is this person guilty of physical assault? They could be. I tend to think that abuse in leaving a physical altercation
is self-defense.
No. Yeah. Yeah.
My goodness, if I were that witness, when she said, "When was he late when Johnny Depp hurt his finger?" and I would have said, "Excuse me, Amber Heard." We all knew what happened. He didn't hurt his own finger.
I mean, it's possible he did that, but like, I mean, these depots have been edited very much based on any sort of.
That's a fair point.
So.
Fair point.
Well, you can definitely tell. You could see that speculation objection edit. I mean, that was a big long 15-minute after he says, "Well, I could speculate on this for you," and then you get a 15-minute cut. It's like, well, I think I know what happened there.
It's actually, I got to admit, although it's been frustrating to watch these sort of depot testimonies, it is interesting as a lawyer to like look at the jump cuts and kind of imply what's happening in the edits.
That is pretty fun.
And in one of the jump cuts, she cut her own voice off, where she clearly started saying something and then cut it right off. But I presume, I mean, I've never seen this type of deposition being admitted as evidence, because typically you'd call them, but they had to agree on the edits. It's not like they both had to agree on that.
Yes, agreed.
I assume they must both have to agree, because there were some of those answers that I was like, well, there's no way Elaine's letting this in. Like Elaine doesn't want this answer on here. So.
And that was another one of my questions, where when you file the papers, if someone highlights a section, you could insist that they include the whole context. So when they included a piece that might have been prejudicial to Elaine, that might have been at the demand of the other party.
Yeah, you get the impression they're agreeing on the edits. And as a matter of fact, you saw a 20-minute pause to start this particular one. And before lunch, the judge had said, I know we have issues with the depositions. Is it going to be quick to settle? Before she calls lunch, both sides say, yes, it will be quick. As it turns out, it was 20 minutes when they came back, but there might have been questions about even what we're seeing right now as to how to present it. If there's 2 volumes, what order should it be? I mean, I don't know what they were discussing.
Yeah. So really quick, I saw a question in the chat about somebody that had super chatted, wanted to know if I'd seen it yet. Just so you know, I've got 235 saved here that I haven't gotten to. So I am working my way through it. If you haven't seen it yet, I apologize. I will by hook or by crook, I will be going through all of them.
I love super chat time. People, if you're missing it, after the case is over and we make Alita wait for an extra 2 hours or whatever before she can even start addressing these things, all the lawyers that are left on stream get real punchy and really open with the answers that you get for your super chat. You're going to get better stuff. You're going to get better stuff from us at hour 12.
And we also don't have to try and like talk in between when there's testimony going on.
We really do,
so we don't have to like kind of
Alita,
so
this was not part of the plan, but could you bring up one super chat there, an orange one that just came in real time from Influences by Ariadna?
Okay.
This was not part of the plan, people, but it's going to be the perfect time for me to go and pick up my kid. Ariadna is on tonight, the sidebar at 7:00. She's suing the New York Times for New York Times and Taylor Lorenz for defamation.
Oh my!
From what can only be described as a hit piece under the assumption that the allegations are false. It's going to be interesting.
Wow!
Well, and who is Ariadna Jacob? Influenced by?
I guess founder of a called what do they call it? An agency called Influences. Taylor Lorenz ran a hit piece accusing Ariadna of a number of improper things, which then resulted in a lot of the talent, including some big names that my kid knows. D'Amelio, what's her first name? You guys don't know who D'Amelio is? Carly D'Amelio? Come on, the dancer on TikTok. Okay.
TikTok.
This is where I start to feel a little old, is when it comes to TikTok.
D'Amelio, yeah, Charlie D'Amelio.
Charlie D'Amelio, not Carly.
Mark
So
knows.
Charlie, she represented big names. This hit piece came out. Clients left, and she's suing New York Times and Taylor Lorenz for $6.some million.
Oh,
wow! Good luck.
Yeah.
Well,
Good luck.
Cool interview. So
that should be exciting.
It'll be fun. 7:00 now, and I got to go pick up. I got to go do kid duties now. When you get kids, people, they'll get you involved in TikTok, voluntarily or involuntarily.
I've got my meta is Minecrafters on YouTube, so not TikTok, but I hear you, Viva.
Oh, and my meta is Bluey and Winnie the Pooh. So I think we're at 3 different ages.
Bluey is
you don't need kids to love Bluey.
I don't have kids yet, and I was babysitting my niece and nephew recently, over recent months, when I was randomly back in my hometown, and I was introduced to Bluey, and literally they were like, "Can we watch one episode?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." And then after like one or two,
40.
I was like, "Do you guys want to watch more?" Because
You
it's up to you. Like, I don't care. I'm like, it's up to you.
Bandit. Are you kidding me? Yeah. No, if you want to imagine me trying to put on an Australian accent and be a relatively playful dog.
I'm kind of obsessed with that show. I love it
now. My kid literally talks. She goes, "Nar" or whatever, like all the time.
I'm not. I don't know what Bluey is. I think I'm going to go introduce. If it's better than that, the guy with the blue eyes, Colin Keys. If it's better than Colin Keys, they'll watch Bluey.
It's an animated TV show on Disney Plus. So it's adorable, and and they're really short too.
Yeah,
it's very easy
TV,
to quickly
it's slow
binge.
TV, it's meditative. It's all just based on low stakes play of like a parent playing with a kid and pretending. That's it.
And hilarious.
Okay, people. Alita, everyone. Mark, nice to meet you. Hog, nice to see you again. Guys, have a good afternoon.
Alrighty.
One of these days, I'm going to get Viva to pronounce my name
All
right.
right. You want to continue with
One
this
of these
witness?
days.
How did he pronounce it? Yes, thank you, Your
Hog.
Honor. We'll now play volume 2 of Mr. Carino's deposition, which is the questioning
It's all
from
good,
counsel
Viva.
For Mr. Depp.
Okay, cool. Volume 2 is in fact the plaintiff.
You're aware that this litigation involves a dispute between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, correct?
Correct.
And you know both of those individuals, correct?
Correct.
Who did you meet first?
Amber.
When did you meet her?
Oh, this is another point in time. New location.
I don't know exactly
Different
when,
year.
but probably within the first few years of being at CAA.
Okay. So can we, as an estimate, say
Very
2005,
likable.
2016?
One of the most likable people you'll ever meet.
Sure. I don't actually know, but sure.
But it was pretty early on at your career at CAA.
Correct.
And describe for me the events of your meeting her.
She was represented theatrically at the time by an agent named Warren Zavala, who has since left CAA, and he brought her down to my office because he wanted me to represent her with him, specifically in the commercial space.
And what do you mean represent her in the commercial space?
Help identify business opportunities for her with brands.
Okay. So not as an actor?
Correct.
And did you take on that representation?
I did.
And at some point in time, you did consider her a friend as in addition to you two working together, is that right?
Yes, this is pre-recorded.
And in that regard, did you and her do anything social?
Yes.
And can you describe for me generally what types of activities you two would do together as friends?
We would go to dinner, go to events together, hang out at each other's residences.
And at some point in time, did you consider Mr. Depp a friend?
Yes.
And how did that relationship evolve? And I'm just talking about you and Mr. Depp becoming friends.
So did mine.
I spent a fair amount of time with both of them together, and at some point started to spend time with him on my own as well.
I see.
Yeah, was that a real Liechtenstein behind, by the way? Is anyone else obsessed with that?
Could very well be.
That's crazy.
I thought that was
In most situations, I
time,
would
did
expect
Mr.
it
Depp
not to be, but
become
here I'm
as
like,
good a friend
probably.
to you as Ms. Heard? I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Let me re-ask that also. Did you consider, at some point in time, did you consider Mr. Depp a friend to the same degree you considered Ms. Heard a friend?
Yes.
And at some point, let me ask you, at some point in time, did you represent Mr. Depp professionally?
Yes.
And can you explain to me how it came to you representing Mr. Depp professionally?
Johnny asked me to represent him.
And when you began representing Mr. Depp, did you continue representing Ms. Heard?
Yes.
And do you recall who Mr. Depp's agent was prior to you?
He was represented at another town agency, UTA.
Do you still work for Mr. Depp?
I do not.
Do you recall when you stopped working for Mr. Depp?
UT is the best, by the way.
Within the past 2 years.
And can you describe the circumstances of you no longer working for Mr. Depp?
He left CAA to follow an agent who left CAA to become part of a founding group in a new management company.
And who is that person?
Jack Wiggum.
Was Mr. Wiggum ever affiliated with CAA?
Yes.
Okay. And say that when Jack Wiggum departed CAA, Johnny went with him?
Yes.
And when Mr. Depp left CAA, did you remain friends with him?
No.
Okay. Well, I should probably first ask, at some point in time, did your friendship with Mr. Depp end?
Yes.
And when was that?
I would say at the time he left CAA.
And did him leaving CAA have something to do with the end of the friendship?
I don't know.
Are you still friends with Miss Heard?
No.
And when did that friendship end?
Probably when the legal disputes started.
And what legal dispute are you referring to? This one?
I'm not sure which one was first, but one of the disputes between Johnny and Amber.
Okay. But it was, your friendship with, you're not referring to their divorce, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you remain friends with both of them through their divorce. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Although you're no longer friends with Mr. Depp, do you have any animosity towards him?
I do not.
And same question with respect to Miss Heard. Although you're not friends with her any longer, do you have any animosity towards her?
I do not.
Do you recall when it is the last time you spoke with Miss Heard?
I do not.
Would it have been around the same time that your friendship ended with her?
I would assume so.
Exhibit 16.
No, Mr. Carino, you'll see at the bottom here, and I mean, if you can see it, if you see at the bottom, it has a bait stamp number under the yellow tag, CC00070.
Yes.
Do you recognize this document? And take your time if you need to review it.
Well, you think they would have edited this part out?
You think so, right?
Seems like some people are asking about the objections to this testimony. The objections would have been happening in real time, and that's what the time jumps are. So anything that's been left in that objection, we can presume was overruled, and anything that's cut out, we can assume the objection was sustained.
And do you understand this to be a true?
Also, I think you can argue the pause, even in reading,
email exchange
is part of the testimony. Like that's the jury evaluating that kind of thing.
Okay.
So I don't
And
know.
you'll
on
see it's
editing.
dated January 11th, 2018, and the subject is WME. Do you know what is your understanding of what WME is?
William Morris Endeavor.
And what is that?
It's another talent agency.
And you've read this email from Ms. Heard to you, correct?
Correct.
So at this point in time, was she a close friend of yours?
Yes.
And ultimately, did she leave CAA?
No, we
Yes.
love Ricada here.
And it was at this time?
Yes.
During the entire time you represented Ms. Heard, did Mr. Depp ever interfere with your representation of Ms. Heard?
No.
Did he ever ask you to do anything with respect to her career?
Not that I can recall.
Exhibit 17.
Now, Mr. Carino, this particular document was not produced by you. You'll see that at the bottom here, the date stamp indicates ALH. That means it was produced by Ms. Hurd. And this appears to be a text exchange between you and her. It's about a page and a half. If you could take the time to read it, and then I will ask you questions about it.
I read it.
And you'll see at the top, Mr. Carino, that it's dated July 14th, 2016. Based on that date and based on reading this text exchange, at this point in time, were you close friends with both Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd?
Yes.
And having read the text exchange, do you believe this to be a true and correct representation of the exchange?
Yes.
And to be authentic in that regard?
Yes.
Now, you start the text exchange by indicating JD just surfaced. What is the JD reference?
Johnny Depp.
And she says, I saw Laurel yesterday. Who is Laurel?
Laurel's a therapist.
Do you know her full name?
Laurel Anderson.
Did you independently know Laurel?
Yes.
Did you have anything to do with Laurel seeing either Ms. Hurd or Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And can you explain that to me, please?
I introduced them all.
And what was the purpose of you introducing her to them?
They needed help.
And can you explain to me in more detail what you mean by that?
I think it was at a time where they needed somebody to help mediate the difficulties they were having.
And what do you mean by difficulties?
The strains on their relationship.
And in that regard, did you have conversations with Ms. Hurd about the state of her relationship with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
I'm trying to determine for how long a period of time did Ms. Hurd have conversations with you about the state of her relationship with Mr. Depp? Can you give me a time frame?
I would say she talked to me about the state of their relationship from the beginning until the end.
The entire time you knew her? I'm sorry, the entire time you considered her a friend?
Yeah.
And how about Mr. Depp? Did you have conversations with him about the state of his relationship with Ms. Hurd?
Yes.
And were those ongoing during the entire time you were friends with him?
Yes.
You say they both confided in you in that regard?
Yes.
So
Okay, the
back to
between
this
questions could probably be
text
edited.
exchange.
Yeah.
Where my cursor is, Ms. Hurd says to you, yeah, she said that Johnny and I need to talk directly. Do you know who Ms. Hurd's referring to there?
Laurel.
That was your understanding after reading this?
Yes.
And then you ask her, do you want to do something tomorrow? She says, yeah. She says, IDP, I do. You say, okay. And then you say, what is safe to do? Do you want to come to my place for dinner? What did you mean by what is safe to do?
It meant avoiding paparazzi.
Okay. And then she
I don't think that's
says,
the original Liechtenstein.
it's so fucked up.
Talk
I
about
just want to tell him that what they are telling him isn't true. What was your understanding of what she meant by that sentence?
I don't recall.
Mr. Carino, while she's doing that, at the outset of this deposition, I asked
I think it might be a hotel, yeah?
if you recall being deposed about a year ago in this case. And you said yes. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. What I'm going to show you now is the transcript, a portion of the transcript from that deposition. And who is Mr. Bruckheimer?
Funny question.
Jerry Bruckheimer is the producer of the Pirates franchise.
And who is Mr. Wiggum?
I would have paid him to say Armageddon right there.
Jack Wiggum was an agent at CA who worked with Johnny.
Jerry Bruckheimer brought you Crimson Tide.
And who is
Well, it's TV shows too.
Lord?
Brian is one of the managing partners of CAA and also worked.
He really hates trees and likes lightning
Johnny Depp.
bolts.
And what was your understanding of why the Pirate 6 job was not offered to Mr. Depp?
Leo, you're asking my opinion?
Yes.
Because of the accusations that Amber had made.
And what I'm about to show you, Mr. Carino, is a article in the Washington Post authored by Ms. Heard. You're going to notice that the article will be presented sideways. So you'll have to tilt your head a bit to review it.
719.
Do you, first, Mr. Carino, why don't you take control and just scroll through the document? It's just a couple pages.
Yeah. So on the Liechtenstein heater, yeah, you're right. That's the same thing I found. The girl with the hair ribbon, different color, and it doesn't have the stippling that is common to Liechtenstein. I was trying to see because it could be stippled, but the quality is bad. But it's a different.
Is this the top of the next page?
Yeah, when there's a jump like that, it's just at the top of the next page.
Well, he's going to read the article now.
Yep.
So
hopefully they cut out some of that part of us just kind of waiting.
How are you all? Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
I'm really sorry. I can't move the super chats. The subtitles, guys. I know sometimes it covers it up. I'm trying to manage everything all at once, but this is kind of all I can. I'm limited by StreamYard. This is the way that I'm live streaming. This is through StreamYard. I'm very sorry. Oh, don't forget Top Gun. How can we forget?
Is that Bruckheimer? Cool.
Is it? Yeah, I guess so.
He didn't have any burning trees at that point, I don't believe. So I'd have to look at
That
it.
was that was when Bruckheimer and Simpson teamed up, right?
All right. By the way, you just say Top Gun, and I hear the bells and the theme. So thank you for that.
I mean, to me, the Nick Cage poster in the back here is belaying, where my Jerry Bruckheimer affinities lie.
I was going to say
Rock.
Yes.
I could see Nick Cage kneeling down with flares, so I'm with you, Mark. The Rock's fun.
We actually had a super chat about that we haven't gotten to yet. Was asking who's the man behind Mark. It's the same man that is always behind Mark, whether in spirit or actually there. It is Nicolas Cage. With a book. I love it. That is the most Mark poster that I've ever seen.
Have you seen Massive Talent yet, Mark? Have you seen Massive Talent?
I read the script when it was kind of going around a couple of years ago, but I haven't seen it yet.
Going around.
It was making the round. And obviously, everyone in Hollywood, everyone in Hollywood knows that I'm the Nick Cage guy. So everybody sends me all the Nick Cage stuff.
Yeah. I mean, everyone in law school knew that too.
Yeah.
That was just one of the first things you learn about Mark.
For the record, I saw instead of seeing it this weekend, I saw Everything Everywhere All at Once, which everybody should go see in the theater. It
looks good.
It's kind of the reason that theaters exist right now. So
I'm told I'm supposed to see that without knowing anything about it. Which
the less you know
all
about
I
it,
know
better.
is
Agreed.
All I know is that one of the main actors is Shorty from Indiana Jones, which is reason enough.
He came back to acting. He came back to
that's a
acting
Goonie.
specifically kind of for this.
Yeah, or
He's the Goonie.
or
he was Data in the Goonies, and he was Short Round in Indiana Jones.
Yes. Hey Aquarius, about the same as yesterday. Johnny Depp's doing about the same as before. So,
Mr. Carino, have you seen this
basic
document
temperature
before?
to answer your question.
I hope your uncle's cool, Kate. By the way.
Do you know who wrote this document?
Yes.
Who wrote this document?
Amber.
Amber Heard?
Yes.
And do you see there on this first page of the document, it actually indicates that it's written by Amber Heard on December 18th, 2018?
Yes.
And do you understand that this document was authored by Ms. Heard and published on December 18th, 2018?
Yes.
And do you recall reading it at the time it was published?
No.
Mr. Carino, I'm showing you an email exchange in which you were involved.
Thank you.
It's just this one page. I'll blow it up so you can review it. Take a second to review it, please.
Paula Johnson wants to know if Elon Musk is going to testify / on the witness
And
list. He's on the list. He's
Let's
probably not
start
going
at
to
the bottom of
testify.
this. Well, you see at the top that the email Ray line is entitled Johnny Depp's Jack Sparrow won't return in new Pirates of the Caribbean movie.
Yes.
And this email exchange was on December 20th, 2018, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall that the article you just read published by Ms. Heard was published on December 18th, 2018, 2 days before this?
Yes.
Now, if you go to the bottom of this email, do you see there's this link to an article?
Yes.
And it says URL defense, it says movieweb.com.
Yes.
Mr. Carino, what I put up next to the email exchange that we've been discussing is an article dated December 20th, 2018. Okay. So this article is dated December 20th, 2018. The email sent to you by Robin Baum is that same day, December 20th, 2018, correct?
Yes.
Who is Ms.
2 days
Baum?
later.
Johnny's publicist.
Okay. And she's sending this article to you, is that right?
Yes.
And then in response, you say, were we told this officially from Disney? And she responds, I'm sorry, Jack Wiggum responds, no. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Sure. So you testified just a few minutes ago that it was your opinion that Mr. Depp lost the Pirates 6 movie because of Ms. Heard's allegations. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Allegations of abuse, correct?
Yes.
And is this a demonstration of when Disney made that decision to not hire Mr. Depp for Pirates 6?
Yes.
Exhibit 22.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp physically abuse Ms. Heard?
No.
Did Ms. Heard ever tell you that she had been physically abused by Mr. Depp?
No.
Did Mr.
like to have
Depp
seen that
ever
email.
tell you that he had physically abused Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever witness any injuries on Ms. Heard that would indicate that she was physically abused?
No.
Now, again, this is a few months after the filing of the divorce papers and the TRO, and Ms. Heard states to you, I'll call you right back, sorry. And you say, okay. She says, is it too late to call? and you say, just finishing dinner, we'll call you as soon as we walk out within 20. And she says, please tell him I love him. Is that an accurate reading of the text exchange so far?
Yes.
Do you know if at this time, based on your relationship with Ms. Hurd and Mr. Depp, whether Ms. Hurd wanted to reconcile with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
It's your understanding that she did?
Yes.
Did Ms. Hurd, based on your personal friendship with Ms. Hurd, close personal friendship with Ms. Hurd, would you say that she confided in you?
Yes.
And what about Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Mr. Carino, at some point in time, after Ms. Hurd filed those divorce papers in May of 2016, did she make any requests of you to intervene in the relationship between her and Mr. Depp?
What do you mean by intervene?
Assist in, let's start with assist in communications between the two.
Objection. Same objections.
Can you explain to me what transpired in that regard? Walk me through.
At some point around that time, she wanted me to arrange for them to get together in person.
And what did you do after that was requested of you by Ms. Hurd?
I talked to Johnny about it.
What happened after that?
He was reluctant at first and then agreed.
And then what happened after that?
I mean, it's a long time ago, but I remember there was a fair amount of discussion about the TRO and how we would deal with that because nobody wanted Johnny accused of violating the TRO as an outcome of that meeting. And I don't remember exactly what we did, but Amber at some point warranted that she would never accuse him of violating the TRO to do the meeting. And I set the meeting up.
So just so I understand, you set the meeting up at the request of Ms. Hurd?
Objection.
And as part of you setting up, she told you that it didn't matter. What I'm trying to understand, what was the issue with respect to the TRO?
My understanding of the restraining order, at least at the time, was that he couldn't go within a certain distance of her.
Okay. And what was her suggestion with respect to that issue in connection with her wanting to meet with him?
She promised me and told me to relay to him that she would never accuse him of violating the restraining order as a result of agreeing to meet her. And I believe, but I don't recall exactly, there were conversations with both sides legally, I believe at the time, to make it transparent to everybody that this was happening.
Okay. And then what happened next?
I arranged the meeting. Johnny was in San Francisco on tour, and I arranged to borrow a friend's house, and Amber and I flew to San Francisco and drove to the house, and Johnny showed up a few hours later.
And did the two of them meet?
Yes.
In the same room?
They sat outside.
Okay. How close to each other were they?
Inches away from each other.
And how long were they out there talking? For how long were they out there talking?
Several hours.
Did you, although you were out there, were you in a position where you could see them through a window or otherwise?
Yes.
At some point in time, the conversation ended, correct?
They're not still conversing.
And what happened after that?
I received a call or a text from Steve, whose house it was, and he notified me that he would be coming back to the house within the next hour or so. And I told Johnny and Amber, and we decided to rent a hotel room in San Francisco so that they could continue to talk.
And did that in fact happen?
Objection.
And at some point in time, you left that house, correct, to go to San Francisco?
Yes.
And was it the three of you?
No. Johnny had security with him, and we talked about the fact that it wouldn't be a good idea for them to be seen together. So Johnny left with his security in his car, and I believe Amber and I took an Uber.
And what happened after that?
We all met at the hotel room.
And do you know what happened after that?
They started arguing.
And do you recall any details of the argument?
No.
And for how long was this argument had in a hotel room?
Yes.
Did you witness the entire discussion, or did you leave at some point?
I left the next morning at 5 o'clock in the morning or 6 o'clock in the morning.
And Mr. Carino, I'm showing you emails that were produced by you. First, the bottom of the first page, it starts at the bottom of the first page. The string above it was redacted. And you'll see that it starts on August 7th, 2017. Do you see that?
August 7th, 2017, yes.
Having read it, can you determine who you're speaking with in this text exchange?
Amber.
Oh, hang on, let me ask you this. Do you know whether or not Ms. Heard ever had a relationship with Mr. Elon Musk?
Yes.
Elon, an Elon appearance.
Yes.
So again, it's dated August of 2017. And she says, dealing with breakup, I hate when things go public. See, I'm so sad. Having reviewed the document again, do you have an understanding of what she's referencing there?
I believe she's referring to breaking up with Elon.
You say, seems like a press release. You weren't in love with him, and you told me 1,000 times you were just filling space. What are you saying there?
Saying, why would you be sad if you weren't in love with him to begin with?
And by him, you're referring to who?
Elon.
Okay. And at this point in time, were you still close friends with Ms. Heard?
Looks like that's the case at that time, yes.
And did she still, at this point in time, did she confide in you about her relationship?
Yes.
Okay. And you respond, I'm sorry, she responds, I know, but I wanted time to grieve and recover in my own time. Is she still referring to Mr. Musk there? Do you know? Your understanding.
I don't know whether she's referring to Johnny or to Elon in that line.
Okay. In this point in time, do you know what her feelings were? What was your understanding? At this point in time, what was your understanding based on your experience with her? What was your understanding
of her relationship with Mr. Depp?
I don't believe there was a relationship at that point.
And you say, and you got that. No, she says, I hate that. Yet again, a man lets me fall on the spikes by myself. You ask, how so? She says, oops. Meaning they are mad at me for leaving them and put things like this out there. You say, like, sorry. She says like that. You say, you could avoid all this if you stop dating uber famous people. You can be with a big man who isn't famous.
Is he talking about himself?
I was gonna say, is that a flirt?
Sounds like it.
What were you relating to her there?
I believe what I was saying was, if you don't like being in the press about your personal life, then don't date people that are famous.
Sure. You indicated that she moved on immediately
Time
after
jump.
after Johnny Depp to date Elon Musk. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, sure. Do you have an understanding one way or another whether Ms. Heard and Mr. Musk were in fact dating at the time of the San Francisco reconciliation that she asked you to set up?
I don't know whether they were dating, but they had definitely spent time together.
I mean, surely an agent wouldn't date a client.
Do you know
right?
how long after
course,
the San
of course
Francisco
not.
attempted reconciliation?
What, you shouldn't have a code of conduct? You think have a code of
and the
ethics?
understanding that Elon Musk and Ms. Heard were in fact dating?
I don't know exactly how long, but not long after.
Do you know who
Was
she's
there any
or what was your
overlap?
understanding of who she was referring to when she was said, here, I love him?
Johnny.
Based on this exchange, did you have an understanding at this time whether Ms. Heard wanted to reconcile with Mr. Depp?
I believe she did.
And at this point in time, she was still a close personal friend of yours,
I
correct?
see Emily in the chat. Emily, come join us if you can.
And at this point in time, was she? Did she consider you a confidant? In your understanding?
I think yes.
Okay.
I need more to
just
get there.
Authenticate this document again, Mr. Carino. Do you see that it's referenced at the bottom, date stamp CC, indicating that you produced this document?
Yes.
And having read this, do you perceive this as a true and correct copy of a text exchange between you and Ms. Heard?
Yes.
And I will, you see at the very top here, it's dated August 16th, 2017.
Yes.
And Ms. Heard states to you, I've written so many notes. Can you give him one? I don't know how or where to start. There's no way to begin. And all I have to say, but I have so many. Finally, I am single, clear in my heart and mind. I just want him to know I loved him and that I am sorry. Do you have an understanding of who Ms. Heard is referring to here?
Yes.
And who is Ms. Heard referring to in this text?
Johnny.
And what is she asking you to do here?
She was asking me to deliver a letter that she was writing to him.
And did she also want you to, and it says, and that I am sorry. What was your understanding of what she was asking you to do there, if anything?
I believe that was all in reference to getting him a handwritten letter that she was writing or trying to write.
Was it your understanding at the time of this text exchange, August 24, 2017, that Ms. Amber was attempting to reconcile with Mr. Depp?
I believe so.
Okay. And I know this may sound repetitive, but on August 20, at the time of this text, on August 24th, 2017, You and her were still close personal friends, correct?
I believe so.
There's not much here at all, Mr. Carino, but I did want you to confirm that this was a document produced by you, correct, based on the date stamp on the bottom?
Yes.
And do you see it's dated September 27th, 2017?
September 23rd.
Oh, you're right. My apologies. It's dated September 23rd, 2017. And it's a text to you that says, God, I miss him. Do you have an understanding of what, who Ms. Hurd is referring to there?
Yes.
And who's that?
Johnny.
And do you see at the bottom, the date of the text is June 9th, 2018?
Yes.
Okay. And it says, I text him happy birthday. Do you know who sent that and who the him is?
I assume this is from Amber and she's talking about Johnny.
You've had a chance to review the whole document. Carino, what does this appear to be?
It appears to be the communications around the time that we set up the meeting in San Francisco.
And who are these communications between?
Me and Johnny.
Okay. And this first bubble, can you tell if the blue is you or Mr. Depp?
I think the blue is me.
Sure. Earlier in your deposition, at the very outset, I was asking you about your representation of individuals at CAA. You indicated that you represent individuals that are both actors and musicians. Would you consider Mr. Depp in that pool?
Yes.
And you represented, or CAA represented him both in connection with his acting endeavors and his involvement with the vampires?
Yes.
And was Mr. Depp's participation in Hollywood Vampires lucrative?
No.
That's not a fun admission to make.
Do you know whether or not it was something Mr. Depp enjoyed?
Yes.
You'd hope it was for money or enjoyment, at least.
Yeah, but still, like, he always thought of himself as a musician, having to admit that even after being a megastar, his musicianship isn't working.
WASSER. Thank you.
This is Lady Gaga's ex-fiance, right? Christian Carino?
Yeah, that's what people were saying in the chat.
Allison Wasser,
He looks
Cooperman
cool.
and Mandels, Suite 800, 2049 Century Park East, Los Angeles, California, 90049.
Man, we just rolled into the next
What
video
is your
deposition, didn't we?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm an attorney at law.
We've got like 45 minutes left today.
26
Well, so
years.
this is the Laura Wasser, the premier Hollywood divorce attorney, right?
Is that
Yep,
correct?
sure is.
Ours is 36 minutes, so it fits.
And you are here under subpoena?
Yes.
I can tell by your face.
Your practice has primarily
Not
been
anymore.
focused on domestic relations in California, is that correct?
Yes.
Are you a member of any bar other than California?
No.
During the period 2012 to 2016, was California a no-fault state with respect to divorce?
Answer is that California was a no-fault state during that period.
During the period 2012 to 2016, was California a community property state with respect to the division of assets in a divorce?
Yes.
Yes.
And what does that mean to you?
California is a community property state, and what that means to me is that assets which were earned or created during the course of the marriage, absent some other theory of law applied, be divided equally.
And what do you mean by absent some theory or law applied?
I'm sorry, Elaine. What was the question? Oh, a theory of law. When I say a theory of law, I mean if there's a premarital agreement, if there's some other, it's not completely blanket community property. There may be things that were earned from a separate property source that would not be considered community property. So I was just trying to provide, for the record, some exceptions to what would be considered community property and therefore divided equally.
Now, if someone alleges domestic violence or abuse against their spouse, would that change the amount they would otherwise be entitled to under community property laws?
No.
In obtaining a temporary restraining order,
So that's no financial interest as a question.
what is your understanding of the process?
Right.
The moving party files generally with 24 hours notice to the person who is being accused of domestic violence, a declaration and forms with the court, and requests a temporary domestic violence restraining order. That will generally last no longer than a 21-day period when the defendant is able to make his or her arguments as to why such a restraining order would be inappropriate.
Still know it was Christmas time because you can see the Christmas garlands behind her.
I was actually just thinking it was
The
lovely.
temporary restraining order can it be continued?
Yes.
When did you first begin representing Mr. Depp relating to his divorce with Amber Heard?
I believe it was in December of 2015.
I'm going to ask you to pull up document 1, Wasser document 1. Let's
Yeah,
go
her
ahead and
divorce
label
attorney in
that
December of
as
2015.
Wasser exhibit number 1.
Interesting.
That is interesting.
Ms. Wasser, I'm going to ask you to
Trying to
take
get
a
out of it
look
at that
what
point, it
has
seems.
been marked as Wasser deposition exhibit number 1. It is a letter dated May 24, 2016. It's addressed to Jacob Bloom, and it says in remarriage of Depp. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and it's from Samantha Spector, who indicates she's representing Amber Heard. As of the time of this letter,
Man, just straight up
had you
lawyers
made
communications.
known to Amber Heard or Ms. Spector or anyone else related to them that you represented Mr. Depp?
I don't believe so.
Did you receive a copy of this letter from someone?
I believe so. I think I've seen it before, so yes.
Did you receive this letter on or around May 24, 2016?
Okay, next page, please. Hang on. Yes, it was around that time.
Around May 24, 2016?
Yes.
Did you have any communications with Samantha Spector in connection with this letter?
Yes.
And when you say within days, could it have been the same day, May 24th, the next day, 25th?
Possibly.
I'm going to direct your attention to the next paragraph.
Did she ever
It says,
change her
"To this
name to
end,
Amber
please
Depp?
have Johnny
I don't know that I've heard that.
sign and return by
I did
Friday,
see some of
May
the paperwork.
27, 2016,
The settlement agreement
enclosed
between them
notice of
said
acknowledgement
Amber Heard
receipt
Depp.
form,
Okay.
confirming service of the summons, petition, law, case cover sheet, and blank response. Did you do that?
She also took her
This letter was not
wife's
directed
name,
to me,
last
Elaine.
name for a while.
No, I understand it, but it was given to you, correct?
I believe so.
And you were representing Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Bloom did not represent Mr. Depp in connection with the divorce, correct?
Correct.
So once Mr. Bloom gave this to you, then did you represent Mr. Depp going forward in communications with Samantha Spector?
Once we received this letter, our firm took over with representation of Mr. Depp in the dissolution action. I cannot recall whether or not the request made was done by Friday, May 27th, but I believe that it was. Probably have that notice and acknowledgement of receipt somewhere with a date on it.
Now, the next section, I think,
You're just
is
going to say
something that
Worcester
you
number
referred to
7.
earlier. It
Come on.
said, in addition, we are requesting on Amber's behalf the following, and it says appropriate pendente light support. Did you have an understanding of what that amount might be at the time that you saw this letter?
I did not have an understanding of what appropriate pendente lite support would be at that time.
Did you ask Samantha Spector?
I don't recall. I don't recall our specific communications regarding her requests.
Do you recall making any kind of counter to any of these items?
I will be right back.
All I recall
all the
is that
signals to take her
without any
outside.
notice to us at 8:30 in the morning on the 27th.
I'm not a lawyer. Do you all
Samantha
know where she's
Spector and
going
her
with this, or
client
is it
went
too
into
early?
court and
to know?
obtained a no notice.
It's too early. She's just getting
ex
the
parte
Okay.
restraining
timeline.
order.
Had you had any communications with Samantha Spector prior to her going into court on that Friday, May 27th?
Yes.
How many communications had you had with Ms. Spector prior, following getting this letter and prior to her going into court at 8:30 on May 27, 2016?
I do not recall.
I mean, I think we're going to get to why didn't Johnny even try to block
Do
the
you
TRO?
have a
I think that's where we're
recollection
heading.
of whether any of the communications that you had with Ms. Spector between the receipt of this letter that's dated May 24, 2016, and Ms. Spector going into court on Friday, May 27, 2016, related in any way to requests on your behalf, on behalf of your client that you made?
No.
You recall having communications with Samantha Spector between May 24 and May 27. You can't recall how many, and you can't recall the specifics of those communications. Is that accurate?
It's not accurate.
And in what way? Please tell me.
I recall that we had communications between the 24th and probably the 26th. I doubt we spoke on the morning of the 27th before she went into court. I do not know the content of those communications, and I do not know how many communications were had.
Now, on the
That's how a lawyer
next
answers a deposition
paragraph,
question,
it
folks.
has a
That was
proposal for
nitpicking.
private retired judicial officers. Ultimately, did you and Ms. Spector talk about using private retired judicial officers, whether it was the list she provided or any others?
I believe so, yes.
And what do you recall?
My recollection is that is in almost all of our cases, certainly those with high profile clients, we would have liked to take it out of the system.
Sure.
Ms. Spector was not willing to do that with this case.
What do you recall Ms. Spector saying to indicate that she did not want to take it out of the public spectrum?
I don't recall her saying anything.
Now, after your understanding was that a CLETS DVTRO was in fact obtained on Friday, May 27, 2016 by Ms. Heard against Mr. Depp, correct?
That is my understanding.
After that, did there come a time that you or anyone at your law firm communicated with the Eastern Columbia Building concierge staff or management?
Was those the downtown lofts?
The penthouse lofts, yes. And if it's easier for you, everyone's been referring to the Eastern Columbia Building as ECB. Would that be helpful at all?
Sure.
Or we can, if you prefer to call them the penthouse loft building, that's fine too.
Now that we've identified them, I understand what you're talking about. We can call them whatever you'd like. Did someone from my firm speak with somebody at those buildings? Yes.
And who from your firm spoke with someone at the buildings and when?
I believe either I did or my partner Samantha Klein or an associate who was also working on the case, Lisa Sutton from our firm. We also had co-counsel on the case. They may have been involved. As to when, I have to imagine it was sometime in June or July of 2016.
No, you indicated either you or Samantha Klein or Lisa Sutton, and you also had co-counsel. Do you have a specific recollection of speaking with anyone at the ECB building?
I don't.
What were Samantha Klein's communications with the ECB building?
I don't know.
What were Samantha Klein's communication with the ECB building?
Okay.
And her answer was, I don't know.
Thank you. What were Lisa Sutton's communications with the ECB building?
I don't know.
What were your co-counsel's communications with the ECB building? And when I say ECB building, I'm not talking about the structure. I'm talking about the individuals who worked there.
No one called the building itself.
Just so we're clear here, you don't recall any communications with the ECB building staff as well, correct?
You asked me if I had a specific recollection. I do not.
Do you have a general recollection?
I believe that at some point we subpoenaed the building's records of the video from the lobby and elevator areas. So I would imagine that the communications would have to do with those subpoenas.
Are you able to testify to any conversation you or anyone at your firm or your co-counsel had with the ECB building staff?
I will say it isn't easy
sure that
to
there were
try to
conversations
go get testimony from an angry, high-powered divorce lawyer.
The production of the
She is
subpoenaed
irritated about
documents,
all of this.
review of the subpoena documents, their compliance with, I believe it was Ms. Spector's subpoena that was sent, our ability to review the videos, coordination of same. But I don't have a specific recollection of any communications.
Are you able to speak to whether there were any conversations between you, anyone at your law firm or your co-counsel, and ECB building personnel prior to your issuing the subpoena?
Also, I don't believe that the subpoena was issued by our firm.
So you don't have a recollection of a subpoena being issued on Mr. Depp's behalf for the
She testified she thought it was Hurd's firm. This is the part that annoys me. They never listen to the answers.
I don't know. I know that it was one issued. I believe it was issued by Ms.
It's like she
Spector.
has a very specific script and she wants to keep to it regardless of the answers that she gets.
Well, some of that is pointed out in the discovery kind of way this deposition is going. You still want to get your question answered, maybe, but it sounds
How did
horrible.
you and your firm,
You've got to
or
leave
your
some room
co-counsel
to
receive
maneuver
these videos?
in any, even a deposition.
I don't recall. I would imagine like a e-file or something like that.
Because I mean, when you're putting together
Now,
a deposition
is it
ahead
your
of time,
recollection
you know there's going to be
that
information
there
that you
was
don't
just
know
one
that you talk about.
file that contained
You're going to get an
all of the
answer. Tease it
surveillance
out.
tapes?
It's an
Yeah.
interview.
Yeah.
I don't have a recollection as to whether
Does
it
that
was
come,
one
does
or
that
seven
reluctance
or
come
what.
from
I
a
just
fear,
don't
not
know.
wanting to trip up?
When you were talking about receiving
Could be
the video
From the
surveillance
questioner
footage,
side.
I guess. Yeah, on the
on
lawyer side.
whatever, whether it was one file or seven files, whether it was a file or whatever.
Or maybe just
Did
a
you have
style,
any
I guess, maybe.
understanding
Yeah.
that
Maybe a
you were
style
not
point.
provided the full amount that was requested, whatever the amount was?
No.
So you thought you
I like that she's clearly
received
working on work
whatever
emails
you were
during this
supposed to
deposition.
receive, is that fair?
Yes.
What did you do with the actual surveillance video footage that you received?
I believe we kept it on the computer at least for the next couple of months in preparation for trial. I don't know where it is now.
That's my next question. Is there a time that you no longer possess the video surveillance footage that was sent to you by the ECB building?
I don't know.
Ms. Wasser, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Wasser Deposition Exhibit number 2, and it's a multi-page document. And so I'm going to scroll down a little bit, but you let me know if I'm going too fast here. It's dated June 3rd, and it's to Samantha Klein. She was working with you on the Depp case, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it's from Samantha Spector, which you can see there, and we'll show you the signature later. And it's litigation hold preservation of information, including not limited to electronic
Kind of
stored
Orwellian.
information. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall receiving this letter? And if you want me to scroll down and let you read each page, I'm happy to do that first.
I'm familiar with this letter. I recall receiving it.
And did you receive this letter before you received the surveillance footage from the ECB building?
I am not sure.
Well, I think you had indicated that you thought that it was in June or July that you
Are there any
received
notions that Johnny
the
Depp's
surveillance
team got
footage.
video that is now
still your
lost
best
to the
recollection?
wind? Is that where we're heading here?
I'm looking at the date and knowing the chronology of the case, it is my best estimate that we received this letter prior to the time that we received.
This might be one of
video
the settlement offers, or people are calling it like
Ms.
a.
Wasser, what
What are they
steps
calling it in
did
the chat?
you and your firm and co-counsel take to preserve the
But this letter,
surveillance
they're saying specifically
video
it's a
footage of
preservation letter.
ECB from the
Oh,
time
did they say
you
that?
received it?
Yeah,
going
it's a data preservation letter, and she made sure
The
she got that
absence
letter
of us doing
before she got
anything
the
to
video.
destroy the
So I'm
video
imagining
footage
something's
would
wrong.
be the most I could testify regarding
I
in
see.
terms of steps that we took to preserve the video footage.
Are you aware of any destruction of the video footage, the surveillance video footage from ECB up to the present?
No, we probably still have it.
Have you looked for it?
No,
Have you been asked to look for it?
no.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has now been marked as Wasser Deposition Exhibit number 3. and it's dated June 6, 2013, addressed to you, and it's from Charles Carter. Did you have an understanding that Mr. Carter also represented Amber Heard?
I did when I received this letter on June 6th.
And did you have an understanding that Mr. Carter was also asking you to preserve any evidence?
Yes.
Ms. Wasser, I'm going
Sip
to
that
ask
tea.
you to take a look at what has been marked as
I think we used
Wasser
Nurse Shark
Deposition
too early. I think
Four. It's dated June
Ms. Wasser
6th
here
as
looks
well,
like she
and
wants to destroy
Charles
Elaine.
Carter,
Does look that way, doesn't
your
it?
phone. And you are acknowledging receipt of the preservation demand letter from Ms. Heard as well as his. And you indicated we are fully aware of our obligations with respect to the preservation of evidence. Please rest assured that we intend to comply with the preservation demand and expect that Ms. Heard will do so as well. Do you recall saying that in this letter?
Yes,
And was this letter in fact from you to Mr. Harder?
it was.
Ms. Watson,
I
I'm
don't
going to ask
hear
you to take a
anything.
look
I
at
don't know if
what
anybody
has
else hears
been marked
what the
as
super
Watson
chat's referring
Deposition
to.
Exhibit number 5. It's a letter dated June 21, 2016.
And I can always mute.
To Samantha Spector, Charles Carter, and Leonard Levine, I think it's pronounced, remarriage of Depp. And it's from Samantha Klein. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And you are copied on it. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And Ms. Klein worked with your law firm
Yes.
and represented Mr. Depp as well? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to go back up to the beginning to call your attention to a particular section. It says, this letter shall confirm the agreements we reached yesterday with respect to the pending domestic violence proceeding. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
And then we're going to go down to the media, press, and it says, neither party nor his or her respective counsel representatives or agents shall make any comments in the media or press pertaining to this dissolution action, the civil action pending against Judge Spinoza, and or any pending or future litigation between or involving the parties. Do you see that?
Non-disclosure agreement.
Yes.
All right. Does that accurately reflect the agreement that was made between the parties with respect to Amber Heard and Mr. Depp in communications with the press?
Yes.
Suspicious, yes. Entered.
Do you know Liz Walters?
Who?
Liz Walters?
Yes.
And who is she?
She is a reporter.
For?
I believe she works for her brother's online media outlet called The Blast.
Did you have any communications with Liz Walters during the Depp-Heard divorce?
I don't recall.
Did you have any communications with TMZ relating to the Depp-Heard divorce?
I don't recall.
Now,
You know, you do a lot of this kind of stuff when you can't remember whether you called TMZ.
do you recall what the date was for the permanent?
The life of a Hollywood divorce lawyer.
Temporary
What are you gonna
restraining
do?
order? Do you recall the date that you said that early on, 21 days after the temporary restraining order is typically the date that's set for the hearing for the defendant if they want to come in and oppose it, or if the petitioner wants to extend it? Do you recall what the first date was?
I don't, but I would imagine it was probably at some point in early June.
All right. And then do you recall that date being continued?
I do.
How many times?
At least twice, possibly 3 times. I think that the final date was at some point in August, and we settled right before then.
All right, Alan, can we bring up document number 7?
Yeah, this is interesting. I don't know where Elaine's going. But
Well,
I
I'm
think
glad
common
that you don't
refrain.
know.
It's a common refrain.
I'm
with a
glad.
lot of
I
these
thought I was
videos.
stupid.
No, not at all.
7.
I was like, what is
It
going
is
on?
dated August 5, 2016.
Well, I mean, she brought up a
It
bunch of
is
video, then she
reviewed
talked about TMZ. I mean, I wonder if they're trying to imply that Depp was manipulating the
Samantha
media.
Spector. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall, did you receive this document?
Doesn't it say at the top that it's protected under 1152?
It sure does. All I'm asking you is whether you received it. I'm not asking you about the substance.
I don't remember.
Do you have any reason to believe you did not receive it?
I don't.
Wasser, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Wasser Deposition Exhibit number 8. And it starts out with an email from Samantha Spector to Amber on August 6, 2016. Do you recall what was going on or around August 16 in this divorce, in connection with the divorce?
Not specifically, no.
Do you know who Christian Carino is?
I do.
Okay, who is he?
He's an agent at a creative artist agency.
How long have you known Christian Carino?
I've known of Christian for maybe 10 years.
Were you aware that Mr. Carino was involved in organizing, if you will, or assisting Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard with their own meeting to try to resolve their case up in San Francisco?
Possibly. That sounds vaguely familiar.
When she said involved, at first I was like, a relationship?
At any point while Amber Heard and Johnny Depp were meeting.
I don't know if it's just
to
Hollywood, but
discuss
there's so many suspicious
attempted
answers like across this afternoon.
resolution of the issues.
It's
during
just
the
how we
summer
talk.
Of 2016.
What was your question? Was I on the telephone?
Yes. Were you on the telephone where Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were in the hotel room and were talking?
No.
Why
Were
do you
you
think that?
ever on the telephone when Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp were together talking during the summer of 2016, no matter where they were?
On the telephone?
Yes.
No.
Did they ask you to bring muffins to this meeting?
While he was with Ms. Heard,
It was
and Ms.
continental
Heard
breakfast at this
was
hotel.
on speaker, and you were on speakerphone with the two of them.
No.
You recognize the name of
Those are very specific
Do
questions.
you recognize the name on what?
Joe Sweeney?
I do.
And who was he?
Joe Sweeney is a forensic accountant who specializes in family law forensic accounting, and he was Ms. Heard's forensic accountant in the Disso matter.
Disso.
I know.
And
It took me a second.
Was Edward White
Like, oh,
acting as
dissolution.
the forensic accountant for Mr. Depp?
No.
Did Mr. White provide the documentation that was then submitted to Samantha Spector as counsel for Ms. Heard?
I believe it came from Mr. White's office. Also, probably of note is the fact that Mr. Depp changed business management shortly before or during the course of the case. So it is possible that some of the documents came from predecessor business manager.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Wasser Deposition Exhibit number 10. And I'm not going to ask you any specific questions, so I don't need you to have to review it in detail unless you'd like to, and you're certainly welcome to spend as much time as you'd like on it. But I'm just going to go down to the end of it. And I'm going to ask if this is the deal point memorandum that you referred to that was finalized on August 15, 2016.
Since the parties' signatures appear at the bottom, as well as Ms. Spector's and mine, I believe that this is the deal point memorandum to which I was referring.
Very lawyery. Hey, if you're not going to let me read it, I think so.
Is there any reason to believe that it is not the final deal point memorandum?
No.
Only my inherent lack of trust.
Wasser, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Wasser Deposition Exhibit number 11. And it's a series of documents. An FL-150, for example, and then
hey, Nate.
That's page 404, and then it goes into.
Is she laying some kind of really brilliant
part,
trap
of
that I'm just
one.
not able to discern?
Well, there's 4 minutes left in the depo or in the video.
I don't think so, and I think this is a volume 1, volume 2 situation because this is Johnny's witness, and I suspect volume 2 is what they want us to see. And I think this is just kind of
generally.
I find some of the timeline stuff useful.
I also gotta say, what's up, Colonel Klutz? What's going on? It's good to see you again.
How's it going? How's it going?
It's so good. It's so good. What's going on?
Yes. Could you tell me what it is, please?
It looks to be one of the parties, I guess Mr. Depp's, what we call in California, preliminary or perhaps final declaration of disclosure. It's just financial disclosure forms.
Ms. Wasser, I'm going to ask
Hit us with
you
those asset papers, no?
if you can
Come on.
take a look at what has been marked as.
What the hell is Johnny reading?
It's a book called
Disco Bloodbath.
I'm already starting it.
Oh my God.
Many pages.
That would be funny though if he actually
I think
was.
it's 50 total.
He should stand up and say, "This
Do
is
you
Muffin
recognize this
Country," but he won't do
Well,
that.
Can you tell me what it is?
or this one.
Parties.
We got it.
I saw it. I saw it.
I was hanging on to those super chats for you for when you would come back.
That was paid to.
I can't be the only one that would
Amber
absolutely
as
read
part
50
of
pages
this
of forensic
divorce
accounting on the Depp
settlement
marriage.
judgment.
Hit me.
Or
I can't say that I would.
Mark, I know they're not going to show it to me, but I can still wish.
including
Oh, I'm
the
saying I
crimes
would
of
not
assault,
want 50
battery,
pages.
I'll read it.
intentional or negligent infliction of emotional distress, libel, slander, and or defamation.
I don't believe that we segregated out what the total amount was being paid for.
Did you make any effort to seal, SEAL, the records in this case? And I'm referring to the case in front of us, the marriage or partnership of Amber Laura Depp and John Christopher Depp II, filed in Superior Court of California, County of Los Angeles.
I don't even know which one you mean.
When you say seal, do you mean by the court, to ask the court to seal the file?
Yes.
I don't believe so.
And why not?
We don't do that.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Deposition Exhibit number 13. And this is a subpoena of you for this deposition. Did you receive that? Do you want me to scroll through it? Would you like to?
I'm sorry.
No, I believe that we received it.
Did you get the order to appear right now on this tape?
This subpoena, correct?
I am.
I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as Deposition Exhibit number 14. And this is for the corporate designee of Wasser, Cooperman, and Mandos. You see that?
I do.
For today's deposition. Is it your understanding that you are the corporate designee on behalf of Wasser, Cooperman, and Mandos speaking today?
Yes.
Perfect. Nailed it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I
Stuck
think
the landing.
given the hour, that'll be all the testimony that you hear today, okay?
All right.
So
Oh, okay.
Make
Jury's
sure you
like,
don't do
what
any
the hell
outside
was
research
that?
and don't talk to anybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Okay, get some good rest. All right, thank you.
Make sure you have some good muffins when you go home. Maybe a mega pint or two.
Yes.
Did you get subpoenaed to appear today? Yes. Are you the designee for your agency to get the subpoena? Yes.
Yeah.
Traffic code.
I feel like some of those questions were just like in reverse. I was just expecting to hear that like at
Yeah.
the beginning of the depot. You know?
I kept waiting for some great
Tomorrow then
master
we'll be
reveal at
starting
the
with the
end, like
other
she,
deposition.
brilliantly
That's
orchestrated a
correct.
trap.
How long is that? Approximately
That has not been her style so far.
2.5 hours. So I'll take care of the morning probably for the most part, and then you have remote witnesses after that. Is that correct? Okay, so you're gonna get me the contact information for those so we can get that taken care of. All right, just remember we do plan accordingly because I do need to take lunch between 1:30 and 2:30 because there's a graduation I have to speak at. So we're gonna take care of that. Okay.
Ooh, speaking of
Thank you. Have a good
graduation.
evening.
Ah, big time judge.
Look at her.
It sounded like there's 2.5 hours of deposition, presumably from Wasser for Depp side.
Yeah.
That's
But now we
what
can
I
plan for
heard.
1:30 tomorrow. Well, she's got to speak there at 1:30, so we're probably going to stop in earlier, right?
Well, she said she had to hit lunch between 1:30 and 2:30, so maybe it's close.
Yeah.
Maybe. Well, that's Johnny's security team. They were working today, huh?
Yep. Continuing to work.
Well, that's why Elaine's deposition didn't make any sense, is because they want their 2.5 hour deposition, whatever's in there. And you take the good, you take the bad, and you take them both, and there you have Elaine.
Yeah.
I wonder what they're talking
Well
about. They're
done.
probably like, this is not going well. Do you think there's any hope of a settlement? She's like, didn't you see I just put a shit on this guy's bed? That's not working.
Hey, can
Elaine is
I
like,
ask
objection,
you all
objection.
something? Can I ask you all something? Your opinion? Why do you think that Amber has not worn any color during? It's all been black and white, right? Or like shades of it.
That's true.
During this whole trial.
Yeah, it has been.
I mean,
It's
the
just
lawyers are always going
strange.
to do that. The lawyers are never going to wear
Yeah.
color, so maybe she just wants to fit in.
Maybe so. It seems very it just
Although
makes it feel like she's
Elaine
wearing a
has.
uniform every day.
Yeah.
That's true, yeah.
Elaine she's worn some pastel colors. I think
Has
she wore
she?
like
She has. That's
like
true,
a purple, like a pastel, like a
Okay.
lilac kind of blazer one day.
Yeah,
I don't blame
trust
you
me
for
with
not
the
noticing
fashion,
them.
guys. I'm the worst.
Yeah.
I'm last place in fact. I don't remember that at all, and I think I've watched every day.
You have. There's video evidence of that.
There you go. I cannot recall. Did Elaine ever wear pastels? I cannot recall. Did Johnny Depp have earrings in yesterday? Can't recall. Come on, Rick. It was yesterday.
But I do think that today's outfit is the best that she's looked so far. She actually looks put together. She doesn't look crazy ostentatious.
Overdone.
The hair is done up, but it's also not crazy done up, you know,
Yeah.
Hair's nice. And I
Yeah,
like
yeah.
the shirt. The shirt is
Yes.
although in kind of still that black and white, gray color palette, it does offer some sort of non-color fun, I guess you would say.
Yeah.
Looks good.
Non-color fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Today, though, the police testimony, I think really hurt them. I think it hurt them bad. I understand they're trying to make the police seem incompetent, but the fact that all those, you got 4 law enforcement officers there and just nobody saw any injuries. The fact
And they
that
have
didn't
video
arrest them,
evidence.
and there was no police report. That's all huge for a DV claim. For those of you who don't know, the reason generally, if there's no crime, you don't write a police report. And for a DV claim, if you get a scratch, like say if cops go to the house and they see one of the party's clothes even messed up, they're probably gonna arrest someone on a DV claim because that's kind of the nature of DV nowadays. But for them to see nothing, no anger, and like the cop said, it's so you can argue with your wife. That's not illegal. I think really puts a serious blow on her allegations that she had all these injuries because I can't speak for every state, but I know in New York, and I'm assuming in California, if cops go to someone's house and see the one of the either spouse with injuries after a domestic violence call, someone goes in handcuffs. That's just the way it is, and it's the way it is because a lot of times in previous DV cases, people would die, like you said, oh, she fell down the stairs, and cops would leave, and next, one of the spouses would be dead. So, so I think in that context, this is really damning for their case to say that she was abused. And it's going to be very hard to overcome because these cops don't have any, they're so neutral because they don't care about any one of these parties.
They have no dog in that fight.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with you that the police testimony, it was not great. I'm just going to push back on a couple of the claims. That, like,
of course, yeah.
Yeah. But I do agree.
I'm out of here. He's pushing.
We don't allow opposing voices here.
Damn you!
Damn you! So two mitigating factors about in my experience, it is definitely jurisdictionally dependent on how proactive police officers are with regards to what they may or may not, whether they're looking for domestic violence when they enter a home, or B, what they do when they suspect it, but it's not claimed or no police reports filed. So I agree that in New York and Los Angeles, they're probably on the more proactive end of it. And I don't know New York, and if you do, but but what was the one thing? Oh, and I lost it now. I was reading chat, and that's what I get. The cops in LA do have some level of deference to celebrities, and the awareness of they're not just going to slap the cuffs on a famous person, bring them into the station. Just, under some sort of suspicion of someone's tousled hair. Now,
that's why it was an important point that they asked. Did you know that Johnny Depp was involved? No.
Yes.
Yeah, she said. I heard her say that. Yeah.
But again, and this is why I definitely can't speak to LA. I don't know, but I know in certain situations, the law, it's really based on the law of assault.
Whoa, sorry. I knew I should have done it earlier.
Generally, this is based on. This is based on the assault and battery rules. So for those of you who don't know, for police officers to have probable cause to arrest someone in a battery situation, generally you need the complaining witness, right? Someone to say, this happened to me, right? So if I have a black eye, if I can say I fell, or I can say somebody hit me. In a domestic violence, somebody calls you and says, I'm in a domestic violence situation. You kind of already have that. And that's why they say, let's speak to the wife, let's see all this. And having that injury, it's just because the law is so protective of domestic violence victims, and on top of it, the civil penalties for getting it wrong are so expansive now, especially in states like New York and California, that if you have injury and you have male hits female, it's for the cops to say they turned a blind eye to that, it's just difficult. But in this case, we have something unique. We have the body camera, right? We have the cops literally testifying we saw nothing, and the fact that they didn't write a police report, because that if they were wrong, you can lose your career for something like that. You can lose your career. You could be if you could be disciplined. So it would be hard for me, unless these cops were just the most incompetent cops on the planet. And then you're not talking about one cop, you're talking about two sets of cops all going to the same thing, going to the situation twice. It would be, maybe it's just my too much faith in the process, but I think the process now for domestic violence is just so skewed to getting, making sure that situation is safe, that it would be almost unheard of to go to a domestic violence scene, seeing someone injured and leaving both parties there. I just would say it just doesn't happen.
So I want to point out this super chat because we got called out by somebody about our conversations about Amber Heard's wardrobe. Why not the same conversation regarding JD's color combos and wardrobe? Sexist maybe? Absolutely not. We have also talked about Johnny Depp quite a bit. His hair was a point of contention at the beginning. He fixed it by having a ponytail. Otherwise, he's had pretty much the same suits on every single day. So there's really nothing new to talk about.
Well, I would just say to that person too, I was going to say Johnny Depp looks so hot today, but I felt like it might, be a little dumb for this conversation. So
not a problem for that.
No, not at all.
The thing I would say is that too, we live in a if you think it's sexist, we might live in a kind of a sexist reality, and we have to deal with the reality of if there is a double standard, then we have to be honest about that. And so I'm not the only one who's going to be looking at Amber Heard thinking, why are you dressing this way every day? The jury are going to be. But I thought that Johnny Depp looked really, like you said, Alita, I thought Johnny Depp, he looked really shaggy that first week. And it is good for him that he got that hair pulled back.
Yeah. No, and well, the thing is too, is that if Amber were basically wearing kind of the same thing every day, we wouldn't be talking about it. Maybe a comment to be like, oh, same outfit again. Okay. And then like that's it. But every day she's got something new with the hair. She's got a new like something, new jacket, new colors, new something. And they always tend to line up with what Johnny just wore the day before is the thing. So, you know, there's a point of interest there because she keeps changing things up. So when somebody is continuing to change things, to modify things, that draws the eye. And so therefore we're just naturally going to talk about that kind of stuff because it's a point of interest. All of these things, they might seem very surface level and stupid, but they are not, because these are all subtle communications that the jury is also paying attention to, that they are picking up on their own. These individuals cannot communicate directly with the jury except for a few very limited circumstances. So, you know, the way that they dress says some things. It makes some messages for the jury, whether they intend to or not, and whether the jury picks up on it or not. So
right.
That's that.
Yeah, these are all things. These are all things that the legal team is talking about too. You know, it all goes to the jury, and you know, I don't want to say it's fair game, but like this is legitimate legal strategy and stuff that is being discussed.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. So it's not just, you know, being shallow or whatever.
Well, tens of millions of dollars. You should be discussing every possible thing.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Hey, potentially criminal. How are you?
I'm doing well. Congratulations, a little belatedly, but.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. We're having a grand old time. Did you get to see any of the testimony today?
Yes, I did. I saw the police officers this morning and the doorman who was doing the Viva Fry impression from his car.
Yes.
You know, you can use depositions as a discovery tool, but that you don't do it like that. Where it's almost like they didn't know what they were gonna say, and that was just awful. I mean, I don't know how Amber comes back from this at this point.
It's tough. I mean, the weight is definitely piling up in Johnny's favor. But you know, again, we still haven't heard from her witnesses that maybe they have some radically different accounts. But I don't know. We'll see. I mean, it is looking pretty good for him at this point, though.
Mm-hmm.
So, what did you guys think of the agent that we heard from?
I'm worried about my personal biases as I sit here because I'm listening to him going. I don't know if you've all ever sat at like a dinner table or even a lunch table across from like, I don't know, a politician that's maybe just a little bit slimy. And it's a little bit hard to figure out where he's coming from and what his angle is. I felt that intimately during those particular bits of testimony. So that Mark might be able to just say that's agents, man. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know if I believed basically anything he was saying just because of the vibe.
Yeah, and I certainly felt that way for the most part of it. And yeah, look, I mean, you know, that's agents, but I don't mean that disclaiming how it came off. Like it's not great. It makes your day-to-day job kind of hard when you're working with them every day. But one thing, when I realized, I guess I didn't realize at the beginning of the testimony that he was both of their agents simultaneously. And now he's no longer friends with either of them. And they had a falling out over this, you know, like, and so all of a sudden I kind of gained a little sort of empathy for him in his like lack of cogency and straightforwardness, because this was a loss of consortium for him, a fair amount, and also you know, one of the things that I will really give agents is that good agents are in fact friends with their clients. They're not really lying about it, you know. That you have to be. The fact that he brokered the conversation, between the two of them in San Francisco, like he was trying to help his clients out to like be okay. And the fact that it all crumbled, I don't think is something that he's good with. You know, I mean, he said that he wasn't friends with either of them. It sounds like, a couple of people in chat are saying he's still friends with Johnny, which he may be, but I mean, he gave testimony to the fact that he wasn't really friends with either.
Well, he gave old testimony to that, right? Like the one thing that happened there was that they were more than a year apart in
that's
those
fair.
2 videos. So it's kind of hard to get a feel for it. And you do wonder whether they were fighting about these volume versions of the depositions and whether Johnny should have to go first. But we get the impression that Johnny's are afterwards in time, and the settlement agreed to put them at least in order because you're really going to screw with people if you do those backwards.
Yeah. So like, look, he was totally squirrely. He is totally a grease ball or whatever. I don't,
He's an agent.
Maybe, he's right. I mean, we're all agents are like that. Like, I mean, I get that. People say that I am like that. Like, that's how it goes, but like, but through when I learn more of the facts, I'm like, okay. Like, I understand that you don't exactly want to be here and reliving this for what seems like 10 hours of deposition.
Yeah, a lot of deposition. And I swear that second one was in a hotel. So no, I'm going to take your comments well, and I'm going to agree with Mark that he does get a discount of the sliminess that I was feeling when you do take the full facts into consideration. Although it is bad to me that you basically get that, 3/4 of the way through the 2 videos together to even give context to like why you might be feeling that way.
This whole deposition as testimony is just so timeline frustrating for me.
We've been complaining about it all trial, so don't worry about
and
it.
it doesn't get easier. It doesn't. It's just Oh, and we resolved this. That is not an original Liechtenstein behind the original of that is a different color ribbon, and the original is currently owned by a museum in Japan. So
he wanted some people to think that, though. Some people would think it, right?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, it's not a stretch in Hollywood, right?
No, it's not.
No,
I was
not at
actually,
all.
I was thinking that.
So this is a response to the previous super chat. Thank you for it's a generous amount. Thank you, Declan. You were not called out by my post. Reread your fan base. Very abusive to those who do not 100% concur with JD fan base. I enjoy your chats, but no room for debate past muffins. Is there any room for discord for the purpose of progress? Okay, so I mean, this is maybe a good time to point out to everyone that we do encourage opposing voices. I mean, we do this on the panel all the time, right? We don't all agree with one another ever. So we do that all the time, and that's how we're teasing through a lot of these points to figure out which points are stronger, which points are weaker. So, I absolutely encourage people to have differing opinions in the chat. You don't have to be a JD fan, not by a long stretch.
Not at all.
You could be an Amber Heard fan, or you could be somebody who's neutral and just coming into this with skepticism for everybody. I want everybody to be respectful of that. I encourage vigorous debate, but when it starts getting to like ad hominem attacks, personal attacks.
Is this the
I
person
don't
who
like
called
that.
us sexist though? I'm not to be antagonistic, but I don't even know what comment this is referring to.
I think that maybe the previous super chat was not directed at us, but directed at people that were in the chat that this person was interacting
This
with.
is why
I
live
didn't see
streaming.
perhaps.
I can't do it. It's so.
You want to get me like this guy.
No, but it's that's a general defense, though. I mean, absolutely, right?
Well, listen, me and Hogue,
reasonable minds can differ. Reasonable minds can differ. And I came in here completely blank, and I'm just sitting here telling you, JD is putting on a pretty good show right now. And by the way, I'm not convinced he's got a legal winner yet.
No, I'm not either.
Okay, so I mean, that's all we can do is give you our impressions. And if he's doing a good job with his case, the fact that I'm a little bit more convinced than I was when I started is basically how this should work. So there we go.
Yes.
I just want to say too, I've been so impressed. I'm sorry, what is your name? I should know it here. Virtual. Let's see, virtual.
Oh yeah, Hogue.
Legality, yeah, Hogue.
I was gonna say, like, as I've been sort of just in and out, throughout the last week or so, watching this channel, I've loved seeing the perspective of somebody who did come to this completely fresh. And it was so funny. I think the first time that you heard some of that audio, that really incriminating audio that makes Amber Heard look really bad, I loved your reaction. You're like, what?
Yeah.
And a redirect. The end of redirect was
exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, because at the end of the day, what all of us are interested in here is getting to the bottom of things, right? It's getting to what is the truth, because you've got two sides here that have competing narratives. And so, that's what I think, most people would like to do. is to get to the bottom of things. A lot of times when people start to form a conclusion, it can be difficult to change that conclusion. I understand that. But what I try to do is I try to remind myself, keep at least 10% of my brain open to new facts, because that usually is enough. That like if there's anything that's decent, 10% is usually enough to keep your brain open and to open the door further with something that is going to move the needle.
I think the Depp team is having a wildly difficult time establishing harm from the defamation if it exists. I mean, they're struggling with that. Now that might not matter if he gets a W at the end and it's $1, but I mean they're clearly having issues with that part of their case.
Which is
I wonder.
That's the exact opposite
though.
we said, right?
Yeah.
Like
I mean, these things that's kind of obvious that's gonna be kind of obvious to the jury if they want to side. Let's say that they're sympathetic toward Depp, they want to side with him and do kind of some kind of nullification against Amber or whatever, right? Don't you think that they're like? Don't you think there's kind of an assumption that of course it would hurt him, or that doesn't really work legally?
It's so hard to guess on the jury, but they could just write 50 because that's what he asked for. But I mean, just in terms of what's been presented in court, I don't think they've done a good job at damages.
Well, but here's the thing, though. They are alleging defamation per se, though.
I'm not saying they have to prove damages. No. So that just pulls damages out of the.
Yeah, they don't have to prove damages. Yeah,
it doesn't get you $50
and
million.
reputation harm.
Yeah,
well,
right.
sure.
It doesn't get you 50 million.
Yeah, it doesn't get you.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, but that's something that is a little bit curious about having defamation per se in a trial like this, is because it's like you kind of don't need to prove damages, but you kind of do, because the jury needs to be convinced of the fact that he has been harmed sufficiently to warrant giving him $50 million.
Right, and I thought some of the strongest stuff on that, which is still kind of de minimis in terms of amount, was that Carino appeared to testify that they got a public relations email from Disney 2 days after the Washington Post op-ed, which was the formal killing of Pirate 6, even though we've heard that there were rags talking about it potentially being killed in October of that year.
Right.
I would have liked to have seen that email, because if you could put that in front of the jury and say, like, this is the definitive time that the Washington Ed op-ed led directly to that, I could easily see putting 35 million down, even though we don't have a contract for 6, because we've been shown 35 million for 4 and 5. So I can see you getting there, but it's still it's all so opaque and inchoate.
Well, welcome to Hollywood.
I think some of the people in the chat are being fair to us, because I was the one that came in and straight up said Johnny's probably going to lose this. I was the one that came in and said I don't think this case is really strong. I think it's a pretty weak case. I think he's not really going for the win. He's going for the PR win. But I think people also have to understand is that we have personal feelings about the case, but sometimes when people are doing bad legal work, we're commenting on that, right? And just because we say someone's cross wasn't good or someone's cross was good, doesn't mean that we want that person to win. It's just we're critiquing the formalities of what we're seeing. So people can't take it too seriously. And don't get us wrong. There's some people who are definitely pro Johnny. Like I personally want Johnny to win, but I can still believe that his case is crap. Those two things aren't mutually exclusive. So.
Yeah, well, the fact that it's a defamation case about a specific article still is an interesting portion of all this.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of testimony and not a lot of it getting to the heart of what the case is. Directly.
Yeah. And
that's what I said. I think after the opening statements.
Yeah,
after the opening statements, I said we're not focused on that. We're not going to be focused on that for 6 weeks, are we?
Yeah, that's true. But I still think what abuse is still a problem, because like Joe, it was Joe who's from Virginia, right? The trial lawyer Joe. Rob. Yeah, and Rob he was like in voir dire, they should have been asking, what do you consider abuse? What do you consider abuse? Because he even said, right, from that jury, he's like, that's the crux of this case. If the jury believed that, what Johnny was doing was abusive, all this doesn't matter, because that's what he's suing for. I never abused her. I think that's a hard thing to overcome. I'm just sorry for those who support Johnny. I'm not saying he can't do it. I'm just saying it's a hell of a hard thing to do.
Yeah. So that was the agent. What about the divorce attorney, Laura Wasser? What did you guys think of this one? I know we're not finished with her yet, but what did we tease out with her? Especially since I'm also kind of asking for myself because I had to step out because of this one over here.
It was not clear to me as a layperson what the point of any of that was, other than I think one of you said maybe to run out the clock on that, but I don't know.
I mean, I've seen the movie Primer. You know,
Sure.
where it's a bunch of different, it's a bunch of different timelines. And sometimes they'll just cut to a scene and you don't know where in time you are and you don't know what they're discussing. And they're just two people in a room talking for like 15 minutes and you're trying to figure out what. That's kind of how I felt like through a lot of the testimony. I was like,
okay.
happening, right? Wait, or did it already happen? Like, I don't know.
So it wasn't just the fact that, I was like stepping out and then coming back and whatnot. So okay, it wasn't just that. It was just the whole thing was like that.
I think we got some fun facts though out of that. I mean, Johnny Depp hires a high-powered divorce attorney in the winter of 15. To me, is interesting, rather than May of 2016. So he's thinking about it and/or ready to go 5 months before everything happens in May, 4 months before everything happens in April. So that's, I think, an interesting date. The other thing that popped out was, and I think you were stepped out or taking care of Indy when this happened. They're talking about the TRO process, and Elaine asks the question about why didn't you guys use non-system advocates or something along those lines. And I don't know the terminology well enough, but it was do the TRO outside of the judicial system as you would do to keep it low profile, not use public filings. And this attorney says essentially that Heard's attorneys refused and wanted to go through the court system, which certainly speaks of publicizing this was as or more important than the safety consideration of the TRO, especially if it's standard protocol in Hollywood, which I can't really speak to. But she indicated that it was. Now, I was also getting vibes from her, which is every angry opposing counsel call I've ever been on.
Yeah. Oh God. No, I agree. I think those are kind of the important points of that, or at least that I pulled from it as well. So, that TRO, the we don't do that was a funny.
Yeah, the video and the you promised to preserve the video and not do weird things with it. And then, do you remember calling TMZ? You do wonder, is Amber telling her team that Johnny Depp leaked the pantry video, but I don't know why he would.
Yeah, that's just so damaging to him. I don't know why. Yeah,
it doesn't surprise me that she would do that though, because in one of the audios, she accuses him of leaking that she used to be a stripper and some other stuff. So,
well, I mean, it's high-powered divorce attorney. It's not an out of bounds type of question. Did you talk to any media? But it's weird.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm saying Johnny had to know that a divorce from Amber Heard was going to be crazy. I think that's what 2015 why he got her, because she's beating him up for leaving the room, just leaving the marriage. He's like, I'm about to get killed here. So
for those of us who've been following this for a while, I know Alita has, maybe some of the others, but they've been having problems. He testified in the UK trial that they began having significant problems like a year into it, maybe six months to a year into it. And really, I mean, things were terrible in their relationship when they got married. And in fact, one of the things that he said on the audio, on one of the audio recordings, is he hoped that getting married would make the fights get better, would reduce the number of physical fights that they were having, or reduce the number of attacks basically that he was receiving from Amber. And of course, that's the age-old idea that people have. Oh, if we get married, that'll solve it. Or we have a baby, that'll solve it. Thank God they never had a kid, though, right?
Oh, Jesus. That would have been so bad.
That would have been horrible.
Fighting over that, yeah.
Yes, yeah. But it's really unfortunate when you see people kind of making those sort of big life decisions, thinking that they are going to solve certain problems when, in fact, oftentimes they end up exacerbating them even more so.
But question,
right.
Why does what was my question is, what is the hypothesis on why Amber went this route? Because it seems like it was she didn't need to do it, but is it Johnny's claim that she just did this to enhance her career at the expense of his career, or is it something else?
Scorched earth. I mean, I get the impression scorched earth is the basic thesis.
As yeah, the thesis that they're laying out in court that may be, as somebody who's followed this for a bit, and again, Alita, maybe you can speak to this as well. It seems like was also a case where Amber Heard kept making different moves that didn't work out as planned, and then had to keep sort of digging herself deeper. It's kind of like that quote in Macbeth when he says, "I'm in blood, stepped in so much that I've just got to keep going through it to get out." I think that, originally she was trying to get a better divorce settlement. Like that was part of what was going on with the fake DV claims, the TRO and all of that too, wasn't she trying to pressure them into a better divorce settlement? And then it seems like also she wanted to become this big Me Too activist. And so that was another aspect. I don't know. Alita, did you have any thoughts?
Yeah. I was going to say that really lines up, especially with the fact that the TRO, they didn't want to handle that quietly and outside of the court system. They wanted it to be public. They wanted it to be there because that kind of pressure, especially for someone that she knows doesn't really like being in the public eye in the first place, and having that kind of drama splashed around for anyone is bad. But he seems to be maybe more sensitive to that than even other people in Hollywood, perhaps. So that's the kind of thing that would potentially get him a little bit more incentivized to settle at a higher rate.
So she can give the money away, right? Didn't she she supposedly gave the $7 million away and didn't really give it away. Mm-hmm. That's going to hurt when it comes to credibility. My God. Yeah. So
sure.
was it confirmed that she didn't give the money away? She kept it?
Well, it hasn't come out at trial yet.
She did.
But she has admitted. Well, no, sorry. She claimed that she gave it all away, but there have been documents that have been leaked, like letters from the Children's Hospital of LA saying like, hey, thanks for promising. When should we get our first check?
My God.
Wasn't part of this.
It's really, and the letter, it's really kind of heartbreaking, or just to see this letter in heartbreaking or funny or whatever you think when you look at it. But to see that, that they're like trying to figure out, okay, how are we going to get this money from this lady? Are we going to be nice? Because they're kind of, trying to be nice, but then they're also like, okay, so these millions of dollars you promised, or you see that?
They should have came out.
Wasn't there an issue early on when Johnny testified about he actually donated the $7 million in her name for her, and that was part of the issue?
He did the first portion that he was supposed to donate to or give to Amber so that she could donate. As soon as she made that statement out to the press saying, "Yes, I have agreed. I have pledged to donate all of this money," he was like, "Oh, have you? You were not supposed to talk about this to the public, but now you're talking about it, and because of that, it's you're in violation of this non-disclosure agreement. So you know what? Okay, you promised to send this money over to the Children's Hospital. All right, I'll just send it directly over there and put it in your name. You're welcome."
Yeah. Which I think kind of defeats that whole idea of like, well, you didn't do it. It's like, well, Johnny did it for me. So I was just thinking, because I know we touched on that early on.
Mm-hmm.
When his testimony.
Yeah. Let's get some super chats here, shall we? All right. Sam Satish says, "Why are these trials televised in the U.S.? Well, it depends on the judge. Some judges can decide to have cameras in the courtroom. They decided that there was enough public interest here, and we have a pretty high not standard, but a concept, a strong concept in the United States that the public has a right to see exactly how the justice system is working in the United States, so that we can make sure that it's proper, it's clean, it's transparent, and it's doing what it's supposed to do. So with a case like this, with a lot of public interest in it, the court just decided that cameras should be in the courtroom here. So not all of them are televised, of course, but some of them are. Cases that are in federal court, as an example, there are no cameras in the courtroom. So, I know Colonel Kurtz has talked a lot about the Marilyn Manson case. That is in federal court, so I don't expect that to be a televised trial.
Hold on, we got a hostage tape player right now at the bottom. Go ahead, tell us, Taliban. Tell us what's going on.
Taliban.
Tell us what's. He's like, you swine. Tell it to us.
She's killing me. She's I wanted to slit my wrists. I was like, they had to like take all sharp instruments away from me. Listening to this, what? Why? That's what I was, every time I'm watching every one of these stupid depositions, the first thought that goes through my head is, why the hell is the judge allowing depositions? Just like, this is the whole, we just sit here, watch a movie. It's a mandatory movie that you have to sit here watching. That's the first thing. And then they take 6 hours of depositions and condense it down to 4.5 hours of depositions, as if that's some sort of condensation. And they'll have condensed, whatever, condescending, and then they make us sit through it with the same questions asked in that nasally tone over and over again. What color was the redness? What about this redness? That's not a bruise. That's not a bruise. What about this? No, she's crying. What about this? What did you think that was? I thought that was crying. Why about this redness over here? That looks to me like crying. Why didn't you make a report? Because we didn't see any crime. Well, at this, did you, when you were looking for, yes, did you not see a crime? There was no crime. So when the whole time you're there, you didn't see a crime? No. Did you see any criminals? No. What about any crimes? Did you see any crimes happening while you were there? No. Over and over and over again. And then, it didn't get any better. The only thing, the whole morning today, what the hell did we get out of it? That there was a 3-minute follow-up call where they would spend 3 minutes and she's sitting there up with her friend and they're like, well, why didn't you take her into a private room and examine her to see whether or not she actually had bruises on her face? I don't know. She looked like her ass was planted on that couch. She's sitting there laughing with friends, sipping a latte. She didn't really look like she was a domestic violence.
They told us to get lost.
Let me do a close-up inspection of your face here. They were like, did you make a second call? Yeah, we did. Ha ha ha. Wasn't that funny? All right, go home. So,
I don't know about any of you, but don't you sometimes wish Joe would just stop equivocating and really tell us how he feels about it?
This is why we call him Fiery but mostly peaceful Joe, or Fiery but mostly funny Joe.
I can't handle it. I can't.
Joe,
I was like, how does
we all
anyone
agree, baby.
listen to this? I feel bad for these.
He's very
cops
repetitive.
That all they did was do their job, and for a stupid 5-minute call, they had to spend 4 hours in a deposition. Answering well, why didn't you file a report? Well, there's no crime. We didn't see a crime.
That's exactly what I thought when I watched those depositions yesterday afternoon and this morning, that, they're just trying to do the right thing, do their job. Oh, it's a domestic violence call, making sure everybody's safe. And then they had to just literally sit there thinking the whole time they were going to try to cut their hands off with dull scissors to get out of it. I feel so bad for him.
But the thing is
Joe's
that,
trying to be in a deposition here. You got to get in a car with that vape, Joe.
Oh my god! Oh my god! And I have to tell you, like the last 40 minutes, I don't know if you guys took anything from that lawyer deposition at the end there. I'm like, I don't know what we're supposed to learn from this. What do I know about this case now that I didn't know before? Other than that, there's some surveillance footage that his lawyers thought was important enough to subpoena. We don't know what the hell's on that footage. We don't know anything about it. And now is it in existence? Maybe it's on their hard drive somewhere. Okay,
well, Joe,
we know that Johnny wanted to present the testimony from his team, and it comes with Elaine.
Joe, I'll say this. What do you think about Amber Heard's credibility now that you've watched all this? To me, it's like -500. But what do you think? What do you think about her credibility?
I think that she seems like a lying drama queen. I mean, I didn't need to hear 14 times that, let's look at this angle. Let's look at the same body camera footage.
No, but that's my point is, you've sat through all this trial. Most people that I think in the chat, I'll even ask the chat, put a 1 if you think Amber's credibility is anywhere near to believable. And I think that's why you put the cops on, and that's
put it
what
2
they were
if you
trying
think
to do.
anything else.
Yes, but because this is old, because she said at this point in time I was abused, and because I was abused, I suffered PTSD. And so now you have the cops saying, she's, it's like, we didn't see anything. We were there. This is what we do. Matter of fact, we said no more cops there.
Yeah.
So this is not even. So she was just trying to make the cops seem. She has to make the cops seem bad to make Amber seem good. But I think she didn't accomplish that by doing this 100 times. because at the end of the day, Amber's credibility is shot to death. I just think it is.
When there's no police report, you knew right away the cops have to say
There was no
that
crime.
they saw no crime. That they're going to have to come in there and they're going to have to stick to that. Even if they saw a crime, if they saw anything remotely criminal, they're going to have to justify the fact that they made no report, which means they're going to swear up and down that there was no crime. And so you knew that before you deposed them. You shouldn't even be. You should be hiding them away. Let's pretend this never happened, because I know I'm going to have 4 people in blue swearing that there were no bruises.
Yeah.
So why would I want to do that? Instead, let's pretend this never happened and that she never called the cops, and that here's just pictures of the bruises, and pretend that, let's try like sweep that under the rug. Instead of making a big stink, we're going to spend 14 hours deposing 4 different cops.
Yeah, but do you think Johnny said he's going to let that happen? No.
No.
It seems like she subpoenaed them. That's why she's asking first.
Yeah, but
well, I mean,
Amber's
but,
attorneys.
when you're into the discovery phase, you're trying to get all of the information. Like you don't have this information yet. This is how you get it.
But
I mean, especially when it comes to.
But they have the readouts. They knew what the police did or did not do. So
sure.
So then she should have known.
It's not. I mean,
and
none of these cops are gonna.
You still kind of have to depose them, though. You kind of have to.
I mean,
maybe not ask all of the questions that she asked. I think the ones that she asked were not necessarily good ones for their.
That's what I would say.
Awful.
I would say you have to talk to them. Absolutely, it's your job. You don't actually have to ask the question. So if you didn't file a report, that means you didn't think there was a crime like 8 times.
Yes.
It's the one question I remember because she asked it so many times. I'm like, well, that's clear evidence they didn't think there was a report. Yeah. That's their job.
Yeah.
And I guess that's I was gonna say. Just I know Joe was kind of going down that road. It's not like these cops are all going to say, you know what, you're right. I just didn't feel like doing the job. I was a real Johnny Depp fan. Fuck Amber. I don't like women. I don't believe women anyway. None of them are going to do that and give up their
Believe
careers.
all men.
Yeah,
Believe
it's
all
not like
men.
that's going to happen. So, yeah, I don't know what Elaine's. Yeah, okay, you ask it once, you do your basic information, and you knew the answer before you asked it. You don't have to. Yeah, they just don't leave. They don't leave well enough alone.
But that's the good thing about a deposition, that there's no objection to asked and answered, right?
Yes. That's the thing.
I blame. So this is my question, though. I blame the judge for allowing these deposition testimonies to come in rather than insisting that they come in there so we can get up relevance objections or ask and answer objections.
You can't do that, though.
You can't do that
because
number one,
no.
The foreign witnesses. You can't necessarily subpoena them if these are. I mean, notice how all of the professionals that are in California are staying in California. Because they are also concerned for liability for their own stuff too, in case they get they get caught in some kind of a trap. It's much safer for all of them. They have zero interest to show up in person in court if they can help it.
I guess what I don't understand is once live links are on the table, why are more of these not live links?
I have that question as well. I don't quite understand that either, because it seems like the whole original purpose for allowing deposition testimony in is when somebody's unavailable, right? Either because they're too far away, or because they are
outside the jurisdiction
because they died. I've literally read in deposition testimony into the record because somebody who had been deposed died. So in that kind of case, yeah, that makes sense. You obviously can't use a live link to heaven or hell or wherever, but at the same time, for everybody else, it seems like that should be, I don't know.
If live links are allowed, it feels like there should be more of them.
Yeah, but don't forget this. There's some witnesses who probably said, "I'm not doing it. I've done. I give you my deposition.
Yeah,
I'm not. It's not going to happen." And you can't force somebody in California to, because this is not a federal trial. So you kind of stuck with what you got. You're out of the jurisdiction, so that subpoena doesn't catch you anyway. You know what I mean?
And those cops, if they walk in to see their lieutenant, like, "Hey, I got subpoenaed for what? Oh, a civil trial. Where? In Virginia?" They're like, "Okay, go on patrol. You're not going." They're not going to let them go.
Take your vacation time. You take your own vacation time.
Yeah, they're going to say, you can handle that, but we're not approving it. Nobody's going to force them to go. So I think there's that, but also the judge might know the deposition, if it's done, she knows they have it. It's not like that to worry about connections or anything like that. And it's done.
And there's no editing. There's no delete button when you have the same question asked 47 times.
Well, that should be available. That should be available because they are. Yes, because keep in mind that during a deposition, and there are questions in the chat in super chats about this, but during depositions, the parties are able to object to one another, but the parties are able to object to one another's questions, but the deponent continues speaking. Like they give their testimony anyway. And the purpose of objecting is for, in case this comes in at trial, you preserve that objection so that you can argue over what comes in, what doesn't come in. So, an asked and answered objection, I mean, if they objected during the deposition, then they can ostensibly cut that out. But
I'll tell you that what you're saying is technically correct. You can say like objection that you're not allowed to use relevance as an objection in deposition. You can, in theory, it could be a trip and fall case, it could be a murder, it could be a murder civil suit, and they could ask them, what's your favorite flavor of ice cream, and you can't object on relevance. But in practice, if you're counsel for the person who's being deposed, which it didn't seem like they had counsel there, but if they are counsel for them, you can look to your client, say, no, objection, relevance, and then you'll hear back, relevance is not a proper objection. And you look at your client and say, don't answer that question. You want to get an answer on that, get a ruling from a judge. And then let them go to a judge and say, the judge says, what question do you want to ask? Well, I want to know what flavor ice cream they had. So let them try to justify why it is that they're asking flavor ice cream about a murder civil suit. That's in practicality how you handle the situation if you want to stop nonsense questions.
I mean, you can do that. That's a highly antagonistic way to conduct a deposition. And when you have a lot of depositions to do and a lot of people to depose, there's only so many times you can kind of pull out the get a ruling from a judge. We're going to reschedule this depo.
No. Marcus slapping us back to the reality.
Okay. Yes. In New York, we will contact a judge from the deposition, and we'll be and we'll get a ruling on the phone, and let this person try explaining to a judge on the phone. And most of the time, the person's too cowardly to call a lawyer, to call it for a ruling, because they're afraid, and they're like, I'll move on to the next question. That's what invariably happens 98 out of 100 times.
Yes.
The two times they call is when they're not asking an idiotic question and they feel like they have justification for it, and that's how you basically get them to shut up without even. It never gets to that.
And the judge doesn't want to hear the judge doesn't want to take your phone call in the deposition.
They don't like getting involved.
They want you to handle it yourself.
I think, but as a practical matter, especially in this case, they've already, what we're seeing is what they've stipulated to. So both sides have said, we've looked at these, and this is what we want the jury to hear on both sides. So these questions coming out 3 or 4 times, I'm assuming Depp's team saw it and was like, it's probably going to hurt more than it helps. So let it come out 5, 6 times, because the more they keep saying there was no crime, there was no crime, there was no crime, that doesn't help. That doesn't hurt us. That just hurts them.
Very good point.
Which is like, how much at the time they were doing this, were they expecting to call these witnesses? Like, were they expecting when they took these depots that they would go in front of the jury? Because I would hope that she wouldn't ask the question 9 times in a row.
Hoping for a different answer.
That's a good point, Mark.
Maybe
her in-court performance indicates she would.
Is the charm. I'm going to get the answer I want on the 12th try. I don't know. The only thing that we got anything from today was from the talent agent Christian, Carino, which it was more interesting about the story and the fact that Amber was chasing so hard after him, even after the TRO. I wanted to ask you guys about Christian, because this is a vibe I got. Did you feel like, because I'm asking myself, why is a dude spending so much time trying to help her out and doing this and being like this trusted friend? I was like, this guy's into Amber.
Oh, come on.
That's one statement though about where he wrote to her, where he said,
what?
That's the answer. 10%. That is the answer.
10% chance.
He was her agent. He was her agent, and he makes 10% of what she makes. And when your client's happy, you're happy. And a happy client is a client that's going to get jobs. Like,
let me ask you. Okay,
that text message. The super chat was like, "What do you do?" And it was get 10%. Or get my cut. It's like, well,
hold on. He's sending a text message saying, you need to stop chasing after celebrities and find someone who isn't like so famous.
That one did sound very suggestive.
That's like
that's the closest it came, definitely.
Come on.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Was he engaged to Lady Gaga at the time? Do we know the timeline there?
I don't know. I didn't know anything about that until
I don't
people
know the
mentioned
Christian
it.
Carino story. No.
Yeah, I don't know it either.
No, I didn't even know he had any relationship with her. So,
Yeah, people in the chat were saying he was
adamant.
engaged with Lady Gaga, apparently.
It's fun to get some CAA, WME, UTA sniping in there. You know, reminds me of the old days. I miss it.
Well, he did
Mom
roll his
Bear.
eyes. Who's WME?
Yeah, I know. He was so exasperated to like give WME any sort of credit for existing.
Mom Bear says,
go ahead. All good.
No,
All
go
good,
ahead,
babe.
go ahead.
No.
ahead.
It's all good.
Okay.
It's all inside.
All right.
Stuff.
Mom Bear says, see how Amber tries to destroy everyone in her wake. Psychologists, house manager, and cops calling their work ethics into question.
Well, no. Hold on. Let's be fair. She's on a trial for $50 million. Yeah, that's what you do. If lawyers don't do that, they're not doing their job. I would call it a question. You crazy?
So
No,
yes,
that's not happening.
fair point. And I think, and this is probably a reason why I saved it instead of just showing it. Because I was trying to like show the ones that like didn't require comment or something. But fair point, Nate. I'm glad that you paused it there. So this is one of the newer super chats. Let me get the next one though. Carol's Dark Sarcasm says, watched Amber's press interviews for Rum Diaries. She presented a dramatically different personality. Well, keep in mind though that she is when you're on a press tour, you're on, right? You've got to turn the lights on and be bubbly and be happy and be, very personable.
I'd also add it's 14 years ago. All right. I had a slightly different personality 14 years ago. I mean, people grow, people change.
And that was her big break, right?
And
Wasn't that her big break?
She was on the she was on the come up, and probably one of like the big happiest.
And showed up in this trailer, and she's married to Johnny Depp and living, having a wedding on a private island.
Stars in showers, yeah, as we found.
Exactly. Sophia Toe says, did Elaine bring up officers being let go at the end because of the pictures thing? She said that the protocol for domestic violence calls. Oh, is that a kitty walking in front?
Yes, that
I
is
saw
a kitty.
a fluffy tail.
Doing some dusting.
Yeah. She said that the protocol for domestic violence calls was that the cops need to take pics of injury, and lack of injury sounded like a threat. It did a little bit. It did. It was a little too aggressive. Aggressive Elaine. Stephanie Bonera says, if you are diagnosed with any psychological or psychiatrist disease or disorder here in Italy, you probably get treatment and get away with the crime. Too much indulgence. Is that the same over there?
It all depends on the, because it was explained yesterday. So if you're talking about some type of mental disorder that warps your perception of reality, you have hallucinations and things of that nature, that really affects your mental state, yes. But if you have something that doesn't, like a personality disorder which doesn't, it's possible, but it's really going to be a little bit more difficult because go ahead.
No, I was going to say, Nate, too, remember, just because you might be what we all think is crazy and you might not even be able to handle your own affairs, that's still not the threshold to excuse your conduct. I mean, it's really hard to get declared insane for criminal purposes.
I don't know how it is there, but I know here in New York, it's actually being found not guilty by reason of insanity is worse than being found guilty because they don't let you out. Like you're in for life.
Yeah, you gotta go to the state mental hospital, and that's wherever it is not going to be good. It's like a prison, but everybody's crazy.
Yeah, I think in New York it was like at one point there was no one ever released from who was found insane. Nobody's ever been released who's killed somebody.
Exactly. Well, actually, no, Richard, that's actually a good way to put it. It's sure you're not going to San Quentin, but you go to Arkham instead. That's not much better.
You don't want to go to Arkham.
No.
Yeah. Ricky says, is there going to be any in-person witness today? I'm sorry, there wasn't. But we got through it. We got through it, right, guys? Congratulations to everybody for making it through. We survived. We survived Elaine Bredehoff's video depositions. Kimberly Babcock says, Howard Stern is saying JD is overacting and says he's a narcissist with making this trial live for the public to watch.
Howard Stern knows all about narcissism.
He knows how to get the views too.
And I did say that I mean, I think his disposition changes wildly between the cross and the redirect. I mean, he's helping out. That's a witness in a trial and a party to a trial.
Yeah, for the, you know, we love to talk about this, and we love psychoanalyzing like the Johnny's and Amber's posture, and it to me, like, yeah, it's kind of fun, you know, but like I don't really, I try and take not any substance from it at all.
So
Not only
yeah, I'm sorry, you finish.
No, go ahead.
I don't even know you, brother. I'm not going to cut you off.
I'm Mark, by the way. Hey.
Hi, I'm
No, but there's so much. You're just sitting in that room all day. You know that if you make any sort of expression, someone is going to analyze it. You're trying to be as stoic as possible, but it's also really hard to be stoic as possible because your life is on the line. And then you get these weird bursts that are funny. And so it's hard to like, so, you know, look, it is fun to kind of, you know, analyze how they're doing, but I limit how much I'm actually willing to take away from like they're guilty or they're whatever, embarrassed. Like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, and even you know, Spidey, our behavioral analyst that likes to come in and he gives us, you know, what he sees based on his, you know, his skill set. You know, he also always says, he's like, by the way, this is a starting point. You know, like this is a point of interest to talk about. It's not, you know, something that you can take to, you know, to the bank as a total conclusion.
And these people are actors. They're actors. And I don't blame anyone. I don't really say, hey, you acted differently on cross-ex than direct. Yeah, okay.
And yeah,
it's a different kind of stress level, right?
Yeah.
Between the two.
So I want to point out that first and foremost, I thought her look today was far and away her healthiest look for the courtroom.
The best she's ever looked in court.
This is what she should have been doing since day one, and they should have known that this is what should have been doing since day one. This is how I would
define. 2.5 weeks to get there.
Yeah, this is how I would define her look today. She looked approachable. She looked like someone that you can walk up to if you saw her in a bar and actually strike up a casual conversation with. And, you know, maybe you two hit it off, maybe you don't, as opposed to someone, I don't want to go within like 10 feet of her because she looks like someone who's going to rip my head off. So, and that's, now, you can sit here and say it's not fair to judge on that. But of all, and in general, and even in this case, that's probably technically accurate. But this trial with defamation and believing what happened and who's telling the truth and what type the character of each of these litigants is really part of what the jury is judging. And when you're judging character, appearance goes a long way towards reaching that conclusion. So if you're trying to portray her as someone who's a normal person, yes, her physical appearance in court is highly relevant to the whole equation of how we're going to sell her as someone who's normal, someone who's approachable, someone who's has a healthy mind, as opposed to someone who's literally has a knife hidden in her shoe that she's about to pull out of her boot and stab you in the chest. So that's why her look, in this particular case, her look is very, very important, and it does become somewhat relevant for the jury to try to reach a conclusion. Do we think that we can trust this woman, or do we think that she's full of crap?
And you know what? For the record, I'm not sure if you think we disagree, but I 100% agree with what you're saying. I was more limiting it towards the behaviors and how people are sitting and how they're trying to act or not act. 100% how they appear, and you're right. The jury is going to take that into consideration, whether they should or shouldn't, whether it is revelatory or not. Absolutely, it is totally worth discussion. So,
yes.
Alita, I don't know if I mentioned it on here before, but you know, for people in the chat, you know, kind of going off Joe.
Wait,
I agree. I totally agree.
Who's
going
off on
it's
why?
Yeah, sorry, I froze up too for a second. Yeah, this is sales.
Bastards. Who's going off on me?
It's.
Oh no, he's freezing.
Every time,
even in a criminal,
it's when he's going to start the substance.
He's going to explain people going off on
he
me.
gets
this
right.
Is like the
right.
secret. This
yeah,
is like
it's all sale. Did it freeze up? Okay. Oh Jesus.
Oh my God.
I'm backing out, and coming in.
Okay, yeah.
The timing was flawless.
Oh my God!
I thought it was a bit.
This is like he's finally gonna be
and
cured.
now
it's like I will give you the secret to life.
Oh, this was like
I
an
gotta,
episode
I
of
gotta go
Taxi.
off on Joe now because
this. Oh my God! This was an episode of Taxi where Latka lost his mind and like, and he had split personality issues and and he basically changed from being little Laka to like actually this cool smart guy, and he's sitting there with the psychiatrist, and Alex is there, and he's there in his person, his personality, and he's now imitating Alex, and he's talking about how he's been dissecting his life, and I finally, I'm thinking to myself, I got all these problems, these friends depend on me, but I can never turn to them. I'm the dead end job, and he's talking about all the problems that Alex himself has, the main character Alex, and then he's like, I finally figured out what the secret is, the secret to life, to figure out everything, to fix everything. And Alex is like, what's the secret? And he goes, we had the goat, we had the chickens, we had and he jumps back into like his old Laka personality. This is what you just did to me, Sean. You finally were going to tell me how to solve all my problems in life, and all of a sudden you freeze up and disappear, and now it's like there's a goat, there's a chicken,
you lost
we had a
Florida
chair.
Joe, who took it back for another 3 minutes.
Well, Joe, that secret's behind a paywall now, so.
Whoa!
I just, at the end of the day, it's not just how you look. You have to be, the jury's going to analyze all of this, and who's selling the better story, Amber or Johnny? And it's every kind of legal situation. That's really what it comes down to. So yeah, I mean, Joe, I think was hitting it right on the nose.
Well, that happens.
Again, I want everybody to be a legal robot. I don't want them to think about any of this stuff.
Well, but
this is theater. This is theater, though. I mean, maybe
I'm
for
just
you
telling
in
you my
transactional
platonic
law,
ideal. Okay.
Well, Richard, I mean, it's how they sell cars. I mean, you don't want the car because it's a good car. You want the car because a bunch of hot chicks will jump in the car with you.
Yeah, that's what they say about Porsche. It's too small to get laid inside, but you get laid outside.
Victoria Brown says, if Johnny Depp loses, can he bring it up in court again? If he loses, no. If there's a mistrial, yes.
I got to run, guys.
Mark, it was great meeting you.
So much. It's great meeting you.
Yeah.
And,
I hope you didn't feel attacked by me.
Yeah, we're going to work on that word of the day notion, all right? We're going to get a linguistics YouTube channel up, Mark. We're going to
absolutely. I'm in.
Make it happen.
Yes. Mark, you've got to start your channel. You've got to. But in the meantime, he is linked in the description below to his Twitter profile. Go check it out. Go and attack him so he really does feel it. No, I'm kidding. Don't attack him.
Right.
But
no,
you know,
go to my website and sign up for the mailing list for my
YouTube
game.
terms right there. YouTube can't tell she was joking. Uh-oh.
No, please don't. No.
Later, y'all. Bye,
all
Jack.
right, see you,
Thank
Mark.
y'all for
And by the way, guys, and with everybody on this panel, of course, they are volunteering their time to give their thoughts and their impressions on all of this stuff. Everyone is linked in the description below. They are not getting any kind of an immediate benefit other than their own entertainment from this conversation.
That's not what your email said.
But the way to really benefit this live stream is to go into that description, click on all those links, check everybody out, follow them on Twitter, subscribe to their channels on YouTube, watch their content, like the videos, all that great stuff, because it helps to the entire community to grow, so we can have more of these awesome conversations and provide hopefully better content through all of that. So make sure that you do that while you're sitting here. If you haven't already, what are you doing? What are you doing with your life? What are you doing?
And you know, I'm gonna have to return volley this.
And do it, Rick. All right.
Yeah, you know I have to return volley this, right, Alita? First of all, I want to say you did that last time, and some people in chat said, let's get Hogue to 75,000. And I want to say thank you, because I immediately got like another 500 subscribers. So thank you, chat. Thank you, Alita, for that. That's very, very cool of you. That being said, it's not about Rick Hogue. It's not about Joe. It's not about Sean. It's not about Mark. It's not about anybody else you're even watching on YouTube or have ever heard of. It's about Alita. No. So thank you so much for everybody that came over and subscribed to me, but you have to subscribe to Alita. You got to subscribe to Legalbytes. She's the one doing it. What do we got here? Live 8 hours and 23 minutes for day, what is it, 10? Is this day 10?
Day 10.
And then she's hitting you with update summaries after these videos go out. And then she's doing follow-up streams. And then she's appearing in other places. She is everywhere on the internet right now. And if you want more Alita, absolutely subscribe to us because she asked you to. But before you do any of that, subscribe to her, because Legalbytes is a very special place. She's built it from the ground up. And don't you want to support someone that can do that and entertain and inform at the same time? It's the greatest thing that you could possibly ask for. Subscribe, like Legalbytes.
Aw.
Boom.
Thank you, Rick.
Boom. I have taught you well, Padawan.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you guys. Thank you. But like I said, be sure to subscribe to everybody else too.
It was very cool of you. I mean, thank you, Alita. That was very nice. And chat took that up. And yeah, immediate bump on my channel. Very, very nice, everybody. And I will try to disappoint you as quickly as possible with not being Alita.
That will not be a disappointment. We had a lot of people today that were like, when you were not here, they were like, where's Rick? What's going on?
Well, as we learned from Ben King, I wasn't there when I wasn't here. So I didn't get to see that, but I appreciate that. That's actually very heartwarming. So, thank you everybody who missed me. I'm glad I could be back.
Absolutely. Janine Bryce said, check out Extras coverage. They have a court TV correspondent in the room and she regularly speaks on jury reactions. So if you want insight, check out those clips. Loving your coverage. Thank you. William Wolford says, with all Amber Heard's secret recordings and not a single fight in audio or video and no text from Amber's side, not a single bruise pick until the TRO. It's a very interesting point.
You have to ask yourself how did she get the TRO? Like, what did she show to justify the need for a TRO?
We'll see the photos that she submitted.
She said she presented photos.
And I'm assuming that you're dealing with a, judge or magistrate who's thinking, oh my God, I don't want to get fired if she gets killed.
Yep.
I mean, that always helps.
They're going to err on the side of giving a TRO to protect them.
Yeah, so. And TROs, the standard for a TRO is actually very low, so it's quite easy to get one.
You want to be extra cautious. Extra cautious.
Yes.
It's a
he hit me. I'm scared.
Now, in terms of getting a permanent restraining order after that, you've got to go through hearings and actually put on quite a bit of evidence and all that. She never went through that process. She only got a temporary restraining order, then she withdrew it as part of the settlement. I believe that's my understanding.
Well, that was the interesting part too. They said I didn't understand what hearing was getting continued again and again. But I think it was about the temporary restraining order that was from Ms. Wasser's testimony. So I don't know. Yeah, I mean, we know they settle in August. We know the temporary restraining order is issued in May. We heard that it was supposed to last for 21 days. We don't really get a time period for when it officially dissolves.
Yeah. Yeah. Callum Storm says, physical abuse contributes to psychological abuse, particularly where it continues over time from a trusted person who is supposed to be a family member. Could be, yep. A Gem in Orlando podcast is 37 weeks pregnant and loving the coverage for the trial. We'll be watching even in labor, I bet. Congrats on 100K. Oh my gosh, good luck. Good luck. That's so exciting. I'm very, very happy for you. Congratulations.
That's a tough time. Congrats.
Yeah, best of luck. I hope that if you do watch this while you're in labor, I am incredibly honored, and I hope that we can give you some kind of comfort through all of that pain and agony and anxiety.
God, my
congrats
wife
on little Johnny or Amber.
Little bites. It's little bites.
Oh,
baby bites.
Little Richard.
Gary Zell says, thank you for the stream. If you were representing Amber Heard, what advice would you be giving her right now?
It's his case. It's not over. We're coming up with our case.
Yeah. It's our turn.
Keep it cool. Keep it consistent. Keep it calm. Ben Z310 says, this question would have been, are the muffins fresh and what type?
I saw that.
I have so many questions about that. What do you mean would have been? You just asked that question. I'm having like an existential...
Maybe like if they were deposing one of the witnesses.
Got it.
Earlier.
I was lost. It's like, you just asked that question. You said it would have been. All right.
Oh, that question about Eve. Apparently, her and Nick Ricada are talking shit on Twitter.
What's that?
Ricada made a joke about her glasses on Twitter, and Eve Barlow replied to him.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah.
I missed that.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I had no idea.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It was interesting. She is getting
mad. He gets some very interesting interactions on Twitter. He's kind of an entertaining
Eve's starting to get big mad, you can tell.
So Melanie Fan says, I love your channel. I'm watching the whole trial here. Thank you very much. Also, do you know what happened to Eve Barlow? So what happened is she got kicked out of the courtroom because she had her cell phone out. She was sitting also with the legal team when she is not part of the legal team, apparently. And then she was permanently kicked out because of the fact that she not only pulled out and used her cell phone and tweeted during opening statements and other stuff, it was found out, but also then use that phone to put improper evidence, basically to try to lie to the judge about something that had happened about a witness. So that's the TLDR version of it. Comrade Commodore says, had an ex like this, would threaten to kill herself / would cut herself when I tried leaving. Thankfully, I finally got out. Pour one out for the homies who can't get out. Hope Captain Jack wins this one. Stream's been great. Thank you so much. And I am very sorry that you went through a relationship like that. That sounds incredibly traumatic. And hopefully you've at least been in peace on your own or in peace with someone else that was better for you since then. Next one here. Eve Barlows just tweeted something inflammatory. Uh-oh. Okay. David says, please read. Prediction. The Amber Heard testimony is going to be wild. She will overshadow all the others by far. Could be. I think
we got the spotlight right on it, right? I mean, we're all looking forward to that.
I think that's actually she'll be okay.
I think she'll be fine. But she's going to say something diametrically opposed to everything we've heard, right?
Oh, sure.
No pun intended.
Tiffany Virgin says, do you think that Amber's injuries would be more prominent having been hit by a man? I don't know. It entirely depends on the circumstances, right? What happened? What were
generally speaking, yes. But yeah, you're right. Who knows?
Yeah, sure. But I mean, it's people have different fighting styles.
Sure. Yes, Johnny may slap fight.
Maybe. The Count 209 says, hi, loving this channel. I'm not a lawyer, so I was curious, why are they allowed to use videos that are illegally recorded? Because our understanding is that they have stipulated, meaning that they have an agreement between the two parties to allow those audio or video recordings that are just of the two of them in, regardless of whether they knew that they were being recorded at the time, so long as it's just Johnny and Amber. So no one else allowed in there.
One presumes that Depp's team was happy with the way that came off in some of the recordings Amber made, illegally or not. And so, come on in.
Yeah, exactly. Justin Jones says, this is sad regardless of who wins. They will both be tarnished for airing all of their dirty laundry in public like this. No winners.
It is ugly.
Yeah, it certainly is not pretty. Jack Jones says, what determines the amount owed in the trial to the winner? How can Johnny claim $50 million? You say pounds, but it's dollars. Close. And how Amber Heard can claim 100 million, etc. I mean, when it comes to claiming damages when you file a lawsuit, you generally want it to be tied to something, but you can also kind of expand on that. You know, there are certain times that like in employment litigation, for example, when I've filed complaints on behalf of the plaintiff after an employee was fired for some reason, you know, we could basically generally estimate they lost their compensation for a certain amount of time. You know that by their salary or by their hourly rate and how many hours in a week that they would work. Then you can add in, if they had, you know, emotional distress, you can add in a calculation, multiply their salary by a certain amount, you know, 2 or 3 times maybe. And then, you know, maybe there are some other costs that they had that were associated with that. So you can kind of like add that all up and kind of estimate basically like what the damages probably should be for this person. But for Johnny, it seems that he had at least, we did see one portion of one of his contracts where they indicated that he was paid $25 million for one of the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. And I believe they said that he was paid another $25 million for another one. So that's kind of the reasonable basis for the amount that he said. Now for Amber, I don't know where that number comes from. My gut instinct says that she just wanted to double what Johnny was asking for, and
because she has no identity and just has to mimic him on everything.
It kind of feels that way, but I don't want to just conclude that. I want to leave open the possibility that maybe she has an independent basis for that. I just don't know what it is. Yeah. Roberto Alvarez, thank you so much for this very generous super chat. Can the Legalbytes logo incorporate be updated to include a muffin. Congratulations, Bites, on the channel growth. Thank you to you and the rest of the guests for the diversity.
Not the
of
worst
thoughts and
idea.
opinions.
A special logo, like a special edition logo.
Yeah,
with a muffin and a mega pint.
Yeah, or maybe I should add a muffin emoji next to my name now.
But
Like
make
on all
sure
of my
that it's your
socials.
husband who gets the muffins.
Well,
So.
of course, always.
I actually think
always.
Mr. Bites probably could deliver muffins. Flowers are still there.
They are still here for sure. All right, next one. Okay. Sarah Beth said, can the sanctions against Amber Heard's team for not providing metadata be considered by the jury? No. They're not gonna. That's gonna be outside the presence of it. They have no idea that whole conflict even happened, and there's a reason for it, and it's because it's highly prejudicial.
I want to pick your brains. In closing arguments, do you think that Team Johnny can actually make the point that she has so little unique identity, and that our psychologist was so spot on saying she has no identity, that she even mirrored the damages claim by doubling hours? Do you think that that's something that would be inappropriate for them to raise as just one more example of how she has zero identity? She just does whatever it is that she can to try and mirror, latch on, and because she's such a nobody. Do you think that raising that is something that would be considered inappropriate or not?
I mean, if there's no evidence for that would justify the $100 million, then they could say, look, there's nothing that justifies this amount. She has provided nothing that justifies this amount. I mean, they could say that's entirely appropriate. But I don't know if
that's not bringing the point about her mirroring Johnny.
I don't know that they could go that far.
I think if you're right in your hypothetical that she proved nothing and she showed really that she was ever going to make that much money.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're right, Joe. You might as well go down that road because that's her action wanting to sue for this much.
Her MO.
I think it'd be a very powerful argument.
Yeah. Thank you. You can retain me if you need.
I don't know if it would be appropriate though. Because the thing is, like, if you're going to make an argument, you have to make your argument from facts and the evidence though as well. So like how would you tie that to something factually?
Well,
factually, there's no evidence that she would have lost. She lost $100 million. The only reason you come up with such a ridiculous number is because you're mimicking him.
And the doctor said she was, mimicking and trying to. It sounded like there was a copycat issue here, the way the psychiatrist described it, at least to me.
Mm-hmm. Well, sure. But I just don't know that you could draw that conclusion from the no evidence for the $100 million. Anyway, that's just my thought.
I don't think she could earn $100 million the rest of her life unless she invented a new form of coitus for Elon Musk. So.
Oh my God. Anyway, next super chat. Little Panda Cub says, Liz, we are all non-legal, so you are in the same boat as most of the bites. Did you guys coordinate your stripes? Ha. Oh yeah, she and I were both wearing gray and white stripes today. Joe Mendoza says, friendly reminder for the panel. If you are the chief legal counsel in Amber Heard's team and had to use the terms amicus cream and muffins. Oh yes. Could you please give us your best 15 to 20 seconds of that close? Oh yeah, I did.
Yes.
Joe, try this out. I feel like you could come up with something on the fly.
What am I got? Friendly reminder if you're on the chief legal counsel Amber Heard team and had to use the terms amicus cream and muffins, could you please give us your best 15 to 20 seconds of
Do it. You can improvise. You're good at improvising.
Oh, God, my brain is so tired. Chief legal counsel had to use amicus cream and muffins.
It took me a second too.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to defer to you. This is my brain is not.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah, I did this one earlier, so I guess we'll move on from this. Okay.
Oh, why? Yeah, I was if I did it, people would think it's even grosser than my last joke. So.
Oh, okay. Well, then in that case, let's definitely move on. Devin Crandall says, if Amber and friends are confirmed to have lied in their depositions, are there any automatic repercussions for lying under oath? Sad because I can't find a muffin emoji. No, I mean, okay, technically there is a possibility for a perjury claim, but that is so incredibly difficult. You have to have very, very, very strong evidence of it. And it's hard to bring a perjury claim just on its own. And especially because, you know, we in our judicial system, we also want to encourage people to defend their cases and to state their cases. And so if she has a reasonable belief that what she's saying is true, you know, it may be the case that someone, you know, that the jury doesn't believe what she says, but maybe she believes what she says. So is that perjury? It's just, it's hard to get above the level that you need to get in order to bring a perjury claim.
A lie is intentional. Yeah. I mean, a confirmation is almost impossible.
Yeah.
I mean,
Vishal Agarwal says, why Amber Heard's team is asking the same question again and again? Is it some kind of game plan?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's your style. We know that.
Yeah, it's a style. It's a style. It's a style. Maybe, maybe see if they'll give a different answer on the 20th try. I don't know. Nick Wilson says, why do some attorneys use mental health as a defense? Oh, wait, no, we talked about this. How did I not?
Oh, I don't know. You use what you got and hope it works sometimes.
Well, but I will say though that, you know, when it comes to mental health as a defense from crimes and from liability for civil liability, there's a certain standard that you have to meet to show that somebody has certain mental health issues that are such that should properly allow them to not be met with the reprehensions.
Oh, sure. Well, I was also just thinking in terms of like mitigation too. At the end of the day, you know, like,
fair point.
Look, yes, Judge, they're traumatized. Give them a break.
Yeah. Adventures in Lauren Land says, I am getting here late. Is there anything super important I should know from the last hour? This was a few hours ago. You know what? Catch it on the replay. How about that? I'm not sure I can go back and
summary of the day, which will be appearing sometime between 5 and 10 hours after we get done with the stream.
Or for $100 super chat, she will tell you.
No, don't do that. Don't make any promises like that. Sujanya Viguru says, after the closing arguments, by what time frame will the jury return their verdict? We don't know. It could be a few hours. It could be a week. It could be, I don't know, about a couple weeks. Like, what's the longest that you guys would think?
2 days.
You think
I would say a full week.
Yeah, I would give it a full week because of the complexity and the length of this trial.
I was going to go 4 days.
Yeah.
I think they're going to be pretty, like, they'll probably do a straw poll and they'll be pretty close already.
It's not like you have 12 people, so it does make it a little quicker.
Yeah.
It's only 7.
I think by the end of this, I'm not expecting Amber to pull any rabbits out of her hats at this point.
All right. Laura X is doctor here. If her BPD diagnosis is being used as evidence, are we then not criminalizing a diagnosis, using it to suggest that an alleged behavior is more likely? However, I believe JD. That was one of the concerns that we had yesterday with the way that expert testimony came out, is that, you know, by saying that somebody has a diagnosis and therefore they have certain behaviors that they do. But I don't know. I mean, thinking back on that testimony yesterday, I don't know that is exactly what she was saying, because she did, in fact, evaluate Amber on her own. She had conversations with her. She did review her files. She did review the notes of her doctors and the other declarations and witness statements and stuff like that. But I completely understand. We don't want to be criminalizing or stigmatizing a diagnosis of any kind, and certainly not BPD either.
I just think that was an effect of her speaking in a forensic nature, that it's more of her trying to explain it for the court. And I heard you guys talking about it. Forensic mental health diagnoses are, if, you know, that doctor probably would never love to hear the attorneys and a judge in a case describing somebody's mental health issues, but they're using it in their own way. So yeah. I think it's just the matter of the court.
Yeah, I think so. Eric Wood says Depp's team strategically held back the full audio on direct because they assumed Amber Heard's team would play narrowly edited versions, right?
That was the entry point they used to admit it. I guess so.
Yeah, probably. Charlie Marino says, why is Depp so confident in his case after the way things turned out in the libel trial? It's a completely different trial, different laws, and actually different facts, different evidence, because he wasn't able to get all of the evidence from Amber in that because she was not a party. However, she was getting all the evidence from him because of this litigation here, and apparently was sharing her evidence with the Sun, with the publisher for the Sun. So he was severely disadvantaged by the level of evidence in that case, apparently. So that's one reason. But it's also just, it's one judge as opposed to a jury.
Oh, is that documented that she, that's out in the open, she gave evidence to the Sun?
It has been talked about. I don't know. That's my understanding. But I don't know if it has been officially written up in any kind of like a court opinion or anything like that. But the court in this particular case, the judge did look at that argument because Amber Heard has tried multiple times to get this case thrown out. And one of the times was after the ruling in that case in the UK, basically trying to use claim preclusion, saying, hey, this has already been litigated elsewhere. We don't need to relitigate these same claims. And the judge looked at it and said, all kinds of reasons why this does not preclude. This is a completely different one. Koba says, media against JD has enough reputation been restored for JD's career to return full strength. Amber Heard wins, but loses career options. A turd muffin shop, breakfast in bed. I don't know. I mean, yeah, the media headlines have not been favorable for Johnny so far, right? I mean, we've gone over some of them on this channel as well. But how does Hollywood feel? I'm not sure. They may have executives that are watching this case and looking at it and saying, actually, maybe we can bring him back. I'm not sure. It's difficult to tell. Danny Torino says, question, is there any sort of bias on who gets to present their case first? Example, the first side to present might have an advantage. So the way that gets decided is the person who is the plaintiff has the burden of proof in this case, in any kind of a lawsuit. So the plaintiff always goes first. The defendant always goes second. And then there is typically a reserved amount of time for the plaintiff to respond to the defense with a rebuttal. So they can reserve certain witnesses and whatnot to come on and rebut some of the claims that came up in the defense case in chief. So it's the same thing with like the opening statement. That was the order that we saw, and it'll be the same thing with the closing argument. Roger Williams says, Nurse Liz, in your opinion, are Amber Heard's behaviors more consistent with personality disorder or a post-traumatic stress disorder? I am so sorry. She was here a very long time ago, and I didn't get to pull this up in front of her. Hillary Bryant says, as a DV survivor, my abuser used to hurt me when he was on drugs and drunk. That is what Amber Heard's attorneys are trying to say was happening. But just because someone does drugs and drinks does not mean that they're abusive. I agree. And yes, I think that is what they're trying. That is one of the things that they're trying to do. That and indicate a question about his perception and his memories, because those are always at issue for any witness.
Yeah, I'd expect them to tie those together on their side of the case: abuse and alcoholism / drug use. We haven't seen that obviously because they're Johnny's witnesses so far, but it'll be interesting to see what they show.
Yeah. Neanderthal Gaming TV says, why was it okay for Amber Heard's lawyer to make veiled threats towards the cop? She asked if he knew he could be charged with misconduct twice. I mean, it's sometimes it's a style thing. It's a style thing. And you can kind of get away with it in this kind of a deposition because it's you're not in court, you're not in front of a jury. I don't know. I feel like she even would have done that in court, knowing her performance. She would have done that with
to me because I wasn't listening to it. Is it really not just presented as and you recognize you're under oath and it would be illegal to lie to me right now? Isn't it that kind of question?
She did that a couple of times too.
Yeah. I mean, it's I read it that way. I mean, Peter, lawyer, he read it as a bit more intense than how I read it. But to me, it was like he was like, hey, if you don't do these things, if you don't file a report when you see something, you could get into some serious trouble, right? Yes. You could get some, you could be subject to some sort of liability, right? Yes. Professional liability, blah, 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 blah. I mean, but to me, those kind of make sense. But if anything, it kind of bolstered his testimony because he's like, yeah, I did everything that I was supposed to do.
Yeah, she had that problem. She locks him into that side.
Yeah.
Right? Not only do I recognize
she makes him swear his children's eyes that he saw nothing. That's what she forces him to.
You lock him into. If I acknowledge that, I can't possibly say anything else now.
Yeah. Tim Davidson says he objected to his own question. LOL.
That was funny.
That was yesterday. It was funny. Kimberly Foley said AU audio with her admit has third parties. So where there's her admission in Australia about the finger, it has third parties. So I don't know. I don't know if their stipulation has anything about that particular audio, if that will come in or not.
Can you edit
But
around
this
them,
is
or are
just-
they right there in it?
What's that?
I mean, I guess my first question is, can you edit around them? Right? We've had edited tapes.
And would
where they
that
pull the
be
third parties out?
But also, would that be improper editing though? Right?
Yeah,
because
I
for
don't
a
know the
rule of
conversation.
completion.
Yeah.
yeah. It's but those are all concerns that you have when you have this kind of video testimony or audio testimony that you're considering letting in and maybe keeping certain portions out. Your editing has to be proper. It can't be something that would be like, mischaracterizing the evidence essentially.
Well, presumably part of the problem and the reason they stipulate to Heard and Depp is because if it is illegal and you don't have the proper consent and a third party is recorded, you don't actually have a stipulation/waiver for that third party if they're not otherwise in the courtroom. So, I mean, like, they're trying to avoid all sorts of other problems that could come up if you've got, Joe Smith and he was illegally recorded being brought up in a public, very, very public trial. So, I mean, I think they're trying to get around all that stuff by stipulating it's only the two of them.
Yeah. Bernhard Price says Amber Heard will pay her lawyers with amicus samples. Oh man. Darcy Antrim says, thank you so much. Says, excellent coverage. Love the panel and guests in your insight and commentary. So sending a little support. I was team Johnny before all this, but now having listened to so much of the recordings, I'm 1000% team Johnny, and Amber Heard is a vicious, sick woman. Thank you so much for the super chat. This is very, very generous. Thank you, Darcy. Simon Tupper says Elaine Bedreau is supposed to be, I think better off, is supposed to be a top lawyer in Virginia. Is her obvious frustration a sign that the case is too hard to prove? It could just be the way that she tries cases, and maybe she's successful with that style. I don't like it. I personally don't like it, but maybe jurors do in Virginia, at least. I don't know. Or it could also be a sign that it's getting under her skin. Alicia Lynn says, was Virginia chosen randomly by the courts, or is there a specific reason this trial was held in Virginia? No, it was the main legal reason is because the cause of action arises out of the article, the op-ed that was published by the Washington Post. Washington Post is headquartered in Northern Virginia. Ignacio Campos says the tape where she admitted unfortunately cannot come in because there's more people in the tape, like Dr. Kipper and Jerry Judge and the nurse. Well, I'm not certain that it can't come in. What we understand about the stipulation is what has basically been exchanged in front of us with the cameras in the courtroom. But we haven't seen any of these decisions by the judge or these stipulations between the parties regarding that specific piece of evidence. So
that would be interesting if those are the other three, though, because Kipper, Judge, and Lloyd could waive. I mean,
yeah,
that would be interesting.
Well, Jerry Judge has passed away now, but
okay,
I mean, yeah,
he can't waive then.
Yeah. Gabriella Mitchell says, regarding the incident Amber Heard claimed a broken nose, what's the likelihood she could hide the pain and injury on TV so well? Personally, I think the likelihood is low. But that's my opinion.
It's a jury question.
I haven't seen it.
Have you seen her? She was in a superhero movie. She's got superpowers.
That's true.
Yeah.
JD Lauer says, how bad is the makeup thing? Can Milani be brought in to testify? Is what they've already done to refute the claims enough to be used against Amber Heard? I think they absolutely could bring it in. I think they could, because they have made a representation to the jury that this is the palette that she used throughout her relationship with Johnny. And if it's not the case, regardless of whether, the things that Elaine Bredehoff says to the jury, she's not a witness, so she's not giving testimony. However, she did make a representation to that jury. So I do believe that that is fair game to bring in someone to talk about this or bring it out through Amber's testimony. That's just my opinion. Catastrophe, thank you so much for this very generous super chat. Says also, the Australia audio is on Incredibly Average's YouTube channel and has Nurse Deb, Kipper, Ben King, and Jerry Judge. There's hardly any of Johnny, around 5 seconds and maybe 10 to 20 seconds of clearly Amber. No way to edit around it without without it becoming utterly useless.
Well, see, there's an answer. See, my stupid questions get you super chats, Alita. It's my primary contribution.
Well, that and your fantastic commentary.
Oh, yes. Well, no, I'm glad that people have seen and heard these things because I have no idea what's on that tape. And if that's the stipulation, it's too problem to edit around. That's a shame in terms of what that probative value could be.
Yeah. Alrighty, next one. Nubia Hernandez says, we have 6 weeks of trial. Does this mean 3 weeks for JD and 3 weeks for Amber Heard? How is it split? Great commentary. Hello from Spain. I mean, yeah, they should be allocated the same number of minutes, essentially, for each of them. So as soon as they run out, it sounds like Judge Oscarate is basically determined that as soon as they run out, they're out.
And we got to believe, we had one full cross-ex day. We got to believe Johnny's wrapping up in the next couple of days at like the maximum, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What else? What else do you think he could have left? I mean, he got the contract in to establish damages, right? So, what more could he be looking to get in?
We got 2.5 hours of Wasser.
The stylist on December 16th, 2015, the day after one of the incidents. That's one witness that I would expect to hear from.
Yeah, we haven't touched on December 15 enough.
Yeah. I do agree. I
want your show to be called Depositions and Muffins.
Depots and Muffins. That's not a bad idea, actually.
It's an early morning show, you know?
Yes, that's really not a bad idea, actually. I'm going to think about that one.
All right. I'll take my royalties. No.
Tamara Admiral says, I sound dumb. No, you don't. But how does the countersuit work? If he wins, the case is her countersuit dismissed. If he loses, does she win, or is there another trial? Well, think of this as basically 2 lawsuits happening at the same time and in the same courtroom. The jury is looking at all of the evidence that go to both of these questions that both of them are asking. Johnny's question is, did Amber lie to the public about her DV claims in her 2018 op-ed? And Amber's question is, did Johnny's lawyer, who was representing him, and therefore it kind of means that it was Johnny, make this statement to the public that was false about her setting up a massive hoax about DV claims? So each of them have their own burden that they have to prove at the same time. So they're both going to be putting on evidence at the same time in this trial. So at the very end, they are going to be, the jury's going to go in, look at all of the evidence and look at these various questions and decide how they want. Jillian Smagnoto, says, just wanted to point out that Virginia isn't an outlier in the U.S. for needing unanimous verdicts in civil trials. It's what happens in federal courts in most states.
It's interesting. I think 9 out of 12 is what I'm used to, but I mean, I might just be biased.
Yeah. Okay. Master of Porgs said, not sure if this has been asked, but what would be the legal ramifications, if any, for Amber Heard if she were to lose this case? Good day from Brisbane. Hello. So legal ramifications is she loses the lawsuit. Either she, if Johnny wins on his claim, she might have to pay up to $50 million. If she loses on hers, she doesn't get any money from Johnny. But other than that, I don't see any other consequences.
We should do a research paper, like a tally about like the most common questions. And what's interesting about that is there is clearly an appetite by at least some for Amber to lose more than this trial if the case is shown enough on the Depp side. And I kind of understand that.
Very upset about about her claims here, it seems. Okay. It's like I get one super chat done and then like three more show up in the chat.
It's hilarious. And you guys are great for doing this to Alita. And she seems shell shocked sometimes, but it's absolutely perfect because she works on 4 or 5 of these and then I watch the number of super chats go up by 4 or 5. It is a fantastic problem to have, and thank you so much for doing it for Alita. You guys are fantastic, and you will not let that number drop. And I think it is so cool. So keep it up because it's fantastic.
Thank you. Candace Nye says, why did a second team of officers go to the Columbia building? It was because there was a second 911 call. Dana Perez says, have they said who is making the 911 call since they were resistant to talking to the LAPD? Well, what came out today was that the calls came out of New York. NYPD originally got those 911 calls and then directed them over to LA. So what we can put together from that is that her friend, Amber's friend, Io Tillett, was in New York at the time, and that is the person that called. Debbie Jo A says, can you add what attorney is questioning to the top? During these depositions. I maybe could. Yeah, maybe tomorrow we can start doing that. Taylor says, Amber's lawyers seem to get burned every time they ask if they know about so-and-so or are a fan of JD. Should they drop the starstruck angle? No, because they still need to ask the questions regardless of what the answer is going to be, at least in a deposition anyway. But then once it's out in a deposition, then of course Johnny Depp's side wants that to come in because it's very beneficial to them. It's evidence that's in. So even though you hear Elaine as the one that is asking that particular question, it probably was Johnny's side that said, no, we want this portion of the deposition in.
Yes. Yeah.
Ashley Kisper-Cox says, I'm super interested about this audio of Amber Heard admitting to the Vesuvius eruption potentially coming in. What's Nate and Mike's opinion? I'm so sorry. They are neither here right now.
I can't even fake being Nate and Mike.
I know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm very sorry.
All I can say for Nate is, this is my God country.
It's modified right now to Muffin Country.
He does call out Muffin Country.
Yes,
That is true.
Carol Marine Mom 03 says, can Amber Heard not pressing charges be a good thing against this case? She could say, see, I never even pressed charges. The article wasn't about Johnny. Fair. That is something that could be done.
It's a weird sequence on the 21st, isn't it?
Yes.
The cop call that she doesn't talk to. It's a weird sequence.
It really is. Not Mike says, how is this line of questioning beneficial to her? Sorry, I
could
can't
apply
remember
it
exactly which line of
Yes.
I know.
How is this entire case beneficial to her?
This kind of super chat. I try to put them up on the screen like in the moment so that people can see exactly what it's reacting to. But when it was in the form of a question, I was like, wait, is this a question to anyway? Simon Tupper says, imagine having all sorts of evidence and being unable to find a single person who says that's right, except your client's friends and her therapist.
It's possible.
When you put it like that.
Yeah. Sandra Groth says, what is Io? Is this a name? Sounds like an Apple device. Io is the name of Amber's friend, Io Tillett Wright.
And it's like Greek mythology, isn't it? Or Roman?
I am not sure.
I think it's Roman.
I don't know.
Alita, you probably still have a bunch of these to go, right?
Yeah, I do.
To say.
I do.
Yeah.
It's never ending.
I got to go and prep for my show. I live stream every night for like 2 hours from 10
Tell the
p.m.
people.
Eastern.
Yeah.
So, and tonight I actually, if you like my rants, tonight is probably going to be my worst dragon breathing fire thing. Fire breathing dragon. It's gonna
hellfire and brimstone.
Yeah, no, because it's basically I'm addressing. I'm an Orthodox Jew, and I'm addressing a rabbi who I felt has really twisted Torah into crazy interpretations that I plan on debunking. And I saw this and I got so angry.
Would you call him Torable, Joe?
No, that was awful. That was horrible.
I appreciated that one. I appreciated it.
No, but and so it's a whole gay agenda thing. That
hang on, Joe. I'm seeing that you are 900 subs away from 45K.
There you go.
900. Are you kidding me? We've got over 14,000 people in this chat. Come on, guys. If you haven't done so already, go and subscribe to Joe. Help him get to 45K. Let's do it. Let's get in there.
How hard is that? How hard?
I'm just noticing your name, Joe. I with the super chats that we don't get names.
Do I need to change? Is it just like here? I'll make it a little easier because people aren't sure who I am. Okay, so here you go.
Joe's channel name is Good Logic. He is linked in the description below, and it's in the chat. See, Don Baca, one of the mods, is throwing up his link in there. Come on, it's one of the easiest things you could do.
That's me. Anyway, so I gotta go get ready for this massive debunking that I'm gonna be doing at 10 p.m. Eastern tonight, and I hope you guys check it out. I think you're gonna have a good time watching it.
Do it.
I plan on checking in on you tomorrow again because this is.
Sounds
I think it's fun. I like the wrap up. I like it. It's fun.
Yeah. I love it when you jump in here like that. So guys, let's get Joe to 45,000. He is so close, guys. He's so close. Let's do it.
Cool.
All right. I see people saying they subscribed. Okay. See you, Joe.
Okay. For the record,
bye, Joe.
Io was one of the mortal lovers of Zeus and ancestor to, among others, Perseus and Hercules. So.
Okay.
Oh, she's Greek. Ooh.
Apparently.
Damn.
All right.
Messed that up.
Suzanne Smith says, "Is Heard's attorney trying to make a point here? Is there any use? Is this of any use to Heard's case?"
I like that for the divorce attorney.
Yeah. I felt most definitely.
Or no, it must be cops.
Oh, yeah. She was generally trying to make the cops look like they weren't doing their job. Basically, that's a TLDR there. The Ryan Smee says, side question: why did Nate buy his equipment? Is that not supplied by the police force? UK viewer. I think that generally is the case. We'll have to ask Nate himself, but I think that generally is the case, is that they have to buy. I mean, here's something. I mean, I do know that in the military, generally speaking, you have to buy your uniforms. You have to buy like any kind of an update to your uniforms. But one of the benefits is you get a tax credit because it's required for work. So, you get a little bit of a benefit on the other side. Yes. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. So I imagine it's the same for the police department.
I didn't know Nate was ex-police. That's cool.
Yes.
I'll talk
about that. NYPD.
Yeah, and a prosecutor, and then a defense attorney. So he's still a lot. He's got such an interesting story for his background. Elliot Wizard says, "Is it me, or does it feel like Amber Heard's team is helping JD?" Does seem like it at times, anyway, right? Yeah. Toothless said, "Would Depp wearing big rings come into play?" I would imagine so. I think that he's definitely wearing his rings in court, and I think that the jury will probably take notice and think about that too. Won't Be Silent says, "What is the timeline? First set of officers leave 9:16 p.m. No damages. Isaac Bruge sees hauled away around 9:30 p.m. Glass and wine spilled, and when did second set of officers arrive? No damages." I can't remember, but my impression was that Isaac Bruge shows up after the second set of officers.
Right, and we got time issues because the elevators don't appear to fully line up with some of these that we're getting.
Yeah. Alrighty. Razarak says, "Shouldn't there be a big wine spill in the corridor leading up to the penthouse?" That is what we were expecting to see on that body cam footage, right? But it wasn't there, which is very helpful to Johnny Depp's case. Wendy's Cafe says, "I'm so glad this defense team isn't defending me. They're so inept at their job. They're equivalent to ambulance chasers. They keep this line of questioning. Amber Heard is going to lose for sure." I don't know. I mean, it looks that way now because we are in Johnny Depp's case in chief. And I also want to caution people from coming down too hard on these attorneys, right? Because like I said before, I'll say it again, attorneys are also working with the facts that they have, so it doesn't necessarily mean that they are incompetent or that they are inept, but that they are they're doing their job to the best of their abilities. So with that, I also have heard about review bombing. Please do not do that. Don't go to their website and review bomb. I do not condone that at all, please.
That's something Amber Heard would do.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Don't be like Amber.
Yeah, thank you. Indian Telephone says, am I the only one thinking the entire setup of this officer's house, like the BG and the camera angle and lighting, feels straight out of Fargo? I actually haven't seen Fargo. Have you guys seen Fargo? I haven't.
Yes.
The movie or the TV
it's a
show?
great movie.
Either?
Oh, no.
All right. Well, I don't know if you keep a list of things you should follow up on.
Yes.
Either the movie or the TV show.
I know. They're supposed to be really good. They're supposed to be really good.
Hey guys,
I didn't get to see the video or I'd answer this. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
Before I start the next one, I gotta head out. Have a nice night.
All right. Thanks so much for joining us. Everybody, go check out Potentially Criminal for sure.
I never catch his name. Is it Sean?
Sean, yes.
All right. Fantastic.
Freddie Michael Vori says that TV looks like the one I play my NES on. Yeah, it was an old TV, wasn't it, behind him? Umbrella said, imagine getting hounded for doing your actual job. Shelby Logman says, what is the point of this witness? Tan Hong Yi says, Elaine's questioning often presses why not upon professional witnesses. Then she frequently challenges their professional opinions with non-professional point of view. Is this even ethically allowed? Sure. Yeah, you can ask all kinds of crazy questions in a deposition. The question is whether it's wise.
Yeah. We saw that at the top of the agent questioning where you're asking about litigation and why it might be bad, like 7 different ways. I mean, you just have to try to imagine, what is the hope? Like, what is the winning answer that you're seeking out from that process? And that's why you see us react. Like, I can't even fathom what you think he might say that gets you where you want to go.
Yeah, exactly. Max says, y'all get so sanctimonious about mental health issues, but as soon as there's a fat guy being deposed, the muffin jokes fly. The muffin jokes are not about anybody's weight. The muffin jokes are a meme coming from yesterday about a ridiculous series of questions that were asked that were very bizarre to all of us. So, when things come up, and I know Nate had made some kind of a joke about like, oh, this guy looks like he eats a lot of muffins. And then he followed that up immediately like, I look like I eat a lot of muffins. So I disagree with this super chat. I do. Daniela Edgecombe says, I heard before that a lot of the jury are young males. Do you think that the makeup argument could get lost for people who may not have ever used it? They might turn to the women on the jury panel and say, what do you guys think? That kind of thing happens. RH, thank you so much for this generous super chat. Says, can the jury find Amber guilty of lesser charges than defamation, or do they have to rule unanimously on defamation? So, no, okay. All they have is defamation. There are no lesser included or alternatively pled claims here. So, it's not like, when we have a murder case and they'll have charged murder and manslaughter 1, manslaughter 2, all these different levels below it. Usually that's what you'll find in that kind of a criminal case. In a civil case, you'll find alternative claims that are also alleged in addition to their main claim. But here it's just defamation. That's all we got on both sides. Paprika Pepper says, if it is possible, is there a way that you could move the captions up? The super chats are blocking them on mobile, and it can help the HOH crowd. I am so sorry. I can't. I'm limited by StreamYard, unfortunately. It's one of the limitations. StreamYard does a lot of really, really great things, but this is one of those things that I cannot control, unfortunately. J Phillips 4400 says, if the cops and Alejandro are JD's witnesses, why does defense start and get to redirect? Yes, ask the same questions 4 times. That's saving court's time. So it's because of the way that these depositions were done. They probably were called to be deposed by Amber Heard's attorneys. So that's just the way that the structure happened. This is the way the evidence came out. So this is the way it's getting presented to the court. Jules Carlisle says, Nate, you just said copes go back to check on DV calls. Oh, cops. Okay, sorry. I'm literally reading this a little bit too literally. Because they don't want to get sued or lose jobs. How about make sure the victim is not being killed? Well, that it was also a concern that he mentioned too. He also said that the cops also definitely have a concern for that as well.
It's a
Betty
lawyer
Vinoy.
thing. We look at liability. We look at parade of horribles.
Yes, exactly. Betty Vinoy says, question that may have been answered. Does Amber Heard lawyers get paid more the longer they talk to a witness? Do they split it evenly or per hour? How long each question is? Each question is a witness. Great job you all are doing. Thank you. They are paid by the hour. Yeah, absolutely.
there's some latent anti-lawyering in some of this stuff.
Biller's got a bill, man.
They're billing some stuff. They're billing some stuff. They are, but it's Depo Day anyway. I mean, they're charging the whole day.
Yeah. Joe Mendoza says, panel challenge, give your best Amber Heard clothes using both terms, Amica cream and muffins. Hey, we did this earlier. We did this one
again, Joe.
I know. George says, heard that Amber's team are messing with flyers outside the court that might lead to mistrial. Can that happen in a high-profile trial like this? Well, okay, so I have heard that there were flyers that were found outside the courtroom. I've also heard from someone who said that they have a friend that works in the Fairfax County Courthouse and said that that was not found. So I don't even know if that is true to begin with. However, even if it were, there is nothing to suggest that is Amber Heard's trial team, that the legal team is doing that. I would venture to guess that they absolutely would not be doing that. That if that were anyone, it's someone who feels very passionately about this case, who is independent of it and wants to have some kind of an impact on this case. I would very much recommend that they don't do that, because that is outside the bounds of our judicial system, and it's just patently unfair. And that's not how we reach conclusions properly in this country and in our judicial system. So if somebody is thinking about doing anything even remotely like that to influence the jury improperly, don't do it.
Don't tamper. Yeah. But are you saying that we can't trust what Reddit says like all the time? I'm confused on it. It could have not happened.
The interwebs said it, so therefore it must be true.
Wow. I feel very disillusioned right now. I'm going to have to rethink some of the websites.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Yeah.
Baby Duty has said, panel, do y'all think that Amber Heard's team has realized their client didn't disclose everything and now the shit is hitting the fan? Could be. There's always a possibility that your client has not been completely truthful to you. And most attorneys, after a certain amount of time of practice, understand that is entirely possible. Like, they're not naive, right? So, but they've also been living this case for years. So I doubt that there are any new surprises for them, except for maybe the makeup palette. Nerdy Nisi says, question to Hogue. What do you think about Amber Heard's attorney asking cops about taking pictures of no injuries?
Okay, so you're going to have to help me out here. What was the question? They took pictures, but there weren't injuries?
So there was a question. So after the police officer said, I detected no injuries. I also took no photos. Hey, Kurt, how's it going?
Yeah, I can't really stay very long. I was just taking a break from work. I have a hard deadline at midnight Eastern time, so I've been working all day.
Oh my gosh.
But I was taking a break for dinner. I figured I'd stop in for like 5 minutes just to say hi.
Hi, Kurt.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
You were working all day. Did you see anything today, or
No, I haven't seen anything today. Except to the extent that there's been little things on my timeline. Apparently, someone was driving and vaping while testifying.
They sure were.
Yes. That was a thing at one point.
Yes, it was a thing.
I saw something about that.
It was my first car deposition. I think even the judge said, "Well, that was a first."
Yeah, I mean, he was in his car, which was already kind of different to begin with, and then he was vaping in it, and then he started to drive.
Yep.
This is not any deposition I recognize or understand on any level, so that's a thing. Now, did Johnny Depp rest his case today?
Guy. What's that?
No, he didn't rest.
Okay.
Yeah, not yet.
I thought I saw a headline that he had rested today, so.
No. It wouldn't surprise me if you did see a headline that said that, based on the accuracy of the other headlines we've evaluated thus far. But no, we know that they have another 2.5-hour deposition video for his divorce lawyer to start tomorrow, at minimum, and we expect more.
The divorce lawyer, that'd be interesting. It'd be interesting to see what he can really testify to. I'm not talking about privilege issues. I'm talking more about practicality.
Yeah, she hasn't really told us much so far.
They straight up pulled up lawyer communications on the Heard side of the deposition today, so I don't know what's eligible to be talked about.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we had vape guy. Anything else interesting happened today? I heard Johnny Depp just had trouble preventing from laughing and stuff. And
yeah,
he really liked Alejandro.
He did. The guy that was vaping. Well, we also had some cops that we talked to, and Elaine was asking some interesting questions of them, including what this super chat is getting to is she asked if they had taken any photos of Amber's face and of the apartment and or the penthouse, and he said no. And so she said, well, why not? He said, because there were no injuries. There was nothing there that required it. There was no evidence of a crime. And so she said, well, would you ever take photos to indicate that there was no, that there were no injuries, or to indicate that there was no crime? And he's like, no.
Oh, and that's what I'm being asked about? Yes. That's a silly question. I mean, unless you want
let me document the crimes that didn't happen. That seems odd.
Unless you want police forces and government bureaucracies and agencies of all stripes to not only try to document when things happen, but to also document the absence of those things happening, which at bare minimum would be a paperwork nightmare. So no, it's a silly question.
It also then starts to bring in the concern that, like, oh, okay, then we are inviting the government into every single minute of all of our lives, private and public and everywhere, just to ensure that no crimes are happening. That sounds very Orwellian.
And we don't want to dissuade people from calling the cops, right? I mean, like, if you call them and they show up, they're taking pictures of everything, no matter what. That's going to dissuade some folks.
Yeah.
Completely.
Dissuade Juicy Smollett, who asked them to turn off the body cameras when the cops arrived.
Funny. Katrin says, great stream and commentary. Since I'm not familiar with the U.S. legal and court system, can the losing party appeal the verdict on the basis, for example, of inefficient legal counsel?
Sure. Good luck.
That's standard.
Good luck. Ineffective assistance counsel is really hard. Up to and including sleeping during the trial may not be sufficient. So and you can also appeal on things like, oh, the judge made some clear error of law, or the judge abused their discretion in, like, timing of witnesses, or how much side per side, or some like evidentiary call. And to all that, you just have to say, good effing luck.
Yeah, it's hard.
These are really high burdens.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, right now it looks like Hurd's team has bad facts. We don't know exactly what they've got on their case side, but they're presenting their relatively weak looking case in a typical lawyerly way, as best I can tell. It's just, one side has a stronger case so far.
Yep. Katie says, do you think this case could change the precedent for celebrities suing for defamation? No, there's the same standard.
No. Practically, maybe.
It might encourage more people to pursue it. I mean, if you see a jury come to that conclusion.
Fair. HS says, guys, what's your view on the defense's strategy? I don't like it. That's my TLDR.
Well, here's the thing, right? And Chad asks about this, or can Amber get, can perjury, and can people get ineffective assistance or counsel? There's a possibility here that you're rooting for Johnny Depp, or you're otherwise in favor of that because the facts are on his side. We haven't seen both sides of the case yet, but at some level, there's truth in all of this, and you present the case as zealously as you can for Amber's side, and maybe it's just weak. Maybe they don't have a lot, so it's she's wearing makeup and all this other stuff. What do I think of their strategy? I don't know what they've got, so it's such a hard thing to answer. I might be able to better answer that when we get to closing statements.
Well, but some of their strategic decisions to, they have done a good job of bringing in audio that is beneficial to their side. Like during the cross-examination of Johnny Depp, for example, they brought in these tiny little clips that sound very damaging and didn't allow him to comment on it, in between them. And just, it was kind of like hitting him one after another. That was a pretty good strategy on their part. The other stuff, their level of aggression, personally, I just don't like it, but that may just be my taste.
Well, that's maybe right. I don't like it either. I don't like it either, but how much of that is that, is that just taste? Because I think they come after a bunch of kind of middling witnesses way too hard, when I would rather see a difference. Like, this is an important thing that we think is, really important to get to the bottom of, versus property manager versus, random police officer. And, what was interesting is you did see Elaine, and I don't know whether this is reputation or who she was against. She seemed vastly more relaxed and less aggressive in the deposition with Ms. Wasser. Like, it was a marked change. Now, that was also the earliest one I think we've seen in the deposition timeline. I think that said 2020. So
she may have gotten more and more aggressive as she went on.
She might have started pissing herself off as to what she was seeing. We don't know. Yeah. We're not in her shoes, but it's, What are our views on the defense strategy? I don't like the aggression that they have taken. I also can't promise it's wrong for what they've got to work with. They're pounding the table at bare minimum.
Yeah. Jonathan Endersby says, did the Heard team choose to show all of that, or are they forced to show a long version? Why not 5 minutes? And in terms of, you're asking about deposition testimony, they are not forced to show the entire thing. Otherwise, we would have been sitting there on, today we would have only heard from one witness, essentially, because of the amount of hours that go into these depositions. So they do, in fact, take portions out of these depositions, and they have to agree on it. So there's probably, I would imagine there's probably some amount of horse trading even that could happen. But they are, basically saying, I want this portion, I want this portion, I want this portion. And then you figure out where you're going to land.
All right. Well, I have exhausted my 5 minutes I allotted for myself. So I'm going to go bail and, go try to actually do something that's related to my job. And
well, I've been on those late nights. I've been on those late nights, Kurt. So good luck.
All right.
I may very well still be here.
You might very well.
You're done.
Yeah, all right. I'll talk to you later.
All righty. See ya. NM says, so we have 4 LAPD officers all saying the same exact thing equals not a shred of injury on Amber Heard. That's pretty unimpeachable. It's pretty dang good. Strong. It really is. It's very strong evidence for Johnny Depp. Yeah. Hey, Nate, how's it going? Oh, we can't hear you for some reason.
He might be getting set up.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll let him sit there. Hungry Helmet says, missed earlier. Can you explain the Amber Heard sanctions? So we don't know of any sanctions that are actually being decided upon right now. There was a motion for sanctions before trial began. We don't know what the result was, but we can kind of guess that at least that the judge may have ruled in favor of Johnny Depp on that motion. It had to do with the photos and text messages and other footage that was on Amber's phone, turning that over to Johnny's side so that they could do a forensic analysis. We don't know exactly what the result was, but they may have also had some monetary sanctions on top of that as well. Other than that, there's really not been much discussion of any kind of sanctions. If people are asking about the kind of money that would be transferred over at the end of this trial upon a verdict of either Amber Heard's liability or Johnny Depp's liability, what we are talking about is not sanctions, but technically damages, specifically compensatory damages, most likely. Basically, and just to define that further for people, it is damages that are intended to compensate them for their injury, basically to put them in the place that they would have been in if they had not been harmed. Anastasia R says, what are the odds of jury nullification?
What would they nullify? I'm curious, commenter. Defamation on the whole?
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. Baby Dudious says, Nurse Liz, can you give any psychological rationale on why someone would defecate in someone else's space? I don't think so. I'm sorry that she's not here to answer this question, but I don't know if she would have felt comfortable giving a professional answer to that because she's not a psychologist. Sayu says, could you give some info on the dynamic between the jury and judge? Who does what? I'm from the Netherlands and not familiar with juries. So yes, because the judge is considered the finder of law, and then the jury is considered the finder of fact. So all of these big legal questions, like, evidentiary issues, like can they ask certain questions, can they introduce certain pieces of evidence, various legal arguments, those are all decided by the judge outside of the presence of the jury. However, the jury are the finders of fact. So this question on whether or not the statements that Amber wrote in her Washington Post op-ed, whether or not there are any lies in those statements, that is up to the jury. The judge has nothing to do with that. The judge is basically just like essentially the umpire that is calling the shots here. Although that's a baseball reference, I'm not sure if you're familiar outside of the States and Netherlands. I'm sorry.
What does the Netherlands play? All right, so they are.
We could say soccer.
They're the
soccer.
referees in soccer.
Wait, there we go.
In
football.
In football. Yeah.
Exactly. So imagine the referee is basically making all of these calls of like whether somebody was on, whether somebody had stepped out of the bounds or whether, there was a penalty or something. That's what they're deciding, but they're not the ones that are actually kicking the ball into the goal. Did that work? Was that a good metaphor?
I think so, because the refs can't actually score the goals. They can, of course, make it easier for one team, but that's what you're hoping to avoid in court.
Yes, very true. Tyler says, IO calling cops, but no injuries seen lends credibility to JD saying she yelled, "He's hitting me" from 20 feet away, right? What was this incident? Yes, I do agree.
That was
Very
that
much agree.
story. That would make sense.
Yeah. Sia 2018 says, if a person being deposed calls objections himself, compound, asked and answered, leading, etc., would that be contempt?
Yeah,
No.
You can't call
it. Yeah. I mean, I don't know that you would. I mean, a judge usually will put someone in contempt if they are acting out in court. But in a deposition, judges usually are not there. There are some where they know ahead of time that this is going to be a particularly contentious deposition. And so sometimes you'll have a judge actually sitting there in the room, but that is so incredibly rare. I've never seen that in any.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
I've seen footage of it.
I was actually wondering, because usually the depositions I've seen are around me, right? Again, not a litigator. So I see the conference rooms being used, and each side has counsel. And since it's edited, we can't quite hear it. It sounds like counsel is on the phone at bare minimum from either side, doing some objections and controls on this. Is that what you've gathered from watching these depositions?
It's some of them. It sounds like Johnny's attorney was like, it sounded like he was on the phone asking questions. But I think that may have been a COVID thing, because typically, like,
we are right in that era.
Yeah, because normally what you have is you have the attorney that is going to be objecting is like in the room with the witness.
Yeah, hurling his body in front of the witness and
like, no, don't talk yet.
Just hang on.
Yeah, exactly. Ames says, question, how much of the Heard team's style is their own style? Do we think it might be client driven? I mean, that's just pure speculation. I don't know. She could have also chosen them because of their aggressive style, because that fits in with her as well. It could be both.
I think you hire someone that you want to represent you and you like the way they represent. It is hard, I will say, though, for clients to fully understand the professional capacities of the lawyer that they're hiring. So that's constantly under evaluation by somebody like Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. So in terms of how you want to present yourself. Yeah.
Donna Montoya says, how solid do you think this case is? I think it's good for Johnny so far. There's still some, it's not a walk in the park. It's not a home run, but I still think that it's a decent case. He's got a decent shot at winning here.
He's done a very good job of firmly establishing that Amber Heard is not the picture of what she depicted in the Washington Post.
Yes.
From there, we get a little bit more legalistic, but he has made that court of public opinion case, and I think that is completely closed. I am convinced on that.
At least among people that are actually watching the trial, right?
I can only speak to myself. If I only got New York Post headlines, I haven't even looked at what they put up today. I will. But if I was only looking at those, I might feel very differently.
Yeah. Alrighty. Okay. Satu says, a bit behind, but I noticed that in the recording he's in the car. Is that even legal? He can be shown answers to questions. No. Well, they don't even have answers to any questions. What they're doing in a deposition is they're just trying to get information from him. He's the one that has all the answers. They're trying to get it from him. It is very strange, admittedly, that he was in his car. I've never seen that before. Certainly never seen somebody vaping or driving while on a deposition. Very different, but legal. It's not exactly illegal. It's just strange, is what it is. It's out of the norms of what you would expect in any kind of a deposition.
It's been a wild few years, folks.
2020 changed some things. Phelan Jones says, now that it's blatantly clear that Depp didn't physically abuse Heard, will Depp's team have enough time to prove that the op-ed was about him? Well, I mean, it depends on who you ask, right? There may still be jurors watching this right now that don't find it blatantly clear that Depp didn't physically abuse Heard. I mean, there's a lot to show that she was maybe exaggerating things, but there still could be this question in between this world and that world.
Blatantly clear is strong language. I wouldn't say that yet.
Yeah. But they do definitely have time to prove that the op-ed was about him. I mean, keep in mind also, so a lot of people are looking at this halfway point as like Johnny Depp doesn't get to put on his case anymore. Well, they still are able to use the evidence coming out of Amber Heard's side. I mean, we have seen cases where where you've got a criminal defendant and the prosecution puts on a certain witness, and you realize this witness is terrible for the prosecution. This may as well be a witness for the defense. So you can always have these kind of like testimonies that come out, and you're like, oh my God, how are you testifying for this side?
We saw some of that in November.
We did.
I mean, so it can happen.
Yeah. So there's plenty of time. Don't think of this as like, oh, Johnny's case is over after 3 weeks are over. No, like this case continues. They continue litigating and putting on their case all the way up until the end and through closing argument.
I really don't think they're even. I've said this before. I really don't think they're fighting that the op-ed isn't about him. I mean, at a broad strokes level, there's so many. Even the agent today, that's obviously about him. Even their questioning, even Elaine's questioning, he's acting under the assumption that it's about him. So I don't. That's not the angle I think that they're going to take at the end of the day.
Yeah. Laura Smart says, who does their closing argument first? Does it matter? Yes, closing argument is the plaintiff's side first because the plaintiff has the burden of proving their case. So they get to go first, defense goes second, and then there's a certain amount that the plaintiff reserves for rebuttal afterwards. They don't have to, but generally speaking, it's a very good idea to do that. DJ Casanova says, Black Hat, notice the way you twirled the pencil earlier. Are you a drummer? I ask because I do the same thing, and I am a drummer. Also, GGC 100K.
Who was wearing a black hat?
I think that may have been Mark. Mark was wearing a black hat.
Yes.
I don't know if he's a drummer. I'm sorry for not putting this to him. I wish I could have. Maybe we can ask him later. Maria Raya says, so people mind their own business? Yes. Why? Did they know Amber Heard? No. Why not?
She didn't actually ask why not to. Did you not know Amber Heard? Did she?
How do you not know who she is?
Have you not seen The Aquaman?
The Aquaman. Joe Mendoza says, panel question. Yeah. If you are given the choice to defend a Real Housewife, who would you defend, Erica Jane or Jen Shaw? And what will be your defense strategy? Or for the others, how would you counter? Oh my gosh, this is decidedly Emily D. Baker's area of expertise. I am so sorry.
Consider my knowledge exposed. I'm sorry. Who? I'll pick one. Erica.
Yeah, I know that both of these are kind of crazy legal situations, only because of kind of loosely following what Emily D. Baker has been talking about for these subjects. I've watched Real Housewives of everything for a period of time when I was in, I think it was particularly in law school. That was when I was really watching it. But since then, it's been a long time since I watched it. But actually, I mean, honestly, seeing Emily's coverage of a lot of this stuff kind of makes me think like maybe I should be watching this. There's a lot of drama. It's very entertaining. If I can find time, I mean, certainly not now, right? Not until after this trial, but maybe later. Senile Heroes is off topic, but who is behind Mark? That was the one and only Nicolas Cage.
That was.
Cheryl Corbett says, would repeating makeup questions be objectionable? If we're in person and if they're literally repeating the same question, yes, asked and answered would be the objection. Shindig Eats says, from your experience, given that Elaine is over asking questions, what is the likelihood that the jury will not catch vital facts for their case? I think she runs that risk very significantly, because if you ask a bunch of questions that don't seem to be particularly important, people's attention spans are limited.
Yeah, she goes Snoopy teacher too often for my taste.
Yeah. Laura Barahona Irvine says, do you think we're going to hear from Kathleen Zellner? I don't know. I feel like we get at least one or two of that question every day.
I like it. I'm amused by seeing the people are. It's a good survey of what people are really interested in. Definitely.
Yeah. No. Absolutely. I love it. I love it. I'm not sure if we will be seeing her, but I'm certainly very curious because a lot of people are very interested. Tiffany Virgin says, if Depp is found innocent, he can then press charges on Amber? No, I think we are well outside of the statute of limitations for all of the physical incidences involved in this case. April Slamensky says, can you explain what the countersuit will do? Well, it's essentially the same thing that Johnny is doing, but in reverse and on different statements. So the statements are Johnny's attorney, Adam Waldman, said in statements to the press that Amber Heard's whole thing about this domestic violence was all a massive hoax that she fixed with her friends. So basically, this is like two cases running at the same time in this trial. At the same time, Amber is trying to prove her case. What will happen is the jury will, at the end of the day, when closing arguments are finished, they're gonna be presented with both questions, and they will decide them independently of one another. So they can decide yes on both, no on both, one on one, one on the other. So yeah, that's basically what will happen. Hempland TX says it was okay for Amber Heard and team to dine and party in UK with judge, but potential expert witness can't go to an interview with JD and legal team one time. Elaine Umbridge isn't making good choices, IMO. Here from EVB. Great commentary. Thank you so much. So I don't, is that true?
Is she really dine with the UK judge?
I mean, that would be highly improper in the United States. I'll just say that, because it's like, judges can be friends with lawyers that appear before them, but they have to be very careful when they are dining, especially when there is a case that is in front of them at that point in time. That is a high profile case. I don't
think that she's not a party to the case. She is a subject of the case. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it at all. But I wonder if it's a strictly ethical breach in the UK.
I mean, imagine Judge Oscarati having dinner with Isaac Brute. That would look very improper. People would be rightfully screaming and shouting about it.
Yep. Or Rocky Pennington. I mean, it goes either way. Yeah.
Yeah. Of course. So, yeah, I agree. If that's true, that's very fishy, and that would not fly in the United States. Wendy's Cafe says women have gone to prison for 10 years or more for false accusations. Can Amber Heard be held accountable? Oh, excuse me. In this case, and get the same punishment. Theoretically, yes. Practically, probably not. Hungry Helmet said, what would the Amber Heard sanctions mean for the evidence since there isn't metadata to back up the dates? Thanks. Getting used to how you... If you on chat,
I'm going to go how fun we are.
Yes. Okay.
I don't know how else to interpret that.
Yeah. I just getting used to the way we do super chats. Sure. Thank you so much. So I think that based on what we saw in the opening statement with the comments on the metadata and the photos and stuff, my guess is that was the way that the motion for sanctions ended up. Was that the court probably ruled in favor of Johnny Depp and allowed them to comment on this stuff as it arrives and gets presented in front of the jury. Mama Bird says, if DV was by A, does J still pay spouse support? So spousal support was an issue that was resolved as part of the divorce settlement. So I believe, my understanding is, we all know that the divorce settlement was $7 million, that he agreed to pay $7 million over to Amber Heard. My suspicion is that replaces any kind of monthly spousal support that would go in a case that doesn't have that kind of a settlement agreement. So it's this case doesn't impact the agreement that they have per that settlement agreement.
I think that's exactly right. And it goes with what the statement was, right? That they both agreed to say that nobody lied, there wasn't violence. And so that would have been a part of the negotiated standpoint, which is it's $7 million, all clear, tabula rasa. So I think that would overcome anything else.
Yeah. Liz says, can Amber Heard be potentially charged for making these recordings without Johnny's consent? Maybe. I mean, she could. In theory, yes. Well, maybe not charged, but for sure he could. There are portions of the California Code that do state that he could file a lawsuit against her for illegally recording her. The question is what kind of damages. There's all kinds of other questions, and would he actually want to go through with something like that? But in this, as it connects to this case, though. Sorry, what?
Oh, I was just saying they're all at least like 5 years old, right? I mean, you'd have to look at that kind of thing too.
Yeah, statute of limitations issues as well. But also the thing that I think of most first and foremost is the possibility that they probably, as part of a stipulation to enter everything in, they probably also had some kind of agreement to say, okay, we're not gonna go after one another for this, right? So that may have also been part of it. Sherry Frost said, "Y'all are great." Oh, excuse me. I'm not bored. I'm not bored.
We're losing Alita.
No, I'm still here. Y'all are great. Has it been explained how and why there are so many recordings? Was this from Amber Heard's phone surveillance? Was she trying to incriminate JD? I think she was trying to incriminate JD. She was trying to catch him in something. That's usually why you would do some kind of a secret recording, especially on your own spouse of all people. But it hasn't exactly.
There's a bunch of recordings from the marriage counselor recommended they tape their conversations. So there's a lot of time of that. And then there's a lot of what Johnny Depp's team has called surreptitious recordings from Amber that she didn't ask for consent for. So there's two levels of recordings here. And I think you can tell the difference mostly because the counseling recordings, which I think is the 2.5 hours, sounds like them marriage arguing. And the stuff like the cutting tape sound like something is very close to Amber Heard and she's talking to Johnny. But yeah, it's a ridiculous amount of recordings. Ridiculous amount.
Yeah. So, I mean, other than what we've been able to gather like that through the testimony, we don't really have a concrete explanation as to why there are so many of them, but we're kind of just sort of piecing those together as we go along. I Miss Windows 7 said, how do you see Heard's team recovering from the issue with the Milani Compact? Well, I mean, to be clear, it hasn't come in at trial, right? I mean, we all know about this in the periphery, and we're expecting something to maybe come up, but nothing has come up in court. So there's technically no recovering from it if it hasn't been put at issue. So, but we'll see if something does, then absolutely we'll give our thoughts on that. Declan Court says, will this diminish the strides made to aid victims in TV cases? And I agree they've abused each other.
I hope not.
Yeah, I hope not too. I also caution on making broad brush conclusions about what this will mean for society because, and we've talked about this before. This is one case. There are individualized factual fact patterns here that apply to this case that wouldn't necessarily apply to other cases. So
I think that's exactly right. I just worry about media amplification of certain aspects of it.
Yeah. Melker's Folly says, Mark, what were your thoughts on the Tell the World Johnny clip with your DV experience? I'm sorry, he's not here to answer, but hopefully we'll get his thoughts when he comes back.
I'm curious about that question too.
Yeah.
We're going to find ourselves to ask Mark that.
Yes. Yeah. Clara29 says, agree with Mark. They are two supernova colliding, both with mental health issues, but was he physical? Isn't this the point?
Might not be. Amber Heard's team is clearly trying to construct that castle.
Yeah.
So we'll see what they do with it.
Simon Tepper says, how often in a year does the average lawyer have to defend a case they know they can't win? It depends on the number of cases that you've got.
Yeah. Are you a state appointed defense counsel? Because I imagine it's a higher number for you.
If you're a public defender, there's probably quite a few. But if you're someone that can pick and choose your cases because of whatever area of law that you're in, or and how you set things up at your firm, you have a little bit of luxury in choosing the cases that you accept. You can decide to be kind of picky on some cases. I've worked for firms that just took in basically everything, and I've worked for firms that were much more choosy. So it really depends on the firm that is looking at these kind of cases. But I would say it happens quite often that there's some kind of a case that you're probably not going to win. And in those kind of cases, it's important to sit down with the client too, to say, look, I will take your case and I will zealously advocate for you as best as I possibly can. But here's the reality of how your facts look, because you want to be setting those expectations for your client very early on so that they don't think, okay, I've got this bulldog for me, we're going to win 100%. And then when you don't, and then they're like, what the F happened? You're supposed to be, this great lawyer and you're trash. It's important to set those expectations as
sad
you
when
see
the
them.
clients turn on you. Yeah. I mean, I think that's one of the very first things we're taught is you can't make guarantees and you have to try to set expectations right.
Yeah. It's was going to say, clients can be kind of like the chat. Sometimes they can love you, sometimes they can hate you, and sometimes they can turn on a dime depending on what you tell them.
I love my clients, but client relationships is one of the significant parts of the job that takes a lot of effort. Definitely.
Yes, yes, and one of the greatest areas for pitfalls for professional responsibility as well. Just a name says JD tries to leave so often. He doesn't say something he regrets. So how is he truly a verbal abuser? Wouldn't that make anyone who yells an abuser? I mean, the jury is going to be looking at this in the entire context, right? I mean, they're not going to just hear one. I mean, they've heard more than one piece of audio where he gets incredibly upset. They've also seen video where he's, getting very physically aggressive against things. That can create a suspicion for a reasonable person that's sitting on the jury, to say, you know what, I kind of feel like this is somebody who maybe there's no video footage of it, but there probably was at some point where he actually did get physical. So, yeah.
Or not. I mean, just intimidation, right? You had the psychologist say intimidation could be emotional or psychological abuse. So you look at that video, and I think, as Rob said yesterday, if you're already on Amber's side, like you're already leaning that direction, you can absolutely watch that video and say, well, he's slamming things, he's making loud noises, he's shouting, he's changing his volume to intimidate her. Now, I think we've got enough context to say that's probably not how that all goes as a relationship. But again, you need 7 people to agree unanimously. I don't want to talk about expectation setting. I don't want to tell people that it's blatantly obvious that Johnny Depp's going to win this case.
Right. Valley says, if hung jury, mistrial, retrial, or JD loses. So if it's a hung jury, it would be a mistrial, and in which case they could start from the beginning. Which, oh God, that is.
Well, you'd be up for it. We'd do it again.
Of course I would.
The question is whether Johnny would do it again, because this is not cheap.
Yes. Yeah. Agreed. Shindig Eats says, could the defense argue against the psych witness diagnosis of Amber being BPI or BPD by reverting it to Amber being on medication combined by heavy drinking and possible recreation drug usage? They could say, look, this expert looked at her twice and did not take into account XYZ. And here's somebody who did, and here's their opinion that differs.
Sure.
They absolutely
I expect it. You should expect it.
Yeah. Yes. Kathleen R says, question, since both parties have a suit, how is JD determined to be the plaintiff? Because he was the first one to file.
First.
Yep. He was the first, and then Yep. So she is, and technically, so she's the defendant, and she's technically, if you guys want to get complicated with it, she is also the counter plaintiff because she has counterclaims, and in those claims, she is the plaintiff. So she's the defendant / counter plaintiff. And then Johnny is the plaintiff / counter defendant. That's all I'll say about that.
My favorite is that when that gets appealed, if it's both directions, you get like appellee and cross appellant and cross appellee and appellant. It's impossible. Anyway, something to look forward to, maybe. Who knows?
Oh no. I mean, hey, there would be more content to talk about, right? Very interesting case. Wendy's Cafe says, is there a statute of limitation on perjury, or can those charges be brought up any time? Isn't the judge supposed to address that during the trial? The judge doesn't need to address any kind of perjury charges here. The judge is just trying to referee this trial here. If somebody wants to bring perjury charges coming out of this trial, then, I mean, we're in it. There's no statute of limitations issue right now. I'm not exactly sure what it is in Virginia, but it's
we know it's longer than 3 days.
Yes, exactly. Drew Bradley says, can they use the Milani makeup video since it came out during the trial? I doubt they're aware since it came out after the trial started. I doubt that they are unaware because they have, I mean, certainly, look, these lawyers are living this case. They may actually be even sleeping at their offices right now. I mean, who knows? Trial is crazy. Trial is crazy. However, they are also humans. They have friends and they have family who undoubtedly are very interested in their family member / friend being involved in this particular case. I know, because I'm getting text messages from my friends that are sending me super chats and stuff from time to time, and and being like, hey, I saw your thing, and I'm not part of either team here, you know? So undoubtedly they have people that care about them that are watching this stuff that are also going to be like, you should check this out. So they absolutely know about it. And the question of can the makeup video be used at trial? I don't know if the video itself could be used. I'd have to really sit back and think about it, but the information involved in it absolutely could be used. CNC Wood says, Hoag's flirting is hilarious. Careful, Mr. Bites. No, we're friends. That's ridiculous. Anyway, Adelia Flowers says, who do you think will cross-examine Amber Heard, and do you think they'll be as aggressive as her defense team has been? Love the channel. Thank you for all you do. I don't know. My best guess is it's probably going to be Ben Chu. That's my guess. Amber Heard is their top witness, and he is the guy in charge on Johnny Depp's team. So I would imagine that he's the person who is going to be entrusted with that role.
Well, to me, it's Chu or Vasquez, and I think it's important that Vasquez got Johnny. So I think that's Chu for Amber. That would be my guess.
Yeah, I would think so.
Because those are the big, long, important pillars, and really tough to study and make sure you're clear on everything.
Yeah, it's a very important person to be cross-examining. As Margoli says, can they still settle? What's their last chance to? What if they settle just before deliberation? They can. They can. They can stop and settle at literally any point.
If all the jury members start scowling at Amber Heard, hush discussions shall be had. But realistically, all the money has been spent. We say it's expensive every day, and it is, but that so much money has already been spent for the prior 2 years. You're outside of all the jury members scowling or dancing along with Johnny when he makes a joke or something. You take this to the end at this point, I think.
Yeah, agreed. Emily Williams says, what was the point of Heard's attorney reading all the tabloids to Johnny Depp? Was it just trying to get him upset? And do you think it was effective? Thanks for everything. It makes this much more enjoyable. You're welcome. And thank you for the super chat. So yeah, it was to get under his skin, but also to illustrate to the jury that his reputation may not have been as great as Johnny's team would like them to believe. So both of those.
It clearly bugged the hell out of him. So yeah.
That absolutely did, for sure. Adventures in Laurenland says, with all the Amica Cream jokes and the Milani TikTok, do you think that the Amber Heard legal team is going to bother having her talk about any of that? Would they take that chance of her looking like a fool in cross-examination? Her makeup is at issue, regardless of whether they ask about it. Her appearance on that day and on the day afterwards has been put at issue in this case. So that's ripe for cross-examination.
A lot of makeup talk in this one.
A lot of makeup talk. Mildly Sober says, missed this morning. Anything interesting to note? Catch it on the recap.
Fun username.
Yes. JD Wolf Williamson says, why wouldn't Amber Heard invested in a security camera system for inside the penthouse to record the alleged abuse? Interesting question. Fair question. Doesn't necessarily mean that not having that means that there was no abuse.
Right. No, exactly.
Negative, right.
Exactly. It's kind of hard to put that on someone. If you reverse things or think of a different case, you wouldn't generally say, well, why didn't they put in a security system if they were so abused? So that some of that is, we don't believe Amber necessarily based on some of the things we've seen, but it's kind of an unfair question potentially. Also, it's a penthouse. It's a penthouse that she doesn't appear to be on the name for. So, I don't know what kind of approvals you have to get to make, actual substantive changes to a place like that.
Yeah. Well, and also if you were to think of it from the perspective of somebody that is actually in a DV situation.
Yeah.
You put up cameras that are noticed by the person who is abusing you. What kind of repercussions would you be concerned about? I'm not saying that that's the case here, but just sort of flipping this narrative a little bit. Someone would be legitimately afraid of that, cameras are found. What's he going to do?
Yeah.
Pretend
you really believe Amber, and then how would that feel? And that's why I think it's slightly unfair to ask that of someone.
Yeah. Terry Ashwin says, love your channel. Do you ever think AI would replace or be part of the jury? God, I hope not. Rick, you've got to have some good thoughts on this.
We are so far away from AI that can interpret like this level of data and come up with an understanding. I mean, you'd have to. Yes, we're way away from that. When you ask that question, the answer is maybe, but like hundreds of years at minimum. So, and I still think when you're talking about justice, when you're talking about making people potentially pay for the rest of their lives, or worse on the criminal side, be thrown in a cage or potentially even killed by the state, I think you do want humanity to be a part of that process. And so I think you would not love just handing it over to robots.
Agreed. It's Ohio. It says, are they able to object during video deposition? They are able to object, but they still have to continue testifying. The witness still has to, or the deponent has to continue testifying. Declan Court says, are people not 100% sold on the Johnny side allowed to chime in here? Of course you are. Respectfully so.
Hold on. So my dad is texting me, AI would be great. think about cars and strikes, presumably balls and strikes in baseball. We hear you, Dad, and thank you for bringing me dinner as it gets cold, Dad. I appreciate it. But no, I don't want bits and bytes. No offense to those incorporated here as Legalbytes to be deciding verdicts. I don't.
No, I agree. I mean, because calling balls and strikes is one thing. You've got a boxed line around a plate, right? Is it in or is it out? That's a very, very simple question. But the kind of questions that we're dealing with here have a lot of gray areas, right? How do you define a lie? How do you define, what this statement is actually talking about? There are complexities of the English language that are involved here that are very, very difficult for any robot to try to figure out.
Don't get me wrong. I think there's a cool novel or short story that you can work with on these premises.
Oh, we could totally have like a Gattaca style or
Gattaca's a nice poll.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Gattaca
or
check it out.
iRobot or a Minority Report. Oh, you could have a Minority Report kind of style movie on that.
All right.
Sure.
That's Legalbytes is all you trying to get in front of the screenplays. So that would scare me. I have to be honest.
Yes, I would be terrified of that too. Yeah, as well. Too much cold logic, without a human touch to understand humanity. No.
Every trial becomes the cold equations. Something to look forward to.
Ooh, yeah, awful. Isaac Baruch's Wholesome Gabagool Art said, for the World War E, for the WWE guy, Dream serves Series 5 man any era. I'm sorry, he's not here. I'm sorry, guys. A little slow on these super chats. Zainab Ertuz says, can the judge overrule the jury and make a guilty, not guilty decision if the jury doesn't have a unanimous vote? Well, if the jury doesn't have a unanimous vote, it means that either they have a mistrial or they decide that Johnny Depp loses or that Amber Heard loses. The judge can overrule a jury verdict, but usually that's going to have to do with damages, the amount that they are awarding. That is like the most ripe area is when the judge comes in and says, okay, you can't give them the moon and a half. You've got it. Like, let's pare this down a little bit.
$6 trillion.
Yes. $100 million. Yeah.
Which is what Amber's asking for.
Yeah. Yes. LP says, do you expect them to question Amber Heard earlier or further toward the end of the timeline? At this point, I really don't know. I would never have expected Johnny to be in the middle, but the way that they did it was brilliant in the end. So I don't know, but now for Amber's case in chief, she's not just stepping into an empty room like Johnny Depp was, right? He was stepping into an empty room where they were kind of like creating this universe of facts and events. Whereas now we have some stuff that already exists. And so they have a different calculus for how they're going to be putting witnesses on. The primacy and recency effect is always at play because the jury is going to remember who was first, who was last, that kind of thing. It's usually that kind of stuff sticks out more often than not. But we had Johnny in the middle, and his testimony was perfectly memorable.
They might be anticipating movie star is its own plank of remembering. I would want her as far away from Dr. Curry as possible, and I wouldn't put her on before you got your own doctors in front of the jury.
Yeah,
I think that's what I would say. I would want my doctor saying good stuff about me to be the last doctor you really heard from before Amber Heard goes up. I think
that's a very good point. I completely agree, because basically what Dr. Curry just did was she created a framework, a whole universe in which Amber exists, and that is very, very powerful. But what Amber's side has to do now is to recreate that universe by resetting the framework. And I agree. I think the best way to do that is to get an expert there before Amber testifies.
I think. Good question.
Yeah, very good question. Magic Magister says, when Elaine mischaracterized to say dinner and drinks when it is not what happened, how come that's okay? It seems wrong to manipulate words like that. They're allowed to do that though. I mean, so she was kind of trying to suggest that it was like some kind of a date or something. Like that's how she was like. That was my impression, at least.
This was actually what I thought that Dr. Curry was a little too cagey on. It was dinner and drinks. Yes, it also had an interview, but
yeah, but yes, they're allowed to. They're allowed to, because you're supposed to ask questions to put the witness kind of off kilter to get the information that you need out of them, and either by making them look bad, or you get them to admit the things that you need them to admit. So if you in mischaracterizing it is one way of looking at it. If you want to be more charitable to her and to her case, you can say that she's using terms and phrases that are more beneficial to her own client, and she is 100% allowed to zealously advocate for her client, and in fact she is required to do so. So to a certain extent, I fully expect her to characterize things in a way that is not necessarily beneficial to Johnny, but is beneficial to Amber, because that's just the role that she's playing here.
That's what zealous looks like.
Yeah. Suzanne LeBlanc says, is it possible that Amber Heard is dictating what her lawyers do? Greetings from France. It's possible, but usually when it comes to trial strategy, the attorneys are the ones that are calling the shots, because they're the ones that are the experienced ones in the room. Classical Maiden says, winning on mutual abuse is not fair, as one needs to be perfect victim equals never fights back in heat of moment. Victim here should not be as bad as abuser. Thoughts? Yeah, I mean, the whole idea of mutual abuse is muddy, right? It could fall one way or another. I'm not even convinced that it's necessarily a good thing for Amber for there to be mutual abuse. I mean, I understand as far as the defamation claims are concerned, but she could still look like she's got unclean hands, in which case, that could call into question the veracity of her statements in the op-ed.
Yeah, I think they got her on that. I mean, I think that he has shown that.
Yeah, I think so. Martin K, thank you so much for this generous super chat. Says, congrats on the growing channel. Like your style, commentary, and guests. Neutral when I first read about DV allegations, but as trial progressed, I believe JD was the victim. To be fair, waiting to hear what Amber Heard says. By the way, Imperial pints are greater than US pints. # cheers. Hey, cheers. Cheers. Thank you. That's how I started out as well. And every time I talked to someone about this case that knew a lot about it, they were like, yeah, I was where you were before. That's not to say that I think that this is 100% a winning case. I mean, I do think that he is winning at this point. If the jury were to go in and deliberate right now, they would find in favor of Johnny. I think it's still not a home run. And we still have Amber Heard's side as well. So, keep at least 10% of your brain open is my recommendation on that. If Amber sold the cabinet video to TMZ, would that come out during trial as a motive of defamation?
Motive?
I mean, she doesn't need a motive, but it could come in as an example of when she lied, because she has gone on record. There is video evidence of her going on TV shows saying it's not about the money, it's not about the money. But if it's then proven that she sold that TMZ footage to make money, that could look to the jury like, all right, you're lying about that too. So I guess a bit more of an impeachment. Langford Morrow says, thanks for the coverage, Alita. Your dog is beautiful. What's their name? Thank you. Her name is Indy, named after Indiana Jones, who, of course, if you recall, was named after the dog. So we've come full circle with her. Yesel J says, do you think that the testimonies of the cops that arrived and said that they didn't see any injuries on Amber Heard will balance the jury towards JD? Yeah. I think that will cause them to lean towards Johnny Depp. I do, because it's objective testimony saying I didn't see any injuries on that night, and I didn't see anything crazy in that apartment. Vina Nistala says, does the jury in any way, shape, or form know, intentionally, unintentionally, or sneakily, what is happening out here in the world? No, they shouldn't. They're not supposed to. They're really not supposed to. At least not as it relates to this case. Maybe they can keep up to date with things going on, across certain boundaries in Europe, right? With military campaigns and whatnot, but not necessarily this case. They're not supposed to know anything about it. So we are trusting that they are following the court's instructions and not looking up anything, not talking to anybody about the case, not doing any independent research. Saito Kata said, couldn't they edit out the eyeliner, blush, mascara, etc. questions? If so, why do you think they kept them in? They add nothing after the general makeup question. I mean, it's just getting more specific. It seems like it's asking the same question, but you're allowed to do that in a deposition and in a cross-examination of a witness to say, you didn't see her wearing any makeup. That's correct. Even if they say that's correct, you can say you didn't see them wearing any eyeliner. You didn't see them wearing any mascara. And you can go down the list all the different forms. It feels very unnecessary for us because we're like, all right, you already said you didn't see any makeup. These are all forms of makeup. That's come on, move on. But it's a very effective way of pointing out okay, we're looking at very specific forms of makeup and we're just confirming here that that's what you mean when you say no makeup, right?
It's emphasis, right?
Yeah.
We can all remember Isaac going, there wasn't no swelling, no redness, no blotches, whatever else.
No bruises, no scratches.
Yeah.
Yeah. Winterfell says, will the defense call their own psychologist/psychiatrist to the stand? I would be so surprised if they didn't. Absolutely. They kind of need to, is my opinion. Samara says, can you explain what Amber is suing Johnny for? She is suing him for defamation for the statements made by his attorney to the press about Amber and her allegations of domestic violence. Specifically, the statements that he made had to do with alleging that she and her friends concocted a hoax around domestic violence, basically to harm Johnny Depp. So yeah, and what she's going for in damages is $100 million. That's the easiest way to explain it. The disgruntled moderate says 2 questions. A, whose time does the depot go against? B, female directed JD, male crossed. Who do you think will direct and cross AH? So for the first question, I think it goes against either side because we don't know exactly, which portions each side wanted to get in on that deposition. However that gets allocated, but I imagine that there are certain portions of each deposition that both sides were like, I want this piece, I want this piece, I want this piece, I want this piece. So however those minutes fall is how they'll be counted against either side. As for the second question, I place less emphasis on the demographics of who is asking the question and more on the skill of the person who is asking the questions. I think that Rottenborn was cross-examining Johnny Depp because he is the more skilled one for Johnny Depp's style. I think that Elaine, it probably was determined that Elaine was not the proper person for Johnny Depp, less so because she's a woman and more so because either her style or something about Rottenborn's manner of cross-examining is probably more effective, is what they determined.
I will say, from what we can see in the courtroom, it wouldn't surprise me if Elaine is Amber's direct. I mean, they seem to be doing the most interacting.
Yeah.
So
I would expect it.
I suspect we'll see Elaine versus Chu on Amber Heard, but we'll see.
Yeah. Wendy's Cafe said, oh yeah, go ahead.
Just as a side note, because I know people ask about it, because I use her first name most often. It's just because I never remember her exact last name, and I don't want to mispronounce it. It's not anything else. I try to do the ones that I remember the most. I have no idea what Chu's first name is.
Ben. Both principals on either side are named Ben. Ben Rottenborn and Ben Chu.
And I use Rottenborn because how can you not?
Yeah.
So that's why I say Elaine. It's not. I say Vasquez.
It's easy.
It's not it's just what I remember from each one.
Yeah. Wendy's Cafe says, did JD go to rehab? And if so, can his counselors be compelled to testify? IMO, they are on par with doctors or pastors who would be exempt patient-doctor privilege. So I don't believe that he went to an actual rehab facility. However, he did do a detox program with Dr. Kipper, and there was testimony on it because that all is at issue in this case because of the allegations involved. So there are certain privileges that are doctor-patient privileges. However, part of the issue was Dr. Kipper represented or had both Amber and Johnny as clients, so there's a certain amount of waiver there, and there were actual issues that were in this case that required digging into this kind of stuff. Always Defending Freedom says, how viable is the makeup argument when there hasn't been anyone seeing anything during this trial? What's the chances it gives them any favor? Well, Elaine did hold up the makeup palette for the jury in her opening statement. So I do disagree with you on that point. The chances that it gives them any favor it depends on how effectively they bring it up. But if the jury, if they can bring up the makeup palette and the jury can actually think back and remember that holding up the makeup palette during the opening statement, that could be pretty effective. It could absolutely be effective.
So maybe I was just reading this differently. I thought this question was, they keep shouting she had makeup on, nobody saw any bruises. I thought the question was, now that we've got whatever it is, 5, 6, 7 people saying I didn't see anything, is that reducing the potential effectiveness of she had makeup on if everybody missed the underlying bruises under it? And I don't know. I mean, they're arguing
unless
that
it's
makeup
special
is
makeup.
perfect. Yeah, they're arguing that the makeup's perfect.
Yeah, she's a Hollywood starlet, right? She should know really good makeup and how to apply it properly to hide, imperfections and whatnot. So, with a normal person, I would say that, that probably would hold more weight. But with her, they at least have some room to say this is extra special makeup. She knows how to put it on in a specific way. My big question is that the makeup palette that is supposedly on Amber Heard's evidence list, right, is that the Milani makeup palette? That's my big question.
Sure.
Umbrellas says, what other possible lawsuits may spring up if Amber Heard loses from JD? Example, damage to social movements, movie contracts, no other lawsuits on that. I don't see any other. This is it. This is the one claim. Scarlett's brain is on fire says, is this the same jury for Amber's defamation case? Yes. Same jury deciding both lawsuits. Adrian says, does JD and AH have to stay in Virginia through this? I think technically they don't have to be there, but the jury would not look very kindly upon that.
They might be going somewhere on the weekends. I mean, there's no have to stay, but yeah, they're staying there, and they keep showing up. They got hotels.
They need to be there for every trial day in front of the jury, not because they are compelled to be there, but because the jury's not going to look kindly upon that. The jury's required to be there. They're being forced. So if they start seeing, hey, look, you brought claims against this other dude or this other chick, and you're not showing up, and I have to be here. I don't care about your case. Get out of here.
You're too big time.
Yeah.
You lose.
Yeah. Screw you, Hollywood. They could just say that. Valkyrie says, is it possible for Amber to charge her legal team if things aren't going her way? By the way, love your channel. Thank you. It's possible, but I would very much not recommend it. Because that's a huge vulnerability. You've got so much institutional knowledge that her firm has of the case. I've received a case that had been litigated for quite a while, and it takes a long time to go through all of the filings, even something that hasn't been as litigated as this case. And this has been particularly litigated. So I would very much not recommend it, especially in the middle of trial. That's just it would effectively blow up her case. I would not recommend it at all. And the suggestion of if she would want to, I don't know that she would even want to. I personally think that they are doing the best job that they can, and it has nothing to do with their level of competency. I think that's what they're doing. It has more to do with the sorry, that bounce was Indy. She bumped into the lighting. So I think it has to do with what they're working with the universe of facts that they have.
And you continue to get very positive interactions, but however you feel about her, Amber Heard and Elaine have smiles, exchange notes. There's no indication that Amber Heard is disappointed in her team right now, as far as I can see.
Yeah. Courtney Branley says, how does it work when you have a large legal team like this? Do they just take turns examining? Does everyone have a specific role? It depends. So you can actually see a little bit of a difference in the way that the roles are split up between the two sides. On Johnny Depp's side, it looks like they're kind of spreading around the love, so to speak, right? You've got a lot of different attorneys that are taking turns to ask questions of various witnesses and to object and all that kind of stuff. Whereas on Amber's side, you've basically got two people that are playing this whole time, and everybody else is kind of support that are doing the background work.
We did get Rottenborn protege because he's the one that objected to himself.
That's true.
And then Johnny Depp's team has baby lawyer and buzzcut lawyer, along with Vasquez and Chu. So yes, I agree. I think it's more 2 and like 4 or 5 on the set. Oh, and they brought in their pro hoc guy.
Yeah.
So it does feel like a bigger team on the Depp side, but
yeah, it does. It definitely feels like there's like more. It makes it kind of feel like there's more firepower on Johnny's side. Do you feel that way, or is that just me?
I think you can still see the full team on either side. I get the impression that Rottenborn runs a tighter ship that wants control specifically over his case. I don't really find it one way or the other. It is apparent. I called him Rottenborn's protege, the one that went against, I think, baby lawyer. But outside of that, I mean, they're all running a very similar. Elaine and Rottenborn have a similar style. So it's clear that they're on the same page. When honestly, I don't know that we've gotten to see enough Chu. He always seems like super chill. But it's interesting, and I've worked. I don't litigate, but I've worked with partners that seem to have that kind of chill, delegate, spread the love as you will. So no, I don't see a firepower difference. I see a slightly difference in style, and I think we've talked about that. Which is right now, it seems like it's aggression versus chillness. The only thing I would caution there is that direct is different than cross. Cross is always going to make you look more like an asshole.
Yes,
and that's going to happen on the reverse side. Probably not as much, I would guess, due to philosophies, but we don't know for sure. So it'll be interesting to see when that shift happens, exactly how Depp's team handles it.
Absolutely. Jade Henry says, can JD's lawyers bring up that AH first lawyer quit? No.
Didn't Johnny's first lawyer quit, or was he fired? I mean,
I don't know.
Adam Waldman?
Oh no, he hasn't quit. He's still one of Johnny's attorneys, but he's been taken off as an attorney of record for this litigation because he's been placed at
part
issue.
Of it. Okay. Yeah.
So he's a potential witness, right?
All right.
So, but yeah, he hasn't been fired, but I think this is referring to Amber Heard's first lawyer quitting. I don't know about that, but no, that's not proper. It's not relevant to anything even. There are all kinds of reasons why someone would stop their representation of someone. Maybe they went to work at a different firm and couldn't continue working on her case, couldn't bring it over. Like there's maybe they retired. There's all kinds of reasons why.
A conflict popped up. They got really sick. Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Marilyn Stryker says, can you tell us how to choose a good jury? Ask questions. Well, it depends on, it really depends on the case. I hate giving this answer. It depends, but what kind of a case are you talking about here? Are we talking about murder, or are we talking about defamation, or are we talking about a contract case? You want to get to the kinds of experiences that people have had that can give them a unique understanding that you can't necessarily control the way that they filter things. You want people that aren't particularly experienced in this area. So on the one hand, it's kind of tough that it's not that we're far away from Hollywood because of biases against Hollywood. However, on the other hand, you also have people that don't have any prior knowledge of like how an agent would be interacting with his clients. Like all the stuff that Mark was telling us today about Christian Carino and his role and all that kind of stuff was very different and was independent information. You don't want you would not want Mark Calderaro on this jury because he has so much knowledge that is independent of what is going to be placed in front of him in this case. So you want people that are going to be very fresh, but also that are going to be very open-minded and hopefully with fewer biases or with at least a very good willingness and ability to set aside prior biases. Hope that answers your question. Luminia M says, this is Alita's Francis Ford Coppola Apocalypse Now moment, and she is crushing it. She's on a rocket. Thank you.
Don't go crazy.
Oh, yeah, no. No. Catastrophe says, Dr. Curry referred to Rocky as a former friend, which had me shook yesterday. I'm wondering if that's foreshadowing. She's no longer really friends with anyone from back then. That has kind of been suggested around, is that and that may be also why they are by video deposition, both her and Io, till it seems like everyone has kind of distanced themselves from Amber socially through this whole process for one reason or another. We could totally speculate, but that's just pure speculation. No weight to that.
Chances are, if she testifies, Depp's team's going to ask her about it. So.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Simi Tutu says, will Amber Heard's dad and sister testifying for Depp? If so, do you have any opinions? Were you shocked? Also, thank you so much for all your hard work. Hey, thank you so much. So they are, at least Whitney, I know is on the list. I can't remember if their dad is also on the list.
Is on Depp's list?
He's not. He wouldn't be. He wouldn't be a friendly witness for Depp. I mean, even though some people have kind of suggested the possibility because of various reasons, but I do think now, and I think one of the reasons why people are suggesting that is because Amber Heard has, of course, alleged abuse from her childhood, from her father. So, he could have motivations for testifying against his daughter if he thinks that she is making things up.
I've already said this is ugly. That would ramp up the ugly.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah. But even still, he's her father. She's his daughter. I wouldn't run away and start suggesting that he is for sure going to be in favor of Johnny here. But if he is, then that would be definitely a very dramatic twist. And honestly, it would make me sad. Either way, it makes me sad, this whole story, or this whole trial. But that would be another level of sad to have your own father testifying against you.
Yeah, I mean, if it's all former friends and breaking of families, just
Yeah. Willow Nice says, assuming there's no proof of physical violence, how does JD defend against verbal abuse equals abuse? Does this come down to the sex assault claim? Well, the sex assault claim is also a form of physical abuse, right? That would be that. But how does he defend against it? I mean, by showing that on the whole, like he's been a very chill guy. That these incidents of him, yelling and looking potentially verbally or emotionally abusive are incredibly limited in the grand scheme of the time that they have spent together. And that overall he's been a good person to her. And that these little moments are few and far between, such to the extent that you couldn't really call it abuse. You would just call it, they got into an argument, as married couples sometimes do. That's how I would. That's how
married
I would
couples get into arguments. I will vouch.
Yes, can confirm. Valkyrie says, is Amber allowed to change her legal team if things aren't going her way while in court? By the way, love your content. Thank you. She is allowed. I wouldn't recommend it. I don't think she wants to. I don't think the legal team wants to. Actually, and to clarify, we were talking about this earlier, to clarify, in order for counsel to withdraw on a client that is already in litigation, not even in trial, but in litigation, you have to get court permission. So technically, she could try to change her legal team, but the judge Ascarati would have to consent to that. She would have to agree and say, yes, this is fine. And she wouldn't do that unless she knew that there was somebody waiting in the wings to take their place, and to do so properly and in a way that is not going to inconvenience the court and the jury and everyone else. So
you can see the level of state resources this kind of thing takes, so you don't want to mess it up.
Yeah. Parul Srivastava says, are there any actresses or actors testifying in this case from either of the parties? I heard some of the names. I couldn't be wrong. Paul Bettany is on the list. James Franco is on the list. Other than that, Elon Musk is on the list. He's not an actor, but I doubt that he's going to be testifying because he has not been served a subpoena. But those are kind of like the big celebrity names that come to mind. There may be
an Elon reference today, though, so that was.
There's still time. We have 200 super chats still. Beverly Alford says, in honor of lawyer and Alejandro, the legend, the inner I don't give a crap in all of us. Have any of you ever had a vaping witness? No, I haven't. Can't say I have. That was very different. Jonathan Knight says, can juror be excused? Example, they have an agenda. Well, that is what the voir dire or voir dire process, depending on however you pronounce it, whatever jurisdiction you're in.
Voir dire.
Voir dire. That's in Texas State Court, Your Honor.
Did you catch Ms. Wasser correcting the lite pronunciation from Elaine? I never get it right, but she said light at the end of it, and Wasser deliberately pauses and says, yes, whatever the first word is that I forget, I apologize. Lite, I did. And it was like,
no, I missed that. I don't know how I missed that.
A little passive aggressive, but okay.
Could be. Like, excuse me, you don't know what you're talking about, and I do.
There was a lot of tone from Ms. Wasser about what do you don't know, whatever, Elaine.
Oh yeah.
It's like, okay.
Yeah. So, but the jury that's what the jury selection process is for before trial begins. If something comes out and a juror has some kind of an outburst that sounds like, like it becomes apparent that they're not there for the right reasons, yes, they can be excused, of course. But yeah. Valkyrie says, is Amber allowed to change her legal team if she isn't happy with how things are going in court? Yes, but she would have to get permission from the court. I think this was several super chats sent by one person.
Okay. Very interested.
Yes. Stevie Lee Canuck Carrier says, with your best guess, why do you think they, Amber Heard's attorneys, choose to include these repetitive, redundant questions when they had a chance to remove them? It could be timing, because these guys are very busy right now, and trying to get these depositions pared down to a way that is acceptable to both sides can be very complicated and very time consuming. I mean, I'm just thinking about editing a video, right? Just editing a video on your own when you're not arguing with somebody who's completely counter to what it is that you're trying to do is very difficult. So it could be that. It could also just be, hey, we want all of these specific questions in. And it may sound repetitive, it may sound redundant, but maybe, like we talked about, makeup, talking about specific types of makeup, you're trying to rule out certain specific types to ensure that you fully understand what it is the witness is talking about.
Yeah. And you don't want to get into stupid fights about completeness and things. So, I mean, I think the other side's probably getting a pass at making sure that your edit doesn't confuse something. So I don't know how those depositions are working, but I think you're probably right. Less is more in terms of editing.
Yeah. Blair Hughes said, why are the depots choppy? Would both sides have to agree to certain parts being cut out? Are they likely questions or just procedural blank time? Yes. Yeah, it's because they're not going for YouTube value, right? They're going for, are we getting the proper questions in that we need to get in? And is it acceptable to what the other side is asking for? And are, basically, yes, essentially. Ooh, the ooh wooer. I like that name. Says, are Depo vids edited by both teams? Yes, they have to agree to them.
I like the thematic consistency for three super chats in a row.
I
Good
like
job,
it.
guys.
It makes answering a little bit easier, right? Megalodon says, I get why they would ask these questions, but why would they keep them in an edited Depo if it didn't give them the answer they wanted? Because it still kind of has to be asked sometimes. You know, sometimes when you don't get a perfect answer, it's because if you think about it also, the jury might also have questions about like, why didn't you cover this topic? You know, even if it's coming from a Depo that has been edited, they may be like, okay, you missed something, and I want to know why you didn't ask this question, and have all kinds of other speculative questions that then form judgments and decisions. So,
and editing can really change the tone of something, right? So you get rid of those other questions, and it sounds more like a mic drop and is more dramatic or something. Each side is going to want to say, no, you're going to present this as coolly and coldly as a Depo was. And so you're going to sound like you sounded. I don't know what the thought process is, but they are negotiating how these things come out, because they're essentially jointly presented as this is what we both asked. It's a weird situation, but that would be my best guess, is you just don't want to fight on tiny stuff, so you're as complete as possible.
Yeah. Elliot's girl says, even if proven the lawsuit caused damages, wasn't the lawsuit a result of Amber's actions? It only came about after her actions. Proximate cause. I mean, proximate cause is going to be at issue in any kind of a case, right? Because the proximate cause is getting to there's two different types of causation in this kind of a tort case like this. This is considered part of torts. So you have your actual cause and you have your proximate cause. The actual cause is, X happened and then Y happened. The one thing caused the other. Proximate cause has more to do with, is this something that legally we can say causes one thing to another? And I know I'm being very vague and ambiguous in the way that I'm explaining this, but basically it's like okay, let's put it this way. You have one sedan hits another sedan, and the second sedan explodes in a fiery, burning bluster.
Oh no.
Although hitting that car caused that violent explosion, the question is, legally, can we hold that first car responsible for that violent explosion? Is it foreseeable that kind of thing would happen? Well, that's what we're getting to when we're talking about proximate causes, is can we hold that person legally responsible in terms of causation for that? Especially if you look at, well, what's the reason for that explosion? Well, it just so happened that the car that got hit had a bunch of fireworks in the trunk, and that was illegal. That would be something that would be kind of intervening there, right? So that's kind of what we're getting at when we're talking about, like, technically A causes B. Like, B wouldn't have happened if A hadn't done this thing. But the proximate cause question is talking about whether or not we can legally hold someone responsible for B following A. So, yeah. Anyhow.
I loved it. I feel very sorry for the exploding sedan. But no, yes. Proximate cause is a fun one. Look that one up on the internet. That's some of my favorite 1L cases is, a nail flies off of a train and hits a thing, and somebody has a thing fall on their head because it did. Is the train company liable? Great stuff. Check it out.
Yeah. KitKat78 says, could JD's attorney argue that the article wouldn't have been taken seriously had she not made the previous allegations made? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what they are arguing, is that, like, the reason why anyone even listened to her was because of the allegations that she kind of sort of referenced. She implied that this was all based on 2 years ago, which was 2016, the D Bureau, et cetera. So that basically is what they're going for here. Mo Homesteading says, did she just give something up with the verbiage of accusations made against Mr. Depp in the op-ed? Did you guys hear that? We need to review. This was a while ago.
Like I said, I think that her questions assumed that the op-ed was about Mr. Depp in a couple of places. So that did come out from Elaine, I believe. But like I said, I realistically just don't think they were ever going to strongly fight against that op-ed referencing Mr. Depp. It was more about falsity than I just don't see them fighting it.
Yeah. Hala Al-Zuhairi says why they don't bring up her makeup artist to testify on the days when she went to events after being abused to stop talking about goddamn makeup. Well, just because she hasn't been brought up doesn't mean that she won't. I in fact expect that she will be in some capacity.
Amber Heard can't bring up witnesses right now.
Yeah. But I do anticipate that Johnny's going to bring up one stylist at least who testified after one of these instances. But the fact that she hasn't been brought up yet doesn't mean that they won't. There's still time for it.
I think the depositions are throwing people a little bit because they are strangely joint as they're coming in. But yeah, Amber Heard hasn't gotten to pick anybody yet.
Yeah. Mia Mendez says, isn't this bad for JD? As far as I know, one of the things that have to be proven on a defamation case is the impact that had on the other party. Yeah, I mean, I think that this is maybe talking about the agent here. Yeah. It's not great. It's not great when you have the agent basically saying not really sure what the impact was on his profession as far as movies that were coming in or calls that were coming in. What we would have preferred is for him to say, yeah, the day before the op-ed, we were still getting phone calls, maybe fewer than 2015, but we were still getting phone calls, and then everything stopped. That's what we would have preferred to hear. Ern says, will Amber Heard's side also have a psychologist testify in her favor? How will the jury know what info is legit if each side can get a biased expert? They go to their expertise, what comes out, what kind of biases they're able to tease out. This is a battle of the experts. It happens in a lot of lawsuits.
I was gonna say, what a foundational question of the justice system. How can the jury possibly solve a battle of the experts is a great question. And I can't answer it for you. It's a big problem for juries. And it's why the justice system tries to be so careful about what experts are admitted and how they're certified, et cetera.
Renee Gasioch says, could this be the first deposition Elaine gave? It seems like she has less of an attitude. Love your channel. It could be the first one that she did in this case, but not the first one in her profession. For sure, not the first time.
They gotta have meant that, right? Yeah, I think it could, though. Very different tone, I think. But also, you're probably pretty cautious about deposing a lawyer and then deposing a high-powered lawyer. Deposing lawyers, fun.
Well,
just like representing lawyers.
Well, and especially a litigator who probably has done a deposition or two herself. And in divorce law,
some of her facial responses are absolutely. So you asked that, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, because you also probably understand, like, you can't necessarily use the same like Jedi mind tricks as you could on some other people that this is their first rodeo. And they're kind of like intimidated by the whole process. Like, this is someone who understands the process and she understands how these questions are crafted. And she can also, like potentially come back and be like, you're asking me the worst questions in the world. What are you doing? And just completely like derail everything.
I would describe her as bemused for large sections of it. It's like, oh, that's cute. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Ashwin Ravi Anandan says, proving that JD was defamed before the op-ed and that the op-ed did not have any additional tangible impact is sufficient to secure the case for Amber Heard. I don't know. No, I don't think that's sufficient.
Right, impact isn't at play. It's per se. Still, dollar wins are still eligible here.
Yeah. He could win if they say that he has $1 less because of it. John Schweitzer says, why does Elaine get to go first, but if it's JD's witness? Probably because this was a deposition that was called by Amber Heard's side. So it just is the way that things happened during discovery, and then they ended up using this deposition video for trial. It wasn't. That's my guess, is that it wasn't created in anticipation, like for the purpose of being used at trial. It was created for the purpose of doing discovery and getting that information from the other side. Vika Sridhar says, would be happy if he wins but gets almost no compensation. Would Amber Heard be happy to lose but give almost no compensation? I don't know that Amber Heard is going to be happy if she loses here, because I think that she also wants people to be on her side of this. Depp seems like he would be happy if he won, but got almost no compensation. Because I think that what he wants is he wants an independent group of people to look at him and say, yes, I believe you. B. Marie says, do we know when Amber Heard is going to testify? I can't wait to see her explain a few things. We don't know. We can only speculate. We can only speculate. Dozy Dory says, if you join another dummy device to your stream after the last user, you could stop blocking the person with super chat.
You could. That seems complicated.
I know. I'm not exactly sure how to do that, especially at this hour.
Yeah, you could have a fake person essentially join and be the one that's blocked. But man, yeah.
Yeah, it seems like a little bit of work there.
I'm perfectly happy to have my face covered. It's fine.
Jordan 21 Michael says, is he a defense witness? If so, why all the yes or no questions?
So the last key was the agent.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a deposition. It was just the order in which they asked direct and cross-examination questions was just it was based on who was calling for the deposition. And so it sounds like it was Amber's team that was calling for the deposition, which is usually the case. Like usually when you are in discovery, you're calling the opposing side's witnesses. They have no interest in having their own witnesses be deposed because they've talked to them and probably gotten some kind of a written statement or something from them. That's what they would prefer. Because it's a much friendlier way of doing things, and you don't necessarily want to put them under pressure to give testimony that is going to be adverse to your side. So, but when it is the opposing side's witness, you want to poke them and prod them as much as possible and get every possible bad fact out of them.
Right.
Ern says, who's been the best witnesses so far in your opinion? I still think Isaac Baruch is my favorite.
I mean,
although Johnny has done a fantastic job.
The most stuff
Sorry.
was Johnny. No.
Yeah. No. Yeah. No, he did a phenomenal job as a witness. I really do think so.
And it was interesting.
All things. Yeah. Lisa Delarada says, do the lawyers follow social media during the trial? And if so, can they pivot based on it if necessary? Well, I don't know if they do, but I do know that they can. So I know that they are incredibly busy and they may or may not want to be following anything on social media because it's just too many cooks in the kitchen, too much information kind of flying at them while they're also managing a lot in front of them. But yeah, they can pivot. They can always pivot. Jonathan Knight says, will a juror be excused if discovered in the 11th hour that they are protesting, don't care about evidence or guilty or not, and have an agenda? Sure. Yeah. If it turns out that a juror is biased during this trial, they can definitely be excused. Michael Young says, could Johnny's team ask Carino to elaborate on what was understood? He said it multiple times, but didn't specify. Sure. Yeah. I don't see why not.
They did a bit. I mean, they got into a deeper question section on that.
Yeah.
Again, it was a year later.
Yeah. Shaw's says, for defamation per se, do you need to prove damages? No, you do not. B. Marie says, do you all think she will become unemployable / less likely to work with if JD wins? I don't know the industry well enough to know if she will become unemployable, to be honest. Part of me kind of hopes that that's not the case, as much as I don't like her side in this litigation. I fundamentally just have an aversion to canceling people in general, because I don't like this idea that like someone should cease to exist on this planet just because they've done something wrong. So maybe it's my belief in redemption and rehabilitation from stuff, but that's just my personal thought.
And truly, if you take Dr. Curry to heart, I mean, you would say, you hope she gets the help that she needs to go and have a great career. I'm with you there.
Yeah. Susan Bortz-Bradall says, aren't accusations of a crime defamation per se? It depends on the state, but in Virginia, yes. And in particular here, they determined that this is defamation per se because the allegations can have a massive impact on their profession on both sides. More to Live For says, is it possible JD's team is intentionally not discussing a lost income dollar amount because the amount he earns means almost nothing to the jury members? No, I mean, they've talked up, down, left, and right about how he owns a private island. I think that ship has sailed.
Well, it was something that popped into my head when you look at $35 million for being a pirate in a movie for 2 months. You do go, okay, but yeah, you got to show your damages. It's fine.
Yeah. Caitlin says, I thought he lost Pirates after the op-ed. That's why Amber Heard used that October 2018 article. Disney exec says he's out on cross-ex.
That's right.
Yeah, that was my understanding too. But there's been, what they're trying to suggest on Amber's team is that Disney was basically looking for a reason, and that they had a dossier on him essentially for like, all right, one more thing and he's gone. We want him gone. We just need the reason to pull the trigger. That's what they want the jury to believe. Yesel J says, what kind of people are in the jury? They know Johnny Depp. We don't know because we weren't able to see the jury selection process, unfortunately. Some courts that allow cameras in the courtroom will allow us to also see the jury selection process, but we weren't able to see it. There were some people could go in person, but we couldn't see it through the cameras, so we don't know what kind of questions they asked. Jenny Hook says, FB2 2017 came out before the op-ed. Fantastic Beasts 2 came out before the op-ed 2018, and he was taken from Fantastic Beasts 3 in 2020. Wouldn't that show that it wasn't the accusation, but the op-ed that made the damages? I think that what what Amber Heard's side is going to try to say is that that the reason was more because he lost the trial against the Sun, and that it wasn't Amber Heard's op-ed. But I don't know. I think anything happening after the op-ed came in, as far as I'm concerned, anything that came out after December 2018 is fair game in terms of calculating Johnny's damages. Clara 29 says the op-ed was the nail in the coffin. It was written by her. Okay. Robin Hobbins says, got it. The dogs were clawing to get to the muffins. Carly says, would the jury not decide for JD because it's the fault of Amber Heard either way, no matter the timeline?
You're asking about jury psychology. I mean, when we were arguing this earlier, it's the problem for damages is that you can't go back in time. So you can find defamation because the reference goes back in time, but you can't claim damages for a publication that didn't exist. Will the jury parse it that closely? I think when the full panel is together, you will find that different people think different things. I don't know. The easiest tendency is to say this person wins and they get some version of what they asked for. So I don't know.
Yeah, fair point. Let's see here. T. Hamilton says, may have missed it. Why didn't JD sue Washington Post as well as Amber Heard avoided divorce agreement, not speaking ill of JD in divorce? Why Amber Heard's attorneys first on
that's deposition.
Deposition. Okay, thank you. Yes, we've got a few questions there. I don't know why he didn't also sue the Washington Post. Probably to make a cleaner case is my thought. So that you're not litigating against multiple different people in multiple different ways, because it's a slightly different analysis for them than it is for Amber.
Yeah, media company. I mean, a rich media company, and you already have a lot of precedent on what they're allowed to say versus maybe Amber Heard herself.
Yeah,
honestly,
I mean,
Johnny doesn't want to make a point against the Washington Post.
Yeah, well, and also, I mean, the article itself is being written by the person who would know, right? So they can definitely say, like, look, we had every reason in the world to rely on this person, and putting out an opinion piece. That's the other part of it is, like, for them, it's like, this isn't part of our factual news at 9 kind of section. This is our opinion piece section where people are allowed to have their own opinion. It doesn't mean that it's our opinion.
Right, and he was really upset about the online article. And while I don't know that it would work, you don't want to drag in 230 crap into this with a media company and a platform and all that stuff.
Yeah. So it just makes for a cleaner case, and then you don't have to worry about spending way more money on something that it has a lower likelihood of winning.
I can't communicate how many lawyers the Washington Post probably has.
Yeah, probably a lot. So, and then the Amber Heard voided divorce agreement, not speaking ill. I'm not sure. Why didn't he sue her for that? I mean, it sounds like what he was saying was that he was just trying to kind of get along, go along, and then finally he had it with the op-ed. Is what it sounded like, basically.
I mean, I guess it's a question of why that isn't a claim, a breach of contract claim as part of the 2018 statement, which I suppose is fair.
Yeah.
Statute of limitations on I mean, the breach would occur in 2018. I don't know when he brought the lawsuit.
Oh no, yeah, that's true. He brought it in March 2019, so maybe not.
He got me.
Yeah,
there's a lot of analysis to do there.
Yeah,
that's not what he decided to to, and I don't think it rings against him.
Yeah, because he also has every right to decide to bring or not bring a case, right? Shannon Lopez says, silly question. Do Amber's lawyers believe her? I don't know. The only way to know is to ask them themselves. We can't really speculate based on what we've seen. Johan V. Bronx says, agree on the Bluey show. I sat at the lobby of my nephew's dentist. Yeah. Just impressed. My quick question is, what is the brand and model of headphones that you use?
Yeah, I would have to do that too, by the way, when I use headphones.
I can't tell based on looking at them right now. I'm sorry. I tried. I can look at the box that it came in. That's over there, put away. But I want to get through these super chats. I'll take a look and maybe I'll have an answer tomorrow. Hell's Gate says, 1, reputational damage isn't immediate, may affect current projects and will impact future projects. 2, is the defense boring witnesses into submission? Could be.
It's actually a viable strategy.
Yeah, could be. Katie Cotton says, aren't damages to JD's reputation cumulative over time, like a snowball running down a hill? It started in 2016, then became a dumpster fire after the op-ed. That's definitely what they can say, and a jury might look at it that way.
You still got to show the acceleration, though. I mean, like that's where they're still having trouble.
Yeah. Alrighty. Lori Light says, Disney fired Depp from Pirate 6 after the WAPO op-ed was published. So how are you saying damages can't go back in time?
So damages can't go back in time. And so the question is, if that's right, and they did present some testimony to that effect from Carino today, then they've got a case for Pirates. But on the cross-ex of Johnny, they tried to establish that Disney had basically already made that decision, and I would expect we'll get more evidence on that as well. So the point is, if Amber Heard's team could prove that the Pirates decision was made in October or earlier by Disney, regardless of whether the defamation reference can go back in time, the damages can't. So that would be pretty useful proof for that side to say you didn't lose Pirates from the 2018 article.
Yeah. Yes. Very good point. Tina Marie says, were Johnny Depp and Amber Heard present during the Depo tapings? Maybe. I don't know. They can be, because it's they're the parties of the case. They're allowed to be there for the depositions.
I would doubt it. I mean, I would doubt that they actually attended.
Yeah, because that's a lot. It's a lot for them to be there for, and it could be also potentially just. I mean, it's emotionally draining, I think, for both of them also. Julie Jam says, is JD's team not bringing up Fantastic Beasts because he was forced to withdraw from the role as a result of the UK trial, and that's JD's fault because he's sued? No, the everything after the and I would disagree with. They don't want to say that it's JD's fault because he's sued. This is Amber Heard's team that is trying to say that Johnny Depp brought on his own reputation by suing. But I don't know. I don't know why they haven't really brought up the Fantastic Beasts part, to be honest.
It is interesting.
Yeah.
No references really at all to Fantastic Beasts.
Yeah. Maybe because it's a little bit further off in time, and because if they can show the Pirates 6, because it's so close to the Washington Post op-ed, that it seems like it's like almost immediate, right? It's a little bit cleaner to argue that one. Matthew Bishop says, do we know when they will question Amber? We don't know. We can only guess. Sometime in the next 3 weeks. Rick Cormier says, there was a gap between the end of the question and the no, that we did not see her hair changed. What did they cut out? Was it some explanations? Probably some objections and some arguments over objections. Could be. Johnny Depp says, will Amber's extortion letter be shown during this? I would expect it to come out during the current witness's continuing testimony, referring to, people are calling it an extortion letter, but what legal practitioners would call a settlement offer.
What a great lawyerly answer. Yes, I haven't seen this letter that we're talking about, but it is interesting. I did a video way back on Virtual Legality about Avenatti and his Nike case, about how legal settlement requests, the line between settlement requests and extortion is sometimes interesting. So if you're interested in that, check that out.
Eric Clark says, is a lawyer able to bill for testifying like JD's divorce attorney? Miscellaneous friends can't bill and don't get paid. I was thinking about this actually while we were watching. If she is still his attorney and on this kind of a subject, which I doubt because the divorce has been settled for quite a while, maybe. Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Can you bill for?
Because the question is this in the scope of her duties as his attorney? It's not normal lawyering work. I've never experienced this.
I mean, no, because he retained her to run his divorce, and this is different, right? I will tell you this: I wouldn't bill for being deposed.
Agreed. I would feel very icky about billing for that because it doesn't really. Well, actually, right. Okay, no. You know what? No, I would say probably not, because then it could be construed as they are paying for your testimony. So no, sure. Absolutely not. There would be no billing for this, I think.
That's where I would come out. I mean, you can go look at your model rules of professional conduct in whatever jurisdiction you're in, but I wouldn't.
Yeah, no, my gut says no across the board because of that. Because it's like you're literally billing the client for whom you are testifying. It looks like they're buying.
That is far worse than dinner and drinks.
Yes. Marissa Bell says, I just wonder, given what we know of Amber Heard's personality, do you think there is a big chance she might snap when she testifies? She has built up a lot now. I think that people are looking out for that, for sure. I don't know that I will expect that. I have a sense that she probably knows that a lot of people are expecting that, and probably will keep it much more chill than we expect based on what we've heard, because she has every interest to keep it chill, right?
That's got to be mission number one. I'm a calm person.
Mm-hmm. Doug Blask says, does Amber Heard's team spend so much time on things that seem unimportant because that's all they have to work with? That is one way to interpret it. I don't know. I don't really know. Diana P says, the jury is going to need therapy after this trial. They will hear Elaine's voice in their nightmares, never touch a muffin again, and get triggered every time they see a makeup ad. #PTSD. Could be. The Realistic Mystic says, if a real abuse victim needs to get evidence of abuse, how would they do that without breaking the law themselves? I think this is helping victims. Oh, I think maybe referring to, like, if somebody is a victim in California, and they're trying to get evidence of their spouse by surreptitiously filming them. I don't know. I would be interested to talk to a divorce attorney in California to see how they work with that.
I wonder how wiretapping laws interact with actual evidence of a crime being committed. I mean, if you actually got like straight up stuff, that would be interesting.
Yeah. I don't know. That's a very good question, though. I'm a little bit stumped. William Wofford says, newsflash, Jack the undead monkey tried Amica cream and it is a total scam. He is still undead, so he drank 5 mega pints of rum with his muffins. Nice. For crying out loud, says JD has been drawing in his notebook. Good for anxiety, I'll bet.
Yeah, that was one of the things that flashed around on the headlines, is they got some over the shoulder pictures of him doodling.
Yeah, I think I probably have some of those in my DMs right now. People were saying this earlier.
Ain't that the truth? You know what I have? I have about 40 videos of pictures of Elon Musk potentially having a bruise with Amber Heard. I appreciate you guys.
That's also in there too.
I appreciate you guys, but yes, you hit my DMs hard this afternoon.
I'm sure I have the same thing. Danky says, "What is JD allowed to do in the evenings/weekends? Probably pretty much whatever he wants, especially now that he's already testified and he's not subject to recall. He can watch this stream if he wants. Hey, Johnny Depp, doubt that he wants to. He probably wants absolutely nothing to do with this.
Yeah, what are you doing? You're probably doing curfews. You're probably saying try not to get seen getting drunk at a bar. I mean, you're probably saying keep it chill.
My guess, if I had to guess, because knowing Virginia and DC, weed is legal. He's probably enjoying some of that in some hotel balcony by himself or with one or two friends that are trusted colleagues. So probably doing something along those lines just to kind of relax, decompress, keep things calm. Maybe play some music on his guitar. Maybe make some art. You know, whatever he does to decompress.
I love the picture you painted there. That's yeah. All right. Okay, I can see that.
Yeah. Danicole XD says in one of the reports, maybe 911, they assumed Johnny's last name was Heard. Yeah, could be. Could very well be. Renee B says in Amber Heard's depo, she stated the cops gestured to get injuries and said, "You look hurt. Are you sure you don't want to file a report? We will arrest him." Interesting. I have not seen that.
Don't we have like a number of cops saying they didn't say that?
Yeah, but I think the point is that she has testified otherwise in her deposition. Right. So expect to hear otherwise from her. Rex Lawrence says, did I hear Amber's lawyer ask how much of the payment in the divorce was for domestic abuse? Wasser answered that they didn't break out the payment. Yeah. It doesn't have an impact.
And I think there was a question about like the non-disparagement and things. They were asking about general allocation, and she said, nope, it's a number.
Yeah. John Schweitzer says, why does Elaine start questioning on Johnny's witnesses? It's very confusing. The order. Can you explain? You guys rock my new obsession. It's because this was a deposition that was called by Amber Heard's team. So they were the ones that called to depose these witnesses. It's usually what happens in the discovery phase. And so they were the ones to ask the main questions. And then Johnny's team was able to come in with cross-examination style questions. And that's what ended up being used here. So it's very confusing. The roles are kind of flipped with these video depositions, but that's just the way that it is in this case. Lockett says, court feels like it's half law, half psychology. Well, we're trying to figure out what the jury's going to be figuring out, right?
Jury trials especially, yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of theater and a lot of armchair psychology, if you will. Boogers said LAPD would have arrested JD if they saw injuries of Amber Heard and friends spoke up about DV claims. Weird how Amber Heard's pal stopped the second set of cops at the door. It is weird. It is weird. We've all got questions about it, right?
A lot of weirdness.
Jury might have questions too. Dean Elkin says, how did they come up with the number for damages? Johnny is suing for $50 million. Amber's suing for $100 million. Who comes up with the number? The individual parties and their attorneys come up with the number. Johnny seems to be, because his last couple movies with Pirates of the Caribbean were for $25 million. So make a couple movies, that's what you get. As for Amber, I don't know. I don't know what those are based on. Could be based on Aquaman movies. Could be based on nothing. I don't know. We'll find out. She still hasn't put her case in chief on, so maybe we'll find out what the number's based on. Oh yes, that's right. This.
Yep.
Yeah, we talked about this one. Mathilde Lurch says, why are the testimonies pre-recorded and not live? Because they are unavailable for one reason or another to testify in court, or the two parties stipulated to it to say, okay, these are parties that we don't need to call in. Because remember that a lot of these individuals are in California. This case is going on in Virginia. That's quite a ways away to compel someone to testify and to force them to come out for stuff. So it's probably just figured economically. Sometimes it makes sense to do that kind of thing. John Golden says, congrats on 100K. Thank you. I love you. Can someone elaborate why JD being dropped from Fantastic Beasts, and even before he was dropped, J.K. Rowling was getting backlash about it, why that isn't part of the case? I think maybe because that's starting to get towards the Sun case, and Johnny Depp's side doesn't want to talk about the Sun case. They don't want to talk about that at all because it's an independent case, independent matter, different facts, different law, different judge and jury situation. So that may be why. And Amber Heard's side probably doesn't want to talk about it so much because that's yet another big movie that he was dropped from. So there are probably multiple reasons for why not. Grizzly Bear says, as someone completely new to the case, I feel like JD's team is only today starting to show how the op-ed has impacted him is that why he sued? Yeah, I mean, that was one of the things that Johnny struggled with when he was on the stand was talking about the financial impact to him because he seems to pay less attention to that kind of stuff. Sir Ella says her mom texted JD that she had to get the apartments. Did I miss something? This may have been something that came in.
I don't recognize the knowledge in this chat.
Okay, so that's maybe something that hasn't come in at testimony yet. Sorry about that. M. Bailey says the first letter said JD committed DV, but AH would keep private if JD agreed to give Amber Heard 3 penthouses, a car, and money. Does this suggest Amber Heard was trying to blackmail JD with DV in exchange for her demands?
Extortion and settlements, guys.
There's a fine line sometimes.
I think you can be pretty aggressive in settlements in the divorce context if those are his assets. So I would be reluctant to call that letter that we saw an extortion letter.
Yeah. Andrew Hernandez says, does the ruling from this trial affect the gag order from the divorce settlement? Can they talk to the press, read a book, etc.?
Is there a gag order? I mean, they said they wouldn't say things about
there
it.
There was a non-disclosure agreement. Yeah.
Yeah. It's contract. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, both of them are technically in breach of it at this point.
I'm not sure that section exists anymore.
Yeah. Blair Hughes said, if the judge were to key in on Amber copying Johnny's wardrobe, could she be reprimanded in some way? I don't think so. I don't think she'd want to. I don't think she really cares about that. If she's not doing anything that is unfair or improper or that is going to unduly prejudice the other side, who cares? I don't think the judge cares. We care because we're trying to figure out what is being communicated to the jury, but
and we spend a lot of time looking at these people. Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Yeah, exactly. She may be curious about it herself, but nah, she's not going to reprimand her for it. Aaron Kelly says, will he get much at all if awarded? Can she pay? That is a whole other question, right? We talked about this before. Sometimes you can get a verdict against someone and never get paid because they don't have the money for it. There are multiple ways that he can get payment in various forms and installments and whatnot. But I don't know. I doubt she's got $50 million sitting around.
Right. No, definitely not. That's the weirdest part about not joining the Washington Post, right? Clear deep pockets. You go for some kind of joint and several liability. And that didn't happen, which is also suggestive again of Johnny Depp doesn't care about the damages that much, as best I can tell.
Yeah. Julia Smiles says, in general, how much credibility do cops have in court in the USA? The women said they are not generally liked. In court, it depends. People have various biases. In Fairfax County, I would venture to guess that you've got a lot of people that are prior military, in which case you have a link to law enforcement. But that's not always the case. You can always have somebody that's a veteran that hates the cops, for whatever reasons, other experiences that they've had in their life. But it's a much more individualized kind of assessment rather than across the United States. I think in Los Angeles, what Officer Sands was saying is in Los Angeles in particular, people don't really like the cops, which I think is maybe a bit of a broader statement that you can make rather than an individualized assessment.
Yeah, I mean, I think historically they've been pretty credible in court settings. And I think there's a difference between that and rolling through your neighborhood apartment building, showing up at your door. But I'm not at all surprised by her saying people generally don't like us.
Yeah.
Not at all surprised by it at all. But I think that's different than showing up on the stand.
Yes. And I will say, I think I remember having a discussion at some point in one of my cases back in California that was talking about whether the case was in Los Angeles County or in Orange County. Los Angeles County being a bit more politically liberal, Orange County being a bit more politically conservative. If you've got one in Los Angeles, cops are going to be less favored. In Orange County, they're going to be more favored. So that can play a role too. So,
makes sense. Yeah.
Georgia Houston says this may have been asked and answered. Objection, asked and answered. But why did it seem? Yes, I object to this chat. No, I don't. But why did it seem like Elaine was sort of threatening the last officer at the end of her questioning? She's trying to push for something, but it to me was ineffective. You know, trying to push to say, like, you know, if you're lying, you could have consequences, right?
It's the mix between the tone and the question, right?
Yeah. But, you know, to me, he was like, yeah, that's why I did what I was supposed to do. Trenzalora says, is Depp team using Depos because the questions asked by Elaine seem to make their case and would not be as effective asked live by the Depp team? Could be. I mean, if the questions asked and as answered were perfect for what you need, why go through all the effort and expense of forcing them to come into court if they don't, especially if they don't want to? That could be one reason. Alrighty, thank you, TV. Parul Srivastava says, I agree with Joe on the agent theory. Fantastic. Nancy P says, thank you all for your panel. Hope to hear more from both sides, rather open to both sides. How did this group form? Lawyer here, fun to see. We all just kind of started putting stuff out on YouTube and started to find each other and collaborate with one another. And then, you know, it kind of solidified with the Rittenhouse trial, with that stream. But a lot of us had kind of weaved in and out of each other's paths over the months. And then ever since then, we've been doing a lot of crossover kind of live streams together every now and then. So we're all great friends now. It's great. I love it. The Ford says, you need to hear the full audio. She's insane. At one point, she laughs like she's a clown. She's the clown I'm scared for real. Allie B says, does the quality of the publication matter? There is a real difference between the Sun/tabloids and the Washington Post that reaches real people, not just pop culture. Sorry, I'm behind. Well, as far as defamation is concerned, I don't think it does matter. I think that if somebody is publishing a lie and they know that it's a lie, then it doesn't matter whether it's in the Sun or Washington Post. And by the way, a lot of these publication companies they tend to repeat a lot of these articles. I don't know if you've noticed, sometimes when you Google to try to find a specific article put out by a particular a journal, you'll find it exactly repeated by like 5 other ones because they all just kind of copy paste and republish. Very true. I don't think that makes a difference. Joshua Arbor says, Joe is all of us right now after today. Is Elaine fishing for anything at this point that'll stick? Desperation.
It's funny how I can tell where we are at our day from what the super chats are. Okay, so that's Joe rolling in with a typical Joe rant.
Yep. Fiery but mostly peaceful Joe. M. Bailey said, apparently Amber Heard has a kid. Could have fooled me considering never hear anything in any text or audio or in court about her child. Yeah, I mean, but is it relevant? That's another thing about that. It's really not to this case. But you can go on social media and see some photos. It's a cute baby. I'll say that. Vince Sly says, I guarantee you Johnny stopped being friends with his agent because his agent was knowingly involved in discussions regarding Amber and Elon Musk. I don't know. Maybe. I have no knowledge on that. Nathan says, I understood the point of the police and Dorman testimony. What was the agent and lawyer testimony about? Did JD or Amber Heard call for it? I think Johnny Depp was calling for the agent's testimony, and I think what the one important piece that came out of that was the Pirates of the Caribbean 6 movie. I think that was it. As far as the divorce attorney, I think that we probably haven't exactly gotten to the point that is important in that one yet. So
it's still Johnny. Johnny called her, and we haven't heard Johnny ask her questions. So yeah.
Alrighty. Melissa Cornett says, can we all agree that Amber Heard has been virtue signaling social causes for the very approval of her acting career never granted her? Her need to be relevant means everything to her. I don't know if we can all agree on that, but I think that there is maybe some truth to what you're saying. It seems like it anyway. But I don't know that I'm ready to go quite that hard on that conclusion. I know a lot of people are. Chastity Rodriguez says, heard the word linguistics, studying for MA in forensic linguistics. Point the way. Hey, awesome.
Words are cool.
Words are cool. Laura Kirschenbaum says, could JD bring suit against Amber for violating the divorce decree non-disclosure and use the Sun case as evidence?
I think you said this one best. The Johnny team doesn't want anything to do with the Sun case. They keep dancing around it.
Yeah, exactly. Diana P says, if Amber Heard doesn't want to testify, can JD force her to? Can't remember what you said before. Yes, they can call her as an adverse witness. It's a little tricky with what you can do with that. Some have said that they would 100% call her as an adverse witness. Some of the attorneys on the panel. Others have said probably not. So it's definitely a strategic calculation to be made, depending on how you really view various circumstances in your case. Deborah Parms has been loving this channel and just joined. Subbed to you all fine folks. Also, merch idea, a muffin wearing a tiny hat. I love it.
I love that profile picture. Very happy.
Yeah, it's great. I love it. Carl Magnus Blindheim says, Eric Idle from Monty Python tweeted earlier, do you think Johnny Depp will call us to testify?
Did he really?
That's awesome. That is awesome. How do you guys think that would have looked? That would have looked hilarious.
Just Eric Idle be there explaining various of the jokes in Johnny's texts. Good stuff.
Yep. Phil Jones says, Cop Depot. Okay, Elaine. Okay. We screwed up and didn't write a report. I'll tell you anything. Please just stop talking. Hey, Johnny, give her a pill. Ralph Laprod says, awesome job, guys. You rock. Thank you. Priscilla Panquit says, I would have loved during JD's testimony for him to finish responses to Rottenborn questions with savvy. That would have been funny. I don't know if the judge would have appreciated that. I don't know, maybe.
Mr. Depp, could you please stop portraying a pirate on the stand? Yeah.
Also, it may have been a turnoff for the jury to be like, is he putting on a different persona? Is this the same person? What's going on here?
Yeah.
Debbie Collington. Yeah, right. Debbie Collington says, do high-profile cases like this encourage more folks to study law, or would Elaine put them off? I don't know.
I think it encourages people. I mean, I don't know about you, Alita. I get some fun comments that say, hey, I was watching your stuff and decided to, potentially go into law school. I think that's pretty cool.
That's true. I have gotten those comments too, which is awesome. And I will say that my 1L summer, my first summer after my first year of law school, I was interning with the public defender's office, and I saw an attorney crash and burn in his closing argument for a case. And I was just like, I felt really bad for him. But at the same time, I was like, okay, this is a practicing attorney. He crashed and burned. He's still okay. He's going to be okay. I could do this.
Yeah. I love it.
Paulette Poirier says, New York Post saying that Franco and Musk are not going to testify. I doubt that Musk is. I don't know if James Franco did a deposition either. So I don't know. I don't have any knowledge about that, but yeah, could be. More to live for. What do you call it when you can't properly stand your new favorite legal dude because he doesn't have a YouTube channel? Doc blocked. Thanks, Mark.
Got to bring that one up to Mark. It's good.
Yep. Doc blocked. I love it. Katharina Gudick, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, says, thank you for the streams. Do you think there's any chance Heard's team is holding back any good evidence that's better than she covered her bruises? Could be. I mean, look at what happened in Johnny Depp's testimony, right? They saved the best for the redirect, and so that they could land on a very hard note. They could be planning the same thing with something on Amber's side. Angelique said, hey, from France. I wanted to ask if you did notice the judge's reaction to the second witness's deposition in her interaction with Elaine. Disturbing. I did not notice that. Did you notice anything?
No.
I didn't. But thank you for pointing that out. Maybe somebody else noticed. Gromax says first rule of Bike Club is talk about Bike Club, obviously. Brookline Girl says, having been raised by a vicious borderline, I assure you Dr. Curry hit all the marks. JD has been blindsided by her and probably never knew what hit him. Excessively charming and unbelievably cruel. I don't doubt your experiences for a single second. Tina Marie says, question. So is there technically just 13 days left in court? Thank you so much for the great opinions from all of you. Maybe 14, because I think it's 24. Oh yeah, 13 because yeah, we are on day 10, but technically day 11 because of the jury selection day. There's 24 total.
Okay. It's Thursday, 3 more weeks, and then 1.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's correct. 13 streaming days left. Woo. Alex Jackson says from the UK here, no one likes the sun. Rat paper. Melissa Cornett says Jason Momoa starts following JD on IG and vice versa. Chances Amber Heard keeps her career. I don't know. I don't know enough about how that all works for Hollywood careers to know whether that means she's going to lose her job or be taken off of Aquaman. I know a lot of people believe that means that she's been taken off of Aquaman. It could very well be. I just don't know enough to try to confirm anything myself.
It's interesting. Warner Brothers went out with their DC slate today and had an Aquaman 2 trailer. Also had an Ezra Miller featured Flash trailer. It'll be interesting to see. It's interesting because she's not Aquaman, right? I mean, she's Mira, so it's not quite the same as the Ezra Miller situation. You could probably get rid of Mira without killing your Aquaman franchise. So it's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Freddie Michael Vori says, as an autistic person who has suffered abuse since the 80s from home, school, both bullies and teachers, both marriages, and nobody cared, I'm rooting for Johnny. I live alone for a reason. I am very sorry. That is a lot. That is a lot for an individual to go through. And I'm very sorry that you have been, it seems, misunderstood by a lot of people and mistreated by a lot of people. And I really hope that you can find peace and calm through all of that. And you know, and don't be too alone is my hope. I hope that you can find some folks that are still able to be in your corner and be there for you, because we all need connection, right? We all need that. Catastrophe says, my favorite thing to see last night was a WAPO article covering this case and comments calling them out on how awkward this must be because they published the op-ed this whole thing is about. #awkward. I do agree. Steve Cass says, do you think Johnny will have photo experts on to prove the pictures were staged or faked? If not, why not? I don't know about a photo expert. I expect there to be medical experts to testify to what you should expect to see of bruises and scratches and swelling and stuff after events like what Amber has alleged. Angelique says, hey, from France. Oh, that's interesting. This super chat went through twice. Same answer as before. Didn't see it, unfortunately. Peggy Reardon says, is there a place to see the pretrial motions such as the one to toss this case? There is a place to find all of the filings. It is on the Fairfax County Court website. I can try to link into the description below this video as soon as I have a chance, so that you can go in and see all of the filings there from both sides. There's a lot though, so sifting through and trying to find stuff is difficult, but they are, most of them are there. A lot of them are there, not all the filings. For whatever reason, they haven't put everything up, but you can find a lot there. Go Your Own Way says, am I the only one waiting for Paul Bettany? No, I would love to see Paul Bettany. I think I would be thrilled to see him testify. I think that would be kind of exciting, just because why not? He's an interesting seeming person. Cynthia says, Amber had her kid via surrogacy, and yes, I'm judging. There were no fertility issues. Also, Daddy Elon rumors. Well, that's kind of common in Hollywood, though, because you've got a lot of women that don't necessarily want to put their bodies through the process of pregnancy. And I mean, being someone who has not gone through that process myself, but witnessed a lot of friends and family members who have, I can understand why. It's quite a grueling process, and And especially if you have certain roles that you are trying to get, if you're trying to maintain a certain figure to continue working, I can also understand why you would want surrogacy, without any kind of real judgment. Women have had it very difficult in Hollywood over the years, and there's a long, terrible history in Hollywood of mistreating all kinds of people with drugs, alcohol, and forced abortions for that kind of reason. So I'm not going to jump on the blame train for having a surrogate baby. Although it is a little bit, the timing of it is a little strange. Having a surprise baby in the middle of litigation could be a sympathy baby. So I'm not saying that that's what it is, but there have been instances that have looked that way in the past. Abrian Sabo says, love seeing a dog in the background. Thank you for your commentary on this case. Yes, Indy is my shadow. She's still here, even though she's not on this chair. She's right over there, sticking with me. Funky Fudge 11 says, come on, guys, quit being so mean to Amber's lawyers. They probably get enough abuse from her as it is.
I like the roller coaster ride of that super chat. So
Kay Offheim says, airlock decompresses, dry ice floods the room, footsteps approach, silhouette of a frumpy skirt suit appears through the fog, a huff of frustration echoes through the room. Deposition witness, oh no, oh God, no, please.
It's a great reading.
Thank you. I love a good dramatic reading. As soon as I saw the asterisk, I was like, ooh, wait a minute. Jillian J says, I believe you, or I believe the you make me sick of myself audio is from the Australia audio, so they let that part in. Okay, so maybe they did let portions in. Coaxial Flutter says, Uncle Joe talking about an episode of Taxi.
He sure did. Whole synopsis.
Lois Burns says, can the lawyers bring up the controversy? It wasn't sold till 2017 around the color corrector that Amber Heard's lawyer claimed she used to cover the bruises. Yeah, they can. They absolutely can. It's already been put in front of the jury in some form. So yes, I believe it's perfectly appropriate. Potato Pirate says, why can't they just get permission from people on tape? They can. They can. The only issue is if there's Jerry Judge, he has already passed away. So I don't know. I don't know about that one. That's a little more tricky. Sheila Ellis says, congrats on the 115K. Great stream.
115?
I am.
Good for you.
Where am I here? Let's see.
I'm not losing track of my days completely, right? We were celebrating 100 yesterday.
Yeah, we were.
Amazing.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Nancy P says, where did you all go to college and law school, and where are you admitted to the bar? I know compound, but only allowed so many letters. You are not held to the same rigors of direct and cross-examination. So no worries about any potential objections here. I went to undergrad at UC San Diego in California, and I went to the University of Texas for law school. So hook 'em.
And I went to Hillsdale College and the University of Michigan.
There you go. Missy S says, do we know if, oh yeah, and I'm licensed in California and DC.
Michigan. You might sense a theme with me. I like my state.
Yes. Missy S says, do we know if Amber Heard's photos will be allowed to enter her photos into evidence? I understand there were some shenanigans during discovery. I believe that they probably will be, and maybe Amber Heard's team is being a little bit judicious about when they start doing that, because they understand that there's going to be a lot of commentary coming from the other side. Because I believe that's probably how the judge ruled on it. That's my analysis based on what I've seen. Amanda Quello says, they focused on BPD because of familiarity, should have focused on HPD. My ab psych prof said, if we ever come across someone with HPD in practice, to run, send them to a specialist and change our number. Ooh. Yikes. Catastrophe says, question, does JD also have to prove malice to win defamation? Yes. He's already proven she lied and he sustained reputational and financial damages. I thought malice was another requirement in defamation suits. It is. They both have to prove actual malice, which basically means not necessarily that the person is being malicious in lying, but that they knew that what they were saying was false, or were reckless as to, or had reckless disregard as to whether or not it was true. So the audio where where they ended Johnny Depp's redirect on, where she's like, I can't go out into the public about this now. My reputation's on the line. That seems to suggest actual malice.
Yeah, I like that explainer too. Malice doesn't mean malice. Thanks, lawyers.
I know. It's these terms. It sucks. John Arnon says, can you speak to the stains I did not see on the carpet in the elevator or near it? There are supposed to be wine stains, according to photos that have been released to the public by Amber Heard's team, right? So there's a timeliness issue that we need to put these puzzles into place, right? Because Isaac Baruch testified to what he saw was wine stains on the wall and on the carpet. So we need to line up the timing of who came in and when. But my suspicion is that the way that that's going to line up for people is that it's going to be the event happened, Johnny Depp left. An hour later, the first set of cops came. An hour after that, the second set of cops came. And sometime after that, Isaac Baruch came. And so sometime in between the second set of cops and Isaac Baruch arriving, suddenly there was a mess. If Johnny's team can show that, that is the hoax issue. Boom, done. Amber Heard's case is done.
God willing, they have a timeline on a board.
Please.
that they can say exactly that, because that's a big deal. If that is actually that order of events, that sure as heck looks like a hoax.
Yeah. Yes, it definitely does. And one instance is all they need, right? Especially one clear instance. Chunky Monkey says, having you guys in my ear while I study for my A&P exams. Thank you. This actually helps. Hey, I'm really glad. Really happy that this helps. Shelby Arista says, I guessed Depp isn't using the AU tape because he still works with him. Plus, he's a mandatory reporter. The tape can open them to potential medical board problems. I think maybe referring to Dr. Kipper, perhaps. I'm not sure.
Yes, maybe. I don't know. I mean, they've got Kipper and Lloyd on there, and they could be worried about liability. But I think the overall agreement is just we're worried about who taped what. We don't have third-party waivers from everybody. That's just not been a part of our process. So we're only agreeing to Heard and Depp. I mean, I think it's just that simple, even though it might sound silly.
Yeah. Deb Allenson says, loving the commentary. Thank you. Elaine's approach with the lawyer was way less confrontational than usual. Also, if Amber's nose was broken, wouldn't a current x-ray show previous damage?
No idea.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't say because I'm not a doctor. But I would suspect that you could find a doctor who would say yes. But that's me speculating. Rachel Halen Mariam says, Johnny's attorneys did a great job making the timeline of the events more clear. I mean, to me, it still feels very muddy coming out of the witness testimony at this point. I really wish that they would be using some visuals. That's my preference. Marsha McCarty says, watched The Rum Diary last night. Quote from the movie. Paul Kemp, Depp, says, oh God, why did she have to happen? Just when I was doing so good without her. LOL. Oof. Some dramatic foreshadowing. I feel like there has to be a movie coming out about this case, right?
The Rum Diary.
Yeah. Cy Virus says, one of the symptoms of BPD is to copy the one you love or admire. Keep an eye on her latest flame. Yeah, could be. Lyndon McAndrews says it is saying online when you research JD net worth is 150 million. If Amber Heard wins, he will lose a lot. Sure. Yeah. He could if they calculate the damages that high. Nikki O'Neill says Johnny Depp looks like the weight of the world has been lifted off his shoulders since his testimony. Do you guys agree? Yes. He looks so much more relaxed. We haven't really commented on that much, but yes.
He started looking way different after he was done. There's no question.
Yeah. I think also just not having the pressure of how he's going to have to perform. I say that word not in the sense of like an actor performing, but like anyone who has to do something that is, has some pressure on them, has to perform in a certain respect. So, now that that's done, but also he's gotten his story out, and he got his story out in a very great way.
Got the story out. You were probably stressed about what cross-ex would even be. You got through it. It had moments, but it didn't crush your testimony. Absolutely.
Yeah. Johnny Arbor 007 says, come on, Joe, spit it out. Is your wife driving you to McDonald's? The Hitman 5C, should JD hire Alejandro to manage a property? Spidey says, reckon they couldn't stage the damage immediately because of the person in the gym.
Did the second set of cops not see a person in the gym? Or, I don't...
I don't remember.
Interesting.
L. Marie and C says, Johnny called his lawyer in December 2015 for the post-nup. That would be why she was a client, not because he wanted to divorce her because of the post-nup situation. That makes sense. Because that was what started the fight in Australia, was the fact that he wanted to get a post-nup. So he would have had a divorce lawyer to help him or a family lawyer.
Wait. Australia's fight happens March 2015.
Oh, right.
So we have him hiring Wasser in December of 2015. I don't know what's happening in December of 2015 because I haven't been told enough about it. So I blame all the conversations about 2013 when I should have been hearing more about December 2015. But the post-nup fight is earlier that year, right?
Yes, that was Australia.
So that's March 7th, 2015.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you can see they're doing a great bang-up job with establishing the timelines for us.
Yeah.
We're only watching it every day. But so it's possible there could have been another trip down post-nup lane. We don't know. But he says by the time you get to April of 2016, he's already contemplating divorce. This just bumps it up a little bit. So it's a surprise, but it's not out of line with what Johnny Depp said.
Yeah. Olive Green says, my brother's LAPD. Yes, they buy their equipment. Thank you for the confirmation.
Interesting.
Shaw said Isaac came up just after the first officers left. Oh.
He came up between the officers? Well, why would the second set not see anything?
Oh, wait, no. Yeah, no, that doesn't make sense. No, part of the issue here is that the timestamps on the footage seems to also be potentially changed. So,
which should clarify things for everybody.
Yes, please. Lottie Da says, I believe the agent's testimony about arranging the meeting is setting up an audio tape added on court site the 20th. Amber Heard is drunk. Fair warning, vile language. Here's the file number. Oh, okay. Mrs. Popo Camerudin says, love the panels from MY. JD.
I think it's former MY, but I don't know what MY is.
Yeah, I'm not sure. JD win even if case lose. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a win for him in the court of public opinion, at least for a lot of people that previously had no idea about this case, which would be a huge win for him. Baby Dudious says, are Raquel and Io still friends with Amber? If not, are they on Johnny's witness list? I believe that they are on Amber's witness. No, I know that they are on Amber's witness list, but as video depositions.
Is Raquel Rocky? Is that her real name? Okay.
Yeah. Tina and it's been reported that apparently they've all distanced themselves from Amber, but I don't know if you can say that they're no longer friends. I'm going off of hearsay. Objection. I know. Tina Tersenyak, I'm sorry, I'm butchering your name, says Amber Heard has much bigger witness list than Johnny Depp. I wonder how damaging will they be for Johnny Depp? Well, she's still limited to the same amount of time as Johnny. So, I mean, even if she's got more witnesses, that means that there probably are more witnesses on her list that will not be called. She doesn't get more time than him if she named more people. So, and they could also be, I mean, it's also, think of it this way. The cross-examination time that was spent on the witnesses so far has been a lot, but how effective has that been? So you can also have a lot of witnesses that don't really prove anything. It's just a lot of people. Keep that in mind. The number of people doesn't really make as much of a difference as the effectiveness of their testimony. Beautiful Disaster says pattern of abuse and unstable relationships. Amber's ex Tasha, JD, Raquel. Could be. Amber Rock says, I'm a paralegal and listen while I'm working. Thank you. Yeah. Someone mentioned yesterday that Elaine toes the line with her strategy. What would be over the line? Getting more aggressive?
You've seen some of it when she adds in like the assumptions to the end of her questions. She's got batted on the nose against it a couple of times.
Yeah.
So you've seen it.
Yeah. Baby Duty says, I love Legalbytes. Thank you. I love you too. First trial, but not the last. You are awesome, Alita. Love hearing all the discussion from the panel. Have so many new subs. Thank you. Ryan says, is it a fact that the expensive food served to Dr. Curry's recollection at the private meeting was a bribe? Isn't that correct? Thanks. No, not a bribe.
Didn't you find yourself full and satisfied after you ate dinner at Johnny Depp's house? Didn't you?
Oh man, you should have returned all that food afterwards. I'm just kidding. That's terrible. Terrible image. Justin DFX. We're slap happy now. Justin DFX said, question, why is it okay for leading questions sometimes and not others? Like, why is that the law or court rules? I think they should always be okay or never. Am I missing something big? Okay. This is because it depends on who's calling the witness and what part of the examination of the witness testimony we're in. When Johnny Depp's lawyers call Isaac Baruch, they're calling a very friendly witness, right? And so the idea is that when they call him and they do the direct examination where they're asking for his full story, you want the witness to be telling the entire story. You don't want the attorney to be leading them down where to go, because it can kind of be like, this is somebody who already has every reason to give good testimony for him. So you want to make sure that like he at least knows where he's going. He has an idea of the things that he's testifying to. He's got a memory of it. He has, like he's not just like fabricating things. It's a lot easier to fabricate something if someone is just feeding you all of like the super small questions that are just leading you down the road. So you want this to be independent. And also it just sounds better coming from the witness. The jury is more likely to trust that testimony if it's coming directly from them rather than through the attorney, because again, it's a friendly witness to that side. On cross-examination, you're supposed to use leading questions because this is a witness that is hostile to your side. So there's no like assumption of bias for you, in fact, bias for them. So you're able to use a little bit more aggression or assertiveness, I could say, to get that testimony out of them. So yeah, that's basically why. And redirect is basically like a direct. It's the same kind of concepts there. So
absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I think if anything, that's kind of been lost as like the equation is cross-examination is allowed to lead. I mean, it just is. When you see in dramatic television and film reenactments, permission to treat the witness as hostile, that's just asking if I can lead. I mean, like that's really what it is.
Yeah, exactly. Conrad's Lawn Care Maintenance says, I hope JD wins, and looks at Amber Heard and says, today is the day you almost caught Captain Jack Sparrow. That would be nice. That would be nice.
That would be insane.
I know it would be. Olive Green said, my brother LAPD said to write down everything is a waste of time because it's taking up time for other important calls if nothing's visible next. Yes.
Makes
100%.
Total sense.
Yes. State resources, right? We want our government employees to be using our money, our tax dollars efficiently.
Did you document this thing that you don't think happened? No? Okay.
Why? Because there are a lot of things in the world that don't happen. Doesn't mean it warrants my attention. Alicia Laswell says, how bad was it for Amber when JD's team was questioning the agent and he said the article came out before Disney dropped JD and it was proved in emails.
Proved, but powerful, but we have to get to proved.
Yeah. Yeah. It was good for Johnny's case. It definitely was.
Yep.
Annie M says, Elaine comes off as condescending to me.
Yep.
Me too. Me too. Who knows about the jury, though? Speculating here. Kathleen R says, could either team bring in makeup artists to demonstrate Amber Heard makeup can/can't cover bruising?
Demonstrate? I mean, they're not going to get Amber up there and hit her. If that's what they're looking for. There's no physical demonstrations. But yeah, I would expect we'll hear from some makeup people and or cross-examine some makeup people. It's so important to what they were saying.
Yeah. Agreed.
Because if I were sitting in the jury, I have no idea. You've told me it can cover it up. Other people have said no, they didn't see anything. I have no clue. I didn't even know Amica wasn't the thing. So here I am.
Diana P said, would love to be a fly on the wall if JD and AH ran into each other in Virginia, LMAO. I mean, honestly, they probably just wouldn't say anything to each other. They've probably got other people around them to make sure that they don't see each other. I've been, in mediation when we're negotiating at a mediator's place for a settlement. What happens is, at least my experience has been, as the attorney, you're in one room with your client. The other person is in the other room with their attorneys. And ideally, you don't really run into each other because the mediator just hops rooms back and forth and says, oh, he said this or she said that. And like, oh, well, what about this detail? What about that detail? But I've been in that situation where like my client she was so emotionally distressed by what happened to her. And she was the plaintiff, that she just was like, I don't want to be seen by them. I don't want to see them. I don't want to bump into them. So it was like, she literally like had scarves and sunglasses on, like in the hallway, like scurrying to our place. And then when she had to go to the bathroom, it was like, I went with her to make sure to run in interference, to make sure she didn't run into anyone. And it was just, it was just because she was just that emotionally affected by the whole process. So I would imagine that they probably would be trying to run an interference so that they don't have to talk to each other as well. MRN says, please read out loud Virginia's definition of defamation and comment, as it seems to be more loose than other states. That involves pulling up some case law right now. Maybe for tomorrow.
See how quickly I can get it. Jeez. Yeah, we go on to the next one.
Okay. I'll keep that one saved though for now. TJ Ventura says, are there two trials happening at the same time, one defamation and one assault abuse? Will there be two verdicts, never fall to trial with two charges? It seems that way, right? It seems like there's a domestic violence abuse case going on here, but it's almost like a trial within a trial. It's trialception, if you will. Basically what it is, this is a defamation case. That's the only issue here is two questions of defamation. Did he make statements that were false? Did she make statements that were false? And all of them are centered around this underlying question of whether or not Johnny Depp abused her. That's what the lie or the truth is all about here. So there are two questions that are being answered, but it's not one defamation, one assault abuse. It's one defamation, one defamation. So the jury is going to have to answer each question individually because, like I've said, they can, Johnny can win and Amber can win, or Johnny can lose and Amber can lose, or one of each, depending on how the jury determines. They're independent of one another, although kind of relying on a certain foundational question. But yeah, it's basically you've got these two questions that the jury is going to be deciding at the same time. Leafy Fifi Foo says,
the one thing I'll say is if you want to go back to Virginia, so it's a very broad provision for insulting words, but just for reference to the person that asked, if you go and look at their actual jury instructions, which incorporate the statute as well as their precedents and how these things have been evaluated, that defamation that looks broad is actually much more close to standard than you might anticipate. Is the statement about the plaintiff? Was the statement heard by the plaintiff? Is the statement false? Did the defendant make the statement knowing it to be false or reckless disregard? It's everything that Alita has been talking about, even though like the strictest definition from it looks like maybe 1950 is all words that shall be actionable which from their construction and acceptance are construed as insults. So I hear you. I get what you're saying about the Code of Virginia Code, but it's interpreted basically the same way. And some of that comes from First Amendment jurisprudence, right? So we've got cases that the Supreme Court decides that talk about the First Amendment's interaction with these kinds of things. And that's part of this discussion. That's why you get all the rest of this, is that the First Amendment and it really does constrain how much you can punish things like defamation. So we can leave it at that. Pretty standard, even though I know why you asked the question, because it looks less standard.
Yeah.
Is that good? I didn't read it out loud, but that's the answer to your question.
That was good. That was good. Leafy Fifi Foo says, what if DV was by the other EM? An op-ed referenced them and not JD.
Well, I don't think they're claiming Elon Musk did anything, are they?
I don't think so.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think so.
They would have presented that. I'm talking about somebody else.
Yeah. Alrighty. Kai Showing says, if JD wins this case, would it have any credible legal influence on a decision to initiate an appeal against the UK court's verdict? No. Different system. Different system entirely. Yeah. Fee in the Shed says, do you think we will